How are you guys? Like this video for more parts. Chapter 1. All you do is play games. All you do is play games all day long. Have you ever thought about me? Have you ever thought about the children? Since the game is so important to you, then go and live with the game. Bang. No. Zhou Yun woke up from the bed with a low cry. After waking up, he found something was wrong. Where am I? He looked around, and the more he looked, the more confused he became. Isn't this where I lived 10 years ago? Even the layout is exactly the same. Did I travel through time? Back to the past? He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Because of his addiction to games, his wife and children left him. The current situation is probably just my own fantasy. He looked at the pillow beside him, his eyes becoming complicated. At this time, we haven't slept in separate rooms yet. At this time, our relationship is still very good. If there hadn't been new territories, if I hadn't been addicted to it, we would have been able to live happily forever. If I were given another chance, I would never make the same mistake again. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in life. All the bad consequences now are my own fault. As he said this, he pinched his left arm hard, trying to return to reality. However, nothing in front of me changed. He tried it several more times in various ways, but the same thing happened. A light gradually brightened in his eyes. Could it be that I really traveled back to the past? At this moment, the door of the room opened, and a beautiful smile was reflected in the depths of his pupils. Honey, I've prepared breakfast. It's on the table. Remember to eat it. Wang Yang. Zhou Yun looked at her in a daze. Compared to 10 years later, she is so young and beautiful now, without any of the vicissitudes and fatigue she would have 10 years ago. Wang Yang didn't notice Zhou Yun's abnormality. She kissed him on the forehead and said with a smile, "Then I'll go to work. I have to interview a priest today, and also lead a team to attack the Thunderhorn Wolf. I can't be late." Thunderhorn Running Wolf? Zhou Yun was stunned when he heard this. Isn't this a term used exclusively in the game New Territory? How did it come out of Wang Yang's mouth? Also, what is this about interviewing pastors? Isn't Wang Yang the company accountant? How is it related to the priest? While he was thinking, a stream of information suddenly rushed into his mind. As he digested this information, his eyes widened. It took him a long time to fully digest this information. At this moment, he was very surprised. Because, from the information in his mind, he learned that he actually went back to 10 years ago. However, it was different from the world he was familiar with 10 years ago. 3 years ago, a game called New Territory was integrated into this world. Since then, the world has changed dramatically. For example, anyone who meets the age requirement can change careers and become a professional. For example, in order to increase her income, his wife Wang Yang stopped working as an accountant and became a swordsman, joined an organization, and earned money by doing missions. For another example, among the regular reading materials for his daughter in kindergarten, there is a picture album called Complete Collection of Mainland Warcraft Picture Albums. Knowing this, he was extremely excited. He clenched his fists tightly and muttered, "In my last life, I was addicted to games and didn't care about the lives of my wife and daughter, which led to our separation. Since God has given me a chance to start over in this life, I must cherish it. Cherish your family and cherish the people around you. Be a good husband and a good father." At the same time, he was also full of confidence. If he were simply asked to go back 10 years and do it all over again, he wouldn't be sure he could do it well. But now it's different. When we go back to 10 years ago, this world is still closely related to New Territories. In this case, he can fully utilize this to benefit his family. Apart from anything else, just talking about his understanding of New Territories and his achievements in New Territories, he is confident that no one can compare with him, no matter in the past or present life. Ding! Reborn and back, your strong will to fight for your family is detected. Ding! Data reading completed. Ding! You can log into the following characters after meeting the conditions. Character 1, Sword God, level 999. Character 2, Demon King, level 999. Character 3, Martial Saint, level 999. Character 4, Overlord, level 999. Character 5, Yan Luo, level 999. Character 6, Xingjun, level 999. Login conditions, 100 family value/minute. Ding! Family value increases naturally based on time, and you can get extra points by spending time with your family. Note, do not overdraw your family value, as overdrawing may bring you surprises. At this moment, the ultimate forms of the 10 major professions all appeared in front of Zhou Yun. His face was full of disbelief. Judging from their costumes and IDs, these are clearly the 10 characters that he spent countless time and energy training to create in his previous life. I went back to 10 years ago, but I was able to log in as the character from my previous life? What is going on? After a little thought, he felt relieved. After all, the voice in your head comes from heaven. And the way of heaven represents this world. In this case, it is not surprising that this can be achieved. 10 minutes later, he came to the living room and picked up the family photo on the coffee table. In the family portrait, the wife is gentle and virtuous, and the daughter is innocent and lovely. He shook his head and laughed. What was wrong with me in my previous life that I didn't know how to cherish such a family? He brushed off the non-existent dust on the family portrait and put it back in its place. The past cannot be changed, but the future can still be pursued. From now on, I will be a brand new me. After saying that, he left the house. Now he is still unemployed. All the household expenses were provided by his wife Yang alone. In my previous life, this situation lasted for 10 years. Now that he has a new life, he will certainly not let such a thing happen again. Therefore, finding a job is imperative. In today's world, finding a job successfully and becoming a professional is of utmost importance. Professionals may be unemployed, but for non-professionals, it is extremely difficult to find a job. Half an hour later, when he arrived at the entrance of the Warrior Association, he was briefly absent-minded again. Because the appearance of the Warrior Association is almost a one-to-one replica of its appearance in the game. This made him feel a sense of fate. In my previous life, Warrior was my first role. It was at this place that I changed my job. In this life, I am here again. With enthusiasm in his heart, he strode into the Warriors Association. At the reception counter, he said firmly and forcefully, "Hello, I want to change my job and become a warrior." Chapter 2. Okay, sir, the lady at the counter greeted us enthusiastically. Please fill in your identity information here, and then go to Hall 1 to take a qualification test. Even the process is exactly the same as in the game. Zhou Yun nodded secretly, and after filling out the form, he walked to Hall 1 with ease. As for the so-called qualification test, in his opinion it is just a process. In his experience, the level of qualifications only affects the choice of mentor and is not a big deal. Soon, the qualification test results came out. 0. The staff in charge of the test shook his head. "I'm sorry, sir, you don't have the qualifications to change your job to a warrior." Zhou Yun looked at the crystal ball under his palm and was completely stunned. 0 points? Can there still be 0 points? However, although he didn't believe it, the crystal ball in his hand did not change at all, not even a glimmer of light was emitted. He tried it a few more times, not believing it, but it still happened. The staff couldn't help but reveal a bit of pity in their eyes. "Sir, although you don't have the qualifications to be a warrior, please don't be discouraged. Mage, assassin, shooter, summoner, priest, etc. are all good choices. There is always a profession that suits you. Zhou Yun twitched the corner of his mouth, said thank you, and walked away dejectedly. Until he left the Warrior Association, he couldn't understand how a qualification with a score of 0 could exist. This is unreasonable. It's unscientific. New Territories has been the most popular magazine for more than 10 years, which is unprecedented. But he quickly adjusted his mentality. If you can't be a warrior, then don't be one. Isn't the warrior the only profession? Among the top 10 professions in New Territories, which one can't I play? With a twist of his neck, he turned around and came to the Mage Association. 10 minutes later. I'm sorry sir, your qualifications do not meet the requirements for becoming a magician. Zhou Yun looked at the crystal ball in his hand with an ugly expression. Similar to the one in the Warrior Association, this crystal ball also did not produce any movement under his hands. 0 points. 0 points again. His mentality is a bit broken. What was most difficult for him to accept was that a girl next to him burst out laughing. Good. Very good. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. If a warrior can't do it, a mage can't do it either, right? Wait. Zhou Yun left the Mage Association and went straight to the Shooter Association. When he was testing his qualifications, he suddenly had a bad feeling for some reason. 1 second later, this premonition came true. Sir, your qualifications are really puzzling. Zhou Yun nodded silently. Incomprehensible. Indeed, I find it quite confusing too. If the compatibility is not good, it is normal to get a low score on the aptitude test. But what about 0 points? Who are you insulting? He took a deep breath and tried to cheer himself up. Hold on. Man. The process is certainly difficult, but as long as you succeed in changing your job, you will be able to fly as high as you want. Next stop, Summoners Association. 0. Next stop, the Pastors Association. It's 0 points, dear. At exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Yun walked out of the Assassin's Guild with a face as dark as ink. Not to mention the top 10 combat professional associations, he has also run around all the life professional associations and didn't even have time to eat lunch. But what is the result? Uniform zeros? What went wrong? He sat on a chair in the park and thought. The qualification test scores for all professions are all 0, this is a serious matter. This means that he will not be able to change his job. If you can't change jobs, you won't be competitive and you won't be able to find a job. In this case, how can we help families? How can I be the pillar of the family? Could it be that, just like in the previous life, Wang Yang would have to bear all the responsibilities of the family alone? Just as he was worried, an old voice sounded beside him. Haha! After all these years, I finally found you. Who? Zhou Yun looked up, stunned. You are, Gudber. When the old man heard him call out his name, his smile grew wider. You still remember my name? You ran away after completing your mission that year. There was no news from you at all. I have been looking for you for a long time. Zhou Yun's expression became even weirder. Because he actually knew the old man in front of him named Gudber. It's just that it was in the game of the previous life. How could the characters in the game in my previous life know me now? It couldn't be that the NPCs in the game had traveled through time with me, right? Seeing Zhou Yun not speaking, Gudber was obviously unhappy. What? You've been hiding from me for so many years, and now I've caught you. Do you still want to run away? He grabbed Zhou Yun's arm with his withered right hand. You wasted all these years of my time. Now that I have found you today, you must inherit my legacy. Follow me. Inherit the mantle? Zhou Yun was stunned, and long-forgotten memories came flooding back. He remembered. It is true that Gudber was an NPC in the game in the previous life. But this is not an ordinary NPC. To be precise, he is the initiator of the Hidden Professions mission and also the inheritor of the Hidden Profession. After accepting a series of tasks from him and completing them, you will be able to switch to a Hidden Profession, Spirit Master. However, after he had gone to great lengths to complete all the tasks, he ultimately chose not to accept the inheritance. This is because after changing his job to Spirit Master, all his other character data will be solidified and cannot be further improved. This was obviously unacceptable to him at the time. As a player who plays all professions, how could he give up the opportunities for advancement in so many other professions just for one profession? In addition, the career positioning of the Spirit Master is equivalent to a hodgepodge of life professions, so he cares even less. Man, we gotta fight. What is the future of life and career? But things are different now. His current qualifications are 0. Although there are many professions, there is no place for him. Therefore, at this time, the opportunity to become a Spirit Master is undoubtedly a timely help for him. Therefore, without any resistance, he was taken by Gudber to a private room in a public toilet. Why here? Zhou Yun was speechless. Gudebo smiled shyly, I don't have any money, and the inheritance is a matter of great importance, so in order to avoid being seen by outsiders, so. Then hurry up. Zhou Yun said that he could not hold on any longer. The ground was yellow and flies were buzzing in my ears. He is going through a great test. Fortunately, inheritance is not difficult. 3 minutes later, Zhou Yun rushed out of the public toilet, gasping for breath. Fortunately, I managed not to vomit. Just as he was secretly rejoicing, 2 boys walked past him hand in hand. Baby, you're so tight. Hate it. Ugh. Zhou Yun finally couldn't help it. All the disgust this year was given in one day. But that's not the point. The point is, he finally succeeded in changing his job. Name Zhou Yun. Age, 25. Profession, Spirit Master, the Master of Life Professions. Any life skill can undergo wonderful changes in his hands. Level, 1. Strength, 7. Endurance, 7. Intelligence, 7. Spirit, 7. Skills, none. Free attribute points, none. Life-related profession, free attribute points cannot be obtained through leveling up. Equipment, none. Finally, we have a panel. Zhou Yun nodded with satisfaction. Today's panels look ordinary and are actually very ordinary. But this is only temporary. He knew very well that the power of hidden professions was reflected after learning skills. You will know what it is like if you learn a skill. Let's learn some cooking skills first. Zhou Yun thought for a moment and quickly went to the nearby chef's association. Ding! You have successfully mastered the cooking skill, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, after consumption, endurance attribute +1, effect lasts for 1 hour. Ding! Affected by the Spirit Master Profession effect, your cooking skill, fried tomato and egg, has been upgraded to extreme fried tomato and egg. After eating, your endurance attribute will be permanently increased by 1. At this moment, everyone in the world heard the announcement from heaven. Control the heaven and earth, and communicate with the spirits in the dark caves. Hidden profession, the spirit controller is passed down at this moment. Celebrate together. Chapter 3. This notice made Zhou Yun shake his head repeatedly. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. In his opinion, this kind of widely publicized commotion was not a good thing. Fortunately, the notice did not say that he inherited the Spirit Master's skills, otherwise it would be a real big trouble. The Forbidden City, the capital of Daxia. The Heavenly Dao announced that this hidden profession is extraordinary. If it is an enemy, it will definitely pose a considerable threat to us. What if it's one of our own? Given the current situation, this is naturally a timely help. Well, no matter friend or foe, we must find this person as soon as possible and confirm his identity. Leave it to me. Not just Daxia. Countries around the world, including the Eagle Sauce country, the White Bear country, and the Iron Tower country, held emergency meetings almost at the same time. There is only one conference center, and that is to use every possible means to confirm the identity of this spirit master as quickly as possible. Daxia, outside Zhongcheng, in the Red Maple Forest. Wow! A hidden profession. As soon as it appears, there's a heavenly announcement. It's so cool. If it weren't for the announcement from heaven, I wouldn't have known that there are hidden professions in this world. I think this profession must be ridiculously strong. Of course it's necessary. After all these years, how many times has the heavenly notice appeared? I really don't know who is so lucky. It would be great if I could meet him. Strongly agree. Hey! My brother just changed his job today. What do you think? Could it be that my brother changed to this hidden job? You are so naive. How can this be? You won't even let me dream? Captain, please give us your judgment. He Wanyang, who was called the captain, shook his head and laughed. These people are already grown up, but they still bicker like little kids. However, the team member's words just now made her have certain associations. My husband has never changed his job. It would be great if he could change to a hidden job. As soon as this thought came to her mind, she patted her face gently to wake herself up. What are you thinking about? This is a hidden profession, the only one in the world. How can I be so lucky? Besides, my husband has always been very opposed to changing his job. I don't want to think about it anymore. Make money. Come on. Work hard. River City Chefs Association. Zhou Yun blinked, a little surprised. He knew that after switching to a hidden profession and learning skills, there would be a world-class announcement. What surprised him was the change in skills caused by the Spirit Master. Increase endurance attribute +1 within 1 hour, such a time-limited gain effect, under its effect, turned into permanent endurance attribute +1. The time-limited gain becomes a permanent gain. This change is really amazing. Basic attributes are the foundation for all combat professions to exert their combat effectiveness. As a top player in his previous life, he naturally knew the value of this change. So, if I can eat unlimited scrambled eggs with tomatoes, my endurance attribute will be raised to infinity. No, that's too much. It involves a question of appetite size and the timing of consumption. No matter what, let's go home and try it first. After making up his mind, Zhou Yun learned 2 more cooking skills that could be learned at present. Ding! You have successfully mastered the cooking skill, spicy and sour potato shreds. After consumption, the strength attribute is increased by 1, and the effect lasts for 1 hour. Ding! Affected by the Spirit Master Profession effect, your cooking skill, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, has been upgraded to extreme, spicy shredded potatoes. After consumption, your strength attribute is permanently increased by 1. Ding! You have successfully mastered the cooking skill, mapo tofu. After consumption, your endurance and wisdom attributes increase by 1, and the effect lasts for 1 hour. Ding! Affected by the Spirit Master Profession effect, your cooking skill, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, has been upgraded to ultimate, mapo tofu. After consumption, your wisdom attribute is permanently increased by 1. After mastering the skills, he checked the time and rushed to Zhongcheng Kindergarten as fast as he could. At 4:20, Class 2 finished school on time. Mother! Grandpa! Beeb! The little glutinous rice balls rushed into the arms of their family members. Among them, a cute figure with a delicate figure and a pink school bag on his back stood obediently beside the teacher. She looked at the classmates who were picked up first, her eyes full of envy. Cheng, be good. Your mother has something important to do today. She will pick you up later. Can you go back to the office with the teacher first? Yet. Zhou Chengcheng nodded obediently. She's used to it. Just as she turned around and was about to walk back to school with the teacher, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice sounded from not far away. Orange. She immediately stopped and looked back, but found nothing. Orange. The voice sounded again. But this time he appeared behind her. Zhou Chengcheng turned his head again and looked up. When she saw clearly that it was Zhou Yun, she was stunned at first, and then her eyes lit up with surprise. Dad! She immediately broke free from the teacher's hand and hugged Zhou Yun's legs. Haha! Zhou Yun laughed and picked her up. Was Chengcheng good at school today? Yet. The teacher even praised me. On the way home, Chengcheng stayed in Zhou Yun's arms with a sweet smile on her face. During this process, reminders from heaven sounded from time to time. Ding! Family value +1. Ding! Family value +1. Zhou Yun asked casually. Why are all the other kids holding their pets? Are they issued by the school? Chengcheng bit her lip and shook her head slightly. Did their parents buy it for them? Chengcheng hesitated for a moment and nodded. What kind of pet does Chengcheng want? Mom and Dad will buy you one, okay. After a long while, Chengcheng finally replied, I'd rather not. Why? Zhou Yun was a little surprised. But he noticed that during this journey, Xingjun's eyes were always lingering on the pets. Chengcheng grinned and said, because it's too troublesome. There are so many things to do when raising a pet. So that's how it is. Zhou Yun nodded without comment. After going to the supermarket and buying some vegetables, Zhou Yun and his daughter returned home. Of course, he did not forget to call Huaniang on the way to tell her that Chengcheng had received the call. After arriving home, Zhou Yun went to the kitchen and started washing vegetables in preparation for cooking. Chengcheng looked up at the side, confusion written all over his face. Dad. Do you want to cook? Yes. Oh. Chengcheng seemed even more confused. After all, as far as she could remember, her mother had been the cook at home. Zhou Yun laughed, then deliberately put on a serious face and said, What? You don't believe in Dad? No, no. Chengcheng shook her head repeatedly, but the suspicion in her eyes betrayed her. Still saying no? Hey! Zhou Yun opened his hands and pretended to grab. Ah! Chengcheng was so scared that he ran away. With the help of skills, Zhou Yun, who has almost no cooking skills, also made 3 dishes and 1 soup that were acceptable. But even though Zhou Yun thought the cooking skills were just average, Chengcheng was amazed by them. This can be seen from the exclamations she uttered from time to time while she was lying on the dining table. In her opinion, it is amazing that her father can cook. The dishes they make look just as good as those my mom makes, which is even more magical. Click! The door opened. When Chengcheng heard the voice, he immediately ran over. Mom! Dad cooked something today, it looks delicious. Chapter 4. Really? Huaniang looked surprised. They have been married for so many years, but she never knew Zhou Yun could cook. When she came to the living room and saw the food on the dining table, the surprise in her eyes became even greater. This is, you did it. Zhou Yun smiled and nodded, I just learned it, want to try it? My husband's cooking has to be good. Huaniang said as she picked up a piece of scrambled eggs with tomatoes with chopsticks. After tasting it, she opened her eyes wide in surprise, delicious. It's definitely the best scrambled eggs with tomatoes I've ever eaten. Zhou Yun burst out laughing. Everyone knows their own business. It's just a novice work by a beginner, how can it be so exaggerated? Really? Really? Chengcheng climbed onto the stool impatiently. Don't worry, don't worry. Dad will serve you some food. Zhou Yun said quickly. Halfway through the meal, Husband. You helped me pick up Cheng Cheng today and cooked such a delicious meal. Thank you. Zhou Yun raised his head and found that there was a slight glimmer in He Wanniang's eyes. For some reason, the tip of his nose felt sore. What are you talking about? He smiled and said, I am Xingjun's father. It is natural for a father to pick up his daughter from school. What is there to thank me for? As for the food, it's even less worth mentioning. If you and Cheng Cheng like it, I'll do it for you every day. I like it. It's delicious. Cheng Cheng was the first to raise his hand to express his opinion. Seeing Cheng Cheng's serious look with rice grains on his lips, He Wanniang couldn't help but laugh and scolded. You're the only one who talks too much. Dad is very busy. He has important things to do. How can he spend time on such trivial things as cooking? Oh! Cheng Cheng pursed his lips and immediately felt like a deflated ball. Hey! What can I do? Zhou Yun immediately touched Cheng Cheng's head to comfort him. If we talk about the important things, it's nothing more than taking care of my family and making our life better. Cooking is part of it. Husband. He Wanniang was stunned. In her impression, it is impossible for Zhou Yun to say such a thing. In the past, even if he was asked to sweep the floor, he would always make excuses, saying that he was busy. Although she didn't know what he was busy with, she still chose to believe her husband. But today, Zhou Yun seems like a different person. Not only did she pick up Cheng Cheng and cook for him, she also said these words. This made her heart warm. I have never felt this warm since I got married. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhou Yun laughed and said, Don't you believe me? What if I told you that I successfully changed my job today? As expected, He Wanniang's expression became even more surprised. Really, Dad? Cheng Cheng also widened his eyes. Of course it's true. Zhou Yun held her cheek and said lovingly. Dad will make a lot of money in the future and buy you lots of delicious food, okay? Can Dad buy as much candy as you want? Of course. As long as Cheng Cheng wants, Dad will buy the whole candy store. Great. Cheng Cheng flew up happily, his eyes narrowed into slits due to smiling. For her, the happiest thing is to have lots of candies to eat. Honey, is what you said true? He Wanniang still looked incredulous. You really changed your job? Zhou Yun smiled. Spirit Master. He said concisely. Spirit Master. He Wanniang didn't react for a moment. The hidden profession announced by Tiandao today is the Spirit Master. Zhou Yun explained briefly. He Wanniang was stunned at first, and then the joy in her heart instantly turned into loss. I thought my husband really changed his job. If that were the case, the burden on the family would be greatly reduced. Pity. She sighed inwardly and forced a smile. Don't joke around, I almost took it seriously. I'm not kidding. Zhou Yun's expression became serious. Snap. Choose to display your personal information panel externally. Immediately, a translucent panel appeared in the air. The appearance of the panel shocked Cheng Cheng and He Wanniang. It's Dad. Cheng Cheng pointed at the two words Zhou Yun on the panel and smiled. Although she was only 5 years old, she knew that was her father's name. Then, she pointed to the 3 unfamiliar words in the occupation column and asked, Mom, how do you pronounce those 3 words? Spirit Master. It's the Spirit Master, Cheng Cheng. Dad changed his job. He became a Spirit Master. The only profession in the world, a profession announced by the Heavenly Dao. Spirit Master. He Wanniang's voice was trembling. She was obviously very happy and wanted to laugh, but what came out was a crying voice. Marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. Over the years, countless people have said that she married the wrong person. Many people who have worse conditions than her are now living a prosperous life. But after she got married, her living conditions took a sharp turn for the worse. Especially her parents, every time they mentioned her marriage, they looked full of regret. But she didn't take it to heart. Everyone has his own destiny. And this is my fate. Now, the 3 words Spirit Master were like a sun, crashing into her dark and dim world. Who said my husband is idle? Who said that my husband is incompetent and can only live off his wife? Who said that my husband is just a good-looking guy but actually a waste? Nonsense. My husband is either silent or amazing when he does. For 10 years, no one cared about him, but he changed his job and everyone knew about it. It is like a great rock that soars up to 90,000 miles with the wind one day. As she screamed in her heart, tears as big as beans fell into her bowl one after another. Wife. Zhou Yun came behind her without her noticing and hugged her. It's been hard for you all these years. Huanyang turned around, snuggled into his arms, and began to cry loudly. Zhou Yun sighed. After 5 years of marriage, Huanyang has transformed herself from a wealthy lady who has never done housework to a strong woman who is proficient in housework and can also go out to work and make money. It is not difficult to imagine the hardships involved. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Cheng Cheng also ran over and opened his arms. Mom and Dad, hug me. Zhou Yun opened his hands and the whole family hugged together. Warm and reliable. After a long while, Huanyang wiped away her tears and said with a smile, Cheng Cheng, go eat quickly, the food is getting cold. Hubby, eat it too. I'm fine, I'm just so happy. At her urging, the family continued to eat. While eating, Cheng Cheng suddenly said, Mom and Dad. I heard a hint from the heavenly Dao. Huanyang laughed and said, you little fool. What nonsense are you talking about? Nothing major has happened, how did you hear the hint from the heavenly Dao? Really? Cheng Cheng tried to express himself, just now I clearly heard Tian Dao tell me that my endurance attribute is permanently +1. Chapter 5. Endurance attribute permanently +1. Huanyang blinked and pulled Cheng Cheng over to check again. If this is really a hint from heaven, then it's a great thing. But why is it like this all of a sudden for no reason? Because it's this plate of fried tomatoes and eggs. Zhou Yun pointed at the plate with his chopsticks as a matter of course. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes is one of Xingjun's favorite dishes. She ate most of the whole dish by herself. One of the skills of the Spirit Master is that as long as you eat the food I cook, you will gain permanent attribute growth. What? Huanyang widened her eyes. Can you gain permanent attribute growth by eating vegetables? Is there anything so outrageous? It's unheard of. Attributes are the most basic and important for any combat profession. The only way to permanently improve attributes is by upgrading equipment, except for using free attribute points during leveling. She is a level 19 swordsman who believes that her strength is of average level. Her highest strength attribute is currently 103 points. If these 103 strength attributes are increased by eating vegetables, it would be equivalent to eating 103 plates of vegetables. If you eat a little less a day, based on 3 meals and 6 dishes, it would be an increase of 6 points. 103 attributes can be achieved in about 17 days. 17 days? It took her 3 years to grow to where she is now. After doing some calculations, a sense of absurdity arose. No, 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 she shook her head repeatedly, there must be some kind of limitation to this method of improvement, right? For example, it can only be triggered once a day. Probably not. Zhou Yun casually demonstrated the effect of extreme tomato scrambled eggs to others. After Huanyang read it carefully, she felt surprised and happy. What's surprising is that there actually aren't any clear restrictions in the skill description. The joy is that such a skill with terrifying potential is in the hands of her husband. An idea came to her mind, and she pointed at the spicy and sour potato shreds on the table and asked, "What about this dish? Can I gain attributes after eating it?" "Yes. Zhou Yun affirmed, spicy and sour potato shreds provide strength attributes, and mapo tofu provides wisdom attributes. He can actually do all of them. He Wanyang was so excited that her cheeks turned slightly red, making her look extremely beautiful. The wisdom attribute provides spell damage, which is not very useful for her as a swordsman who relies on physical damage output. However, the attributes of strength and endurance are what she needs. Moreover, the more of these two attributes, the better. To verify, she picked up a few more pieces of spicy and sour potato shreds with her chopsticks. Sure enough, after a while she heard the hint from heaven. Ding! You ate the extremely spicy and sour potato shreds. Your strength attribute is permanently increased by 1. In an instant, a warm current appeared out of nowhere from her danchan and flowed to her limbs and bones. She was very familiar with this feeling. It was exactly the change in her body every time she added points to her strength attribute. Honey! You are so awesome! You are really the best husband in the world! She praised happily. The best! The best! Cheng Cheng echoed. Ha ha ha, Zhou Yun laughed. What man can resist the praise from his wife and daughter? Ding! Family value plus 50. Zhou Yun laughed even louder. Ever since I've been getting along with my daughter and wife, I've been notified from time to time that my affection level has been rising. This time, it increased by 50 points in one go. So far, the increased family affection value has reached 103 points. After the meal, He Wanyang and Zhou Yun's strength, endurance, and wisdom attributes increased by 1 point respectively. Since Cheng Cheng has a small appetite and focuses on eating scrambled eggs with tomatoes, only his endurance attribute increases a little. However, Zhou Yun and his wife are already very satisfied with this. After all, Cheng Cheng is only 5 years old and is far from the age to change careers. Even if she continues to grow at this rate, by the time she is 16 and is able to change her job, her personal attributes will have grown to quite terrifying numbers. I changed my job to a hidden job, so please don't tell anyone, okay? After cleaning up, Zhou Yun gave specific instructions to Cheng Cheng. Yet, although he didn't know why, Cheng Cheng still nodded very seriously. Zhou Yun smiled with satisfaction. Cheng Cheng has always been tight-lipped, so he feels relieved. He Wanyang's expression at the side also became slightly solemn. She understood the danger that would come if Zhou Yun's identity was leaked. Even with the protection of the state, their family will have to say goodbye to their ordinary life. This is definitely not what she wants. After sending Cheng Cheng away, she took Zhou Yun's hand and sat on the sofa. Husband, if one day your identity is exposed, what should we do? Zhou Yun smiled slightly and smoothed her brows. The truth will come to light sooner or later. But I promise you that no matter what, I will protect our family and keep them safe and happy. After hearing this, He Wanyang felt a lot less uneasy for some reason. Although Zhou Yun's tone was not passionate, she felt a strong sense of confidence from it. Yet, she felt relieved and snuggled into Zhou Yun's arms. Zhou Yun took the opportunity to open his arms and hug her. But when he touched her arm, he felt something was wrong. He Wanyang seemed to have noticed the problem and quickly stood up. Are you thirsty? I'll go get you a glass of water. I'm not thirsty. Zhou Yun immediately thought of something, grabbed her left wrist and pulled up her sleeve. Immediately, 3 shocking scars appeared before his eyes. They were like 3 hills, almost occupying He Wanyang's entire left arm, which was not very strong. Zhou Yun's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Even the scars are so hideous, how painful must it be for her when she was injured? He Wanyang broke free from Zhou Yun, and then said indifferently. Nothing. I was caught by accident when I was fighting the Thunderhorn Wolf last year. I'm fine now. Where's the pastor? Zhou Yun stared at her. Where is the pastor of your organization? Why don't you seek treatment from the pastor? As long as he can afford it, a priest can even reattach his broken limbs. If there is a priest to treat, there will be no scars at all. Huanyang turned sideways to avoid Zhou Yun's gaze. Pastors are also very busy, you know, we are an organization of 100 people. And even if it's a priest in the organization, it costs $100 for one treatment. It's not worth it for such a small injury. Her voice became smaller and smaller, and in the end, it was almost as loud as a mosquito's. Huanyang. Zhou Yun felt both guilty and distressed. I am sorry for you. Over the years, As he spoke, he pulled Huanyang's right wrist. Unexpectedly, the feeling from her right wrist was wrong again. Under Zhou Yun's suddenly sharp gaze, she timidly pulled up her sleeves, revealing a large black scar on her left wrist that had been covered by her long sleeves. About a month ago, I was bitten by a black-toothed python while fighting it. Zhou Yun's face sank slightly. He had a bad guess. There is a scar on my right arm and left wrist, but what about other parts of my body? It couldn't be a coincidence that the only two injured areas were discovered by me, right? Come with me to the room, if you still consider me your husband. Chapter 6. About 3 minutes later, Zhou Yun's bad guess came true. In addition to the scars on her arms and wrists, Huanyang's body is also covered with scars. These scars were of varying ages, and Zhou Yun was shocked to see them. No wonder, as far as I can remember, she suddenly asked to sleep in separate quilts starting a year ago. No wonder, from that time on, she insisted on turning off the lights before going to bed. Even when I change clothes, he is not allowed to see me, let alone having S**X. For this reason, he had made many bad guesses. Until today, the truth came to light. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yun said decisively, go for treatment tomorrow and get it all cured in one go. Everyone loves beauty. Ordinary people would easily feel inferior if they had a few scars, let alone Huanyang. Really not necessary. Huanyang's first reaction was to refuse. But when her eyes met Zhou Yun's, her tone softened instantly. Besides, I have so many scars on my body, the priest will definitely charge me a lot more. Zhou Yun said without hesitation, no matter how much money it costs, we must first. Before she could finish her words, Huanyang's cell phone rang. It's Teacher Cheng calling. She said after taking a look. Teacher Cheng? Zhou Yun looked at Huanyang's back as she answered the phone, feeling a little confused. Because when there is something going on in school, we will notify and contact each other in the Ding Ding group, and rarely use phone calls. And even if something happened, I met the teacher at the school gate today. Why didn't the teacher mention it at that time? This was a long phone call. After talking for nearly 20 minutes, Huanyang hung up the phone, turned her back to Zhou Yun, and stood quietly in front of the window, not knowing what she was thinking. What's the matter? Zhou Yun walked over and asked. Huanyang just shook her head. Zhou Yun realized something was wrong and said in a slightly more serious tone, no matter what happens, we are husband and wife and should shoulder the responsibility together. I couldn't help much in the past, but it's different now. I changed my job and it's a hidden job. Perhaps it was the words hidden profession that moved Huanyang. After hesitating for a while, she said. The teacher said that Cheng doesn't fit in at school and is isolated by other children. What? Zhou Yun's brows raised instantly after hearing this. Cheng is so smart, pretty, cute, and has a good personality. She is loved by everyone in the community. How could she be unsociable? Still isolated? Why? Zhou Yun asked. Because other children have pets, but Cheng doesn't. Pet? Zhou Yun was stunned. He thought of the look Cheng gave other children's pets this afternoon. He understood a little, because everyone has it but Cheng doesn't, so we can't fit in and feel isolated. Right. Zhou Yun was so angry that he laughed, just because of this. It's just a pet. If they have it, we should have it too. Then buy one. Huanyang sighed when he heard this. That's not an ordinary pet, it's a combat pet. To be precise, they are some artificially crossbred monster cubs. Although they are not as powerful as real monsters, they all have a certain combat capability. Ordinary cats and dogs simply cannot withstand their pressure. Moreover, once this kind of combat pet recognizes its master, it will be very protective of its master and is a good guardian of children. After saying so much, Zhou Yun finally understood. Not cheap, is it? Huanyang nodded. 100,000. This is the price of an ordinary combat pet. 100,000. Zhou Yun's heart was slightly shaken. It's just a child's pet, but it costs 100,000 yuan? In his previous life, he had also heard of such things as combat pets. But since it would not play any role in real professional battles, he didn't pay attention to it. He could never have imagined that this kind of pet for entertainment could be sold at such a price. You know, even a real Warcraft cub would only cost a few $1,000s. Then how much money is left in our family account? When mentioning this, Huanyang's tone immediately turned to self-blame. Only, less than 5,000. Less than 5,000. Combining Cheng Cheng's performance in the afternoon, Zhou Yun suddenly realized. No wonder. No wonder Cheng Cheng is clearly envious of those pets, but says he doesn't want them because he thinks raising pets is troublesome. How could she find it troublesome? She clearly knew that combat pets were expensive and her family couldn't afford them. She doesn't want to cause trouble to her family. His eyes suddenly became a little sore. My daughter is very sensible. Wife, you work very hard. Only I, at this age, am a loser and can't help it all. Even when my daughter wanted to buy a combat pet, I couldn't afford it and couldn't satisfy her. He smiled, his eyes became firm. Wife, don't worry, leave this matter to me. After school tomorrow at the latest, I will find a battle pet for Cheng Cheng that she will be satisfied with. Husband. Huanyang was surprised at first, then a hint of doubt flashed across her face, and finally she showed a gentle and trusting smile. The next morning, Huanyang took Cheng Cheng to school as usual. The difference was that at this time of the day, Zhou Yun was not lying in bed, but was seeing them off after having breakfast with them. Dad. Can you still pick up Cheng Cheng after school today? Certainly. Really? Real? What about tomorrow? Is that okay? That's fine. What about the day after tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? The day after the big day after tomorrow. It's all right. As long as Cheng Cheng wants, Dad will go there every day. Oh. That's great. After watching his wife and daughter go away, Zhou Yun also walked out. He was going to deal with the battle pet issue. But he didn't plan to buy it. 100,000 yuan to buy a low-end Warcraft cub whose combat power has been castrated? Even if he really had money, he would not be taken advantage of like this. He was going to catch a real Warcraft cub for Cheng Cheng to use as a combat pet. It is true that Warcraft cubs are wild and difficult to tame. Untamed Warcraft cubs can easily hurt people and are even less likely to recognize their masters. This is also an important reason why the prices of combat pets remain high. But there are exceptions to everything. When the quality of a monster reaches a certain level, its intelligence will be greatly enhanced. Not only can they recognize their masters, but they can also communicate with their masters mentally and cooperate in combat. They are therefore called high-level magical beasts. Zhou Yun's target is the cubs of high-level magical beasts. After taking the bus for a morning, Zhou Yun arrived at the edge of the danger zone. The so-called dangerous areas refer to areas where monsters are active frequently and cannot be controlled by humans. If professionals enter without permission, the mortality rate will be over 50%. But Zhou Yun has to keep moving forward, his destination is deeper. After waiting for a long time, he finally stopped an armored vehicle. The armored vehicle is a special vehicle designed to pass through dangerous areas. It is similar to a taxi and picks up passengers to make money. Master, do you want to go to the frozen snowfield? Ice-covered snowfield. The driver was very surprised. That place is a forbidden area. The average level of the monsters there is above level 90, and the mortality rate of professionals is over 99%. Are you going there to die? Are we going then? Zhou Yun asked again. Go, the driver gritted his teeth and said, you have to pay more. Chapter 7. After some bargaining, the two sides finally reached a deal for 1,000 yuan. When paying, Zhou Yun's heart was bleeding. $1,000. I still had to ask my wife to transfer the money at the last minute. If time wasn't so tight, he would rather walk there on foot. But let me be frank. The armored vehicle driver's skills are beyond reproach. Although they encountered many monsters along the way, they were able to avoid them one by one thanks to their driving skills and the special paint on the car. Finally, Zhou Yun safely arrived at the outskirts of the frozen snowfield, just outside the outskirts. Why is it called this? Because this place is at least 3 kilometers away from the edge of the frozen snowfield. Brother, it's not that I don't want to take you there, it's just that this place is already the limit. The driver clasped his hands together and pleaded. If we go any further, there's a good chance that a snow demon will appear, running out of the frozen snowfield. We work in this industry just to earn hard-earned money, and this is really unbearable. Although Zhou Yun was somewhat dissatisfied, he could understand what the other party said, so he did not say much. As soon as he got out of the car, the driver drove away at a speed, as if he was afraid that he would change his mind. Zhou Yun shook his head. This means I have the confidence. Otherwise, if it were someone else, after hearing what the driver said, they might have backed out immediately. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly heard someone calling him, friend, friend. Zhou Yun looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man with noble appearance, surrounded by a group of guards. What's the matter? He looked the middle-aged man up and down, confusion flashing in his eyes. The frozen snowfield is an officially recognized forbidden area, where the average level of Warcraft is above level 90. Excluding the NPC forces that have merged from the game world, the current average level of professionals around the world is only level 20. Generally speaking, there will be a power suppression between professionals and Warcraft if there is a difference of 3 levels. A difference of 10 levels means there is basically no chance of winning. There is a terrifying level difference of 70 levels between level 20 and level 90. He couldn't understand why the middle-aged man appeared here. With their configuration, they would be killed instantly in a head-on battle even if they rushed forward in a rush. There was no possibility of conquering the monster at all. It's like this. The middle-aged man came to Zhou Yun amidst the crowd. I think my friend's target should be the frozen snowfield, right? That's right. Zhou Yun nodded readily. He has the confidence, so he is not afraid of anyone playing tricks on him. Great. The middle-aged man was delighted. If my friend finds the frozen snow lotus on the road, could you help bring it back? No matter the quality or grade, as long as it's frozen snow lotus, you name the price. I'll take whatever I can get. Frozen snow lotus? Zhou Yun felt even more puzzled. In his understanding, although the frozen snow lotus is a specialty of the frozen snowfield, its output is low and its uses are not many. Only a small amount is needed when preparing a very small number of high-level potions, so in the previous life, its price was not high. Okay. Zhou Yun agreed. For him, collecting frozen snow lotus is a piece of cake. Thank you so much. The middle-aged man bowed repeatedly and was very polite. Although he didn't understand why, Zhou Yun didn't ask too many questions. He walked forward a little and came to a place where there was no one. He muttered silently. Log in, Demon King. Ding. Do you want to log in as the level 999 character, Demon King? Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, all kinds of elements nearby seemed to be summoned by some mysterious power and gathered towards him. Soon, an oversized vortex made up of elements formed in the sky. After processing the elements, the vortex split into 7 colorful light bands and coiled towards Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun himself also began to float up unconsciously. He felt the familiar power coming back. That is the power of the Demon Emperor. That is the end of the magician. That is, the commander of the elements. Bang, bang, bang. Pieces of equipment glowing with dark golden light appeared on him. Robes, hats, belts, shoes, necklaces, bracelets, rings. Finally, Zhou Yun clenched his fist hard, and a huge staff 2 meters long with a lotus pod-like top appeared in his hand. The lotus pod on the top of the staff is inlaid with 7 gems, each with its own unique image. Red gems, rising like flames. Blue gems flow like drops of water. Purple gem, flashing like thunder. A yellow gemstone, as heavy as the earth. Woo! Ah! Suddenly, the cries of monsters could be heard one after another from the outskirts of the usually silent frozen snowfield. Boss! Let's go! Something is wrong here. Danger! Extremely dangerous. The monsters have never behaved so abnormally before. Something big must have happened. If we don't leave now, we may not be able to leave. This is the roar of the monsters in panic. They must be in great danger and terror. We definitely can't resist an object that the monsters are so afraid of. Boss! Let's go! The bodyguards near the middle-aged man were trying their best to persuade him. However, the middle-aged man stared at the strange phenomenon in the sky, his face full of excitement. Did you see that? The strange change in the sky. Some kind of miraculous change must have occurred there. You say? Is it possible? There is a peerless snow lotus growing there. The bodyguards looked at each other in silence. It's already this time, and you're still thinking about Zhou Yun? My life is almost gone. Besides, even if there is a peerless snow lotus, there must be an extremely terrifying monster guarding it. Where can we get our hands on it? Bang! A bodyguard acted decisively, knocked the middle-aged man unconscious with a knife, and then evacuated quickly with everyone else. On the other side, Zhou Yun's changes have ended. Ding! Successfully logged into the Demon King character. Every minute you log in will consume 100 points of affection. Any time less than 1 minute will be counted as 1 minute. As the prompt appeared, the vision in the sky also dissipated. The whole process seems very long, but it actually only takes about 5 seconds. Just when Zhou Yun completely logged into the role of Demon King, the Heavenly Dao announcement covered the entire area. Ding! The Master of Elements, the glory of the magician. The super strong, the Demon King, is coming at this moment. Scare! In an instant, the snowfields, forests, and valleys were frozen. Everyone in this area, within a radius of 500 miles, was terribly shocked. Demon Emperor? What is that? Master of the Elements, the glory of the magician. Super strong. What kind of powerful person is he that can make the Heavenly Dao announce it for him? Could it be related to the strange phenomenon that appeared in the sky just now? For a time, people were talking about it and all kinds of speculations arose in their minds. Zhou Yun was not aware of this. Sizzle! There was a flash of lightning in his eyes, and his whole body turned into a flash of lightning, cutting through the sky and instantly arriving right above the frozen snowfield. Family affection is limited, so let's make it quick and decisive. Looking at the vast ice field below, he murmured softly and raised the staff in his hand. 9 dragons fire. The furnace of heaven and earth. Burn. Holy fire heavenly expedition. Chapter 8. Leave the fire. Tianzheng. As if in response to Zhou Yun, a whisper of 4 words appeared between heaven and earth. As these 4 words were spoken, the staff in Zhou Yun's hand changed. Among the 7 gems, the ruby that was burning like a flame suddenly glowed brightly red and rose violently. At the same time, the air of the entire frozen snowfield began to distort. The ice, snow, and icebergs began to melt rapidly, but strangely no steam appeared. It was as if it was swallowed by some invisible creature. Only Zhou Yun knew that this was the unique effect of Luo Tianzheng. Luo Tianzheng, as a holy magic, can make creatures in the area continuously lose blood by a percentage of their maximum health, and also has an invisible burning effect. The reason why he chose Luo Tianzheng was because he wanted to find the cubs of the frozen polar bear as quickly as possible. Frozen white bear, one of the level 100 version of the mythical beasts. They are highly intelligent, have strong combat capabilities, are capable of both protection and offense, and are very loyal after signing the contract. In his opinion, the frozen white bear is an excellent choice as a combat pet for Cheng Cheng. However, the frozen polar bear is completely white, blending in with the frozen snowfield, and is better at camouflage, making it very difficult to find. The reason why he used Luo Tianzheng was to clear away the ice and snow to facilitate the search. In just 10 seconds, the ice and snow on the frozen snowfield almost disappeared, revealing the yellow-brown land. In this way, all kinds of magical beasts living in the frozen snowfields became invisible to Zhou Yun. Especially the frozen white bear is snow-white all over, which is extremely eye-catching. Just as he began to look far and wide, the hints from heaven began to ring in Zhou Yun's ears. Ding! You killed the monster, frozen flying fox, experience plus 12,545. Ding! You killed the monster, the frozen snow eagle, experience plus 13,524. Ding! You killed the monster, the frozen white bear, experience plus 14,073. After hearing the prompt, Zhou Yun quickly stopped Luo Tianzheng and continued. Although the experience points gained by killing monsters here may seem considerable to others, for him, a level 999 Demon King, it can't even make his experience bar move. The reason why it was prompted that some monsters were killed by him was probably because these monsters were already injured from fighting each other. 17 seconds, 43 seconds left. Zhou Yun calculated the time silently in his mind. 1 minute consumes 100 points of affection, so he wants to maximize his use of it. With a wave of his staff, he turned into lightning again, patrolling the sky above the frozen snowfield. Soon, he made a discovery. A frozen white bear as big as a human baby was lying weakly beside a rock beside the canyon. Near it, there were 2 huge frozen white bears, motionless, with weak vitality, and in a dying state. Zhou Yun waved his right hand, and a stream of green air wrapped around the frozen white bear cub and rolled it over. The departure of the frozen polar bear cubs caused the 2 adult frozen polar bears to let out a weak growl. As if in response, the frozen polar bear cub also made a whimpering sound, and its 4 furry short legs kept scratching in Zhou Yun's hands. Is that your mom and dad? Zhou Yun muttered to himself. The scene brought back some emotions. If it were in his previous life, he wouldn't have thought so much. But now, he couldn't help but think of himself and Cheng Cheng. If Cheng Cheng is snatched away by some powerful being someday, I'm afraid I will. Thinking of this, he made a decision in his heart. He held the frozen white bear cub in his left hand and held the staff in his right hand, then tapped the ground lightly. Extreme Frost Ice Realm. As soon as the words fell. Bang! 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 There was a sound of ice crystals condensing in the air. It was a sunny day, but heavy snow started falling out of nowhere. Due to the special characteristics of the frozen snowfield area, after Zhou Yun withdrew from the Luo Tianzheng, the temperature of the area itself began to drop again. With the help of the Frost Ice Realm, the entire frozen snowfield began to recover visibly. Different places have different water and soil, and different monsters grow there. The restoration of the frozen snowfield also revitalized the magical beasts living here. The sudden high temperature of Luotianzhang almost killed them all. But the ice and snow in the frost world is the source of their life. With the nourishment of frost, the vitality of the two adult frozen polar bears began to gradually recover. That should be fine, Zhou Yun said as he touched the little white bear. 13 seconds left. He muttered to himself, took a step forward, and came to the peak of an iceberg. If I remember correctly. He clenched his right hand into a palm, gathered some strength, and the green wind blade condensed in an instant. Go! With a low shout, the wind blade in his hand flew out. The wind blade was only half a meter wide at first, but it grew longer as it faced the wind. By the time it landed on the top of the mountain, it was already 100 meters high. Base. After an extremely slight friction sound, the wind blade flew into the sky. But the peak of the iceberg began to slide down obliquely. At the foot of the mountain, a small cave suddenly appeared. In the center of the cave, there is an ice pool. In the middle of the ice pond, there is an antique wooden box. Zhou Yun instantly came to the wooden box, reached out to take it away, and by the way, took away a dozen frozen snow lotuses that were shining with precious light on the ice pond. Boom! Only then did the mountain fall to the ground, making a huge noise. After Zhou Yun left and disappeared, the giant frozen python coiled on the mountain wall in the cave dared to spit out its tongue, feeling grateful that it was still alive. 5 seconds. Zhou Yun recited silently in his heart, and turned into thunder and flew rapidly in the air. Boom! Wherever the thunder passed, there was a muffled thunderous sound and the monsters were terrified. 0.5 seconds later, he arrived at the supply point closest to the frozen snowfield. Another 1.2 seconds later, he appeared above Crescent Bay. The average level of the monsters here is around level 40, and sporadic adventure groups have already appeared. Another second later, he passed Songfeng Ridge. This is also where the current mainstream professionals level up. The sudden sound of muffled thunder made people look up at the sky in surprise. It took him another 0.3 seconds to appear at the door of his house. Open the door. Come in. After taking the wooden box and the frozen snow lotus out of the solidified space and putting down the frozen white bear cub in his arms, he immediately said, "Log out." As the power faded away like the tide, the reminder sound of the heavenly Dao rang out. Ding! Logged out. This time, the character logged in is the Demon King. The total time is 59.08 seconds, and the family value consumed is 100 points. Current remaining family affection value, 26 points. Call. Zhou Yun fell on the sofa and let out a long sigh. Less than 1 second left before timeout. If the time limit is exceeded, he doesn't have a second 100 family points to pay. As for overdraft, I dare not do that. He didn't dare to believe that there would be a surprise if there was an overdraft. Overdraft is almost scary. After feeling relieved, he felt a surge of joy in his heart. After all, although it cost a lot on the way there, I ran a lot back when I came back. Not a penny spent. Free of charge. Huge profit. Next, I have to go buy groceries, prepare them, and then go pick up orange. Chapter 9. The kindergarten is dismissed on time at 4:20 in the afternoon. Unlike last time, this time Zhou Yun arrived at the school gate early and waited. And this time, He Wanyang also arrived in time. Dad. Mom. While Zhou Chengcheng was still queuing, she saw the two of them from afar and jumped and waved happily. After the group left the school, she was the first to rush over. Zhou Yun laughed and hugged her. Chengcheng, are you happy at school today? Happy. Zhou Chengcheng answered without any hesitation, just like yesterday. However, just as she finished speaking, a little boy in her class suddenly said, "What's so fun about playing by yourself?" Humph. Zhou Yun's eyes narrowed immediately, he bent down, smiled and asked. Little boy, does Cheng Cheng play alone in class? Don't say that. Cheng Cheng immediately glared at the little boy angrily. But the little boy was not afraid of her at all, he rolled his eyes and said indifferently. Of course. She doesn't even have a battle pet, who would want to play with her? The two little girls walking in front suddenly turned around and pointed at Cheng Cheng when they heard this. Poor BD. Poor BD. Although their behavior was immediately stopped by their parents, Zhou Yun and Huanyang's faces still turned ugly. As a parent, the thing we cannot stand the most is our children being bullied. What's especially interesting is that it's like this at the school gate now, but what about inside the school? But Cheng Cheng just pursed her lips tightly, lowered her head, said nothing, and looked like she was trying hard to hold back. Zhou Yun saw this and felt heartbroken. A flame in my heart also rose up. My dear daughter, is this how you bully her? At this time, the teacher walked over quickly and whispered, Xingjun's father, Xingjun's mother, don't be angry first. Regarding this matter, the school has communicated with the children and parents involved several times. But combat pets are a big trend now, and it's hard for schools to do a one-size-fits-all approach. I have discussed the specific situation in detail with Cheng Cheng's mother last night. I still give the same advice. If conditions permit, it will always be good for the children. The teacher's words stopped there. Although Huanyang understood clearly, her expression was still reluctant. Some things are indeed easy to say. But a penny can make a hero fall. How could they afford a combat pet that costs hundreds or even hundreds of thousands of dollars? But to her surprise, Zhou Yun took over the teacher's words. He just smiled and said. The teacher is right. A combat pet can not only protect Cheng Cheng's safety, but also serve as a companion. It can also allow her to get in touch with the world of professionals in advance. The most important thing is to help her integrate into the group. We definitely support this kind of thing that kills multiple birds with one stone. Teacher, don't worry. Tomorrow, Cheng Cheng will bring his battle pet to school. Really? That's great. The teacher was surprised and relieved at the same time. She was worried about this matter a lot. On the bus on the way home, Huanyang looked at Cheng Cheng, then at Zhou Yun, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Zhou Yun gently held her hand and comforted her, You, don't worry. How can I not be worried? Huanyang sighed, You know the situation, and you still. Although the two of them tried to avoid the question in their words, the smart Cheng Cheng heard it right away. She pulled Zhou Yun's clothes and said, Dad, I really don't want a battle pet. You don't have to buy one. Zhou Yun deliberately frowned and said. What? I, your father, am a real man, a 7-foot-tall man, and I will keep my word. Since I told you to bring your battle pet to school, you must do it. But... The worry on Xingjun's face remained. No buts. Zhou Yun said with a smile, Trust Dad. There will be a surprise waiting for you when we get home. Surprise? Cheng Cheng and Huanyang looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. When they got home, Zhou Yun opened the door, followed by Huanyang and Cheng Cheng. As soon as he entered the door, Cheng Cheng couldn't wait to start searching. But she did not forget the surprise Zhou Yun mentioned on the bus. With just a quick glance, she immediately discovered a ball of white fur on the sofa. It has fat paws, fluffy hair, a round body, and a pair of round black eyes. While Orange was looking at it, it was also looking at Orange. Such a humane action, coupled with her silly and cute appearance, instantly made her cute. Daddy, she almost screamed, Xiang Xiang. It's little Xiang Xiang. So cute. Ha 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 ha, Zhou Yun laughed out loud. However, the next second, his face darkened and he shouted at the frozen white bear. Who allowed you to get on the sofa? Come down now. If you poop or pee and make the blanket dirty, I'll beat you up. Woo woo. The frozen white bear shuddered all over and quickly jumped off the sofa. He covered his head with his front paws and lay on the ground trembling. Even now Zhou Yun no longer has that terrifying aura. However, his unrivaled power on the frozen snowfield was deeply imprinted into its soul. Dad! Can you please stop scolding it? It looks so pitiful. Chang immediately stood in front of the frozen white bear and spoke up for it. Is it pitiful? Zhou Yun shook his head and laughed. Even though it's just a cub, it's still a frozen polar bear. Level 100 version of the mythical beast. It has initial attributes and skills that far exceed its peers, as well as an extraordinary growth ceiling, which can be capped at level 100. If he really shows his power, even the strongest human being today would have to kneel down. If it is still pitiful, then nothing is not pitiful. Seeing that Zhou Yun stopped scolding the frozen white bear, Chang turned around, squatted down and said to comfort him. Don't be afraid, little bear, sister will protect you. And our little bear certainly won't pee anywhere, right? The frozen white bear nodded repeatedly. Zhou Yun taught him about urination and defecation in the afternoon. To prove it with practical action, it immediately trotted into the toilet. Then, there was a hissing sound. This stunned Chang. Huanyang was also very surprised. It's true that some powerful monsters are quite intelligent, but for such a small cub to be able to go to the toilet like a human is really extraordinary. Honey, where did this little bear come from? Did you buy it? Huanyang came to Zhou Yun and asked in a low voice. Yes. I bought it. Zhou Yun answered with a smile. 1,000. Right. Impossible. Huanyang immediately expressed her disbelief. You can't buy such a psychic pet even if you spend 100,000 yuan. Zhou Yun just laughed and said nothing. 100 pieces for 1,000 yuan is just 100,000 yuan, of course you can't buy it. In the early days of the 100 level version of the previous life, a wealthy summoner offered a reward of 100 million, but was unable to buy the cub of the frozen white bear. Even at the end of level 100, the price of a frozen white bear cub remained stable at around 10 million. Huanyang was annoyed by Zhou Yun's mysteriousness, so he punched him lightly. Tell me, what kind of monster is it? Why have I never seen it before? Zhou Yun smiled, why don't you use your detection skills to see for yourself? Huanyang's pretty face turned slightly red. Detection skills are a must-have skill for almost every professional, and of course she also has it. I was so surprised just now that I actually forgot about it. At this time, the frozen white bear had just come out of the bathroom, and she immediately cast a detection spell over there. Under the detection technique, the panel information of the frozen white bear appeared immediately. But she only took a look and her pupils dilated. Chapter 10. Name Frozen White Bear. Age, 3 months, larval stage. Grade, Divine Beast. Level, 14. Strength, 162. Endurance, 173. Intelligence, 151. Spirit, 149. Talent, Ice and Snow. Ice skills have 100% more power, immune to ice damage, and vitality recovery speed in frost environment plus 300%. Skill 1, Blizzard, Advanced, summon a blizzard to attack enemies in range. Skill 2, Ice Wall, Advanced, conditions an ice wall to block incoming attacks. Free attribute points, none. Equipment, none. Hiss. Huanyang took a breath of cold air. Divine Beast. It turned out to be a divine beast. Even in the larval stage, any one of its attributes is higher than her highest attribute. Seeing the frozen white bear running towards Chang, she took a step forward to block in front of Chang and at the same time, completed her arming. The equipment was instantly ready, and the sword in his hand pointed directly at the frozen white bear. Orange is dangerous, she growled. Mom! Cheng was confused. He Wanyang did not answer her, but looked at the frozen white bear vigilantly. There is a huge gap in strength between the two sides. If a fight really breaks out, she will definitely lose. But a mother is strong. She would do anything to protect her daughter. She just didn't understand why Zhou Yun would bring such a dangerous monster home. Woo woo. The frozen white bear felt He Wanyang's hostility and whimpered in grievance. Blame me, blame me. Zhou Yun shook his head and smiled bitterly. He scolded, what are you standing there for? Why don't you recognize your master quickly, stupid bear? Recognize the master. He Wanyang was stunned. This is a divine beast. Given the majesty of this divine beast, who is worthy of being its master? Not to mention making it recognize its master voluntarily? But just as it was stunned, the frozen white bear, sensing Zhou Yun's anger, did not dare to delay for a moment. It slapped the ground with its right paw, and a golden magic circle immediately appeared in front of it. Then, a phantom of a frozen white bear floated out of his body and entered the magic circle. Then, the magic circle began to shrink while spinning rapidly and turned into a golden bead. Before He Wanyang could react, the golden bead sank into Xingjun's forehead. Cheng. He Wanyang held Xingjun's face and asked anxiously, how are you? Cheng blinked, Mom, I'm fine. I heard the voice of heaven again. Heaven said that the frozen white bear has signed a soul contract with me. From now on, I am its master. Soul contract? A trace of confusion flashed across He Wanyang's eyes. She was not unfamiliar with the concept of contract recognition. But everyone signs the contract with blood. Soul contract, what is it? She thought to herself and used the detection technique on the frozen white bear again. This time, she noticed something different. In its information panel, there is a new item called Master. And what the Master displayed was Xingjun's full name, Zhou Cheng. Moreover, the words soul contract are also noted at the back. Zhou Yun smiled and said, how is it? Are you relieved now? A soul contract is more advanced than a blood contract, and the bond between master and servant is deeper. Not only can both parties share experience, but if either party is in danger, the other party can be summoned to fight together. What a powerful contract effect! He Wanyang exclaimed. After working hard outside for many years, she immediately understood the value of the soul contract. It's just. She slowly looked at Zhou Yun, how do you know all this? How did it come from? Zhou Yun pondered for a moment, sat on the sofa, and his expression became serious. Actually, for some reasons, I came back from 10 years in the future. Not only the soul contract, I also know many other things that you don't know. I can also become a level 999 professional in a short period of time. This frozen white bear was captured by me after I became a level 999 Demon King and went to the frozen snowfield. Well, that's what happened. I didn't mean to hide it from you in the first place. I feel much better now that I've said it. After hearing Zhou Yun's words, He Wanyang and Cheng were stunned. Zhou Yun sighed secretly. To be honest, he was panicked. He didn't know what would happen when the mother and daughter knew the truth. But he really didn't want to lie to the two of them, so now he could only wait for the verdict. After a long while, He Wanyang slowly gave Zhou Yun a thumbs up. Great story. Great. Cheng also gave a thumbs up. There is no novelist among the top 10 combat professions. It's really unfair to you. He Wanyang complained. Zhou Yun. Wife, everything I said is true. Yes. He Wanyang nodded repeatedly, it's true. Isn't it okay for me to believe it? No need to explain, I understand. As a man, you should always have your own little secrets. I shouldn't have asked too much. Wife, Okay, honey. He Wanyang kissed Zhou Yun, I'm really not angry at all. No matter what, you are my husband and Cheng Cheng's father. You will never hurt us, that's enough. A warm current slowly rose from the solace of Zhou Yun's feet and warmed his heart. He didn't explain any more, just nodded silently. Dinner. The 3 dishes and 1 soup prepared by Zhou Yun were all sold out just like yesterday. All 3 of them were very satisfied with the meal and gained attribute points. The only one left is the frozen white bear, now named Xiaobai by Cheng Cheng. Only Xiaobai, because he had no food, lay on the corner of the table with his ears drooping, looking weak. Cheng Cheng couldn't bear it and said, "Dad, can you make something for Xiaobai? It looks so pitiful when it's hungry." Zhou Yun glanced at Xiaobai and sighed in his heart. Cheng Cheng doesn't know, but he knows everything. Xiaobai is the mythical beast, the frozen white bear, but he is not a vegetarian. And he has a big appetite. Even when they are young, they can eat at least 10 kilograms of raw meat in one meal. When he thought about the rising price of meat, his heart was in a knot. Considering that he spent 1,000 yuan on taxi fare to catch it today, he felt even more upset. Make money! Make money! He screamed in his heart. The next day, Zhou Yun's family went out at the same time. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but with Xiaobai accompanying him to school, he felt that Xingjun's back was much straighter. After sending Cheng Cheng away, he turned around and ran towards the forging association. He thought about it last night. His current means of making money is to rely on his professional skills. Among all the professions in life, the one that makes the most money is the blacksmith. Professionals may not go to restaurants or take medicine, but they absolutely need equipment. Equipment is a basic need for professionals. As long as your equipment is good enough, you can definitely make money. Ding! You have successfully mastered the skill, detection. Ding! You have successfully mastered the forging blueprint, ordinary long sword. Ding! Affected by the Spirit Master profession effect, you obtain your natal equipment, an ordinary iron hammer. Ding! Affected by the Spirit Master profession effect, you gain the forging talent, God of Craftsmanship. Craftsman God, after forging successfully, rare attributes will appear 100%. The attributes of the natal equipment will be improved at the same time. Ding! You have successfully mastered the forging blueprint, ordinary armor. Ding! You have successfully mastered the forging blueprint, ordinary short boots. Chapter 11. Even with Zhou Yun's knowledge, he was shocked after hearing a series of hints from the heavenly Dao. Talent. This thing that so many powerful people in their previous lives had been trying to obtain, he actually obtained it in such a simple way. Moreover, the effect is so powerful. As long as the forging is successful, you can get rare attributes 100%. This one point alone is a divine skill, worthy of the title of God of Craftsmanship. After all, the probability of rare attributes appearing is less than 0.01%. Contrary to its rarity, the practicality of its rare attribute is maximized. Whether it is attribute damage increase, skill range expansion, blood-sucking, lethal, blinding, life recovery, etc., they can all directly improve combat effectiveness. In the middle and late stages, when the quality of people's equipment reaches a certain level, they will pursue more rare attributes to improve their combat effectiveness. By then, a piece of equipment that possesses 3 or even 4 rare attributes at the same time will be fought over by countless powerful people. Zhou Yun suppressed his excitement and left the forging association. Although he didn't quite understand the second half of the talent description, about the innate weapon gains attribute enhancements at the same time. But it doesn't matter. Just having 100% rare attributes after successfully forging equipment is enough for him. Now, according to the progress of the game in the previous life, it can only be considered the early stage of the early stage. At this stage, equipment with rare attributes is rare. In fact, many rare attributes may not have appeared yet. If he could sell equipment with rare attributes at this time, it would definitely be a dimensionality reduction blow to other blacksmiths. To put it simply, his equipment will never be sold at a high price. He is going to make money. Money, money, money. He kept repeating it in his mind. Given the current situation at home, he is so short of money. Now that I have the talent of God of craftsmanship, it is like a timely help. But talent alone is not enough. If you want to forge equipment, you also need a forging table and materials. Let's go to the public forging area. After a moment's thought, he walked towards the public forging area on the left side of the hall. The public forging area of the Forging Association can provide basic materials and has complete facilities. Early blacksmiths basically choose to forge equipment here. Bang! 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 Even from a distance, he could feel the scorching air waves coming towards him and the sound of metal clashing. The entire area was illuminated by the fire, glowing red. Most of the blacksmiths were shirtless, with grey or black towels hanging around their necks. Around them, there were some well-dressed people standing in twos and threes, their eyes wandering among the blacksmiths. They are first-hand equipment dealers. No matter which blacksmith created the equipment, those present would be able to discover it immediately. If the equipment they created was ordinary, they would naturally lose interest. But if they have excellent equipment, they will be very excited. They tried their best to take the equipment away within their tolerance range. After buying some materials and finding a random location, Zhou Yun started his first forging in this life. Although he had learned the skills and mastered the knowledge of forging, he was still a novice and seemed a little unfamiliar with forging at the beginning. Fortunately, his movements soon became smooth. Bang! 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 Just as he was getting into the groove, a broadcast rang out across the public forging area. I'm going to give you an urgent notice. I'm going to give you an urgent notice. The Central Sky Monitoring Department detected that yesterday, in the restricted area within Zhongcheng, there was an extremely abnormal energy fluctuation in the frozen snowfield. The energy level is unprecedented. Conservatively estimated, it has reached level 700. This abnormal fluctuation has attracted great attention from countries around the world. Because the danger level is too high, the Central Sky Monitoring Department has issued 9 emergency notices, calling on everyone to stay away from the frozen snowfield to avoid life-threatening situations. The notice was broadcast 3 times, but the blacksmiths didn't take it seriously. Tisk, I thought it was a big deal. What a bunch of nonsense. That's right. It's a frozen snowfield. Who would go to that damn place? Haha, even if there were no abnormal energy fluctuations, we wouldn't be so stupid as to get close to the forbidden area. And what does it mean to have an energy level of 700? The average level of professionals in the world is only around 10. The highest level of the monsters in the forbidden area is probably only 100. Hey! It's an exaggeration. Those who understand will understand. Only Zhou Yun was stroking his chin, looking thoughtful. The Central Heavenly Monitoring Department has issued 9 notices in a row. It has also attracted great attention from countries around the world. Fortunately, I was careful and didn't sell the frozen snow lotus for money. Otherwise, trouble would have come to us by now. After the little episode, everyone continued with their forging work. About half an hour later, Zhou Yun finally completed his first work. Ding! Forging successful. You get an ordinary longsword *1. Ding! Influenced by the craftsman god talent, ordinary longswords gain a rare effect, source of life. Ding! Affected by the craftsman god talent, your life equipment ordinary hammer will gain attribute upgrades at the same time. Source of life. Zhou Yun's eyes lit up. This is a rare attribute that is very useful until the later stages. He immediately checked the equipment attributes. Name, ordinary longsword. Durability, 20/20. Attribute, strength +2. Rare attribute, Fountain of Life, 10 seconds after leaving combat, 1% of maximum health is restored every minute. Evaluation, an ordinary longsword is about to start an extraordinary sword life. Good. Zhou Yun couldn't help but cheer softly. The first piece of equipment he created had rare attributes, which gave him a strong sense of accomplishment. More importantly, he knew very well that this equipment would definitely sell for a high price. He was desperately short of money now and couldn't wait to start selling his goods. However, before he started selling, he took out his essential equipment from his professional space, an ordinary hammer. Professional space, a storage space unique to life professions, which can only store materials related to life professions. The initial space is a cube of 27 cubic meters. He wanted to see what the so-called synchronous improvement of attributes was all about. Under the detection technique, the properties of ordinary hammer were immediately revealed. Name ordinary hammer. Durability, 50/50ths. Attribute, strength +2. Rare attribute, Fountain of Life, 10 seconds after leaving combat, 1% of maximum health is restored every minute. Evaluation, a hammer with infinite possibilities. After reading the attributes, Zhou Yun's brows suddenly raised. Why does this attribute seem familiar? Chapter 12. Aside from durability, both common and rare attributes are exactly the same as an ordinary longsword forged from steel. Skillful. What a coincidence! Could it be that the so-called synchronous improvement means adding the attributes of the forged equipment directly to the hammer? No, no, no. If that's the case, it's too outrageous. My level is not high enough now. As I forge more equipment, my level will continue to increase, and the attributes of the equipment I forge will also become higher and higher. If properties can be added to the hammer every time it is forged, then the properties of the hammer will be too outrageous. Considering that rare attributes will also be added, it's not just outrageous, it's abnormal. Zhou Yun stared at the panel of ordinary hammer and his heart was restless for a long time. In this case, even if the spirit master is a livelihood profession and cannot obtain free attribute pills through upgrading, it doesn't matter at all. The attribute improvement brought by my natal equipment is more than enough. Could it be that this hidden profession that I overlooked in my previous life is actually the profession with the highest combat power limit? Well, don't be too happy too soon. Let's try forging a few more pieces of equipment. However, before continuing to forge equipment, he decided to sell the long sword he had already forged. Swords for sale. Come and see if you need one. After he shouted, only two businessmen walked towards him slowly. Others continued to look for their target. Zhou Yun was not surprised by this. After all, from the appearance, the sword in his hand is just an ordinary long sword, which is the most basic equipment. 50, I'll take it. Without even bothering to look at the properties, one of the merchants stretched out a palm and quoted a price. When the other businessman heard this, he turned around and left. Obviously, he couldn't offer a lower price. Zhou Yun was not in a hurry and smiled, the minimum is 500. Hearing this, the businessman who was about to leave turned around with an expression as if he was looking at a mental patient. The merchant who made the offer was even more direct. Are you crazy about money? 500 for a broken sword? Why don't you just go and rob it? Zhou Yun did not explain much and directly displayed the attributes of the sword. The moment the sword's attribute panel appeared, the two businessmen were visibly stunned. The panel description of this long sword, why is it so long? Another look. Rare attribute? Am I reading this correctly? I wiped my eyes and continued to look carefully. Source of life. Percentage blood recovery. Snap. The businessman who was farther away rushed over and tightly grasped Zhou Yun's sweaty hands. Brother. 500 is 500. I want it. 500? 500. The businessman who made the offer suddenly turned pale. First come, first served, understand? What's first come first served? I only know that the highest bidder wins. I'm so mad. I've never seen a st like you. The highest bidder wins, right? Okay. I'll give you 600. 1000. I'll FK you. 1001. 2000. You insist on bidding like this, don't you? I advise you not to break the rules. What are the rules? If you want it, just make an offer. Daxing Chamber of Commerce won't fall for your tricks. Okay, okay. You broke the rules first, so don't blame me, the Liashi merchants, for being so greedy. 5,000. Haha, that's interesting. 6,000. 10,000. As soon as the price of 10,000 was called out, many businessmen looked over. What kind of equipment? It's already sold for 10,000. It's just a long sword, is it that serious? Will it be a rare attribute? What rare attribute? Let me see it. Oh my god! A rare life source, what a good thing! Oh my goodness, it turns out these two guys are secretly taking advantage of us. That's not fair. We are in the same business after all, we should eat meat together. That makes sense. I'll give you 13,000. 14,000. 15,000. The two businessmen's faces turned extremely ugly. Because in just a short while, more and more businessmen gathered and began to compete to bid. After a while, the price was raised to 20,000. The person who made the bid was a tall, thin, bespectacled, and gentle middle-aged man. Seeing that no one was offering a higher price, he walked up to Zhou Yun and bowed. Master, I am the owner of Xingjun Chamber of Commerce, and I don't have much money. If you are satisfied with the price, how about we do the deal right now? Zhou Yun nodded. He knew that if he took the sword to an auction house and sold it slowly, he could probably get a higher price. But for him who was in urgent need of money, the price of 20,000 was completely acceptable. The payment has arrived, 20,000 yuan. Looking at the balance on his Zhifubao account, Zhou Yun smiled. Finally made my first pot of gold. Then, he immediately transferred 10,000 yuan to Huaniang, with the following instructions: take it to the pastor. Don't delay. As soon as the money was transferred, Huaniang received a reply. Where did you get so much money? Just earned it. So proud number. Hey? What did you do to earn so much? Haha, let's talk about it when we get home. I still have to continue making money. My husband is awesome. Love you number, love you number. Zhou Yun happily put away his phone and started his second forging. Another half hour later. Ding! Forging failed. Looking at the shattered sword embryo on the forging table, Zhou Yun frowned. Continue. The third forging begins. Ding! Forging failed. Come again. Ding! Forging failed. Zhou Yun wiped the sweat off his face. Forging equipment is a strenuous job. After 5 consecutive forgings, his physical strength has been exhausted. Seeing that it was already noon, he decided to have lunch first. After buying a box lunch and filling his stomach, he sat on the steps to rest for half an hour and then returned to the forging table. There is a failure rate in forging, but there are ways to improve it. Increasing your level, obtaining a forge, and completing special tasks can increase your forging success rate. But either way, it was not something he could do in a short period of time. Now he can only rely on luck. After taking a deep breath, he began his 6th forging of the day. Ding! Forging successful. You get an ordinary longsword *1. Ding! Influenced by the craftsman god talent, ordinary longswords gain a rare effect, lethal. Ding! Affected by the craftsman god talent, your life equipment ordinary hammer will gain attribute upgrades at the same time. Name, ordinary long sword. Durability, 20/20. Attribute, strength +2. Rare attribute, lethal, 0.1% chance of causing the attacked target to die immediately. The target level must be less than level 30. Evaluation, an ordinary longsword is destined to have an extraordinary sword life. Chapter 13. Lethal. Seeing this special attribute, Zhou Yun was overjoyed. Even if they are all rare attributes, they still have different levels of rarity. The value of death far exceeds the source of life. Although the source of life can restore blood after leaving the battle, at best it just saves money on medicine. There is no direct help in improving combat effectiveness. But lethality is different. 0.1% probability of causing the target to die instantly. Although the probability seems low, it also depends on who uses it. In the hands of someone with a fast attack speed, the chance of triggering a lethal effect will be greatly increased. Moreover, the lethal effect is a complete overkill when used on ordinary monsters. Its true value can only be realized when you conquer elites, bosses, and higher-level battles. In the previous life, there was such a lucky man. After getting a weapon with a lethal attribute, he stacked the attack speed like crazy, matched it with a set of attack speed and dodge equipment, killed bosses of higher levels all the way, and squeezed into the top 10 in Asia. No. According to the description of the god of gifted craftsmen, the lethal effect should also appear on my life weapon, right? As soon as he thought of this, he immediately took out his natal hammer and checked its properties. Name ordinary hammer. Durability, 70/70. Attributes, strength +4. Rare attribute 1, Fountain of Life, 10 seconds after leaving combat, 1% of maximum health is restored every minute. Rare attribute 2, Lethal, 0.1% chance of killing the attacked target immediately. The target level must be less than level 30. Evaluation, a hammer with infinite possibilities. After reading the properties, even Zhou Yun, who is knowledgeable, couldn't help but feel excited. Just as imagined, not only the basic attributes but also the rare attributes are stacked and improved. Even the durability has been improved. Horrible. It's so terrifying. He was amazed in his heart. At this moment, he could even imagine the shocking scene of this natal iron hammer having tens of millions of basic attributes and tens of thousands of rare attributes. At that point, even if a super strong person of level 999 comes, he can be killed instantly with one hammer. After being excited for a while, his mood slowly calmed down. Keep calm. You must stay calm. A tall building is built from the ground up, so don't pop the champagne at halftime. He did not choose to sell the longsword with lethal effect immediately, but continued to forge it. Ding! Forging failed. Ding! Forging failed. Ding! Forging failed. Ding! Forging successful. You get an ordinary longsword *1. Ding! Your level has been upgraded to level 3, forging success rate plus 0.1%. Ding! Influenced by the craftsman god talent, ordinary longswords gain a rare effect, evil wind. Ding! Affected by the craftsman god talent, your life equipment ordinary hammer will gain attribute upgrades at the same time. Name, ordinary longsword. Durability, 20/20. Attribute, strength +2. Rare attribute, evil wind, 10% chance to trigger the evil wind effect when attacking, attack speed increased by 300%, attack strength decreased by 99%, lasts for 3 seconds, the effect can be stacked up to 10 times. Evaluation, an ordinary long sword, destined to have a charming sword life. At 3:30 in the afternoon, after failing countless times, I finally succeeded in forging it again. After reading the properties, Zhou Yun smiled. Evil wind, one of the 10 universally recognized attributes that can be either divine or ghostly. Mostly, it's garbage. But if you encounter a special combination, you can become a god directly. Among them are combinations with rare attributes that are lethal. The lethal effect does not require attack strength, but lacks high attack speed. And the evil wind perfectly complements the lethal effect. Unfortunately, his wife is a two-handed swordsman and cannot use the effects of both weapons at the same time. Alas! It will only benefit some lucky one-handed swordsman. Zhou Yun sighed. Compared with two-handed swordsmen, the number of one-handed swordsmen is far greater. He directly displayed the attributes of the two swords. Before he could even shout, several businessmen immediately surrounded him. He had previously produced a piece of equipment with rare attributes, and therefore became the focus of many equipment dealers. When the merchants saw the attributes, they were stunned and looked at Zhou Yun again and again. Master! Living Master! 3 items in one day, amazing! Rare attribute! Another rare attribute! Brother, can you give me a contact number? Wait! Can these 2 rare properties produce a chemical reaction? Ah! Could it be? It can't be what I think. If this can be achieved, wouldn't it be possible to become a boss harvester? The businessmen's eyes widened. Those who are quick to respond have already started making phone calls. Hey, boss! Something big happened. Urgent application for increased funding authority. 300,000, no, 1 million. What are you talking about? I'm not crazy. I'm sober. The application has been submitted, please approve it quickly, or you will regret it. Other businessmen also sensed that the competition this time would be extremely fierce, so they took the initiative and made direct bids. Brother, I'll give you 100,000. Let's make friends. What? 100,000? You're cheating me, right? I'll pay double, 200,000. Haha. Dazhong Chamber of Commerce, 220,000. 250,000. Master, 350,000. There shouldn't be anyone here who can offer a higher price than our Jinling Chamber of Commerce. Are you kidding me? Wanbeilu, 500,000. When the price of 500,000 was announced, the businessmen present were all silent, and their faces were filled with anxiety. It's not that they are unwilling to offer a price, but their authorization is stuck at 500,000. If you want to offer a higher price, you need to apply for approval. Unfortunately, there are many steps involved in the application and approval process, and it cannot be completed in a short period of time. This made them feel as if there were tens of thousands of ants crawling in their hearts. The treasure is right in front of you, and you might be able to get a bargain, but you just can't afford the money. This made them very uncomfortable. In contrast to them, the agents of Wanbeilu were full of confidence and felt they would win. We are all in the same industry, who doesn't know who? Apart from those retail investors, he knew exactly how much quotation authority the agents of the various chambers of commerce in Zhongcheng had. Normally, a few $100,000 is enough to collect some general equipment. But the wealthy Wanbeilu is different. In order to avoid missing out on treasures, agents are given access to 1 million yuan of funds on a daily basis. Now that it's the critical moment, isn't it time to use it? If nothing goes wrong, I'll be able to get a big bargain this time. On the side, several Chamber of Commerce agents who called to apply for permission were stamping their feet in anxiety. It's urgent, but the funding authority just hasn't been issued yet. Master, if there is no problem, why don't we do the transaction now, said the agent of Wanbeilu with a smile. No rush. Zhou Yun was calm. 2 long swords can be sold for 500,000, which is almost a sky-high price. No one will believe it if you tell them. If it were an ordinary blacksmith, he would have agreed to the deal long ago. But Zhou Yun is not in a hurry. He knew very well that 500,000 was not enough to touch the bottom line of these two swords. Now it was the turn of Wan Bailuo's agent to get anxious. The night is long and dreams are many. If we wait another 10 minutes, maybe all the major chambers of commerce will approve the permission. When that time comes, it's time to go shopping. Just when he was about to say something, a deep and steady voice came from behind the crowd. I'll give you 1 million for these two swords. Chapter 14. 1 million. At this point, almost all the businessmen present were stunned. Because the authority they just applied for was only 1 million. If someone else has already offered 1 million, there is no way to compete even if the permission is approved. As the crowd slowly parted, a middle-aged man with noble attire walked into the crowd and appeared in front of Zhou Yun. Is it you? The moment they looked at each other, both sides were surprised. Because this middle-aged man was the one who appeared on the outskirts of the frozen snowfield and asked Zhou Yun to buy the frozen snow lotus. The difference from before was that this time, he had no bodyguards around him. Haha! The middle-aged man stepped forward and stretched out his right hand. What a coincidence! We meet again. Zhou Yun shook hands with him and said with a smile, it's indeed a coincidence. I forgot to introduce myself last time. My last name is Wang and my given name is Taiji. If you don't mind, just call me Old Wang. Zhou Yun. Speaking of which, the changes in the frozen snowfield were even announced. It was the day we met. Wang Taiji saw that Zhou Yun did not want to continue on this topic, so he immediately changed the subject. By the way, these two swords are priced at 1 million. Are you willing to give them up, brother? Zhou Yun did not answer immediately. Although 1 million is not much different from his psychological expectation, it would certainly be better if it could be a little higher. However, when he looked around, he found that most of the businessmen were discouraged. Obviously, 1 million is beyond their affordability. However, a few businessmen, agents of large chambers of commerce, showed signs of struggle and kept glancing at Wang Taiji, seeming to be very afraid. Could it be that this Wang Taiji has some special identity? Zhou Yun's mind raced, but he couldn't think of where he had heard of this name. He slowly said, 1 million is still a little low. How about a flat price of 1.2 million? Then it's 1.2 million. Wang Taiji agreed without thinking, very straightforwardly. Zhifu Bao arrived, 1.2 million yuan. With the notification sound from Zhifu Bao, the transaction was finalized. The merchants sighed and left. The blacksmiths present were extremely envious of Zhou Yun. Just 2 long swords, the forging cost was only a few $dozen, but they were sold for 1.2 million. This is simply a huge profit. After watching Zhou Yun leave, Wang Taiji also walked out. A subtle voice sounded in his ear, "Boss, seems to value this person named Zhou Yun particularly. Why do you say that?" This is the first time I see the boss being so polite and calling someone brother. Haha, the reason is very simple. I just can't see through this person. Can't see through it. Last time, something strange happened outside the frozen snowfield not long after he left. On the same day, abnormal energy fluctuations appeared in the frozen snowfield again. And then there were these 2 long swords today. Don't you think it's too coincidental? Maybe it was just a coincidence. Is it a coincidence? Once or twice may be a coincidence, but if it happens more than once, it is inevitable. Been taught a lesson. Keep paying attention and don't alert the enemy. I have a feeling that the hope of finding the frozen snow lotus lies in him. Yes. When I picked up Cheng Cheng from school, I found He Wanyang was already waiting in line at the school gate. This surprised Zhou Yun a little. Because from his memory, he knew that before this, He Wanyang rarely arrived on time to pick up Cheng Cheng. However, this thought only flashed through his mind and he didn't take it seriously. When Cheng Cheng came out today, he was obviously different from before. He was talking and laughing with several classmates. Even when Zhou Yun and Huanyang waved at her outside the school gate, she didn't notice them immediately. Zhou Yun and Huanyang looked at each other and smiled knowingly. On the way home, Cheng had a constant smile on his face and kept talking about what happened with his classmates at school. "Mom, Ting Ting hugged my Xiaobai today and said Xiaobai is cute." Ting Ting also let me hold her Mao Mao, who is a fire fox." "Okay." "And Mumu and Huahua invited me to join their pet team, hehe." In the next few days, everything went smoothly. Zhou Yun had money, so he simply rented a blacksmith shop. Depending on the income of the forge, the blacksmith will receive a bonus to the forging success rate, which will be settled once a month. During this period of time, he did not release the equipment he forged, intending to keep them and sell them when the business opened. Moreover, he did not mention this matter to his family. Huanyang's birthday is coming soon, and he wants to give her a surprise then. Forging room. Bang! 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 Ding! Forging successful. You get an ordinary longsword *1. Ding! Your level has been upgraded to level 5, forging success rate plus 0.1%. Ding! Influenced by the craftsman god talent, ordinary longswords gain a rare effect, transfiguration. Ding! Affected by the craftsman god talent, your life equipment ordinary hammer will gain attribute upgrades at the same time. Name, ordinary longsword. Durability, 20/20. Attribute, strength plus 2. Rare attribute, transfiguration, can be transformed into any weapon. Evaluation, an ordinary longsword is destined to have a colorful sword life. Call. Zhou Yun let out a long breath, looked at the sword in his hand, and raised his brows slightly. These days, he has been forging long swords. Including this one, he has forged a total of 12 swords. However, I don't know if it has anything to do with the raw materials used. Among the 12 swords, 10 of them have the rare attribute of life source. Of the other 2, one has a lethal effect. There is another one, the one in your hand, which has an additional transmogrification effect. Transformation. He put down his sword, clenched his right hand, and his life weapon, an ordinary hammer, immediately appeared in his hand. Transformation. As he silently recited in his heart, the ordinary iron hammer in his hand immediately turned into a long sword. The description of the attributes has also changed slightly. Name, ordinary iron hammer, transformed appearance, ordinary long sword. Durability, 310/310. Attribute, strength plus 30. Rare attribute 1, fountain of life, 10 seconds after leaving combat, 11% of maximum health is restored per minute. Rare attribute 2, lethal, 0.1% chance of causing the attacked target to die immediately. The target level must be less than level 31. Rare attribute 3, evil wind, 10% chance to trigger the evil wind effect when attacking, attack speed increased by 300%, attack strength decreased by 99%, lasts for 3 seconds, the effect can be stacked up to 10 times. Rare attribute 4, transfiguration, can be transformed into any weapon, attributes remain unchanged. Evaluation, a hammer with infinite possibilities. In the attribute description, in addition to the description of the transformation after the name, the most obvious thing is the change in the effect of the source of life. Increased from 1% to 11%. In addition, the lethal effect has also undergone slight changes, from the target level being less than level 30 to level 31. These are the cumulative effects caused by the simultaneous improvement of rare attributes. After checking the results, Zhou Yun nodded with satisfaction. Now that I have reached level 5, I can continue to learn more advanced forging drawings. But tomorrow is Huanyang's birthday, so why not just open the business tomorrow? Tell her the news tomorrow morning. Chapter 15. The next morning, after sending Cheng Cheng off, Zhou Yun and He Huanyang strolled to the fork in the road. A few days ago, they all said goodbye here and went to do their own things. But today, they did not leave immediately, but said in unison, "There is something." The two were stunned for a moment, then smiled at each other. "Wife, speak first," Zhou Yun said with a smile. He Huanyang lowered her head and hesitated for a long time without saying anything. Zhou Yun saw that she was in a difficult situation and said gently, "No matter what troubles you encounter, I will face them together with you." He Huanyang then raised her head and said with red eyes, "Hubby, I lost my job. I was fired by the organization 3 days ago." As soon as she finished speaking, the sparkling eyes in her eyes could no longer be controlled and were about to overflow. "Lost your job?" The sudden news caught Zhou Yun off guard. In his opinion, He Huanyang is a serious, careful, and responsible person. And she has always worked hard for her family. Plus, her own strength is not low. What happened to cause you to lose your job? However, he did not ask any questions, but gently hugged her and let her lean on his shoulder. "It's okay. It's okay," he said softly, "if you lose your job, then you lose it. It's just right for you to rest at home. I'll support you. With you." He Huanyang's shoulders trembled even more violently. Zhou Yun just patted her back gently. He understood how much of a blow losing her job would be to her, as she had almost become a strong woman. After a while, when her emotions had calmed down a little, Zhou Yun learned the whole story. It turned out that the reason she lost her job was very simple: the organization had recruited a new relative to serve as team leader. However, the size of the organization is limited, and the number of captains is of course limited as well. For every one that comes in, one must come out. After a brief discussion, the organization unanimously decided to optimize He Huanyang. In terms of leadership and personal strength, that person with connections is no match for Huanyang. But the reasons for optimization seem to be sufficient from an organizational perspective. It is impossible to get along with members of the organization. After hearing the reason, Zhou Yun smiled. No wonder He Huanyang felt so aggrieved. In addition to the blow of being fired, the reason for the dismissal was even more unacceptable. Can't get along with the members of the organization? To put it bluntly, isn't it just that you don't know how to flatter and curry favor with others? Oh! Such high-sounding stuff, but just because of this, you fire an old employee who has worked hard and never complained. As Zhou Yun spoke, his breathing became rapid. There are 5 captains in total. He Huanyang's strength is ranked 3rd at the lowest, but his monthly salary is only 4,000 yuan, ranking last among the 5 captains. In addition to these, she also had to work overtime frequently, which resulted in her not being able to pick up Cheng Cheng on time. Zhou Yun became angrier and angrier as he thought about it, so he turned around and went to find the organization to have an explanation. But just as he made a move, He Huanyang stopped him. "No. Don't go. They are numerous and powerful. They are said to be related to the Survey Corps. We can't tell for sure." After He Huanyang's persuasion, he calmed down a little. To be honest, a small organization with no more than 100 members and only 5 captains, although it is already a behemoth in He Huanyang's eyes, is really nothing in Zhou Yun's eyes. Log into any character at random, and it only takes 1 second, not to mention 1 minute, to flatten the entire organization's base. Even if you don't log into any character, with the current growth rate of your innate weapon, it won't take long before such a small organization can contend with it. But it's not satisfying. Neither of these 2 methods is enough to relieve your anger. At least, it wasn't enough to quell his anger. The person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. Wherever the enemy stands up, he must be made to lie down. "Wife, have you ever thought about starting an organization?" he asked seriously. "Establish an organization." A light flashed in He Huanyang's eyes, and then he shook his head and said, "No, it's too difficult." "Why is it difficult?" Zhou Yun asked. "We need to approve the procedures, find a place to stay, mainly recruit staff, and need management." He Wanyang listed them one by one. "And now the quota for Jiangqing's organization is full. If you want to create an organization, you must first defeat an old organization and grab the quota. That alone is already very difficult. In addition to this, we also need..." "You still need money, right?" Zhou Yun said the second half of the sentence. After hesitating for a moment, He Wanyang nodded, "Yes, I need money, a lot of money." Zhou Yun smiled. He held He Wanyang's hand and said, "Wife, although we don't have that much money yet. But in fact, we are not that short of money. On the contrary, soon we will have a lot of money. I know you must be confused right now. Don't worry, follow me." So Zhou Yun took He Wanyang all the way to Vulcan Street, which was 2 streets away from Xingjun's kindergarten. Under He Wanyang's puzzled gaze, Zhou Yun finally stopped in front of number 146 Vulcan Street, and then took out the key. When Zhou Yun pulled up the shutter, He Wanyang was stunned. "Husband? You? Haha." Zhou Yun laughed, "Boss lady, please come in." He Wanyang entered the forging shop and looked around while saying in disbelief, "This is Vulcan Street, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. The price of any store is tens of millions. Hey!" Zhou Yun waved his hand, "I didn't buy it, I rented it. The annual rent is only 500,000. 500,000. He Wanyang's eyes widened, "Where did you get so much money?" "Oh, right. And where did the 10,000 yuan you transferred to me come from? You didn't tell me before, you must tell me today. You're not doing anything illegal, are you?" "What illegal things can I do?" Zhou Yun laughed and said, "It's just ironwork and forging some equipment." "You lied to me." He Wanyang said in disbelief, "How can forging equipment be so profitable? Of course it's not possible to forge ordinary equipment, but who am I, your husband? Can the forged equipment be the same?" While showing off, Zhou Yun took out a long sword and showed its properties. Rare attribute. Source of life. He Wanyang's eyes immediately lit up, and she took it involuntarily, unable to let it go. "As a swordsman, my love for the sword is almost in my bones." After a long while, she suddenly asked, "Did you forge this?" "Of course." "You don't believe it?" He Wanyang shook her head hesitantly. Okay. Even my wife doesn't believe me." Zhou Yun pretended to be angry and took out another long sword, "Then take a look at this one." He Wanyang took a look at it and his mouth immediately opened wide. Rare attribute. Lethal. And this one? Rare attribute. Transformation. Clang, clang. Zhou Yun, who was annoyed by the trouble, simply threw all the forged swords on the forging table. He Wanyang checked them one by one, and felt dizzy after seeing the last one, rare attributes. They are all rare attributes. Where did all these rare equipment come from? Ha 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 ha. Zhou Yun laughed. "I already told you, I forged it. Do you think that my only occupation as a spirit master is just a decoration? To be honest, any piece of equipment I forge can have rare attributes. It just so happened that I learned a new drawing yesterday afternoon. If you still don't believe me, I'll forge one for you to see." Chapter 16. As the shop was opening today, Zhou Yun simply took the materials and started forging. He Wanyang, who was standing by, found it hard to accept the sudden surprise for a while, but she still looked very much expectant. After all, which wife doesn't want her husband to be powerful? Bang, bang, bang. Under the backdrop of raging fire, Zhou Yun was forging with full concentration. Sweat was pouring down like it was free. Suddenly, he realized a problem. Forging has a success rate. What if I fail twice in a row? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Just as he was lamenting that he had spoken too much, a cool towel brushed against his forehead. It turned out to be Huanyang. Seeing that he was sweating profusely, she found a towel and was wiping his sweat. "Thank you," he said softly. Huanyang shook her head with distress in her eyes. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't have believed that my husband could skillfully forge equipment in such an environment. You must have had a hard time these days, right?" "Haha." Zhou Yun laughed out loud. "It's just a small matter, how can it be considered hard work?" At the same time, he silently said in his heart, "Compared with what my wife has done over the years, what does this mean?" While expressing his emotion, he felt an unknown force surging from all parts of his body, making him more motivated. For some reason, Zhou Yun felt particularly relaxed during this forging process. An hour passed quickly. As Zhou Yun struck the final blow, a divine prompt appeared. Ding! Forging successful. You get an excellent two-handed sword *1. Ding! Influenced by the craftsman god talent, the excellent long sword gains a rare effect, sword chi. Ding! Influenced by the craftsman god talent, the excellent long sword gains a rare effect, shatter. Ding! Affected by the craftsman god talent, your life equipment ordinary hammer will gain attribute upgrades at the same time. Name, excellent two-handed sword. Durability, 40/40. Attribute, strength +5. Rare attribute 1, sword chi. When attacking, a sword chi effect is added, extending the attack distance by 1 foot. Rare attribute 2, shatter. When in contact with the target equipment, there is a 100% chance to reduce the durability of the target equipment by 1. Evaluation, a unique sword, destined to have a fierce sword life. Ah! The moment the attribute was revealed, Huanyang couldn't help but let out a low cry. Even Zhou Yun himself seemed a little dazed. With great luck, I was able to forge it successfully in one go. It actually has dual rare attributes. The god of craftsmanship talent can actually add 2 rare attributes to equipment at the same time? Isn't that a bit outrageous? Sword energy. And shatter. This long sword is so powerful. Huanyang stared at the sword without blinking. Take it if you like it. Zhou Yun handed over the sword. This is one of the great swords he made specifically for Huanyang. Whether it is sword energy or shattering, they are both very powerful and rare attributes. Especially when they appear at the same time, the value of this sword is doubled. But so what? No matter how high the value is, it is not as important as making your family happy. Huanyang took it with both hands and gently stroked the sword back and forth. Then, she held the sword in both hands and swung it gently. Swish! A silver-white sword shadow flashed by. Looking at the sword again, I saw a foot-long silver-white sword light emitting from the end of the sword. Against the backdrop of Huanyang's graceful and beautiful figure, she looked like a swordsman walking out of a painting. Zhou Yun was about to clap his hands in applause, but was interrupted by a rough voice. Cool! So cool! The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw a burly man dancing excitedly outside the window. It turned out that he was in a hurry when he came in just now and did not close the rolling door, so that through the window, people outside could just see the place where Huanyang was standing. Zhou Yun shook his head and was about to close the rolling door. Hey! Don't close the door! The burly man saw his intention and shouted, How much is that sword? Sell it to me! Zhou Yun pretended not to hear and continued to close the door. The burly man became even more anxious. Hey! Why are you like this? Isn't the purpose of opening a store to do business? You don't do door-to-door business. How much is that sword? Just name a price and I'll buy it. He is obviously a big, strong man, but he behaves like a kid craving for a lollipop. Such a contrast made Huanyang laugh. Honey, Don't close the door. Aren't you going to open today? Now when customers come to our store, we always invite them in. Zhou Yun was a little embarrassed, but he is interested in the one in your hand. Huanyang smiled and said, you have forged more than just this sword. Show him the others. Maybe there is one he wants. That makes sense. Zhou Yun thought for a moment and gave her a thumbs up. On the other side, the burly man breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Zhou Yun finally open the door. That's right, boss. You come for money, we come for equipment. We each get what we need. As he said that, he walked towards Huanyang, his target undoubtedly being the sword. Then, he was stopped with one hand. What do you mean? He asked. I have more than one sword here. But I just like that one. Come, take a look first. Zhou Yun placed the 12 swords on the display window one by one, and then displayed their properties to the public. Hey! The big man didn't want to pay attention, but after taking a look, he raised his eyebrows. 12 swords, each with rare attributes. Good. The source of life, death, transformation. Not bad, all good. But I still want the one she has. Why? Zhou Yun frowned. You are attracted by the sword's energy effect, right? In actual combat, lethal force is much more useful than sword energy. I understand the truth. The big man said solemnly, but the sword energy is cool. Don't you think so? It's a perfect match for my carefree and suave temperament. Don't you think so? Zhou Yun and Huanyang were both speechless. It is generally acknowledged that the effect of sword energy is cool. But when it comes to uninhibited and romantic and suave, to be honest, they really didn't see it from the big man. The big man was unaware of this and continued, to be honest, I have been looking for a sword with sword energy properties for a long time. I sincerely want it. 2 months ago, a large sword with sword energy properties was sold for 20,000 yuan. Well, I'll double it, 40,000. Zhou Yun shook his head decisively, not for sale. You're still not selling it. The big man's eyes flickered between Huanyang and Zhou Yun, and then he suddenly realized something and walked towards Huanyang. I understand. My beautiful lady, you have already bought this sword, right? Same. I'll give you 40,000. Will you give me the sword? You misunderstood, Zhou Yun said, standing in front of the big man, she is my wife. We want to use this sword for ourselves. Ah. So that's how it is. The big man was not angry, but smiled knowingly, I understand. What a good thing. I will definitely keep it for myself. But everything has a price, right? Well, let's not waste time on this. As long as you are willing to give up, I will also take all the 12 swords on the shelf in your window. How do you think? Okay. Huanyang said without waiting for Zhou Yun to respond. Chapter 17. What? Zhou Yun suddenly felt anxious. He spent so many days forging equipment, and it was rare that he was able to forge equipment with double rare attributes. How could he just sell it like that? Huanyang seemed to know what he was thinking, and pulled him aside and said, I don't need the equipment now, so I'll sell it if I sell it. Besides, my husband is so capable, he will definitely be able to forge better equipment for me in the future, right? Zhou Yun paused. Indeed, what Huanyang said was not without reason. The big man was immediately happy when he saw Zhou Yun's attitude soften. The boss lady is right. The boss's skills are so strong that he can forge so many rare equipments easily. Are you still worried about not having equipments to use? Why not sell it to someone in need now? Let me do the math. You have 12 ordinary swords, 10 of which are life source swords, 1 of which is fatal, and 1 of which is transmogrification. I will give you 1.2 times the market price for all of them. The total is 288,000. Add the sword energy 40,000, that's 328,000, right? Too low. Huanyang said. The big man frowned and was about to remind Huanyang not to go too far, but he saw her showing the properties of the sword in her hand. Upon seeing this, the big man's eyes immediately widened. Double rare attributes. And smash it. Deng deng deng. He walked back to the store door and pulled down the rolling door. Facing the slightly surprised looks of Zhou Yun and his wife, he chuckled and said, "We're just talking about business. Just be quiet." Huanyang did not point it out to him, and said slowly. The value of sword energy is a matter of opinion. But apart from the sword energy, the shattering effect alone is worth 100,000, is that okay? No problem, of course no problem, the big man nodded repeatedly. Huanyang's eyes gleamed, then with the sword energy added in, "I'll sell you this sword for 200,000, isn't that too much?" 20, the big man's smile froze, "Madam, we can't ask for such a high price. Although the sword energy attribute is rare, it is only worth 30,000 or 40,000 at most. You have increased it to 100,000 in one go." Huanyang smiled slightly and stretched out one hand, "It's okay, even if the deal doesn't work out, we still have friendship. Please go in." The big man's facial features were suddenly tangled together. "Can't it be cheaper?" He looked at Zhou Yun for help. Zhou Yun looked directly at the ceiling. "Ah, today's clouds are so white." After hesitating for a long time, the big man finally stomped his feet and said, "Okay. 200,000 is 200,000. Add 288,000, that's 488,000, right?" Zhou Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, 488,000 is fine. But the fatal blow doesn't count. If you want to take the fatal blow, you can add another 400,000. Are you kidding? The lethal attribute is a rare attribute that can produce a chemical reaction with evil wind. How could it be packaged and taken away as an ordinary rare attribute? The big man was immediately dissatisfied and said, "Boss, you want to charge me 400,000 just for a lethal blow, which is twice as expensive as the sword energy. You are ripping me off." Zhou Yun was unmoved. "That's the price. If you want it, take it." The sullen look in the sturdy man's eyes flashed away, and he sighed, "Okay. Just do as you say. Scan the code. Transfer money." "Okay." Huanyang agreed and immediately motioned Zhou Yun to take out his cell phone. Zhou Yun smiled and said, "You are in business, so of course you collect the money." "Me?" Huanyang pointed at herself, looking surprised. The big man didn't care. "You are a boss and a boss lady. It doesn't matter who collects the money. Hurry up." Having made the decision, he now just wants to get the equipment as soon as possible. Ding! The Zhifubao account has arrived, 480,000 yuan. Huanyang was still staring at the balance on her phone in a daze until the big man had left for a long time. "Hubby, this is not a dream," she muttered. "Of course not. So, we have money. Haha. I guess so. Honey. We're rich." After being excited for a long time, Huanyang's mood gradually calmed down. "Husband. Now that we have this huge sum of money, we have to plan it well. What's there to plan for this?" Zhou Yun shook his head and laughed, "Of course you're going to use it to start an organization." "No." Huanyang refused flatly, "How can I bear to give up the money you worked so hard to earn?" "What's so hard about this?" Zhou Yun smiled. "Even if it's hard, it's worth it to see you happy." "Husband." Huanyang's nose began to feel sour again. All right. Zhou Yun hastily touched her face, "Listen to me, we are husband and wife, what's mine is yours. Feel free to use it. What's more, I don't think the dual attributes just now were accidental. Not by chance? What do you mean? Zhou Yun pondered and came to the forging table. In fact, he was just guessing. After all, in the description of the god of craftsmen, if forging is successful, there is a 100% chance of rare attributes appearing, but it does not specify how many there will be. In actual practice, ordinary long swords, which are first-level equipment, all have a rare attribute. However, this excellent long sword, a second-level equipment, has 2 rare attributes. So, does the number of rare attributes appear have something to do with the grade of the equipment? Although he himself felt that such a guess was ridiculous, he couldn't help but think about it. The most important thing is, if he remembered correctly, in the prompts from Tiandao, the appearance of the 2 rare attributes Sword Chi and Shatter were both influenced by the talent of craftsman god. Anyway, just try it and you'll know. He fixed his eyes and started forging directly. The forging goal remains, an excellent longsword. Ding! Forging failed. Ding! Forging failed. Ding! Forging failed. The idea was beautiful, but reality taught him a hard lesson. This failure is the 4th time. Don't be impatient, take your time. Huanyang handed him a glass of water. Zhou Yun finished drinking the water and nodded to her. Although the shop on Vulcan Street gave him a 3% bonus to forging success, his current total success rate did not even reach 15%. Keep forging. Bang, bang, bang. Ding! Forging successful. You get an excellent longsword *1. Ding! Influenced by the craftsman god talent, the excellent longsword gains a rare effect, huge strength. Ding! Influenced by the craftsman god talent, the excellent longsword gains a rare effect, huge strength. Ding! Affected by the craftsman god talent, your life equipment ordinary hammer will gain attribute upgrades at the same time. Name, excellent long sword. Durability, 40/40. Attribute, strength +5. Rare attribute 1, great strength, strength +20. Rare attribute 2, great strength, strength +20. Evaluation, a unique long sword, destined to have a domineering sword life. The moment the attributes appeared, Zhou Yun and Huanyang were stunned. Another double rare attribute. Huanyang murmured. No wonder she was so surprised, it was really that double rare attributes were so rare. You know, even if it is just a rare attribute, the probability of its appearance is less than 0.01%. You can imagine how rare the double rare attributes are. However, within just one day, she witnessed with her own eyes the birth of 2 pieces of equipment with double rare attributes from Zhou Yun's hands. Chapter 18. Zhou Yun smiled. His guess was correct. Once, maybe by accident. But given the rarity of double rare attributes, the fact that it appears twice in a row is enough to explain the problem. If it is just based on the rarity of the equipment, there are still many famous forging shops that can compete with him. Then with the double rare attribute equipment, he can definitely beat all his competitors. The properties of this sword are simply too good. Huanyang said with emotion, 2 great strength attributes, combined, can increase the strength attribute by 40 points. Although there are no other special effects, the suppression of hard attributes is more direct in many cases. If I had this 40-point increase in strength. Halfway through her words, she suddenly covered her face and said, No, no. Why do I like that sword when I see it now? This is not good. Her shy look made Zhou Yun laugh out loud. What's wrong with that? With your husband here, any good equipment is no problem. Not only should we use the good ones, but we can also use them interchangeably. If you want to establish an organization, I will be your equipment and logistics manager. Establish an organization, equip with logistics. The light in Huanyang's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Let's not talk about this for now. She changed the subject and said, "It's almost time, shall we go pick up Cheng Cheng?" Good. Zhou Yun didn't understand. Even though they already had the financial and equipment foundation, He Wanyang was still hesitant about establishing an organization, but he didn't ask too many questions. Whether she creates an organization or not, as long as she is happy, it's fine. Just as the two of them closed the door and were getting ready to leave, He Wanyang's cell phone rang. It's Cheng Cheng's teacher. He Wanyang glanced at Zhou Yun and answered the phone. However, after just a few words, her tone became anxious. What? Okay, okay. I'll be right there. What happened? Zhou Yun asked hurriedly after the call ended. The teacher said Zio by her Xingjun's classmates. Let's go to school quickly. Noob? Zhou Yun followed closely behind He Wanyang, feeling puzzled. Although Zio Bai is still a cub, he has the blood of a divine beast after all. To put it bluntly, from Zio Bai's perspective, ordinary humans are just like ants in its eyes. How could it go out of its way to hurt an ant? Not to mention, during this period, Zhou Yun repeatedly told Zio Bai to stick to his duties and not cause trouble. Although he had many questions in his mind, Zhou Yun decided to go to the school first to see the situation. Not far away, in an inconspicuous car, Wang Taiji was playing with a sword in his hand. If Zhou Yun was present, he would definitely recognize it at a glance. This was the excellent long sword with two rare attributes that he had just sold to the big man. Just as I imagined, this Zhou Yun is indeed not an ordinary person. Just as he was sighing in admiration, the driver suddenly said, "Boss, there's something wrong with the target. Follow him." Clear. Zhongcheng Kindergarten. Before Zhou Yun and his wife could reach the classroom, they heard bursts of shrill screams coming from inside the classroom. "My daughter has been cherished by my family since she was little. We hold her in our hands for fear that she will melt. This little beast actually let her trash pet attack my precious daughter and even knocked her down until she vomited blood. I, Li Chunxiang, will tear you apart alive. Get out of here. Don't stop me." When Zhou Yun and his wife arrived at the scene, they saw a shrew with delicate makeup but a ferocious face, baring her fangs and claws at Cheng Cheng. If Xingjun's teacher hadn't tried his best to stop her, Cheng Cheng would have been in trouble long ago. But even so, Cheng Cheng was frightened. He curled up in a corner with a terrified look on his face, trembling with fear. Seeing Cheng Cheng's appearance, Zhou Yun's breathing suddenly became rapid. If he hadn't seen Zio Bai grinning and making an attacking gesture, guarding in front of Cheng Cheng, he would have almost gone berserk on the spot. When the teacher saw Zhou Yun and his wife appear, he hurriedly said, "Mother Lanlan, don't get excited yet. Xingjun's parents are here. If there's anything, let's talk about it." Several park leaders nearby also echoed. The woman who called herself Li Chunxiang suddenly turned around, came to Zhou Yun and his wife, and sneered. "Are you the parents of that little beast? Look at how poor you are, no wonder the child you gave birth to is ABD. I'm telling you, apologizing is useless. Compensation, I won't accept it. Unless you hand over the little beast, we will not be done with this matter." You. He Wanyang was so angry at these words that she was speechless. Zhou Yun showed no reaction and just walked up to Cheng Cheng. "Cheng Cheng, it's Daddy. Daddy is here," he said softly. "Dad, Dad?" Cheng Cheng asked in a hoarse voice. Zhou Yun felt a pain in his heart and nodded heavily. "Dad is here, Cheng Cheng is not afraid. Daddy, Daddy is here, Daddy, woo." As if confirming Zhou Yun's existence, Cheng Cheng choked up and then burst into tears. Zhou Yun quickly hugged Cheng Cheng and kept comforting him, "It's okay, it's okay. Daddy is here, no one can hurt Cheng Cheng." After a long while, Zhou Yun saw that Cheng Cheng's mood had gradually calmed down, so he asked, "Tell Dad what happened. Today, I want to play with everyone." Lanlan also wants to, but everyone won't let her. She wants to take Xiaobai away. I won't let her, so she lets the pet bite me. Xiaobai. Although she spoke intermittently, Xiaobai next to her kept nodding in agreement in a very human way. In addition, Xingjun's classmates also filled in the blanks. Summarizing all the information, Zhou Yun restored the original picture of the matter. It turned out that Lanlan was the bully in the class, with a status equivalent to that of a big sister, but Cheng Cheng never listened to her. She was also always dissatisfied with Cheng Cheng and often made trouble for Cheng Cheng. Before, when Cheng Cheng didn't have a combat pet, she was the one who took the lead in isolating Cheng Cheng. But the situation changed when Cheng Cheng had Xiaobai. All the combat pets in the class, no matter whose they belong to, like to follow Xiaobai. Most of Xingjun's classmates didn't really reject Cheng Cheng, so it was natural for them to play with Cheng Cheng. This made Lanlan very angry. She felt that Cheng Cheng had used Xiaobai to snatch her follower away. A few days later, she saw Cheng Cheng having fun with everyone again today. She couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to snatch Xiaobai away. But Cheng Cheng naturally refused, and the two had a conflict. Lanlan couldn't win the fight, so she let her pet bite Cheng Cheng instead. And for some unknown reason, her pet actually pounced on Cheng Cheng and tried to attack her. Xiaobai suddenly showed his power at this time, knocking Lanlan's combat pet away, and causing Lanlan behind him to vomit blood. Zhou Yun sorted out the problem briefly and found the key to the problem. That is Lanlan's combat pet. Combat pets are pets that have been optimized and selected, and their function is to protect their masters. Lanlan's combat pet can actively attack people just because of a word from its owner, which is very problematic. If it weren't for Xiaobai, and if it was an ordinary combat pet, the consequences would be unpredictable. Here you go. Zhou Yun nodded to Xiaobai first, then gently stroked Xingjun's head and said, Cheng Cheng is right. Cheng Cheng did nothing wrong. What? Li Chunxiang, who had sharp ears, heard Zhou Yun's summary and her voice suddenly became sharp. Listen. What did the little BDS father say? You park leaders are still here to persuade me. You guys figure this out. It's my daughter who's hurt. My daughter. Just wait. I'll call my husband over right now. Chapter 19. The kindergarten leaders did not react much to her shouting. They have seen a lot of things like this. The director even said. No matter who comes, they have to talk about reason. As an adult, you are taking your anger out on your children because of a dispute between them. This is definitely inappropriate. Okay. This is what you said, I'll remember it. Li Chunxiang pointed at the director with an arrogant look as if to say just wait. Soon, Li Chunxiang's husband arrived, a fully armed soldier. The so-called fully armed means that you are in an armed state and all the equipment is worn. Everyone had different expressions on their faces about this. Because this kind of posture is usually only used in combat. It always feels abrupt to appear in such an image in daily life. Some people even couldn't help laughing out loud. However, they soon stopped laughing. Because, more than a dozen soldiers who were also armed came outside the classroom. The corridor, which was fairly spacious, felt oddly crowded with them standing there. After seeing the shield-shaped emblems on their chests, everyone was shocked. Someone from the Guardian Corps. Why are they here? Such a small matter would not alarm them. Commander. The shout made everyone's heart tremble. What shocked people even more was that the commander they were calling was actually Li Chunxiang's husband. Things are getting serious. This thought flashed through everyone's mind. Oh. It's an honor to have Master Zhao here to give us guidance. It's an honor. The head teacher reacted the fastest and bent over to shake hands. However, the other party showed no respect at all and had no intention of taking his hand out. Have we met before? The headmaster still had a big smile on his face. It's me, Master Zhao. Have you forgotten that we had dinner together last year when I went to the Guardian Corps to handle the formalities? Oh, it's you, kid. Zhou Yun nodded slightly, as if he had an impression. Yes, yes, yes. It's me. The headmaster, who was over 50 years old, seemed very happy and greeted everyone. This is the commander of the 3rd Division of our Zhongcheng Guard Corps, Zhao Linear Commander Zhao. Welcome everyone. Pa pa pa. Deafening applause immediately broke out in the small classroom. Zhao Lin listened for a while with great enjoyment. After the applause died down, he raised his hand to suppress it. All right, stop with this useless stuff. You are the principal here. I just want to ask you, my daughter was bullied here, how do you solve this problem? Apologize, you must apologize to your daughter, the headmaster said immediately. What else? Zhao Lin narrowed his eyes. Compensation. Your daughter's medical expenses should be fully borne by the other party. That's all. Zhao Lin raised his eyebrows. This. The headmaster twitched his lips, looking embarrassed. Hubby. Stop talking to this old man about these useless things. Li Chunxiang suddenly said, just now I wanted to teach that little BD who hurt my daughter a lesson, but he kept stopping me. Hey? Is that true? Zhao Lin snorted heavily. The headmaster's forehead was covered with sweat. After all, they are just children. Child. Zhao Lin's voice suddenly rose. She is a child, but my daughter is not a child. My daughter was injured, and she can't bear it. This is your territory, and I don't want to interfere. My time is precious. I'll give you 2 minutes. You'd better give me a satisfactory answer. Having said that, he sat down with his arms and legs stretched out, closing his eyes and resting. Zhou Yun saw it clearly. This Zhao Lin has been using his power to suppress others from the very beginning. The headmaster and almost everyone present were shocked by his aura. But this is understandable. To most people, the Guardian Corps and the Survey Corps are both high and mighty entities. Because those who can enter are all masters selected from thousands of people. Not to mention, Zhao Lin, who was able to serve as a division commander in the Guardian Corps. He Wanyang came to his side at some point and pulled his sleeve. Zhou Yun saw the worry in her eyes. The meaning is self-evident. Zhou Yun smiled slightly and patted her hand gently to comfort her. Zhao Lin, the commander of the Guardian Corps, is naturally out of reach in the eyes of others. But to him, it really doesn't matter. It would be best if you could be reasonable. If that doesn't work and he has to resort to force, he's not afraid of anything. Not to mention Zhao Lin alone, even if the entire Guardian army came together, they wouldn't be able to last more than a second under his hands. But, humans are social animals after all. My wife has to work and my daughter has to study, and they all live in this city. He didn't want to go that far if it wasn't necessary. However, contrary to his wishes, the director slowly walked towards him. You too, are you Cheng Cheng's parents? That's right. The school understood the situation immediately. It was indeed Lanlin who ordered the battle pet to take action first. But in the end, it was their children who were hurt. Your daughter was just a little frightened. So as the head of the kindergarten, I hope you can apologize to Lanlin's parents. If they are still not satisfied, you can also hand Cheng Cheng over to them for disposal. They are adults after all. They may sound harsh, but they shouldn't be so harsh on a child. What? Hand Cheng Cheng over to them. He Wanyang was anxious at that time. It's just a stopgap measure. It's just a stopgap measure. The headmaster advised, Teacher Zhao is a man of high status. He won't be so cruel to the child in front of everyone. Okay, stop talking. Zhou Yun said coldly. He was very disappointed with the director at this moment. Don't say that Cheng Cheng was not wrong from beginning to end. Even if it was really wrong, to hand such a young child over to others to deal with? Give it to Zhao Lin? He. What bullshit! He sneered and came in front of Zhao Lin. Who are you? As if sensing something, Zhao Lin opened his eyes and asked first. An ordinary father. You are special. How do you mean? Everyone else was clapping just now, but you didn't. I think we can talk about this. You don't have the qualifications. So what are your plans? 3 o'clock. Tell me about it. First, if the pet hurts someone, it must be put to death. Second, I will take away the person who ordered the pet. Third, as a parent, you are a poor parent, kneel down and kowtow. If you can do it, we will leave. Can't do it? Haha, then you guys, come with us. As the next chilling sentence was spoken, the entire audience fell silent. Chapter 20. You don't have to think about what go together means. As the commander of the Guardian Corps, Zhao Lin provoked him and was taken away by him. He will definitely not have a good ending. Therefore, the people present didn't even dare to breathe, for fear of being noticed by Zhao Lin and being implicated. Zhou Yun responded seriously, the last 2 points need to be discussed, but I think the first point is fine and can be implemented first. Is the first one okay? Can we execute it first? What a weird answer. Everyone present was a little confused. Zhao Lin also frowned, feeling that something seemed to be wrong. However, Huanyang suddenly thought of something, and her surprise turned into joy, and she almost laughed out loud. Now Xiaobai is Xingjun's contracted pet. Without Xingjun's consent, others have no way of knowing Xiaobai's attributes. But others may not know, but she knows it very well. Xiaobai is a divine beast. Although it is still in its infancy, it is not to be trifled with. It was because of her repeated special instructions, and because of its high intelligence, that she and Zhou Yun felt comfortable bringing Cheng Cheng to the kindergarten. If it had a slightly bad temper, the entire kindergarten would have been reduced to ruins in minutes. How could it have been safe until now? But now, Zhao Lin actually said, to kill the pet that hurt people first? That can only be. If you can do it, do it. However, Zhao Lin did not answer immediately. Realizing that something was wrong, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhou Yun for a while, then asked. Do you think I'm discussing this with you? 3 conditions, and you actually want to discuss the last 2 with me. I see that you don't quite understand the situation. As soon as he finished speaking, members of his guard corps rushed into the classroom and surrounded Zhou Yun's family. Woo! Sensing that the atmosphere was wrong, Xiaobai immediately crouched down, ready to fight at any time. It doesn't care about anything else, but Cheng Cheng is its master, so it has to protect him. Zhao Lin glanced at Xiaobai unintentionally, then yawned and said, I advise you to think carefully about the 3 requests I made. If you say anything I don't like to hear again, haha, I don't have much patience. Zhou Yun himself didn't feel anything when surrounded by fully armed soldiers of the Guardian Legion. But Huanyang and Cheng Cheng are different. Huanyang has worked in the adventure organization for so many years and knows how powerful the Guardian Corps is. The Guardian Corps is responsible for guarding the city, and the soldiers in it are all masters who have been selected through layers of selection. Not to mention, the Guardian Corps also enjoys first-order equipment resources. It is no exaggeration to say that any random soldier from the Guardian Legion is enough to suppress 3 to 5 professionals of the same level. Huanyang believed that with his own strength, it would be difficult for him to fight against a single soldier. But now, there are as many as 20 such soldiers. Due to the tension, she had subconsciously entered a state of armed defense. However, the equipment she was wearing was far from enough to provide her with a sense of security. Her heart was now completely shrouded in dark clouds. As for Cheng Cheng, a 5-year-old kid, how could he have ever seen such a scene? Mom! Dad! She hugged Huanyang tightly, looked at Zhou Yun not far away, and called out in a trembling voice. When Zhou Yun heard the call and turned around to see the condition of his wife and daughter, His heart suddenly tightened, but he was not too worried. Because, from the moment Zhou Lin got involved in the whole thing, he sensed something strange. It was just like a performance, everyone else was immersed in their roles, acting true to themselves, but there was that one person whose acting was poor and out of place, making people feel very abrupt. This person with poor acting skills is Zhou Lin. The personnel of the Guardian Corps are strictly screened, and those with even the slightest misconduct or stain are not allowed to enter. Therefore, every single soldier in the Guardian Corps has impeccable personal character, not to mention a division commander like Zhou Lin. Although it is possible that he becomes complacent because of his young age and high position, Zhou Yun believes that the probability of this happening is still too low. Moreover, according to his memory, in all the years he had been in Zhongcheng, he had never heard of any precedent of the Guardian Corps being arrogant and domineering, relying on their positions to bully others. In addition, from the time Zhou Lin appeared until now, no matter how wild and arrogant his tone was, he never actually hurt anyone, which to a certain extent confirmed his thoughts. So he speculated that he must have fallen into a script that someone had arranged. Zhou Lin is just an actor sent by the mastermind behind the scenes. As for the mastermind behind the scenes, if nothing unexpected happens, he will appear soon. In view of this, he said in a deep voice, "Zhou Lin, Commander Zhou. Stop while you are ahead. Once the joke is over, it's no longer interesting." How ridiculous! Zhou Lin's wife Li Chunxiang immediately sneered, "How dare you, a nobody, talk to my husband like that? Are you kidding? Why don't you take a PS and look in the mirror before you say that? Are you also joking with my husband when he's joking with you?" Zhou Lin was stunned at first, then he clapped his hands, very thoughtful, "You actually think I'm kidding you? Okay. Then I'll let you see if I'm kidding or not." He waved his right hand and said, "Take this whole family back to me." The soldiers were about to respond, but were interrupted by a shout. "Who dares to do it?" As the words fell, a wealthy and impressive figure entered everyone's sight. This figure was none other than Wang Taiji. "Who are you?" Li Chunxiang was the first to be unhappy. "You're just putting onions in a pig's nose and pretending to be garlic. Is there any place for you to talk here? Get out of here. Or I'll take you with me." Bang! The sudden slap knocked her to the ground. "You hit me? You actually hit me?" Li Chunxiang covered her face and looked at Zhou Lin in disbelief. Zhou Lin ignored him and bowed to Wang Taiji respectfully, saying, "I am Zhou Lin, your humble servant, and I pay my respects to the Lord City Lord." "Greetings, His Majesty the City Lord." The soldiers also bowed their heads. "Greetings, Lord City Lord." When the others learned of Wang Taiji's identity, they were even more terrified and hurriedly saluted. "Castle Lord?" The Lord of Zhongcheng, who has never been exposed to the public, has a very low sense of presence, and only knows his surname but not his name? It turned out to be him. For what? Frozen Snow Lotus? Zhou Yun nodded secretly. At this moment, many of his previous speculations were confirmed. While he was thinking in his heart, Wang Taiji had already walked towards him. He looked apologetic and said, "I'm really sorry. I failed to control my subordinates and frightened Mr. Zhou." "What? The city lord actually apologized in public? And judging from the situation, the two of them knew each other?" Everyone present, including He Wanyang, had their eyes wide open. Zhou Lin immediately realized that something was wrong. Judging from the city lord's attitude, this man called Mr. Zhou is obviously not simple. He is someone who is on equal footing with the city lord. No, it might even be someone the city lord wants to curry favor with. And he had just offended this Mr. Zhou. If not handled properly, the consequences will be disastrous. Thinking of this, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "Woman! It's all women's fault." He was filled with hatred and glared at Li Chunxiang fiercely, then he stepped forward with his back bent and said, Lord City Lord, I am. If I remember correctly, you are the commander of the 3rd Division of the Guardian Corps, right? Wang Taiji said lightly. My Lord City Lord, please understand. It is me. Actually, what happened between me and Mr. Zhou just now? From now on, you are not. Wang Taiji interrupted Zhao Lin again. Zhao Lin was stunned for a moment, his expression instantly becoming extremely ugly. What the Lord City Lord meant? I don't quite understand. Don't you understand this? Wang Taiji smiled slightly and said, you are indeed a fool. I mean, from now on, you are dismissed. Dismissed. Everyone's heart was shocked. Even the patrol captain of a police station seems unattainable to ordinary people. The division commander of the Guardian Corps, in the entire corps, is second only to the chief and deputy commanders in status, and is an absolute top figure in Zhongcheng. Not to mention, Zhao Lin is only in his early 30s and has become a division commander. It can be said that his future is limitless. But even such a person was dismissed from his post just because he offended the wrong person. As for Zhao Lin himself, he felt like the sky was falling. After so many years of hard work and efforts, how much energy and effort did he spend to get to this position? In the end it's gone just like that? Lord City Lord. He knelt down and begged, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Give me a chance to correct my mistakes. Li Chunxiang burst into tears and said, Lord City Lord, you can't do this. My Zhaolin has worked hard for so many years, even if he has no merits. You can't do this. Wang Taiji turned a deaf ear to this, but asked Zhou Yun very politely, is Mr. Zhou satisfied with my handling of the matter? Zhou Yun nodded, thank you. Wang Taiji was delighted, Mr. Zhou, you are so polite. It's getting late now, why don't we have a simple meal together? Okay. Zhou Yun smiled and said, but I have to treat you. Then I'll pay. Ha ha ha. Mr. Zhou. The headmaster suddenly came over, nodding and bowing. Mr. Zhou, my handling of the matter just now was a little inconsiderate, and I apologize for that. But please believe me, as the headmaster, I absolutely have no intention of harming any child. In order to compensate for the mental damage the child has suffered in this incident, in the future, we must. There is no future. Zhou Yun interrupted, Chen Cheng will not come here to study in the future. Ah! The headmaster was stunned. He Wanyang, Cheng Cheng, and Wang Taiji were also stunned. Mr. Zhou. The head teacher licked his dry lips and said, our Zhongcheng kindergarten is the best kindergarten in the whole Zhongcheng. If you don't come here, you are going to. Don't bother with it. Zhou Yun said coldly and turned away. He now has no good feelings towards the director. Wang Taiji looked at Zhou Yun's back, then looked at the director, you are dismissed. Ah! The sudden bad news made the headmaster feel like he was struck by lightning and he stood there in a daze. Who is Xingjun's homeroom teacher? Wang Taiji asked. Yes, it's me. Xingjun's teacher stood up timidly. Wang Taiji smiled and said, from now on, you are the director of this garden. Chapter 21. After leaving the kindergarten, Wang Taiji asked. From what Mr. Zhou said just now, it seems that he wants to change the kindergarten for the child. To be precise, it's not a kindergarten, Zhou Yun said with a smile. That. I plan to let Cheng Cheng join the Beast Taming Palace. Beast Taming Palace. Wang Taiji and He Wanyang were both surprised. Is there anything wrong? It's not that it's inappropriate, Wang Taiji said with a wry smile, on the contrary, the Beast Taming Palace is a rare sacred place that will recruit children under the age of 10. If I can enter the Beast Taming Palace, that would be great. My future is limitless. But if you want to join the Beast Taming Palace, the competition will be extremely fierce. Almost 80% of the children of school age will sign up to participate when the Beast Taming Palace appears. Thank you for your reminder, Zhou Yun said, according to the time, the beast taming palace should have appeared in the past few days. I will make all preparations before the beast taming palace appears. Are you fully prepared? Wang Taiji curled his lips. Even though he is the lord of Zhongcheng, his status is so high that it is difficult for ordinary people to reach it. But in front of a holy place like the beast taming palace, he had no say, let alone face. Apart from anything else, the beast taming palace, as a force merged from another world, has enough deterrent power just from its level 70 gatekeeper boy. Therefore, he couldn't help at all with entering the beast taming palace. He was the city lord and was like this, so he thought it was impossible for Zhou Yun to make the so-called perfect preparations. However, when he saw Zhou Yun's calm and confident eyes, he suddenly had some enlightenment. Then, if you need any help, please let me know, Mr. Zhou. Must. After the two sides said goodbye, Huanyang immediately said to Zhou Yun with great admiration. Husband, how did you get in touch with the city lord? Besides, he seems to respect you very much. That's amazing. Just now in kindergarten, you didn't notice how surprised everyone was looking at you. Their jaws almost dropped. Dad is so awesome. The city lord uncles are all Dad's friends. Cheng Cheng echoed. Thanks to her usual optimism and cheerfulness, the unpleasantness that just happened didn't seem to have any impact on her. At least that's what it seems on the surface. Ha ha ha. Seeing that his wife and daughter admired him so much, Zhou Yun immediately couldn't hold it back and burst into laughter. Husband, tell me quickly. How do you know the city lord? How come we don't know? Huanyang said coquettishly. Ahem. Zhou Yun coughed twice, his eyes far away. Well, it's a long story. Yet. Huanyang nodded repeatedly, her desire for knowledge reaching its peak. Hubby, let's walk slowly and talk slowly. Actually. Zhou Yun said slowly, I have only known him for a few days, and we don't have much of a relationship. So, I don't know why he treats me like this. After Zhou Yun finished speaking, Huanyang waited for 2 more seconds, and after confirming that Zhou Yun had finished speaking, she asked in surprise, That's it? That's it? Zhou Yun nodded. No more. No more. Didn't you say it was a long story? Weren't those 2 sentences I just said long enough? Huanyang. Orange. After Huanyang repeatedly asked and confirmed that what Zhou Yun said was true, she began to fall into deep thought. Zhou Yun saw this and laughed inwardly. In fact, he guessed that Wang Taiji's friendly attitude towards him was most likely related to the frozen snow lotus. Moreover, the frozen snow lotus should be very important to Wang Taiji. Since he was present that day, Wang Taiji guessed that the changes in the frozen snowfield were related to him. However, the sudden change at that time was too shocking, and he couldn't judge the situation properly, so he didn't dare to act rashly. That's why he approached me by showing goodwill as a test. The ultimate goal should be to freeze the snow lotus. However, even if his guess was true, he would not give the frozen snow lotus to Wang Taiji as a reward for the kindergarten incident. After all, there are many ways to give back. The attention on the anomaly in the frozen snowfield has not yet passed, and it would be easy to cause trouble if we rashly take out the frozen snow lotus. As she walked, Huanyang suddenly stopped. Honey, I've made up my mind. What do you want? I want to create an organization. Why did you suddenly make up your mind? Huanyang said seriously, I was indeed hesitant at first, but what happened today made me realize the importance of identity and power. As the commander of the Guardian Corps, Zhao Lin can force the director to change his position on the spot. The city lord, in his capacity as city lord, decided the future life paths of Zhao Lin and the headmaster with just 1 sentence. And I am just an ordinary person. But I don't want similar things to happen in the future, and I still don't want to be at the mercy of others like today. So, I have to become stronger. In any way I can. Hubby, can you support me? Is this what you were thinking about all the time? Zhou Yun laughed. He also thought that He Wanyang was thinking about the reasons why Wang Taiji helped them. Yes. He Wanyang said solemnly, this may be the most absurd and boldest decision I have ever made in my life. But no matter what, I will stick to it. Okay. Zhou Yun smiled and said, since my wife has made the decision, as her husband, I must fully support her. As a professional living worker, many of the materials he used in the future were in short supply on the market or even unavailable. If He Wanyang founded an organization and was able to develop it, it would also be of great help to him. Husband. He Wanyang was very touched and reached out for a hug. But after all, it was on the main street, in full view of everyone, so it was not appropriate. So Zhou Yun quickly changed the subject. Didn't you say before that the quota for Jiangqing's organization is full, and to create a new organization, you need to defeat the old organization to grab the quota? Do you have a goal? He Wanyang shook her head, I have no idea for now. Now even the weakest organization has at least 20 well-equipped professionals at level 20. Therefore, it is almost impossible to defeat the old organization and grab a spot in a short period of time. In that case, let's just target the Red Maple organization, Zhou Yun suggested. Hongfeng. He Wanyang blinked. That was her old employer. No, no. She sighed, I know you want to help me vent my anger. In fact, I want to do that too. But it's too difficult. I've been in Red Maple for so many years, I know their strength very well. Although it is not a first-rate organization, it is also a top second-rate organization. It's almost impossible to defeat them right from the start. Zhou Yun smiled. He understood that He Wanyang would be afraid because she had been working at Red Maple for many years and her horizons were limited. But the more this happened, the more he wanted to help her defeat Hongfeng. Besides, in his opinion, Hongfeng's strength is really not that strong. With his current condition, with a little preparation, it would be more than enough to defeat Hongfeng. Although he thought so in his heart, he compromised and said, then let's recruit soldiers first. We will take it one step at a time. Chapter 22. Beast Palace. In the evening, Cheng Cheng pointed at the dishes on the table and shouted happily. Wow! Braised pork with preserved vegetables. Braised pork. And sweet and sour pork ribs. It looks delicious. If you like it, eat more. He Wanyang said lovingly. Yes. Cheng Cheng nodded heavily, I want 2 bowls, no, 3 bowls. He Wanyang and Zhou Yun looked at each other and smiled. They are very happy that Cheng Cheng, as their daughter, has such a good appetite. Especially, after such an unpleasant thing happened today. But Dad, why did you suddenly change the dishes today? Cheng Cheng asked in confusion, and they're all meat. Because Dad upgraded today and learned a new recipe. Zhou Yun replied with a smile. Oh! Cheng Cheng suddenly realized. After dinner, Cheng Cheng touched her bulging belly and lay on the sofa with a look of satisfaction on her face. He Wanyang said in surprise, Hubby, my strength attribute has exceeded 120 points. 120 points, any explanation? Zhou Yun asked. Of course there is. Breaking through 120 points in a single attribute is a threshold. It means that at this stage, it has surpassed 70% of the professionals in the world. Great, great! Zhou Yun gave a thumbs up with both hands. He Wanyang blushed, thanks to my husband's cooking, especially today's 3 dishes, each dish can increase 2 attributes. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to improve so quickly. It's indeed improved quickly, but it's still not enough. Zhou Yun suddenly stopped smiling. Isn't that enough? He Wanyang blinked, not knowing why he suddenly became so serious. Are you level 20 now? Zhou Yun asked. If you want to find out someone's personal information or the personal information of someone else's belongings, even if you have the technology to do so, you still need the other person's consent. So in order to save effort, he chose to ask directly. No. When talking about this, Huanyang sighed, the good upgrade points are all occupied by large organizations. Other places are either too dangerous or too competitive. Upgrading is too difficult. That's a shame. Zhou Yun said with regret, if you reach level 20, you can learn this. As he spoke, he took out a wooden box. As soon as the wooden box appeared, Huanyang's attention was immediately attracted. Because this is not an ordinary wooden box. Although there is no decoration on it, its unique texture, feel, and heavy atmosphere will make anyone who sees it feel that the wooden box is not simple. Card. Zhou Yun directly opened the wooden box and took out a jade plaque from it. The jade plaque, like the wooden box, does not have any unnecessary decorations and also carries a strong historical atmosphere. On the pure white, translucent, and warm gel-like jade surface, 4 golden ancient seal characters glowed, Frost Sky Sword / This is it. Huanyang stood up suddenly, his whole body trembling with excitement, inherited ancient jade. Yes, it's for you. Zhou Yun stuffed the ancient jade into Huanyang's hand, but you can only use it after you reach level 20. After saying that, he went about cleaning up the dishes. It seemed that the ancient jade that had just been handed over was just an ordinary stone. Mom, what is this? It's so beautiful. Cheng came to Huanyang's side at some point, standing on tiptoe, wanting to see what it was. But Huanyang rarely paid attention to Cheng, and asked. Husband, where did you get this ancient jade? This is no ordinary treasure. Including this one, there are only 3 known pieces of ancient jade in the world. This is a treasure that can allow professionals to master rare skills. I know. Zhou Yun said nonchalantly, but aren't you going to create an organization? How can you convince others if you don't have enough strength? Then there's no need to use the inherited ancient jade. Huanyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You weren't a professional before, so you probably don't know. One of the first 2 pieces of inherited ancient jade that appeared was auctioned in Kyoto for a whopping 1 billion. Besides, no matter the color or texture, that piece is far inferior to this one. So if I use such a rare treasure, it would be a waste of resources. Nonsense. Zhou Yun pretended to be unhappy. How can it be considered a waste if you use it? My wife deserves the best. And you also said that this piece of ancient jade is a treasure. Are you going to sell it for money? Of course not. Huanyang hurriedly explained, but even if I don't sell it, I will. Hey! What I want to say is that this piece of ancient jade appeared so suddenly that it really scared me. Haha. Zhou Yun couldn't help but laugh. He really didn't expect that the surprise he wanted to give Huanyang would actually turn into a shock. But he could understand it. After all, Huanyang was different from him and had no knowledge from her previous life. Suddenly having an ancient jade piece of inheritance placed in front of her was like a check for tens of billions suddenly falling from the sky, leaving her at a loss as to what to do. Don't think too much. Zhou Yun held Huanyang's hand and said, Today is your birthday, just think of this as an ordinary birthday gift. Huanyang was stunned. Is it my birthday today? Isn't it? Zhou Yun took out his cell phone and showed it to her. It's true. Huanyang was very surprised. Zhou Yun was speechless. How can you forget even your own birthday? The next day, Zhou Yun brought his wife and children to the highest peak in Zhongcheng, Rizao Peak. Since people have figured out the pattern of the beast taming palace's appearance, even though there is still a week before the beast taming palace appears, Rizao Peak is already crowded with people. Not only are hotels and B&Bs full, but even some slightly more open areas have been set up with tents serving as temporary shelters. But it didn't affect Zhou Yun, and he still found a place to live smoothly. Rizao Peak, Rizao Hotel, Presidential Suite. Honey. This is 100,000. Yes. One night. Yes. The cost of staying here for one night is enough to support our family's living expenses for 5 years. Huaniang was very worried and kept counting on her fingers to settle the score with Zhou Yun. She felt distressed. But in the end, she was persuaded by Zhou Yun. 4 words, for the children. The day passed quickly. City Lord's mansion. Reporting to the City Lord, I have found out everything. Explain. As of 1 minute ago, no high-level magical beasts were found in Mr. Zhou's family. Are you sure? Sure. Strange. Wang Taiji pondered, could it be that what he said about being fully prepared was just a casual remark? Or maybe I misjudged him. City Lord, I have a guess. Speak. Mr. Zhou's daughter, the girl named Cheng Cheng, has a white bear pet that looks like the frozen white bear in the frozen snowfield, so maybe. Chapter 23. Do you suspect that the white bear is the frozen white bear? That's right. Impossible. Wang Taiji chuckled. As the overlord of the Forbidden Area, the frozen white bear's dignity as a divine beast will never allow it to succumb to a little human girl who is not even a professional. I thought so too, but they are too similar. Do you want me to send someone to investigate? No need. Wang Taiji waved his hand and said, the investigation needs the consent of the white bear's owner. Don't alert the enemy. Then, if the city lord has any other instructions, please let me know. Wang Taiji stood up and paced. Didn't your survey corps capture a thunder wolf a while ago? Yes. Send it to Mr. Zhou. What? That's an excellent monster with a growth limit of 50 levels. Didn't you originally plan to? It's different now. Don't ask any more questions. Just do it. I obey your command. Rizao Peak. While Zhou Yun and his family were having breakfast, they heard people talking in the restaurant. People from Hong Yun Group have also come to Rizao Peak this time. I guess there's no hope. What happened to Hong Yun Group? Why is there no hope? A year ago, a little boy named Li Ming was selected to join the beast taming palace. Did you know about this? Of course. There was only one person in the entire Zhongcheng who was chosen, and it was even on the news. Haha, this Li Ming is the grandson of the chairman of Hong Yun Group. So they have this identity. Then what are they doing here this time? Aren't they already in the beast taming palace? You don't understand, right? In addition to his grandson Li Ming, the chairman of Hong Yun Group also has a granddaughter. No, what does it mean? If my grandson gets in, my granddaughter has to get in too. That's a nice thought. The beast taming palace is owned by the Hong Yun Group, right? That's right. Even though Hong Yun Group is financially strong and the leader of Zhongcheng, it is nothing compared to a holy place like the beast taming palace. Haha. How about you guys be naive? Do you know how Li Ming was selected last year? How did you get selected? Did you bribe the examiner of the beast taming palace with your superpowers? Ha 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 ha, you're going to make me laugh to death by bribing the examiner. If we really do this, we'll probably be kicked out on the spot. Haha, it's impossible to bribe the examiner. But do you think it's possible to bribe the examinee? You mean? Hey. It's boring to explain it too clearly. Anyway, since we've run into the Hong Yun Group this time, there's no hope. After listening to this, Huaniang frowned slightly and said, Husband, is what they said true or false? Did the Hong Yun Group really bribe the candidates? Zhou Yun nodded and said, it's probably about the same. It's not difficult to find it if you do a targeted search online. That's too shameless. Huaniang said unhappily, cheating in public when it comes to becoming a disciple, is this fair to others? As a holy place, can the beast taming palace just turn a blind eye to such things? Zhou Yun shook his head and said, where is there absolute fairness? Even the Holy Land is not immune to this. Anyway, I won't be bribed no matter what. He Wanyang said resolutely, how can money measure a child's time and future? This sister is wrong, said a jeweled lady at the table next to her, money may not be able to buy everything, but it can buy most things. The difference is just how much. Unless someone is absolutely sure that his child can enter the beast taming palace. Otherwise, if there is any hesitation, he can be persuaded to give up with money. For example, sister, the person sitting next to you should be your daughter, right? Looking at his age, he should still be in kindergarten. At this age, your talent is still unstable. If you take the talent test, to put it bluntly, there is almost no chance of you entering the beast taming palace. He Wanyang's pretty face turned slightly cold, sorry, we never thought of getting started by testing our talents. The lady smiled and said, so we have to compete through the monsters we have already contracted. She glanced at the frozen white bear in Cheng Cheng's arms and shook her head slightly, this should be the magical beast your daughter contracted, right? It's not that I say things that my sister doesn't like to hear. Although artificially bred combat pets like this are novel, their only function is to protect young children. In the eyes of animal masters, they are completely inferior. If you want to get started with a magic beast like this, I would like to say, sister, you are a little too idealistic. Wu when Xiaobai heard that he, a divine beast, was actually described as an artificially bred combat pet, he immediately raised his voice to express his protest. Zhou Yun couldn't help laughing out loud. Zhou Yun smiled, and He Wanyang also smiled. She was the one who had seen Xiaobai's panel with her own eyes. Is it funny? The lady was slightly displeased. Well, let me show you what the level of a truly competitive contracted monster should be. Xiang Xiang. As soon as she called out, the little girl sitting next to her immediately looked at the bird on her shoulder and whispered, go. The little bird immediately flapped its wings and flew into the air. Oh! With a body as small as a palm, it can make a cry that only a huge bird of prey can make. Then, it grew against the wind, its body rapidly enlarged, and in the blink of an eye it became a 3-meter-tall giant bird. If the restaurant wasn't tall enough, it wouldn't be able to accommodate it. Xingjun yellow bird. Someone cried out in horror, revealing its identity. People suddenly realized and matched the image of the bird of prey in front of them with the description in the illustration. An excellent magical beast with a growth limit of 40 levels, capable of controlling gravity, changing its body shape freely, and defending against the Xingjun yellow bird of the same level too. Isn't it cheating to take a monster like this to the entrance exam? What the hell are you arguing about? Zhongcheng only has 2 spots. Now half of them are gone. I just don't understand. The average level of the current population is only in the teens. How did they get such an excellent monster and complete the contract? Haha, it's just the power of money. Bah! Damn money! Shameless! The sudden appearance of the Xingjun yellow bird not only surprised the parents of many candidates, but also frightened the magical beasts that were brought to the scene to prepare for the test. Some retreated repeatedly, looking wary. Some of them had their fur standing on end and were growling non-stop. Some lay on the ground, shivering. Some of them were incontinent, and the floor was covered with filth. What's worse, some people fainted directly. For a moment, the restaurant was in chaos. Under the stern persuasion of the staff, the lady ordered the little girl to take the Xingjun yellow bird back. Her eyes fell on Xiaobai, who seemed to be fine, and she laughed. It's just a combat pet. It can't even feel the most basic rank suppression between monsters. It's so weak. Sister, now, do you still think that with such a combat pet, you can be competitive in the entrance examination? Chapter 24. Woo woo. Xiaobai let out another dissatisfied whimper. With its intelligence, it certainly knew that the lady was belittling it. The dignity of the divine beast made it subconsciously want to teach the lady a lesson. But after taking a look at Zhou Yun, it finally put away its claws silently. Zhou Yun had told it in advance not to do anything rash. However, Cheng Cheng stood up at this moment. "Auntie, you're wrong. Xiaobai is not weak at all. It was him who saved me when I was in danger. In my heart, he is the most powerful." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun and He Wanyang looked at each other and were both a little surprised. Although Cheng Cheng has a cheerful personality, he rarely speaks up like this. "Wu." Xiaobai raised his head and looked at Cheng Cheng. There was something different in his dark eyes. "The most amazing? How dare you say that?" The daughter of the noble lady said with disdain, "If I said I could trade the yellow bird for your junk white bear, you would definitely agree, right?" "No way." Cheng Cheng hugged Xiaobai tightly, his eyes determined, "No matter what kind of monster it is, I will not trade my Xiaobai." "Humph! You're really being stubborn." The lady's daughter folded her arms, looking very confident. Cheng Cheng let out a long breath and said to Zhou Yun and He Wanyang, "Mom and Dad, let's go." "Good." Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Yun stood up immediately. They were all very pleased to see that Cheng Cheng had his own ideas and could face things on his own. Just as they were about to leave the restaurant, an old man in a suit and tie came up to them. "Excuse me, but is this Mr. Zhou Yun?" Zhou Yun looked at the old man and said, "That's right. That's right." The old man smiled and said, "I am here on the orders of my boss to bring a gift to Mr. Zhou. I hope Mr. Zhou likes it." As he said this, he waved back. Immediately, an iron cage engraved with a magic circle was carried up by 4 people. As soon as the iron cage appeared, the pupils of everyone in the restaurant, including the lady, shrank. Because there is a magical beast locked in the iron cage. It was about 2 meters long and 1 meter tall, with thick bones, sharp teeth and claws, and faint flashes of lightning on its dark green fur. On its forehead, there was a golden lightning mark. "It's Thunder Wolf!" With a loud shout, everyone stepped back subconsciously. Although the lady was still sitting, she pulled her daughter behind her, with a hint of fear between her brows. "Oh oh oh!" The Xingjun yellow bird seemed to feel threatened, and it enlarged its body again, protesting to the Thunder Wolf with a loud voice. The Thunder Wolf glared with his narrow eyes, and a powerful wolf howl immediately swept out. "Ouch!" As soon as this voice was heard, the monsters that had just been frightened by the Xingjun yellow bird rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Although the black and heavy yellow bird's feathers stood up, it did not dare to move forward at all. Looking at the Thunder Wolf again, after a wolf howl, it lay down in the cage and closed its eyes, as if it didn't take the yellow bird seriously at all. Comparing the two, the difference is immediately apparent. The noblewoman's daughter stared at Thunder Wolf with sparkling eyes, and seemed to be completely attracted by Thunder Wolf's majesty. "Is this the gift from your boss?" Zhou Yun asked. "That's right." The old man replied with a smile. "Who is your boss?" The lady stepped forward and asked, "How much is this Thunder Wolf?" "I want it." The old man glanced at her and ignored her, just waiting quietly for Zhou Yun's response. The lady frowned, "I'm talking to you, can't you hear me?" The old man then said, "Don't ask any more questions. You can't afford this Thunder Wolf." "What a joke!" The lady raised her head slightly, exuding a strong sense of confidence. "In Zhongcheng, there is no price that my Hongyun group cannot afford." Zhou Yun had some guesses at this time. "Your boss's surname is Wang." "That's right." The old man smiled and said, "My boss learned that Mr. Zhou's family was in Rizao Peak, so he specially ordered me to deliver this Thunder Wolf. It turned out to be him." Zhou Yun nodded secretly. As the Lord of Zhongcheng, it is not difficult to understand why Wang Taiji was able to send out an excellent monster cub like the Thunder Wolf. The surname is Wang. The noblewoman whispered to herself, when did a boss named Wang appear in Zhongcheng, who is so generous? The old man completely ignored the lady and bowed, saying, Mr. Zhou, since the gift has been delivered, I will not bother you any more. Goodbye. Wait. Zhou Yun stopped him, you should take the gift back and tell them that I appreciate your kindness. What? The lady immediately looked at Zhou Yun with her eyes wide open. The other onlookers also dropped their jaws. After all, this is a Thunder Wolf. It's an outstanding Warcraft cub with a maximum level of 50. Even without intervention after the contract, it can grow naturally and become a level 50 monster. Such combat power is simply crushing compared to the current professionals whose average level is only in the teens. But even with such a great gift, Zhou Yun actually rejected it directly. Ha 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 ha, the old man stroked his beard and laughed, my boss had long expected Mr. Zhou to react like this. So, he instructed in advance that unless your daughter is unwilling to accept it, this gift will never be taken back, even if it is thrown away at Rizao Peak. Gulp. Many people couldn't help swallowing when they heard this. If it was really lost in Rizao Peak, then wouldn't they have a chance? For a moment, everyone's attention was focused on Cheng Cheng. Reject. You must refuse. Zhou Yun shook his head and laughed. Wang Taiji's actions really caught him off guard. However, he is also quite confident about Xingjun's choice. So he asked, Cheng Cheng, do you want this Thunder Wolf? If you do, we can keep it. Don't forget what you said just now. The noblewoman's daughter shouted anxiously, you said it yourself, no matter what kind of monster it is, you won't change it. If I change, I will look down on you. No. Cheng Cheng looked at her and refused without thinking. She gently stroked Xiaobai in her arms and said, I only want my Xiaobai. Wu Xiaobai whimpered softly, his eyes sparkling. Look, my daughter said so, and I can't do anything about it. Zhou Yun said with pretended regret. Well then. The old man said with a wry smile, in that case, I will have no choice but to take Thunderwolf back to report. Hey! Wait! The lady quickly chased after him. The others realized what was happening later and followed him out of the restaurant. In just 10 seconds, everyone in the restaurant had left. Dad, why did they all leave? Cheng Cheng asked. Zhou Yun touched her head and said, they are all vying for the things you don't want. Another day passed. On this day, Zhou Yun was forging equipment in the forging room of Rizao Hotel. The guests in the hotel were all amazed at this incident. After all, where is there no forge? Is it worth spending so much money to work as an ironsmith in a 5-star hotel? Zhou Yun didn't think much of it. When it comes to making money, not a single minute should be wasted. In particular, his wife Huanyang also wants to establish an organization. I must be a good manager of logistics equipment. Bang, bang, bang. He struck hammer after hammer, sweating profusely. The forging room in a 5-star hotel also has its advantages, that is, all forging materials can be used free of charge. This gave him great convenience. At some point, a tall figure appeared in front of him. It was the lady who was in the restaurant yesterday. After waiting for a while, seeing that Zhou Yun ignored her and was still concentrating on forging, the lady couldn't help but speak first. Let me introduce myself again. I am Xia Bingbing, the executive president of Hongyun Group and the daughter-in-law of the current chairman. Even if you build equipment here for a few months or years, how much money can you make? But as long as you help me buy the Thunder Wolf, you can decide the reward, how about that? Just as he finished speaking, as Zhou Yun hammered down, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared and struck the long sword that had just been forged. Boom! At this time, the thunder just exploded. Chapter 25. The lady was stunned. Zhou Yun was also stunned. Although this situation occurs only a few times, any professional knows what it means. Ding! Forging successful. You get an excellent longsword *1. Ding. Influenced by the craftsman god talent, the excellent longsword gains a rare effect, sword chi. Ding. Influenced by the craftsman god talent, the excellent longsword gains a super rare effect, invincibility. Ding. Affected by the craftsman god talent, your life equipment ordinary hammer will gain attribute upgrades at the same time. Ding. The longsword you made is extraordinary. As its forger, please name it. Sunshine Sword. Ding. Naming successful. Name, Sunshine Sword. Durability, 40/40. Attribute, Strength +5. Rare attribute, Sword Chi. When attacking, a Sword Chi effect is added, extending the attack distance by 1 foot. Super rare attribute, Invincible. Actively enter the invincible state, unaffected by any damage and negative status, the effect lasts for 1 second. Evaluation, a unique long sword, destined to have an invincible sword life. Picking up the long sword he forged with his own hands, Zhou Yun was filled with emotion. Super rare attribute. It is indeed it. This was what the players in the previous life laughed at, saying that this attribute could only appear in the hands of a blacksmith who had saved the world. No matter what grade of equipment, as long as you have it, it has absolute value. Rare attribute, perhaps useless. But each of these super rare attributes is extraordinary. What did you say just now? Zhou Yun looked at Xia Bingbing with a smile. Xia Bingbing's Adam's apple rolled. I mean, as long as you help me buy the Thunder Wolf, the reward, you decide. Although it was the same words, this time they lacked the momentum as before. Zhou Yun shook the sword in his hand. Do you think I'm someone who's short of money? Xia Bingbing's eyes flickered slightly, and then her expression quickly returned to calm. Mr. Zhou, everything in this world has a price tag. As long as the price is right, there is nothing that cannot be negotiated. Including the sword in your hand, the number I give will surely satisfy you. Don't you need to check the attributes? Zhou Yun asked. 300 million. Xia Bingbing said confidently, as long as you nod, we can make the deal now. You should know that the final transaction price of the ring 2 years ago was 186 million. Zhou Yun raised his eyebrows slightly. This Xia Bingbing is really bold. She can offer a price of 300 million without even looking at the attributes. She is worthy of being the daughter-in-law of the president of Xingjun Group. If it had happened before, he would have sold it without saying a word. But now. Sorry, I have other plans for this sword. Xia Bingbing was surprised to hear such an answer. She thought the price she offered was very sincere. Moreover, this is a friendly price given considering that Zhou Yun might help her buy the Thunder Wolf. However, even with such a price, he failed to impress the other party. Before coming, she had already grasped the financial situation of Zhou Yun's family. This family should have no resistance to the number of 300 million. She looked at Zhou Yun again. She was a little confused. What was going on with this man in front of her? How could he know the mysterious boss Wang who could give away the Thunder Wolf, yet remain indifferent to the sky-high price of 300 million? Is this really what the intelligence said, that he was a useless gigolo who stayed at home and did nothing a week ago? Are you sure you want to reject me? Xia Bingbing stared at Zhou Yun. In the whole Zhongcheng, the only company that can offer this price is our Xingjun Group. Really? Zhou Yun did not comment. Just then, there was a sudden noise outside. It's right here. The direction where the lightning struck just now is right here. The treasure is inside. Immediately afterwards, a group of people crowded in. In a short while, the entire forging room was packed. Where's the treasure? Where is the treasure? Oh my god! Can you please stop squeezing? My silicone is going to burst. Seeing this, Zhou Yun jumped onto the forging platform, displayed the attributes of the sword, and shouted, "Here is the treasure!" Swish! Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on the sword's attribute panel. Then, everyone's eyes became dull. Sunshine Sword. I like this name. Oh my god! This is such a rare attribute. Invincible. Really invincible. A divine weapon. 1 second of invincibility is enough for me to kill monsters of the same level 3 or 4 times. Using a butcher knife to kill a chicken? The invincibility time is of course used to resist the boss's violent skills. I'm really impressed. How can it have such a perverted attribute? Just as everyone was discussing, someone suddenly shouted, 100 million. After hearing the offer of 100 million, the entire forging room fell silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on an old man in simple clothes. It was him who offered a price of 100 million. Facing so many people's gazes, the old man smiled and remained calm, as if he was determined to win. Before people could recover from the shock, someone in the corner raised his hand, 130 million. 140 million. A female voice came from another direction. 160 million, a fourth voice appeared. As the sound appeared, people kept turning their heads, their eyes becoming increasingly dull. A starting price of 100 million is still acceptable? Is that a human being? There are so many rich people. Who am I in front of them? I thought everyone was the same, but it turns out I'm the only loser. Crazy. They're all crazy. At the door of the forging room, Huanyang held Xingjun's hand, her pretty face flushed red. She saw it. Even though she was far away, she could still see it clearly. The man standing on the forging table with a sword in his hand was her husband, Zhou Yun. Hearing people around her curious about the identity of the sword bearer, she wanted to tell them several times, but found that she couldn't make any sound. 100 million. 160 million. No, someone has already offered 240 million. The prices are still rising. Oh my god! She couldn't even imagine the money measured in billions. At this moment, a clear and domineering voice appeared, 300 million. The atmosphere in the whole venue suddenly stagnated again. Huanyang recognized that the person who offered 300 million was the noble lady she met in the restaurant yesterday. At this time, Xia Bingbing was in a very upset mood. She always felt that everything had gone wrong since she met Zhou Yun. Before coming here, I just wanted to discuss the business of buying Thunder Wolf. As a result, before the business negotiation even started, a bolt of lightning struck and a top-grade weapon appeared out of nowhere. In the middle of the original plan, she wanted to win it in one fell swoop with an absolute price, but was rejected by Zhou Yun. Later, a group of random people started bidding and inexplicably raised the price to 240 million. Seeing that what she said, the whole Zhongcheng can't afford 300 million, was about to be slapped in the face, she was forced to make another offer in an attempt to stabilize the situation. However, the price of 300 million did not last even for a second before it was surpassed by someone else. 400 million. The old man who offered 100 million at the beginning shouted. Chapter 26. The whole audience was in an uproar. The price of 300 million is already an extremely high price in the eyes of everyone. But before it could last even a second, it was exceeded by 100 million. For a time, the old man attracted everyone's attention. Among them, Xia Bingbing looked at the old man with a rather unfriendly look. She wanted to see clearly who was going against her Hongyun group. When she saw the old man's face clearly, her expression froze. One of the 3 sword masters of Daxia, Lu Hui's Hong, Mr. Lu. The old man's ears twitched slightly, and he looked at Xia Bingbing, his cloudy eyes flashing with a sharp light. It is me. When they saw that it was indeed Lu Hui's Hong, people were even more surprised. So he is one of the 3 sword masters of my country. She's dressed too low-key. I couldn't even recognize her when she was so close. Wow! I actually got to meet the sword master by chance. This trip is really worthwhile. Xia Bingbing pulled the corner of her mouth. Shouldn't Mr. Liu be practicing in Baiyun Mountain in Luoyang? How come? Liu Huizhong smiled slightly. I came to Zhongcheng to visit my grandson, and it just so happened that the Holy Land was about to appear, so I brought my grandson here to try his luck. That's indeed, what a coincidence. Xia Bingbing changed the subject, but, didn't Mr. Liu always say that weapons and equipment are external things and we should focus on our own cultivation? How come? As she spoke, she glanced at the sword in Zhou Yun's hand, and her meaning was clear. You've already said that equipment is just external things, so why are you still fighting with us so hard? Liu Huizhong didn't care at all. Things are different now. After the great changes in heaven and earth, the world has changed tremendously. Some of my thoughts and remarks have become a thing of the past. Now, even if I am confident in my sword skills, I have to admit the importance of equipment. So, since this precious sword happened to appear, of course I have to fight for it. After hearing this, everyone stood in awe. Before the world changed and the game became part of the world, Liu Huizhong was a nationally renowned swordsman with a respected status. But at his advanced age, he is able to put aside his status, acknowledge the obsolescence of his ideas, and keep up with the pace of change in the world. This alone is enough to make people admire him. Not to mention, every word he said was frank, clean, and refreshing, just like his swordsmanship, which made people feel good about him. Xia Bingbing couldn't help but be impressed by Liu Huizhong. But she immediately realized her position and said, Mr. Liu, although bidding for treasures is reasonable, as far as I know, you have always regarded money as dirt and devoted yourself to cultivation. Let alone 400 million, even 100 million, you can't come up with it, right? If it's cash, I really can't take it out. Liu Huizhong readily admitted this. But there are many rich people who owe me favors. Just give me a few days, it shouldn't be difficult to get it together. Everyone nodded slightly. Although he could not bring the actual money to bid, Liu Huizhong's reputation was there, so it was not difficult for him to find someone to borrow 400 million yuan. However, Xia Bingbing disagreed. Mr. Liu, please forgive me for being blunt, but it's not appropriate for you to do this. If it is an ordinary treasure, there is nothing wrong with you doing this. But everyone has seen this sword today. It was forged into a divine weapon by lightning and fire from the sky. It has a super rare attribute attached to it. And it's a super attribute like invincible, which is applicable to any profession. For everyone present, being able to participate in the bidding is already an opportunity. If everyone is like Mr. Liu and needs a few days to raise money, there will be too many variables. Liu Huizhong was speechless for a moment. Those who had bid before nodded one after another. When a treasure comes out, they are able to witness it and even participate in it, that is because they have good fortune. If we could allow more time to raise money, there would be so many people who could get involved during this period. In this case, wouldn't their chance be the same as having nothing? They won't agree to this. Xia Bingbing took in everyone's reactions and nodded secretly. What is worrying is not the scarcity but the inequality. The treasure was right in front of them, but so many people were unable to win the bid. They could only watch the treasure slip away, which was very regrettable. At this time, with just a little guidance, everyone can unite against a common enemy, target the person who does not follow the rules, and make that person their punching bag. As for what Liu Huizhong will do? A gentleman can be deceived by tricks. Liu Huizhong is that real gentleman. Liu Huizhong was seen standing there, feeling lost, his old face full of confusion, which then slowly turned into reluctance and regret. He glanced at the sword in Zhou Yun's hand reluctantly, then said slowly, in this case, I, an old man, can only withdraw. Wait. Zhou Yun raised his hand and said, I think Sword Saint Liu has misunderstood. Not only Sword Saint Liu, but everyone has misunderstood as well. Misunderstand? What misunderstanding? Zhou Yun's sudden words confused everyone. Zhou Yun smiled and said frankly, "Everyone, I took out this sword and showed its properties. But from the beginning to the end, I didn't say I wanted to sell it, right? I never said I would auction it off to the highest bidder, did I?" What? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Although it was unexpected, when everyone thought about it carefully, it seemed that Zhou Yun had never said anything like that. Xia Bingbing was anxious. "Mr. Zhou, Master Zhou. As a blacksmith, you forge equipment. If it's not for money, then what is the reason? As a blacksmith, even if you like this sword, it won't significantly improve your combat effectiveness." "Yes. I did say a few words in the restaurant yesterday. Perhaps I offended your wife and daughter, and made you feel uncomfortable. But let's be honest, I can apologize for what I did yesterday. Can you also give this sword a chance to be auctioned publicly?" "Miss Xia, I think you really misunderstood," Zhou Yun said. "The reason I showed this sword is that I really didn't intend to sell it." "Why is that?" Xia Bingbing asked. "To recruit people." Recruiting people? Everyone was puzzled. Zhou Yun looked at his wife and daughter outside the forging room, his eyes like water. "Yes, recruiting people for the organization. This sword will be used as a shared equipment within the organization. Any member of the organization who needs it can use this sword after getting permission from the leader." "What? Is there such a good thing? One stone can cause 1,000 ripples." Everyone's eyes lit up. "Wow! This is possible! This is possible! Sharing equipment. The boss is generous. Sharing happiness with others is worse than enjoying it alone. I never thought that ordinary people like me would have the opportunity to use such a magical tool. Great! I don't have an organization. I'll apply to join. What's the name of the organization? I'm a level 21 fighter. I can fill out the application form right now. Damn it! I'm quitting my old organization now. I want to turn from darkness to light." Chapter 27. "Everyone, don't worry." Zhou Yun pressed his hands together. "The organization hasn't been established yet. When the organization is established, the leader will be my wife." He stretched out his hand and pointed at Huanyang, who was standing at the door of the forging room. At that moment, countless eyes looked in the direction Zhou Yun pointed. Huanyang's heart beat rapidly. She never expected that Zhou Yun would publicly express his idea of establishing an organization, and in such an occasion. It was so sudden. She was totally unprepared. She had no idea what to say in this situation. After all, the organization has not yet been established, let alone its organizational philosophy and goals. Even the name of the organization has not been decided yet. However, it would be a real shame if we don't seize such a good publicity opportunity. Just as she was trying hard to think of what to say, the crowd was already swarming towards her. "Chief, when will our organization start recruiting people? Do you have an application form or something? Let me fill it out first. Are there any level or strength restrictions? Chief, please give me priority. Me. Jiangqing's 14th ranked warrior. Chief, look at me." Everyone tried their best to promote themselves and tried to get into Huanyang's sight as soon as possible so that they could successfully enter the organization. After all, the organization has personnel limits. Especially when the organization was first established, it could only accommodate 20 members. That's really a case of 1 carrot, 1 pit. If you register a little later, you will miss this sword. Huanyang answered everyone's questions one by one with her best efforts, and she was extremely happy in her heart. She could never have imagined that before the organization was even started, Zhou Yun helped her solve the biggest problem of recruiting people. She could see that many of the people present were quite capable. With their participation, even if the organization is newly established, it will not be difficult to defeat an old organization and grab the quota. That night, Huanyang happily flipped through a pile of application forms. In her opinion, these are all the potential members of her future organization. Zhou Yun also went over to take a look. But as he watched, he realized something was wrong. Because on these application forms, the occupation column is filled in by soldiers. Recruiting only fighters will not be good for the long-term development of the organization. But it's no wonder when you think about it. After all, only warriors wield swords. And these warriors came just for the sunshine sword in his hand. Because he didn't want to disturb Huanyang's interest, he didn't bring it up on the spot. The next day, he still came to the forge early. Huanyang and Cheng Cheng were bored staying in the room, so they just followed along. Accompanied by them, Zhou Yun began forging. Unlike before, this time, he forged not a sword but a staff. If an excellent sword can attract warriors to join, then an excellent staff should also be able to attract mages, summoners, or priests to join. Compared to the sword which can only attract the warrior profession, the adaptability of the staff is much higher. However, things did not go smoothly. Perhaps because he was not familiar with the technique of forging staffs, he did not succeed in forging even one staff throughout the whole day. The next day, I continued forging, but again got nothing. On the third day, there was still no harvest. This made Zhou Yun begin to doubt whether he was innately unable to forge the holy body of the staff. But the more this happens, the more motivated he becomes. Moreover, he began to have a vague feeling. That is, as long as the forging is successful, powerful attributes will definitely appear. It was a new day again. After breakfast, he went to the forge and continued forging the staff. Not long after it started, Xia Bingbing arrived. She came here many times these days, and each time she came with the same purpose, which was to buy the Thunder Wolf and ensure that her daughter could enter the beast-taming palace. The first 2 times Zhou Yun would still say a few words to her, but later on, he simply ignored her. The same is true this time. No matter what Xia Bingbing said to him, he chose to turn a deaf ear and concentrate on forging the staff. Xia Bingbing was helpless about this. She really has no chance to exploit a man like this who is capable, not short of money, and whose wife is prettier than her. No desire means strength. She now truly felt the power of these 4 words. Suddenly, she found that Zhou Yun began to get excited. It's done. It's done. It's almost done. Bang! The last hammer fell, sparks flying. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck straight down and landed right on the staff. Like the previous sunshine sword, this staff was engraved with a lightning rune flashing with lightning after being struck by lightning. Xia Bingbing's eyes widened. Again. Ding! Forging successful. You get an excellent staff *1. Ding! Influenced by the craftsman god talent, excellent staffs gain a rare effect, fly. Ding! Influenced by the craftsman god talent, excellent staffs gain an ultra-rare effect, archangel. Ding! Affected by the craftsman god talent, your life equipment ordinary hammer will gain attribute upgrades at the same time. Ding! The staff you created is extraordinary. As its forger, please name it. Archangel's staff. Ding! Naming successful. Name Archangel staff. Durability, 40/40. Attribute, Wisdom +5. Rare attribute, Fly, gain the ability to fly, the flying speed depends on the strength attribute. Super rare attribute, Archangel, after use, the Archangel's wings will be spread, entering the Archangel state, gaining a shield value of Wisdom attribute *1000, and automatically recovering 3 shield points per second. While the shield exists, the casting time is reduced by 30%, the casting effect is increased by 30%, and the casting distance is increased by 30%. After the shield is broken, the health value is restored by 100%. Evaluation, a unique staff, destined to have an invincible life. Just after I finished looking at the properties, there was a bang and the door of the forging room was kicked open, and a group of people rushed in. Master Zhou. I knew it was you. Baby. My baby, where is it? Let me see. Let me see. Zhou Yun didn't say anything and directly chose to display the attributes. Within 3 seconds after the attributes were displayed, the entire audience fell silent, staring intently at the attribute panel. 3 seconds later, everyone present let out strange cries. Ah! Ah! How can there be such an attribute? My worldview has collapsed. Monster! Monster! A magician holding this staff will turn into a tortoise. A shield value equal to wisdom *1000, with automatic recovery. This is simply too outrageous. In addition to the super rare attribute of Archangel, the rare attribute of flying is also very useful. Okay. Whoever helps me buy this Archangel's staff, I will marry him. Chapter 28. Ah. Yes. Honey, I want it. Please buy it for me. With this staff, I can become the #1 summoner in Zhongcheng. Ha 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 ha. God Gold. The warriors, shooters, and other professionals present shook their heads. At the same time, I felt a little sour. After all, such a good weapon has nothing to do with them. Master Zhou. Is this Archangel staff, like the Sunshine Sword 3 days ago, also put into the guild as a shared equipment? When someone in the crowd asked this, everyone instantly quieted down and stared at Zhou Yun. Especially those with magic professions, their eyes were extremely hot. Compared to physical professions, people in legal professions are generally richer. But being rich is relative. Faced with a top-grade staff like the Archangel's staff, they didn't even have the courage to make an offer. However, it would be different if it could be used as a shared equipment. Although I can't own it alone, at least I have the right to use it. I don't ask for a lot, just being able to borrow it at a critical moment can be of great help. Moreover, with the example of the Sunshine Sword, this Archangel's staff will most likely become a shared equipment. At this moment, they even thought of their future plans within the organization. Just waiting for Zhou Yun's nod, they went to fill out the application form and sign up. However, Zhou Yun hesitated. He forged the staff with the intention of attracting magical talents to join the organization. However, the properties of the Archangel's staff were beyond his expectations. If I have to say, its value is even greater than that of the Sunshine Sword. Although, before it is officially used, we don't know how much built-in cooling the Archangel has, it still does not affect its status. To put it bluntly, at this stage, for any magic professional, it deserves the title of artifact. Of course, such artifacts can be kept in the guild as shared equipment. But the key is, there is also Orange. If Cheng formally joins the Beast Taming Palace and becomes its disciple, he will be able to change his job to become a beast tamer. The Beast Master is also a magic profession. The weapon used is also a staff. This directly put him in a dilemma. Is it for the guild or for my daughter? Choose your wife or your daughter. Sorry, everyone. He Wanyang came to Zhou Yun's side without knowing when. She nodded to Zhou Yun first, and then said to everyone, I will make the decision on behalf of my husband to give this Archangel's staff to our daughter. Zhou Yun felt relieved and smiled knowingly. If you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. A wife is a wife and understands what he is thinking. As soon as the decision was made, there was wailing at the scene. The soldiers were delighted. What's the level of your magic profession? Do you also want to share artifacts with us? Luxury. Too luxurious. Xia Bingbing couldn't help but say, you want your daughter to use a magic wand like this. Let's not talk about whether your daughter can successfully enter the Beast Taming Palace. Even if she did get in, how old is she? At such a young age, using such a divine weapon, isn't it a bit, a waste of resources? Everyone nodded. Xia Bingbing's words expressed what they were thinking. With Hong Yun Group behind her, Xia Bingbing is worth more than 10 billion? Even she felt it was a waste, let alone ordinary professionals. He Wanyang and Zhou Yun didn't care. Is it a waste? How can it be considered a waste when giving something to your own children? Buzz buzz buzz. A low humming sound suddenly came. The sound is very subtle, but it gives people the illusion that the entire space is vibrating. Everyone looked delighted. Beast Taming Palace. The Beast Master Palace is here. At once, many people ran out. Some people even leaned on the windows of the forging room and looked up at the sky. Divine artifacts and the like have nothing to do with them anymore, so they naturally focus all their attention on the Beast Taming Palace. After a while, someone pointed to the sky and shouted, "It's really the Beast Taming Palace. The Beast Taming Palace has arrived ahead of schedule." Woohoo! Everyone cheered. The waiting is excruciating. Everyone was very happy that the Beast Taming Palace could arrive early. Zhou Yun and He Wanyang were also very excited. Through the window, they saw a triangular black spot appear in the sky. The black spot quickly enlarged in their eyes, and soon it took on the shape of a mountain. The mountain peak quickly enlarged, and soon everyone could clearly see that there was a white jade palace standing on the peak. It's the Beast Taming Palace. Roar! Woo! Oh oh oh! Bursts of beast roars and calls could be heard from the Beast Taming Palace from time to time. At this time, it has appeared above Rizao Peak. The people who had been waiting for a long time all gathered below, awaiting the arrival of the Beast Taming Palace's disciples. Shua! A long milky white staircase runs straight down from the Beast Taming Palace to the Rizao Peak. Immediately afterwards, 2 teams of boys in moon-white robes lined up and came down. Among them, a giant beast with a huge body and exuding a vast and heavy aura strode towards them. Water-avoiding wild beast. People's pupils shrank slightly and they immediately recognized its identity. In the mainland's World of Warcraft encyclopedia, it is currently ranked first. And on the back of such a being, there sat an elegant middle-aged man. Such a combination immediately gave rise to many ideas in people's minds. Who is worthy of sitting on the back of a water-avoiding wild beast? Could he be this year's examiner? Although the mounts of examiners in previous years were extraordinary, they were far from being this outrageous. What is the identity of this middle-aged man? The speed of the water-avoiding wild beasts and the boys seemed to be very slow, but it didn't take long before they appeared in front of everyone. The middle-aged man sitting on the water-avoiding wild beast smiled slightly and asked, 4 days ago, on this Rizao Peak, thunder and fire fell from the sky, and the divine weapon appeared in the world. This morning, thunder and fire reappeared. I was very curious, so I hurried over to find out what was going on. I forgot to introduce myself. I am the Palace Master of the Beast Taming Palace, Li Jingzi. It turned out to be the Palace Master. Everyone was shocked. No wonder he could sit on the water-avoiding primitive beast. It turns out that he is the Lord of the Holy Land. Meet the Palace Master. After a brief moment of shock, everyone saluted at the same time. This is the minimum respect for the strong. Li Jingzi smiled and nodded, so, can I meet the 2 masters who forged the magic weapons? If possible, I would also like to take a look at these 2 divine weapons. Chapter 29. 2. Masters. People looked at each other with strange expressions. Li Jingzi frowned slightly. What? Have they left? Everyone shook their heads. Then, is it because they have a weird personality and don't want to see people? Everyone shook their heads again. Li Jingzi laughed and said, what on earth is going on that makes your expressions so weird? Because. Someone said cautiously, because the 2 masters you mentioned are actually the same person. The same person? Li Jingzi raised her eyebrows. You mean, the 2 lightning bolts and 2 magical weapons were created by the same master. Everyone nodded. What a miraculous skill! Li Jingzi was delighted. Can you introduce me to him? I must personally pay a visit to such a master. Palace Master, you are too polite. Zhou Yun's voice came from behind the crowd. People consciously made way for the two to meet. Zhou Yun smiled and walked forward slowly. I don't deserve the title of master. It was pure luck that I forged the magic weapon. Li Jingzi looked Zhou Yun up and down and sighed. He is handsome and has an extraordinary temperament. He has the aura of a master. It is no coincidence that he can forge a magic weapon. I'm Li Jingzi, nice to meet you. As she spoke, Li Jingzi bowed to Zhou Yun. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. As the palace master of the beast-taming palace, Li Jingzi is the person in charge of the Holy Land. Although her behavior is friendly, she always refers to herself as this lady in her words and deeds, which gives off a sense of superiority. However, in front of Zhou Yun, he called himself I. This is a very humble performance. Even Xia Bingbing couldn't help but envy Zhou Yun. It is no exaggeration to say that even with her status, if she could be addressed like this by Li Jingzi, it would be enough to brag about in the circle. What surprised her even more was that Zhou Yun did not act flattered, but returned the gift very naturally. Zhou Yun, meet brother Li. Ha 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 ha, Li Jingzi's face showed strange expression, and then she laughed out loud. He lived in the beast-taming palace for a long time, practicing in seclusion and rarely cared about worldly affairs. Although he looks only middle-aged, he is actually over 400 years old. At this age, there are only a handful of people left who can truly be considered his peers. As for other people, even if he wanted to make friends with them, they would be cautious in their words and actions because of his status and position, which made him feel very boring. But Zhou Yun in front of him was different. From the expression to the posture, there is absolutely no unnaturalness. It was as if they really treated him as a peer. It feels good. He likes making friends. I especially like making friends with people who have abilities. Li Jingzi smiled and said, Brother Zhou, although this is the first time we meet, why do I feel so close to you, as if we have known each other for a long time? Zhou Yun shook his head and laughed. Hit it off at first sight? Li Jingzi's we felt like old friends at first sight might just be a polite remark. But he and Li Jingzi really hit it off at first sight. In the games of his previous life, he and Li Jingzi had dealt with each other a lot. They can't be said to be as close as brothers, but their friendship goes far beyond that of ordinary friends. It's no exaggeration to say that they would go through fire and water for each other. He knew very well that Li Jingzi was a reliable person, so he insisted on bringing Cheng Cheng to become his disciple. There is more than one holy place in the world. But he could only trust Li Jingzi. Brother Li just mentioned that he wanted to see the 2 weapons forged by me. Li Jingzi has lived a long time, and even when he deliberately corrects himself, his speech still has a hint of antiquity. In order to avoid seeming awkward, Zhou Yun also changed the way he spoke. That's right. Li Jingzi was excited, if it's convenient for brother Zhou. That's convenient. Zhou Yun responded readily, taking out the sunshine sword and the archangel's staff and handing them over. If it were anyone else, he would never dare to let go of these 2 precious weapons. As long as he keeps the weapon in his hand, even if someone sees the treasure and tries to snatch it, he can take back the forger space in time. But Li Jingzi is different. Again, he is trustworthy. However, Li Jingzi did not think so. She simply felt that Zhou Yun acted in a bold and generous manner and did not care about details, so she looked up to him even more. After taking the weapon and checking its properties, Li Jingzi praised it. It is indeed a divine weapon forged with the help of thunder and fire from heaven. It is truly extraordinary. Although the sunshine sword is good, it doesn't quite match me. However, I am really coveting this archangel staff. Brother Li, it's useless to be jealous. Zhou Yun shook his head and said, "This archangel staff already has an owner." As soon as he finished speaking, many people in the crowd gasped. "It's over. If you dare to say that, you'll probably offend someone to death. The staff is still in his hand. Master Zhou, why don't you consider the situation when you speak?" "That's right. Now they have taken the two artifacts away directly, and there is nothing they can do to us." "Haha. That's still good. What if he gets angry and kills the master? So what? This shouldn't be the case, right? How could it be so? Do you really think the Lord of the Holy Land is easy to talk to? Is he playing house with you?" However, Li Jingzi's reaction surprised everyone. "What a pity." He shook his head and sighed, "It seems that I am still too late. I am really disappointed to miss such a treasure." As he spoke, he returned both artifacts to Zhou Yun. Everyone blinked, thinking they had seen it wrong. "Ah! That's it. You're not angry. All treasures belong only to the virtuous." Li Jingzi asked again, "Who is the owner of the Archangel's staff? Can I meet him?" "Of course." Zhou Yun said, and waved to Cheng Cheng who was standing next to Huaniang in the crowd. When Cheng Cheng came to Zhou Yun's side, Li Jingzi pointed at her in surprise and asked, "Brother Zhou, is it her you are talking about?" "That's right," Zhou Yun nodded, "my daughter, Zhou Cheng Cheng." Li Jingzi was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "So that's it. So that's it. As you should. As you should. I see your daughter's age is just right for entering my beast-taming palace. As long as Brother Zhou nods, I am willing to accept you as my personal disciple and teach you carefully." Direct disciple. Now it was Zhou Yun's turn to be stunned. The direct disciple of the beast-taming palace is equivalent to the heir of the beast-taming palace. Compared to becoming an outer disciple by passing the normal entrance examination to enter the beast-taming palace, this is simply a step to heaven. "Brother Zhou, are you unwilling?" "Brother Li, you are joking." Zhou Yun said solemnly, "It is my great wish to be accepted as a disciple by Brother Li. Cheng Cheng, why don't you pay your respects to the master?" "Master." Cheng Cheng tilted his head and blinked his big eyes. She was very unfamiliar with this title. However, she was smart and quickly understood what Zhou Yun meant. She imitated Zhou Yun and saluted Li Jingzi, saying, "Hello, teacher." "Ha ha ha ha," Li Jingzi laughed, "Okay, okay. Today, I am not only lucky enough to meet Brother Zhou, but also to see two magical weapons, and to gain a beloved disciple. It is a triple blessing. If that's the case, then there's no need to go ahead with the beast-taming palace's disciple recruiting ceremony." After hearing the last sentence, everyone present froze in silence. Is it unnecessary to carry out the disciple-taking ceremony? What does it mean? Disciple, no more recruits? Chapter 30. Among these people, Xia Bingbing was the most anxious. She had put in countless efforts to get her daughter into the beast-taming palace. Not to mention the preparations in the previous few years, just this time, Hongyun Group mobilized all its forces to bribe its competitors. You should know that the beast-taming palace is not limited to recruiting disciples in one city or one peak. In so many cities across the country, the beast-taming palace will appear at the same time. The only difference is that in most cities, only the shadow of the beast-taming palace can be seen. The beast-taming palace that only appeared in Zhongcheng was the real body of the beast-taming palace. After spending so much effort, the beast-taming palace is now right in front of him, and it is only a matter of time before his daughter can join the palace. As a result, now the Lord of the beast-taming palace actually said that the disciple accepting ceremony will not be carried out? How can this be possible? Palace Master, do you mean that the beast-taming palace will not accept any disciples this time? She asked anxiously. Li Jingzi smiled and said, "That's right, I won't accept it. Doesn't the beast-taming palace recruit disciples at this time every year?" Why don't they want to accept any disciples this time? Xia Bingbing was very unwilling. Although such a question seemed very abrupt given Xia Bingbing's identity, Li Jingzi still patiently explained. The beast taming palace accepts disciples for the purpose of selecting disciples for me. Now that I already have a direct disciple, there is no need to recruit any more disciples. What? Xia Bingbing stood there in a daze, as if struck by lightning. Only then did she understand why the beast taming palace was different from other holy places and why it openly recruited disciples every year. Then, what about other cities? Xia Bingbing asked through gritted teeth. If Zhongcheng doesn't hold a disciple recruiting ceremony, other cities will hold one, right? Li Jingzi shook her head gently. Since I don't need it anymore, then the disciple recruiting ceremonies in other cities will naturally not be held. Hearing this, Xia Bingbing's heart sank. But she looked at her daughter and asked with a last glimmer of hope. But what if the disciple recruiting ceremony in other cities has already been held and qualified disciples have been recruited? Then return it and compensate me. Li Jingzi's answer was very straightforward. Since I have already received a disciple that I like, all the resources of the beast taming palace must be fully provided and should not be dispersed. For the disciples recruited by the beast taming palace in previous years, if their aptitude was mediocre and their performance was not satisfactory, this palace would also consider returning them. After hearing this, Xia Bingbing suddenly felt dizzy. After talking for so long, he still failed to get the chance to send his daughter to the beast taming palace. Even the son who had been sent to the beast taming palace might be returned. Years of planning, countless hard work, all in vain. After explaining to Xia Bingbing, Li Jingzi bowed to Zhou Yun and said, "Brother Zhou, due to some old orders, I am unable to invite you to the beast taming palace as a guest. So, regarding the matter of accepting a disciple, please allow me to bring your daughter back to the palace, Brother Zhou." Zhou Yun glanced at Cheng Cheng and said, "Of course. Thank you, Brother Zhou, for your help." Li Jingzi bowed again. "Cheng Cheng is my personal disciple, so I will teach you everything I know and treat you like my own child." Then, he handed over a jade pendant and said, "Xingjun's daily homework and return home time are roughly the same as when he was in kindergarten. Li will pick him up and drop him off personally. If there is anything special, you can contact him through this jade pendant." Next to Zhou Yun, Huan Yang breathed a sigh of relief. She almost thought that it would take a long time for Cheng Cheng to come back. Now that I heard that it was almost the same as when I was in kindergarten and I could still go home every day, I no longer had any worries. Zhou Yun and his wife were very satisfied when they saw Li Jingzi taking Cheng Cheng onto the water-avoiding beast and stepping onto the stairs. The mission of this trip to Rizao Peak was successfully accomplished. However, others were not so happy. Although the chance of getting in was already very small, this time, Chun Chun didn't even give me a chance. However, when they saw Xia Bingbing, they instantly felt much more balanced. Compared with this person, we are really just a dwarf. Seeing that the beast taming palace's disciple recruiting ceremony was not going to proceed, they prepared to leave. At this moment, Xia Bingbing suddenly shouted at Li Jingzi's back. "I don't accept it. You made the rules. You can't just break them. You said that, either the entrance examination tests talent, and those with outstanding talent can enter. Or it depends on the contracted beast of the candidate. If the beast is strong, then you can enter. Now there are so many of us who have gone through so much trouble to get the child to sign a contract with a monster for your entrance examination. In the end, you said you would not hold the event, but accepted a wild girl who only contracted a combat pet and got promoted through connections. Where is justice? Where is justice? Your beast taming palace may be called a holy place, but if you don't act like a holy place, you are unworthy of being called a holy place." After she finished shouting, Xia Bingbing closed her eyes and stood there silently waiting to die. She knew that if she offended the majesty of the Holy Land like this, she would definitely not have a good ending. But she refused to accept it. She couldn't bear it and couldn't stand it. A mother's honor depends on her son. Especially in Xingjun group. If her daughter couldn't enter the Holy Land, she could barely accept it. Then what Li Jingzi said, that her son might be returned as well, was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Since the outcome is already determined, no matter what you do, you might as well say everything you want to say and vent it out. However, the imagined death did not come. Li Jingzi's usual calm voice came to my ears. You call her a wild girl? But her father is a master blacksmith who can forge 2 divine weapons. You said she got to the top through connections, but she is the owner of the Archangel's staff. You said her pet is a combat pet, but in fact, the white bear in her arms is the overlord of the frozen snowfield, the frozen white bear. Compared with it, my water-avoiding primitive beast is only comparable. So, do you understand? He stood on the empty steps, seemingly asking Xia Bingbing, but in fact he was scanning everyone present. Those who were swept by the gaze lowered their heads. Xia Bingbing's knees went weak and she collapsed to the ground, mumbling, how could this be? The white bear in her arms is actually the mythical beast frozen white bear. No wonder. No wonder it remained indifferent to the threat of the yellow bird. Isn't it because of the low price, but because of disdain? Hee. It turns out that I am the clown in the end. Li Jingzi's gaze finally fell on Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun nodded to him from a distance. He knew that given Li Jingzi's identity and character, he didn't need to explain so much. The reason why he did this was that he didn't want others to misunderstand or look down on Cheng Cheng. 3 days later, Zhou Yun and He Wanyang came to the organization bureau. All the materials have been prepared, and only the final registration is left to become a temporary organization. When going through the registration process, He Wanyang suddenly became very nervous because of something she saw. What's wrong? Zhou Yun asked. Behind, the leader of Hongfeng is behind. He Wanyang lowered his voice and said unusually awkwardly. Chapter 31. The leader of Red Maple? Zhou Yun looked back and found that there was only a woman behind them. She was wearing a fiery red long dress, had a tall and graceful figure, high heels, and big wavy hair. She had a very strong sexy queen style. She was about 35 years old and was full of the charm of a mature woman. But Zhou Yun frowned after just one look. Because of this woman's face, she gives the impression of being calculating, sophisticated, and deep-minded. He doesn't like dealing with people like this. Fortunately, He Wanyang has left Hongfeng now, and there is no need to deal with her anymore. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt relieved. Unexpectedly, the moment the two looked at each other, the woman's eyes lit up slightly, and then she walked straight towards Zhou Yun. If I'm not mistaken, it's Master Zhou Yun, right? Do you recognize me? Zhou Yun put on a look that said keep away from strangers. The woman didn't care at all. How can I not recognize you? The news that you forged 2 divine weapons and that your daughter was accepted into the beast-taming palace as a personal disciple has spread all over Zhongcheng in the past 2 days. Oh, Zhou Yun's expression remained indifferent, so. The woman smiled and said, it's like this, Mr. Zhou. I'm Hongfeng, the president of the Red Maple organization. Not long ago, your wife and I worked together. I know. Zhou Yun nodded, and then you fired my wife. Misunderstanding. Hongfeng immediately cried out in injustice, it's all a misunderstanding. It was indeed because there were new people in the organization and there were no vacancies for the positions. But Wanyang is a senior member of the organization after all. We will never chase her away no matter what. At the time, we just thought that Wanyang was working so hard and was too tired, so we let her go home and rest for a few days. Once we have adjusted our positions, we will invite her back and give her a promotion. To be honest, I came here this time to ask her to return as deputy leader. Deputy leader? He Wanyang turned around and looked at Hongfeng. Yes, Sister Wang Yang. Hong Feng smiled and said, I didn't tell you before, I just wanted to give you a surprise. You are strong, capable, and prestigious. You do a lot of work and never complain about the hard work. How could I possibly drive you away? Let's go now, sister. The partners in the organization have missed you a lot during the days you were away. Huan Yang looked at Zhou Yun with a ripple in her eyes. Zhou Yun thought to himself that this was terrible. Huan Yang has always been soft-hearted. In addition, I have been working in Hongfeng for many years and have some feelings for it. Now that Hongfeng played the emotional card, he immediately showed signs of being unable to resist. Go back. Zhou Yun joked, if I go back to be the deputy leader, how much can I get in a month? It won't still be 4,000 yuan, right? As far as I know, in any organization, the salary of a team leader is more than this, right? Master Zhou is such a joker, Hong Feng said with a big smile on his face. As a deputy leader, how can you only get 4,000 yuan in salary? Although our Red Maple is not a big organization, for talents like Sister Wang Yang, we should at least give her a base salary of 20,000. In addition, we also hope to invite Master Zhou to join Red Maple as the chief blacksmith. The monthly salary is decided by Master Zhou. After hearing the first half of the sentence, Huan Yang's eyes fluctuated again. 20,000. This is much more than the 4,000 yuan she used to earn per month. If it had been before, no matter what had happened in the past, she would have immediately agreed to go back just for the sake of the salary. But after hearing the second half of the sentence, her expression suddenly froze. She was not stupid, so of course she understood Hongfeng's real purpose. Inviting her is fake, inviting Zhou Yun is real. She didn't really want her to go back, she just saw the value of her husband Zhou Yun. 20,000? Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? Zhou Yun seemed not to understand Hongfeng's true intention and shook his head disdainfully. 10 times is about right. Hongfeng immediately put on an aggrieved look, Master Zhou, please don't embarrass me. A monthly salary of 200,000 is not enough even if you squeeze Hongfeng dry. Then let's not talk about it. Zhou Yun waved his hand decisively. Hongfeng immediately changed his target. Wang Yang, what do you mean? Everyone really misses you. Huan Yang said coldly, I listened to my husband. Ah. Hongfeng sighed and said regretfully, I know that some misunderstandings are difficult to resolve once they occur. Before coming here, I had prepared for the worst. But at least we worked together. So, we'll still be friends from now on, right? Of course not. Zhou Yun answered on behalf of Huan Yang. What are you thinking about? When my wife was in your organization, she would send her children to school as soon as the kindergarten opened every day, so that she could report to the organization as soon as possible. Every day, there is no time to pick up the children from kindergarten after they leave, and it's all because of the organization work. When I get home, I am sometimes woken up in the middle of the night to participate in the organization's temporary tasks. Not only can we not guarantee a single day off on weekends, but we also have to work overtime on statutory holidays. I work like this all year round, working hard without complaint. I am the captain, but I only get the monthly salary of an elite member, which is a fixed 4,000 yuan per month. Not only do I not get any benefits from the organization, I can't even notice my injuries. I have to pay extra money to find a priest in the organization to treat me. At the last minute, a relative came in, and he was kicked out without saying anything to make room for him. He is really capable of doing this. What? Honest people deserve to be treated like cattle and horses? Kind people deserve to be bullied. After he finished speaking, even the staff of the organization bureau shook their heads at Hongfeng. There have always been rumors in the organization that Hongfeng exploited members of the organization, but no evidence has ever been seen. Now it's been confirmed. Seeing this, Hongfeng immediately became anxious. She didn't expect that despite her beauty and sweet tone, Zhou Yun would not give her any face at all. In this kind of situation, if he said this in public, the image she had worked so hard to build would be completely ruined, and the reputation of the Red Maple organization would also be greatly affected. If we don't take immediate action, it may be difficult to recruit people in the future. She pointed at Zhou Yun and said, I respect you as a forging master, but you can't slander me. You must apologize to me and to the Red Maple organization. Otherwise, I, Hong Feng, have not been in the organization circle for so many years in vain. Threaten me. Zhou Yun sneered, I slandered you? And you apologize? There are nearly 100 members in your organization, who can't be a witness. Do you need me to find them? You came here today because you read the news these days and found out about my affairs at Rizao Peak and that Wang Yang is my wife. You thought she was useful again, so you came here on purpose. But aren't you thinking too much? When you don't need it, you kick it away, but when you need it, you want it to come back at your call. I'm telling you, being friends is impossible. It's even more impossible for my wife to come back. Apologize? That's impossible. As for what you just said about asking me to be the chief forger? My answer is just 4 words. Daydreaming. Hong Feng was so angry that his body was shaking slightly. She has always been good at socializing and beautiful, and she is almost always successful. No man has ever treated her like this. But today, not only did he fail to achieve his goal, but Zhou Yun also exposed Hong Feng's fig leaf in public. For her, it was like a fox that could not be caught, and she got into a lot of trouble. It just so happened that Zhou Yun and He Wanyang's temporary organizational certificates had been processed. She was so angry that she glanced at the temporary certificate and said sternly, Do you think I really want you to come to Hong Feng? I'm telling you, I let you come here to give you face. It doesn't matter if you give me face or not, but you must apologize for the slanderous words you just said against Hong Feng. If you don't apologize, your temporary organization will expire in 7 days. Don't blame me, Hong Feng, for challenging you. A challenge? Zhou Yun laughed. If you hadn't come to me today, I would have gone to find you. Why did you take the initiative to come to my door? He pushed the temporary certificate of organization he had just obtained back to the staff. Please register, Yunyang is a temporary organization, declaring war on Hong Feng. Chapter 32. What? The staff was dumbfounded on the spot. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen anyone so arrogant. A temporary organization that has just been established challenges Red Maple? Although Red Maple is just a small organization, it depends on who we compare with. Compared with a newly established temporary organization with a maximum membership of only 20 people, an organization like Red Maple with nearly 100 members is definitely a behemoth. The staff member advised, Sir, would you like to reconsider it? I advise you to think about it again. Hong Feng said, even if it is to set up a temporary organization, it will take a lot of time and energy. Don't be careless and waste it. Zhou Yun pretended not to hear her and confirmed to the staff, please help us with the formalities. Okay then. The staff member sighed, took the organization's temporary certificate and began to go through the declaration of war procedures. When the procedure reached the last step, the staff reminded, the declaration of war is valid for 7 days. Since Yunyang is a temporary organization, you can challenge Hong Feng at any time within 7 days, and the other party has no right to refuse. And the method of the challenge will be decided by the challenged party, Hong Feng. If you fail in the challenge, your temporary organization Yunyang will be forced to disband. All members of the organization will need to publicly apologize to Hong Feng, and will not be able to conduct any organizational activities for 1 year. If you succeed in the challenge, Hong Feng will also lose its organization qualification and will be forced to disband. You, Yunyang, will become a formal organization and inherit the size of Hong Feng. Are you sure you want to proceed with the declaration of war? Go on. Zhou Yun didn't hesitate at all. Then please pay the 200,000 yuan declaration of war fee. After paying the 200,000 yuan declaration fee, the declaration of war information soon appeared on the electronic bulletin board of the organization bureau. The big red characters are extremely eye-catching. The temporary organization Yunyang declares war on the organization Hongfeng. When Hongfeng saw the declaration of war, he was so angry that he gasped. It is not uncommon for temporary organizations to declare war on formal organizations. Because the number of organizational places is limited, if a new organization wants to take over, an old organization must give way. However, more than 99% of the targets of temporary organizations' declarations of war are small, unknown organizations. But her Red Maple was declared at war today. What would other people think if they saw it? If you win, there's no benefit, and if you lose, even less. She's so sexy anyway. Good. You guys are great. Hongfeng pointed at Zhou Yun and gritted his teeth. You really want to tear each other apart, right? Okay. Within 7 days, I, Hongfeng, will be waiting for your challenge. Then I'll see how you die. Seeing Hongfeng leave angrily after saying these harsh words, the staff sighed. You guys are setting up an organization, why bother to mess with her? Zhou Yun heard the hidden meaning and asked, is she difficult to deal with? The staff sighed again. Her organization, Red Maple, has nearly 100 members, but it can only be considered a small organization. If you can invest the money and recruit some experts, you may have a chance to win. But even if you win, there will be troubles ahead. This Hongfeng is a well-known socialite in the organization circle. She has connections with many medium-sized organizations and even large organizations. If you mess with her, you'll be in big trouble later. Thank you for the reminder. Zhou Yun thanked him solemnly and left the organization bureau with He Wanyang. When they got outside, He Wanyang frowned. Husband, should we cancel the declaration of war on Hongfeng? Zhou Yun asked with a smile, why do you think so? He Wanyang said, just like what the staff said just now, even if we win, there will be a lot of trouble afterwards. I am worried. Are you worried that we won't be able to hold on? Zhou Yun asked. He Wanyang hesitated for a moment and nodded. Then do you still remember why you wanted to establish this organization? Because I want to become stronger, so strong that I won't be manipulated by others anymore. He Wanyang said, and then she suddenly realized and showed shame, I'm sorry. I shouldn't. Okay. Zhou Yun said gently, husband and wife are one, what's wrong with that? Anyway, no matter what, I support you. You want to become stronger by expanding your organization, so I will assist you in becoming stronger. I will kill any god that stands in your way, and I will kill any Buddha that stands in your way. If you want to end the war and keep the peace, I can go home with you and live a simple life without any disputes. I've made up my mind. He Wanyang's eyes were firm. I want to make the organization stronger. That was my last hesitation. From now on, there will be no more hesitation. So, husband, help me. As long as I have tried my best and fought hard, I can accept any result. Very good. Zhou Yun was very satisfied with He Wanyang's awareness. In this case, let's quickly recruit soldiers and horses. 2 hours later. On the main road that runs east-west through Zhongcheng, billboards along the road began to play the same advertisement. The temporary organization Yunyang is recruiting people. Within 7 days, this organization will challenge the Red Maple organization. Zhongcheng Central Square. A huge advertising banner was put up. Below the banner, Zhou Yun and He Wanyang sat at the table, quietly waiting for the professionals to come. It was noon and there were quite a few people in the square. Many people noticed the huge advertising banner. A temporary organization is recruiting people? Go and take a look. What's so interesting? Didn't they want to challenge Hong Feng? Hiss. The step is big enough, there's no hope. You can't say that. Didn't you see the deputy leader's name? Deputy leader Zhou Yun, what's wrong? Zhou Yun. The forging master who has been frequently in the news these days. Oh my god. It turned out to be him. I heard that he was going to put the Sunshine Sword into the organization as a shared equipment, right? Now you know how valuable it is, right? It's a must. That's a divine weapon. Let's go and take a look at the situation first. Within half an hour, many people came to Zhou Yun and his wife to ask for details about joining the organization. For example, salary, benefits, requirements for joining the organization, etc. Although all of this was clearly written on the roll-up banner next to them, they still repeated it over and over again without getting tired of it. After listening to the introduction, a shooter muttered. The monthly salary for ordinary members is 5,000, which is a good treatment. And the only requirement is that the occupation level is above level 15. There are no equipment and occupation restrictions, and the threshold is not high. But the question is, with this lineup, can we beat Red Maple? If we fail in challenging Hong Feng, then wouldn't it be all in vain? Members of the organization also have to apologize publicly and cannot participate in the organization's activities for a year. This is a huge loss. Many people around nodded silently in agreement. They have the same concerns as the shooter. Good pay, sharing of magic weapons, and low barriers to entry into the organization are all advantages. But if the challenge fails, it will be a great loss and everything will be in vain. Chapter 33. Huanyang felt very conflicted when she saw this situation. She originally thought that with such salary and benefits, she could easily recruit 20 members to the organization. But I didn't expect that after spending so much money on advertising, there were only a lot of people who looked at it, but no one actually signed up. Compared to her, Zhou Yun seemed calm and composed. Seeing that no one wanted to consult him, he simply closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and began to take a nap. Human nature is generally to be able to share happiness but not to share suffering. It's okay to share profits, but once faced with risks, they will run away. He doesn't want such a person. He was well aware of how much benefit his current forging and cooking skills could bring to the organization. Not to mention, his skills are still improving and his future value is immeasurable. He is willing to share this value with courageous people, smart people, or people who trust him and Huanyang. As for the others, forget it. The initial quota of 20 was too few in his opinion and had to be carefully selected. That's why he spent a lot of money on advertising along the way. About 10 minutes later, more people came over excitedly. They all filled out forms at Rizao Peak, indicating that they were determined to join the organization. Huanyang was also extremely enthusiastic towards them, believing that they would readily join the organization. However, she was disappointed. These people unanimously stated that they could join the organization, but hoped that the organization would change to another organization to challenge. Zhou Yun was not surprised at this result. So from beginning to end, he didn't even open his eyes. Another round of recruitment failed. Huanyang was a little frustrated. Honey, should we try to raise the salary a little bit? No. Zhou Yun flatly refused. We are looking for partners, not bosses. The organization is just a platform, not an ATM for its members. You're right. Huanyang nodded and said, I oversimplified the matter. Seeing that she was still frowning, Zhou Yun asked, didn't Lu Huizhong and Lu Jiansheng also fill out the application form? Have you contacted him? Huanyang shook his head and said, Sword Saint Lu is of great status. He will definitely not wade into this mess. So there's no contact. Zhou Yun laughed and said, you haven't even contacted them, how do you know what they think? Try contacting them. Okay. Huanyang accepted the proposal and dialed the call smoothly. Hello? Is this Sword Master Lu? I am, what? Have you arrived? Huanyang slowly turned her head and found a thin old man with simple clothes, an upright figure and bright eyes standing in front of her. It's Lu Huizhong. 2 leaders, this is my formal application form. I hope the organization can accept it. After saying this, he bowed to Zhou Yun and Huanyang. The 2 of them stood up quickly. Lu Huizhong is a man of great achievement and fame, and he is also their elder. They really cannot bear this gift. Huanyang was at a loss and said, Sword Saint Lu, please take a seat. Before joining the organization, please first understand our organization's treatment and. No need. Lu Huizhong sat on the chair, smiled and waved his hand. I always consider people first. If the person is right, then the thing can't go wrong. So, from now on, the 2 leaders can use me, an old man, as they please whenever they need me. These words made Zhou Yun and his wife feel warm inside. After sitting in the sun for so long, Lu Huizhong was still the first one to request to join the organization, and he didn't even put forward any conditions, which was surprisingly straightforward. Among the crowd, many people knew Lu Huizhong. Everyone was very surprised to see that he had joined Yunyang, which caused quite a stir. After a period of deep thought, a small number of people walked towards Huanyang, and it seemed that they had made up their minds. Huanyang was very happy about this change and secretly praised the appeal of Lu Huizhong, the sword master. However, just when the situation was improving, Hong Feng appeared. Oh my! Why did Mr. Lu join such a temporary organization? You may not know, right? They have declared war on our Red Maple organization. To show respect, we have decided to go all out and make the challenge a full member tournament. By that time, Mr. Lu will most likely have to deal with our round-robin battle. Oh! It's really heartbreaking. Hong Feng suddenly appeared and caused a lot of discussion among people. All-member competition, what does that mean? It's a one-on-one fight between 2 organizations. They take turns to go on stage. The organization that can stand till the end wins. Oh my god! Wouldn't the side with more people have the advantage? It's a must. But this is too unfair. I just checked, and Hong Feng has 98 people. Yunyang has just been established, and there are only 20 people at most. Organize a challenge, and the winner takes all. How can this be fair? Winning is the only thing that matters. That's true. Damn. This news came just in time. I almost followed in Sword Saint Lu's footsteps and joined Yunyang. Me too. If we join Yunyang, it will be 20 against 98, that means one person has to fight 5. There is absolutely no chance of winning. After being stabbed by Hong Feng, the few people who had intended to join Yunyang retreated back to the crowd after a little thought. This made Huanyang very uncomfortable, and she glared at Hong Feng. Lu Huizhong spoke up at this time, you, a girl, showed up at the right time. But let's just have a round-robin battle. I'm old now, and I just want to see where my limits are. You. Hong Feng pointed at Lu Huizhong and was speechless. A sword master is a sword master after all. A man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Even if the world changes later and people are able to switch jobs and become professionals, the sword master's intimidation still exists. She had wanted to persuade the old sword master to back down, but not only had she failed, but she had seemed to have only strengthened his stance. The swordsman's valor. I admire you. A female swordsman with a 2-handed sword on her back stood up, her eyes shining. I grew up watching Senior Lu's videos. Senior Lu is my idol. Now the opportunity to fight alongside my idol is right in front of me, how can I miss it? She walked quickly to Huanyang and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, Leader, please agree to let me join the organization. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 more young men ran over. They looked at Huanyang with excited expressions. Captain, why didn't you tell us you left? If Hongfeng hadn't held a meeting today, we wouldn't have known that it was you who wanted to challenge Hongfeng. But it's good now, we finally found you. When we joined the organization, it was the captain who led us all the way to upgrade. Now that the captain has left, let's leave too. We'll follow wherever the captain goes. We have already withdrawn from Red Maple. Captain, please take us in. Chapter 34. Zhou Yun, who was standing by, heard it. These two people should be the members of the team that Huanyang led when she was in Hongfeng. The fact that he was willing to quit his original organization in order to follow Huanyang was enough to earn Zhou Yun's approval. After all, if you voluntarily withdraw from an organization, you will have to pay a hefty penalty. After a round of greetings, Yunyang accepted 2 more people. As a result, Yunyang now has 4 more ordinary members in addition to Huanyang and Zhou Yun. They are Lu Huizhong and Lu Jiansheng, both of whom are warriors at level 23. A fan of Lu Huizhong, Li Huaxiang is a recent graduate and is a warrior. She is level 17. Huanyang's former team members, Bai Yuan and Bai Tian, are twin sisters, also warriors, and are both level 14. After making such a statistics, Zhou Yun discovered that except for himself, who was a spirit master, the rest of the people in the entire organization, including his wife, were all warriors. Moreover, the weapons used are all swords. This made him wonder in his heart, and he felt that the name of the organization Yunyang might have been cursed by the saying only warriors can be recruited. Fortunately, this intuition did not come true. Yunyang did not receive any more soldiers afterwards. To be precise, no one was received at all. Perhaps Bai Yuan and Bai Tian's withdrawal from Hongfeng angered Hongfeng, and in a rage, Hongfeng called in the leaders of the 8 organizations. These 8 organizations all unanimously stated that if they joined Yunyang, they would not only be against Hongfeng, but also against all 8 of their organizations. Moreover, in order to further prevent Yunyang from recruiting people, they, together with Hongfeng, stood in front of Zhou Yun and his wife like 9 door gods. There are a total of 100 organizations in Zhongcheng, and this accounts for almost 1/10. Seeing such a scene, how could ordinary people dare to get involved? So there was no result afterwards. Huanyang tried to argue with them several times, but was stopped by Zhou Yun. I sat there until 11:30 in the evening, and there were not many people left in the square. Zhou Yun started packing up and preparing to go home. Hongfeng, who was lying on a chair not far away, said sarcastically, "Master Zhou, what time will you come tomorrow? Do you want me to wait for you?" "I won't come tomorrow," Zhou Yun said. "Not coming?" Hongfeng was stunned for a moment, then sneered, "It's no use for you to change places. As long as you are still recruiting people in Zhongcheng, you will not be able to escape my eyes." "That's great," Zhou Yun praised without any sincerity, "but you misunderstood. When I said I couldn't come, it didn't mean I wanted to change places, but I didn't plan to accept anyone." "Oh." Hongfeng became interested and said in a proud tone, "Master Zhou, are you giving up now?" "Stop. Our battle has just begun. After all, you were the ones who declared war first. Even if you beg for mercy now, I won't accept it, okay? Unless you disband your organization now, apologize to me publicly, and compensate Hongfeng for the loss of reputation that I have suffered during this period." Zhou Yun, who had already packed his things, couldn't help but laugh out loud. "What are you laughing at?" Hongfeng asked with a frown. "I laugh at your wishful thinking." "What's the meaning?" "Nothing. I'm just telling you that Yunyang will come to challenge Hongfeng at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning." After saying that, Zhou Yun left leisurely. After he left, Hongfeng finally came to his senses. "What did he say? Come to your house at 7 o'clock tomorrow on time. A challenge tomorrow. Based on the few people he has recruited now. The leaders of the 8 organizations accompanying her all laughed out loud at the same time. Interesting, Yun Yang vs Hong Feng, 6 vs 98. 2 of them are gone, so now it's 96, Hong Feng corrected. Then it's 6 vs 96. I want to see how they plan to fight. Hong Feng is our ally, we must watch this challenge. Let's go together. Wait for Hong Feng to show his might. The next day, Zhou Yun and He Wanyang led 4 members of the organization and arrived at the Red Maple organization's headquarters on time. Looking at the place where she had worked for many years, He Wanyang felt very complicated. Don't we need to prepare any more? Asked Li Huaxiang, a fan of Lu Hui's Hong. Are you scared? Zhou Yun asked with a smile. A little bit. Li Huaxiang nodded very honestly. What about you? Zhou Yun looked at the sisters Bai Yuan Yuan and Bai Tian Tian. We are not afraid, they said in unison. Lu Hui's Hong tightened the sword in his hand and said in a deep voice, when the challenge begins, let me go first. That won't do. Zhou Yun smiled and shook his head, with us juniors here, how can we let the seniors go into battle first? After saying that, he stepped onto the steps, pushed open the door, and said in a proud voice, Yunyang organization, come and challenge us. You really dare to come? Hong Feng jumped down from the 2nd floor corridor, imposing, but since you are here, please come in. Everyone is waiting inside. Under her leadership, Zhou Yun and his team came to the training ground of the Red Maple organization. Just as she said, everyone was waiting at the training ground. However, this everyone has many more people than imagined. In addition to the people from the Hong Feng organization, there were 8 old faces seen yesterday, each with a group of people, standing clearly in the Hong Feng organization camp. In addition, Zhou Yun also found 10 cameramen. There are 10 different logos on their cameras. Seeing Zhou Yun's attention on the cameraman, Hong Feng said, to organize a challenge, you need media notarization. It's just that I invited a little more media this time, you won't mind, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the Red Maple camp burst into laughter. Generally, only one media company is hired for notarization. We invited 10 companies this time, how is that too many? That's 10 times. Sima Zhao's intention is known to everyone. Zhou Yun smiled and said, Chief Hong is thoughtful. Let's stop talking nonsense and just get started, shall we? Okay. Hong Feng responded readily, raised his chin, and a young wizard came to the center of the training ground. He slammed the staff in his hand to the ground and shouted, You Yunyang rubbish, come up and die. Rubbish? Zhou Yun narrowed his eyes and walked up. Seeing him coming forward, everyone in Yunyang except He Wanyang was surprised. From the news in recent days, they all knew that Zhou Yun had forged 2 magical weapons. But since he can forge divine weapons, isn't he a blacksmith? As we all know, the blacksmith is a living profession. There are no free attribute points for upgrading, and he does not have any combat skills. So, why did Zhou Yun go up? Is he losing his mind? Chapter 35. Ha 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 ha. Hong Feng laughed so hard when he saw Zhou Yun coming on stage. Who do you think will be the first to fight? Master Zhou was the first to come forward. Sister Wanyang, it seems that you Yunyang really have no one left. You actually let a blacksmith take the lead. You are not trying to sacrifice your husband to win our sympathy and let us show mercy, right? Faced with Hong Feng's provocation, although He Wanyang's breathing became a little faster, she still remembered what Zhou Yun had told her before coming here, that no matter what Hong Feng said, she should ignore it. On the stage, the young mage waved his hand contemptuously, Master Zhou, right? You may be okay in fighting for equipment, but don't try to be brave in fighting in a ring. Just go where it's cooler. You're a blacksmith, and I wouldn't feel any sense of accomplishment if I beat you. Zhou Yun clenched his hand, and a long sword transformed from his natal iron hammer appeared in his hand. You say start, and we'll start. Okay. The young wizard twisted his mouth and smiled evilly. If the old man doesn't listen to my advice, then you can't blame me. You want to start, then start. He raised his staff and said, O omnipresent wind, please grant me. Swish! A flash of sword light flashed, and the young wizard's right hand holding the staff was cut off at the root. Then Zhou Yun kicked him off the ring with a side kick. At this moment, the whole audience was silent. Everything that happened in the ring in less than a second made everyone's brain crash. Ah! My hand! Below the ring, the young wizard's scream brought everyone back to reality. How is that possible? How did he do that? Isn't he a blacksmith? How can he be so fast? It doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. In the Red Maple camp, many people showed expressions of horror, their eyes widened as they stared at the figure on the stage. At this time, Zhou Yun, with his left hand behind his back, held the sword in his right hand and pointed it diagonally. The sword light flickered, and his voice was calm. Next. The deputy leader is awesome. On Yunyang's side, Bai Yuan and Bai Tianatian's eyes were shining. The battle ends with one sword, clean and neat. He's obviously not a warrior, but he's stronger than the two of us warriors. Li Huaxiang was equally surprised. The deputy leader actually has such strength. No wonder he dares to step onto the stage. He Wanyang was also surprised. She knew that Zhou Yun was a spirit master, a rare profession. But she also didn't know that Zhou Yun had secretly hidden such a trick. I must ask carefully later, she said to herself. Beside her, Lu Huizhong's eyes were shining. Others may not see it clearly, but he can see it clearly. Just now, from drawing the sword to putting it away, the whole process of Zhou Yun was smooth and pleasing to the eye. Even though he is revered as a sword saint by the world, there is not a single flaw to be found. It felt as if Zhou Yun was also an experienced swordsman who had been immersed in kendo for decades, and his every move was free and easy, and he was completely on the same level as him. Especially the timing and angle of the sword, which was perfect. He asked himself, even if he were to go into the ring himself, he would only be able to do this much. Okay, okay. Hong Feng gritted his teeth and said, he actually hid something secretly and attacked me by surprise. Don't think I can't see that the reason you have such fighting power is entirely due to the weapon in your hand. In that case, Zhang Wei, you go ahead. Okay. With a loud shout, a thin figure rushed onto the stage. He held two daggers in his hands, hunched over, and narrowed his eyes slightly, like a venomous snake waiting for an opportunity. Are you ready? Zhou Yun nodded, come on. Bang! A cloud of smoke suddenly exploded where Zhang Wei was. After the smoke cleared, Zhang Wei disappeared. Sneak! He Wanyang couldn't help but clench her fists. The assassin's stealth can often take the initiative in an arena with limited space. She was worried that Zhou Yun would not be able to cope with the sudden attack. In the Red Maple camp, Red Maple sneered. Zhou Yun, you are a blacksmith, but you can actually burst out such strength and speed. The weapons you forge are indeed extraordinary. It's a pity that the two daggers in Zhang Wei's hand have a crushing effect. With the assassin's attack speed, he can easily destroy your weapon. I wonder if you will feel sad when that time comes. On the ring, Zhou Yun seemed not to notice that Zhang Wei had disappeared and just stood there motionless. Even his line of sight didn't change. Just when everyone thought that Zhou Yun was going to be suddenly attacked and suffer a great loss, Zhou Yun made a move. He suddenly raised his sword backwards and made a sword-carrying gesture. When the back sword posture was formed, Zhang Wei's figure also appeared. When the dagger hit the sword just right. Ah! Just when everyone was stunned as to why Zhou Yun was able to accurately block the assassin's stealth attack, Zhou Yun, without any pause, raised his sword and circled it overhead, rotated his body backwards, took advantage of the momentum to move forward, and pushed the sword in his hand forward. Puff! Zhang Wei's abdomen was stabbed through. Bang! Different beginnings, same ending. Zhang Wei was kicked out of the ring. Impossible! Hong Feng shouted. You don't have the archer's reconnaissance, nor the range attack skills. How could you, a blacksmith, detect the assassin's attack in advance? As soon as these words came out, people in the Red Maple camp echoed them. That's right. How weird. There's a ghost. Faced with doubts, Zhou Yun did not give any explanation. He is here to fight, not to teach. Moreover, this is not a game, so there is no such thing as cheating. Mr. Liu, what is going on? Li Huaxiang was also curious and asked Liu Huizhong. Yes. How did they do that? It's so magical. Bai Tiantian and Bai Yuan also became curious babies. Because there were footsteps. Liu Huizhong looked at Zhou Yun's back on the ring, his eyes full of admiration. Footsteps. Li Huaxiang looked incredulous. There were so many noises at the scene, and the assassin would deliberately slow down his footsteps. How could this be detected? Of course. Liu Huizhong said slowly, besides, the footsteps I mentioned are just a traditional term. To be more precise, it should be a change in airflow. Whether the enemy can be seen or not, as long as they move, it will cause airflow changes, thus capturing their position and specific movements. This ability has a name, and you should have heard of it. It's called sound location. Listen to the sound and determine the position. So that's how it is. Li Huaxiang suddenly realized, no wonder the vice president was able to block the daggers so accurately, the reason is that he has identified the opponent's position and attack route. She asked expectantly, this skill is so cool. Can I learn it? Can we learn it? Bai Yuan and Bai Tiantian asked. No. Liu Huizhong said decisively. Chapter 36. Li Huaxiang. Bai Yuan. Bai Tiantian. Seeing their disappointed faces, Liu Huizhong explained, I said no, not that I won't teach you. But at your current age, you can't practice even if I teach you. This skill needs to be cultivated at a very young age, and then it takes at least 10 years of hard work to achieve success. To put it simply, this is a child's skill. Ah! Li Huaxiang said with a hint of annoyance, if only I had known this when I was little. But nothing is absolute, Liu Huizhong consoled him, the world has changed dramatically, and there are many things that were unimaginable before. Perhaps, you can master similar abilities through other means. After hearing this, Li Huaxiang immediately nodded repeatedly and became happy again. On the stage, Zhou Yun stood up and waited for a long time, but the third member of Red Maple did not come on stage. No one here, he asked loudly. Humph! Hong Feng snorted coldly, his brain continuing to think quickly. After 2 ring matches, she has already seen that Zhou Yun now has a strength attribute of at least 100 points with the weapon in his hand, otherwise it would be impossible for him to have such speed and lethality. A single attribute exceeding 100 points is the standard used by the organization to assess captain-level strength. In short, Zhou Yun, a blacksmith, now strangely displays the combat power of a captain. This is incredible. Because in order for most professionals to reach the captain level, in addition to the necessary allocation of free attribute points, they also need the attribute blessing of a full set of equipment to achieve this. As for Zhou Yun, no matter how you look at him, the only equipment he has is the simple long sword in his hand. But a blacksmith obviously cannot obtain free attribute points. So, she came to a conclusion. That long sword gave Zhou Yun at least 90 points of strength boost. This is horrible. Because the mainstream equipment currently circulating on the market is still excellent level equipment. As for excellent level equipment, the weapon with the highest strength attribute bonus can only provide 5 points of strength attribute. 90 points, equivalent to ordinary excellent level weapons, 18 stacked together. She took a deep breath and her eyes turned dangerous when she looked at Zhou Yun. To be honest, she really didn't want to be an enemy of such a capable person. But since they have become enemies, she can only choose to do everything in her power to kill the other party. Rosong. Chief, I'm here. A rough and muffled voice came from the crowd. You go. Destroy him for me. Clear. With a response, a fat man with a naked upper body, at least 3 times wider than an ordinary person, walked onto the stage. He held a gun in his right hand and a huge shield as big as a door panel in his left hand, which matched his body and gave a strong sense of oppression. Bang! He gently placed the giant shield on the ring, and the entire ring shook. Come on! Hit me! Don't attack him! Huanyang said urgently. He is one of the captains of Hongfeng. He is known for his strongest defense and is good at defensive counterattacks. His shield can rebound damage. Although Huanyang revealed Luo Song's background, Hongfeng did not take it seriously. Instead, he looked as if he was sure of winning. Rebound damage. A smile appeared on Zhou Yun's lips. In the early days of the game, there was indeed a night school that focused on counterattack. Its main reliance is one of the knight's skills, Knight's Glory. The effect is that when the shield blocks an attack, it will bounce the damage back to the opponent at a certain percentage of the damage. The higher the stamina attribute, the higher the percentage of damage reflected. Therefore, at that time, quite a number of knights added all their points to endurance. Coupled with a shield with anti-injury effect, such a knight is almost synonymous with invincibility in single combat, and was once considered the answer to the version in the early stage of the game. What? You don't dare to attack? Luo Song said innocently, if you don't attack, then I will attack you. As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body suddenly glowed with golden light. Zhou Yun's eyes fixed and he moved 2 steps to the side. Whoosh! Luo Song's huge body, accompanied by a gust of wind, passed by Zhou Yun. That was close. Li Huaxiang shouted subconsciously. She saw clearly just now that Luo Song's charge almost reached Zhou Yun. You react very quickly. Luo Song praised, but the arena is so small, how many times can you dodge? I can make countless mistakes, but you only need to make one mistake to determine the outcome. The expressions of Huanyang and others were very solemn. Luo Song is right. The knight's charge does have a cooling time, but as long as Zhou Yun does not actively attack, he can charge continuously during the CD. The charge was extremely fast, and if one made a mistake and was caught, he would fall into a series of suppression by the knights. At that time, even if the knight's attack power is low, under a series of chain attacks, professionals with low endurance attributes will still not be able to withstand it. It's getting tricky. Lu Huizhong whispered, the opponent is huge, so the path of his charge becomes very wide. In contrast, the space on the arena is limited, so the deputy leader's dodging space becomes much smaller. Are we going to lose? Bai Yuan and Bai Tian were extremely nervous. They asked themselves, if they were to face an opponent like Luo Song, there would be absolutely no chance of winning. Don't worry. Huanyang said calmly, we won't lose this game. Then why don't you win one for me? Hongfeng mocked, if you don't even dare to launch an attack, how can you win? Are you going to compete with my captain Luo Songluo to see who will starve to death first? Ha 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 ha, the red maple camp burst into laughter. Huanyang smiled slightly, not angry at all. She and Zhou Yun have been married for many years and know each other very well. Just by looking at Zhou Yun's eyes, she knew that her husband still had a sure win in this round. Swish! On the ring, Luo Song caught the charge CD and charged at Zhou Yun for the second time. Zhou Yun narrowly avoided it again. Haha! Luo Song laughed, what a flexible monkey. Let's see how many times you can dodge. 10 seconds. Zhou Yun said suddenly. What 10 seconds? Luo Song asked in surprise. Zhou Yun smiled slightly, your charge cooldown time. Are you crazy? Luo Song was very confused. What's the point of knowing my charge cooldown time? Zhou Yun did not explain, but just said, you will know if you charge again. As he spoke, 10 seconds passed quickly. Luo Song smiled and said, then I'll satisfy you. Swish! The flesh mountain-like body passed by Zhou Yun for the third time. Although Zhou Yun still avoided it this time, he already had 1 foot halfway on the edge of the ring. Almost fell out of the ring. This made Lu Huizhong and others sweat for him. Hong Feng, however, showed a victorious smile in advance. In her opinion, Zhou Yun was doomed to fail. However, this time, after dodging, Zhou Yun did not choose to reposition himself, but immediately rushed towards Luo Song. 10 seconds. He said. Chapter 37. Everyone was surprised to see Zhou Yun finally launch an attack. But while Luo Song was surprised, he was more delighted. He raised his shield and hid his entire body behind it. In this way, if Zhou Yun wanted to attack him, he could only choose to attack from the side, back, or top. Whichever side you choose, you must bypass the front. But for Luo Song, no matter which side of the attack he defended from, he just had to turn around and raise the shield, which was much easier than Zhou Yun. However, to his surprise, Zhou Yun had no intention of attacking from other directions at all. Instead, he directly attacked his shield with his sword. Bite! A subtle sound of metal clashing was heard. Luo Song secretly laughed at Zhou Yun's stupidity. A warrior, charging head-on at a knight's shield? Only a fool would do such a thing. Every knight would wish his opponent would do this. This is because the anti-injury effect of Knight's Glory requires the use of a shield to block attacks. The opponent took the initiative to attack the shield, which was exactly what he wanted. But Zhou Yun seemed to be unaware of all this and continued attacking the shield with one sword after another. Ding 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 ding. The crisp sounds are continuous and never-ending. Haha, RD. Someone in the Red Maple camp sneered. The others nodded slightly in agreement. The faster you hit, the faster you die. In their opinion, Zhou Yun was simply insane. However, the next second, someone raised his eyebrows and found something wrong. This is... On the ring, a grey airflow suddenly appeared around Zhou Yun. The moment the grey airflow appeared, Zhou Yun's attack speed suddenly increased. Ding 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 ding. Bang! The huge shield shattered in full view of everyone. My shield! Such a sudden change scared Luo Song so much that he shuddered all over. Without waiting for Zhou Yun to draw his sword, he actually ran off the stage with his head in his hands, shouting as he ran. Don't hit me! I give up! Don't hit me! A captain-level knight actually jumped off the ring and admitted defeat. Such an absurd scene caught everyone off guard. Snort! Hong Feng was so angry that his teeth were chattering. As the leader of Hong Feng, she certainly knew that although Luo Song looked strong, he was very afraid of pain. However, so far, there are only a few people who can bypass his shield and attack him. Not to mention, like today, directly shattering his shield. The organization spent 500,000 to buy that shield, which has the rare property of rebounding damage. It is the property of the organization. Her heart was bleeding when she thought about the fact that she not only lost the competition but also lost 500,000 yuan. What is going on? How could such a huge shield be shattered so easily? She screamed angrily, as if questioning Zhou Yun. The members of Red Maple looked at each other, with the same doubts in their hearts. As Hong Feng's first tank and captain, Luo Song has always been Hong Feng's right-hand man. His shield needs maintenance almost every day, and its durability is always at full value. Logically speaking, there is absolutely no reason for it to be shattered. As Hong Feng's allies, the leaders of the 8 major organizations seemed to be thinking about something, as if they had realized something. If I'm not mistaken, that grey airflow should be the effect of the evil wind being triggered, right? It is indeed an evil wind. Not only is there evil wind, there should also be shattering. That's right. Only by smashing it can we destroy a piece of equipment in a short period of time. That's not right. He only has this one piece of equipment. Where do all these rare attributes come from? Evil wind, shatter, and there should be a rare attribute that increases strength, plus sword energy, that's 4 types. Not only that. Look at the green light radiating from his body now. This is the effect of the source of life being triggered. That's 5 types. What kind of weapon is this? It has 5 rare attributes. Even if there are 5 rare attributes, it still doesn't make sense. How did he break the shield without being hurt? I don't understand this either. Logically speaking, with his physique as a blacksmith, he should have been defeated long ago after so many attacks. Unless, his weapon has the rare attribute of increasing endurance. Doesn't that mean there are 6 rare attributes? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. On this side, Hong Feng and the people from the 8 major organizations were completely stunned by Zhou Yun's performance. Especially the leaders of the 8 major organizations, who were frantically analyzing Zhou Yun's weapons. For a moment, no one dared to go up to the ring. Every member of Red Maple was wary of Zhou Yun. Compared with the Hong Feng camp, Yunyang's side is completely different. Zhou Yun won 3 games in a row, bringing everyone's morale to a new level. The deputy leader is so strong. Even captain-level knights are no match for him. In 10 seconds, the deputy leader defeated his opponent using only the cooldown time of a charge. Haha, no one dares to fight in Hong Feng anymore. So what's the point of having more people? We can fight as many as we can. Joining Yunyang is indeed the right choice. Of course. I have seen a bright future for Yunyang. But, Mr. Lu, how did the deputy leader manage to break the shield with almost no injury? Li Huaxiang's curiosity arose again. When Huanyang heard Li Huaxiang ask, he also pricked up his ears. As a warrior, if it comes to a one-on-one duel, his winning rate against a knight is almost 19-1, and she was eager to know how her husband did it. Lu Huizhong smiled and said, "This is the strength of the deputy leader." It looked like he was attacking the shield, but he wasn't actually using his full strength. Every time I attack, I just use the tip of the sword or the blade of the sword to graze the shield. So that's how it is. Huanyang suddenly realized, this way, we can attack the shield with minimal damage. Although the damage is low, it does not affect the crushing attribute at all. That's right. Lu Huizhong praised, the knight's rebound damage is calculated based on the percentage of damage received by the shield. If the shield doesn't take much damage, then the reflected damage won't be that high either. Great. Really great. Li Huaxiang's eyes lit up. Next time I meet a turtle knight, I'll know how to beat him. Lu Huizhong nodded, I just learned this from the deputy leader. Ah! Everyone was extremely surprised. Lu Huizhong, known as the Sword Saint, actually learned something from Zhou Yun, about Kendo. For a moment, Li Huaxiang and others looked at Zhou Yun with even more different eyes. Chapter 38. On the stage, Zhou Yun heard the various speculations from the Red Maple camp and laughed in his heart. Because even if they racked their brains, they would never have thought that he was the spirit master announced by the heavenly Dao. What's more surprising is that his natal iron hammer can replicate the properties of successfully forged weapons. The attributes of his natal weapon, plus the attributes he gained from cooking during this period, actually make his current panel attributes already quite impressive. Name Zhou Yun. Age, 25. Profession, Spirit Master, the master of life professions. Any life skill can undergo wonderful changes in his hands. Level 7. Strength, 44 plus 80. Endurance, 39. Intelligence, 14 plus 5. Spirit, 17. Skills: Forging, Ordinary Longsword, Ordinary Iron Armor, Ordinary Short Boots, Excellent Longsword, Excellent Armor, Cooking, Excellent Tomato Scrambled Eggs, Excellent Sour and Spicy Shredded Potatoes, Excellent Mapo Tofu, Excellent Braised Pork. Talent: Craftsman God. Free Attribute Points: None. Life-related profession: free attribute points cannot be obtained through leveling up. Equipment: Ordinary Iron Hammer, Natural Equipment, Transfiguration, Sword of Osiris. Durability: 470/470. Attributes: Strength +40/40, Wisdom +5. Rare Attribute 1, Fountain of Life, 10 seconds after leaving combat, 11% of maximum health is restored per minute. Rare Attribute 2, Lethal, 0.1% chance of causing the attacked target to die immediately. The target level must be less than level 31. Rare Attribute 3, Evil Wind, 10% chance to trigger the Evil Wind effect when attacking, attack speed increased by 300%, attack strength decreased by 99%, lasts for 3 seconds, the effect can be stacked up to 10 times. Rare Attribute 4, Transfiguration, can be transformed into any weapon, attributes remain unchanged. Rare Attribute 5, Sword Chi, when attacking, a Sword Chi effect is added, extending the attack distance by 1.1 feet. Rare Attribute 6, Shatter, when in contact with the target equipment, there is a 100% chance to reduce the durability of the target equipment by 1. Rare Attribute 7, Great Strength, Strength +40. Rare Attribute 8, Fly, gain the ability to fly, the flying speed depends on the strength attribute. Super Rare Attribute, Invincible, actively enter the invincible state, unaffected by any damage and negative status, the effect lasts for 1 second. Super Rare Attribute, Archangel, after use, the Archangel's wings will be spread, entering the Archangel state, gaining a shield value of Wisdom Attribute *1000, and automatically recovering 3 shield points per second. While the shield exists, the casting time is reduced by 30%, the casting effect is increased by 30%, and the casting distance is increased by 30%. After the shield is broken, the health value is restored by 100%. Evaluation: a hammer with infinite possibilities. Zhou Yun remembered that Huaniang had told him that a single attribute exceeding 120 points was a threshold, which meant surpassing 70% of the professionals in the world. And his current strength has reached 124 points, which fully meets this standard. Of course, most of these attributes come from the natal hammer. However, in addition to the strength attribute, his endurance attribute also has 39 points. This is the result of intentionally eating homemade scrambled eggs with tomatoes and braised pork during this period. Compared to other professionals who only focus on one attribute, he feels that his bias is not too serious. Hey! Why don't you send someone to the ring? Are you scared? Seeing that no one from Hongfeng came to fight, Li Huaxiang took the initiative to provoke him. If you don't dare to step onto the stage, you might as well admit defeat and save us from wasting our time. What an arrogant young man! Hongfeng's cold eyes pierced Li Huaxiang, his eyes were full of coldness, but there was fire burning in his heart. An organization of 96 people fought against a temporary organization of only 6 people and lost 3 battles in a row. And he was provoked by the other party. It's such a shame. She looked at the remaining 4 captains under her command, but these generals whom she relied on all avoided her gaze tacitly. She was even more angry. Good for nothing. Useless thing. We usually provide you with good food and drink, but at the critical moment, there is no one who can fight you. At this moment, she actually felt a little regretful. I regret firing Huaniang. If Huaniang had not been fired at that time, she would not be challenged today. And even if she is challenged, facing the current situation, with Huaniang's character, she will fight for the organization even if she knows she can't win. As soon as this thought came to her mind, she immediately put it behind her. Regret? I don't regret it. She whispered to herself, and then pointed directly at a few ordinary members. You, and you. Come on, one by one. This. The people who were pointed out didn't want to go, but were forced to go because of Hong Feng's eyes. There's no way, they are just ordinary members. There are some things that the captain can do but they can't. So, they got on. Even though he knew he couldn't win, the person who stepped up to the ring still bravely launched an attack. It is full of grievances and also full of tragedy. Take my explosive arrow. Ugh. The first person was defeated in one move, taking 1 second. Don't think you're so powerful, I'm not afraid of you. AA. The second person was defeated in one move, taking 1 second. Oh passionate fire element. Respond to my. Ouch. The third person was defeated in one move, taking 1 second. 3 people were killed instantly in one move, and the Red Maple camp was silent. As the leader, Hong Feng just silently glanced at the wounded who were being treated by the priest, and then pointed at 3 people. You, keep going. Puff. Bang. Swish. The 3 of them lost again without any surprise. Hong Feng finally couldn't bear it anymore. She knew that if they continued like this, the round-robin battle would be a joke. Counting each move at a time, all the people in Red Maple are only enough to keep Zhou Yun going for 1.5 minutes. She looked at Zhou Yun expressionlessly. As a strong person, do you find this kind of battle interesting? Pfft. Li Huaxiang couldn't help but burst out laughing. You are such an interesting leader, calling a powerful blacksmith. The people in Hong Feng's camp also got this point, and their expressions suddenly became interesting. On the ring, Zhou Yun chuckled and said, when did I become a strong man? Hong Feng did not comment. Everyone can see whether you are strong or not, but don't you think it's boring to continue fighting like this? You can admit defeat. Zhou Yun gave advice. Hong Feng said, what I mean is that we can speed up the progress and send 10 people at a time. 10 of you against me. Zhou Yun waved his hand. No, it's already very hard for me to fight against one. You. Hong Feng couldn't hold it in any longer. You are so shameless. Chapter 39. You are the shameless one. Li Huaxiang immediately retorted. I chose the full member competition, but now I can't win one-on-one. Do you want to use your numbers to bully the few? He doesn't look good, but he has beautiful thoughts. I'm telling you, if you can't win, just admit defeat. Don't be the first to complain here. Nausea. How do you talk? Who do you think you are? Are you tired of living by speaking to our leader like that? When Hong Feng was scolded, nearly 100 mouths from the Red Maple organization immediately spoke up to defend him. Li Huaxiang was not afraid at all. When we got on the ring and fought, no one said a word, but the people below the ring were cheering happily. If you want to vent your leader's anger, why don't you get on the stage? With just one sentence, the people of the Red Maple organization were instantly silenced. They looked at each other and all sat back. You can talk big, but forget about going to the ring. All right, all right. The leader of one of the 8 organizations that came to watch the battle stood up, Deputy Leader Yunyang, Zhou Yun, right. Zhou Yun raised his eyebrows and looked at the tall, thin man with glasses who stood out. Who are you? The deputy leader of the Phoenix, Fang Yawei. Oh, one of the 4 major organizations in Zhongcheng, what's up? I want to say that you have fought in the ring and vented your anger, why not just stop here? What do you mean? Zhou Yun frowned slightly. Fang Yawei walked slowly towards the ring. What I mean is, I recognize Yunyang's strength. With your strength, you can challenge any small organization without losing. Zhou Yun laughed and said, this is a good suggestion, but we have no plans to challenge other organizations for the time being. Fang Yawei's face turned serious. Don't you understand what I mean? I want you, Yunyang, to end your challenge to Hongfeng here and challenge another small organization. Why? Zhou Yun asked, why don't we win now and try to find another team to challenge? What good will this do for us? To gain the friendship of our phoenix. Fang Yawei said meaningfully. Oh. Zhou Yun said as if he suddenly understood something. I understand. But I don't need to. I still choose to seize the moment and continue to fight the rest of the ring match. Fang Yawei's expression, which had just relaxed, suddenly darkened. Are you being shameless? Get out! Zhou Yun suddenly glared and said sternly, who do you think you are to give me orders? Is the phoenix amazing? One more word, after we pick the red maple, it will be your turn, phoenix. Fang Yawei was startled. Okay, okay. He pointed at Zhou Yun and threatened, remember what you said today. You wait. Hey! The sword in Zhou Yun's hand moved slightly, and Fang Yawei was so scared that he jumped off the stage. Although he is the deputy leader of the Phoenix, he is good at internal relations and not good at fighting. If he really fights, the result won't be much better than those who were killed in an instant just now. Below the stage, Hongfeng looked up to the sky and sighed. Zhou Yun didn't even give face to the Phoenix. She knew that the Red Maple organization, which she had worked so hard to establish, was doomed today. She looked towards the Yunyang camp from afar. Sister Wanyang, do you really want to kill them all? Wanyang looked into her eyes and saw the pleading look in her eyes, and couldn't help but feel softened in her heart. But when she saw Zhou Yun's back on the ring out of the corner of her eyes became firm again. If you feel you are no match for me, just admit defeat. Today, there can only be one winner between us. When Zhou Yun heard what Wanyang said, a relieved smile appeared on his face. In this way, everything he did would not be in vain. Hongfeng, seeing that his last hope was shattered, said unwillingly. Hongfeng, admit defeat. Just 5 minutes after the challenge ended, the organizing bureau responded. Electronic notice board. The temporary organization Yunyang challenged Hongfeng to a battle, and Yunyang won. Yunyang replaces Hongfeng and becomes the official organization of Zhongcheng, inheriting Hongfeng's organizational level, and the upper limit of members is increased to 100. Congratulations Yunyang! Zhongcheng Hotel. The deputy leader is so amazing. He took down an entire organization by himself. Deputy Chief. This cup is for you. I am so proud to be able to join such a strong organization. Chief, this cup is for you. There were 6 media cameras at the time. My heroic battle with Hongfeng must have been recorded, right? Am I going to be famous? Haha. So you were trying to show off. Being promoted to the official organization and inheriting the rank of Red Maple means being able to enjoy many organizational privileges. Therefore, Li Huaxiang and others were all proud of it and very excited. Of course, the happiest person was Wanyang, who drank glass after glass of wine and accepted all offers. In a short while, her cheeks had turned red. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lu Huizhong, who remained sober, asked, now that we are a formal organization, what should we do next? Should we recruit more members for our organization? Li Huaxiang asked. Bai Tianation's eyes lit up, then when new members join, won't we be considered veterans? Bai Yuan clapped her hands and said, this is great. I can be a big sister too. Zhou Yun glanced at Wanyang, who was lying on top of him and was completely drunk, and said. There is no rush to recruit members. 10,000 mediocre soldiers are not as good as one good general. Our main direction next is upgrading. Lu Huizhong nodded in agreement. Upgrading is undoubtedly the most inevitable and stable way to improve your strength. Only when you reach a higher level can you master more advanced skills, gain more free attribute points, and use more advanced equipment. It's good to upgrade. Bai Tian, who was at a relatively low level, asked, "Where should we go to upgrade?" "Go to Qingfeng Gorge," Zhou Yun said without hesitation. This was the leveling location he had chosen a long time ago. There are many monsters there, providing a lot of experience, but few people leveling up, which is very suitable for them. The most important thing is that he also knows a leveling point. There, everyone can quickly gain experience and level up quickly. But Bai Yuan and Bai Tian frowned at the same time. Qingfeng Gorge isn't good. That's the Phoenix's territory. Chapter 40. Zhou Yun was a little surprised. Phoenix's territory? They have taken it over. In previous games, there were indeed wealthy organizations that spent large sums of money to contract leveling sites. If it is contracted out, it would be difficult to go. That's not the case. Bai Tian said, "It's just that the people from Phoenix have been leveling up there recently. Anyone else who enters will be driven away by them. We were allowed to go there to practice because Red Maple and Phoenix are allies." That means it's not contracted, Zhou Yun understood. It's okay if it's not contracted. The original plan remains unchanged. We will go to Qingfeng Gorge. But Bai Yuan looked embarrassed and hesitated. "We just gave Phoenix face because of the challenge to Hongfeng. Would it be a bad idea to go to their leveling point now? We can level up normally, what's wrong with that?" Li Huaxiang was unhappy. "Are you afraid?" Bai Yuan gritted her teeth and said, "It's not that I'm afraid, but Phoenix is one of the 4 major organizations in Zhongcheng, and its strength is much stronger than Red Maple. If we really fight, we will be at a great disadvantage in our current situation. After all, Zhongcheng officials have not yet completely taken control of Qingfeng Gorge, and people can fight freely there." Hearing the words free fight, Li Huaxiang fell silent. The so-called free fighting means that there is no longer any bottom line and people are allowed to die. Free fighting. Zhou Yun smiled. To him, this is a familiar yet unfamiliar word. The reason for his familiarity was that the free combat mode had accompanied him almost throughout his entire gaming career in his previous life. The reason why he felt strange was that, in his previous life, he had turned on the free combat mode since the first day he entered the game, and had never changed it. Freedom to fight is good. Zhou Yun stood up. "If the enemy does not attack me, I will not attack others. If the Phoenix really wants to cause trouble, don't hold back. It's decided. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, Qingfeng Gorge." Looking at Zhou Yun and He Huanyang's departing figures, Li Huaxiang and others looked at each other in bewilderment. "Deputy leader, let's not hold back. Should we hold back against the Phoenix? I seem to see that I am too milky." "Don't think too much," Lu Huizhong said with a smile. "Since the deputy leader has made this decision, he must have his reasons. Take your time, I'll leave first." After saying that, he picked up the sword on the table and left without any hesitation. For some reason, Li Huaxiang and the other 3 felt that he seemed to have suddenly become dozens of years younger. City Lord's mansion. City Lord, you were right. Yun Yang won in the end, and it was a completely crushing victory. Wang Taiji, who was sitting on the chair, took a sip of tea and said, "So, there are some things that we don't need to interfere with. What we need to do is to provide timely assistance, not to add icing on the cake, let alone to add unnecessary details." "City Lord, who exactly is that Mr. Zhou? Why does he seem to be getting more and more difficult to figure out? Difficult to fathom? What do you mean exactly?" "Look, he can create a magical weapon, and he can even be on equal terms with the palace master of the beast-taming palace, and he suddenly showed extraordinary strength. Is it strange?" "Strange, very strange." "That's right." Wang Taiji agreed, "I find it strange too. So you must not be reckless when it comes to his affairs." "Understood." "City Lord, there is one more thing." "Explain." During Yunyang's challenge against Hongfeng, Mr. Zhou seemed to have some friction with the phoenix. What else? Also, the latest news is that Yun Yang is going to Qingfeng Gorge to level up, and he will probably run into the phoenix. Wang Taiji pondered for a moment and ordered, "Go to the Phoenix station and give them a little warning." "Okay, Lord. But what if they don't listen? The leader of the Phoenix is not someone you can easily talk to." "Don't want to listen." Wang Taiji picked up the teacup again, "Then it's none of my business. I'm the city lord, not a nanny." The next day, at the entrance of Qingfeng Gorge, all the people from Yunyang have gathered. Looking at the nearby Qingfeng Gorge, Zhou Yun was quite emotional. Because there is no place called Qingfeng Gorge around Zhongcheng. The reason why it exists now is because the game is integrated into reality, and various regions in the game have been split up and filled into the earth. This also caused the whole world to become much bigger. Precisely because Qingfeng Gorge comes from the game world and is exactly the same as in the game, Zhou Yun feels particularly close to it. In his previous life, in the early stage of the game, he had experienced many things in Qingfeng Gorge. "I have searched for treasures, collected herbs, practiced leveling, and killed people." Zhou Yun shook his head slightly, breaking free from the memories. "Here. This is the organization's shared equipment, and it is also the first benefit for you after joining Yunyang." He took out 4 excellent long swords from the forging space and gave one to Lu Huizhong and others. "Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Deputy Chief." The 4 people who received the swords thanked him politely. Basically every organization has shared equipment, the only difference is the quality of the shared equipment. The 4 swords Zhou Yun took out were obviously standard excellent long swords, so they did not have any expectations about their properties. After all, their own swords were of the same grade, and because they had been using them for a long time, they were more comfortable to use. However, they still looked at the attributes out of habit. You won't know the result until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. After watching it, the 4 people, including Lu Huizhong, all opened their eyes wide. "Double rare attributes. What? Yours too? The same as you?" The 4 of them looked at each other, and then very tacitly showed the attribute panels of the swords in their hands. "Wow! 4 long swords with double rare attributes. The deputy leader is so generous. Sword Qi, great strength, death, source of life. These are all very practical attributes. I don't know if it's practical or not, but it's full of the smell of money. Of course. I think it will cost tens of thousands at least. You want to buy such a practical pair of rare long swords for tens of thousands? The 4 swords we have, any one of them will cost at least 150,000, right? 15,000. Sisters Bai Tiantian and Bai Yuan covered their mouths in surprise. This is equivalent to their salary for dozens of months at Red Maple. Although this value is far less than that of the Sunlight Sword, it is still valuable in the eyes of ordinary professionals. How can they be called swords? To them, what they hold in their hands are just moving piles of money. Chief. Deputy Chief. Li Huaxiang held the sword with both hands and handed it to Zhou Yun. "Please take the sword back. Such a valuable weapon, if we accidentally damage it, we won't be able to afford the compensation." Bai Yuan and Bai Tiantian followed suit. "We too." Lu Huizhong hung the sword on his waist with a smile. "This is the good intention of the 2 leaders, so don't refuse it. At most, I can just contribute more to the organization in the future." Zhou Yun nodded. Lu Huizhong was mature and prudent, and he said what was on his mind. He did not bring out these 4 swords to let them refuse. After hearing what Lu Huizhong said, Li Huaxiang and the others became a little hesitant. To be honest, as warriors and swordsmen, who among them doesn't want to use such a good sword? Huaniang said at the right time, no matter how precious a sword is, it is meant to be used. How can it be hidden? It will not be easily damaged. Even if they are accidentally damaged, as they are shared equipment, the loss will be borne by the organization. Okay, just take it. I'm the leader, so listen to me on this matter. The three of them then reluctantly took back the swords. Although they still looked embarrassed on the surface, the curve in the corners of their mouths betrayed their inner thoughts. Hey, isn't this Yunyang's deputy chief Zhou? What a coincidence, we meet again. A somewhat familiar voice sounded from not far away. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and their faces suddenly changed. What you fear will come true. Chapter 41. The person who came was the deputy leader of the Phoenix, Fang Yue. Enemies meet on a narrow road. At this moment, except Zhou Yun, these four words emerged in the minds of everyone else. Chief, what should we do? Li Huaxiang tightened the sword in her hand, her expression tense. He Huaniang looked at Zhou Yun. When she encountered this situation, she was also very panicked. After all, this is the Phoenix's territory. Any individual player or member of other organizations who wants to level up here must get their consent. Otherwise, they will be forcefully expelled. Not to mention, they had also had conflicts with Fang Yue. Ignore him, let's go. Zhou Yun glanced at Fang Yue and took the lead to walk into the canyon. He Huaniang and others didn't know what Zhou Yun was thinking. But out of trust in him, I followed him without saying anything. You're in my territory, and you still dare to ignore me. Fang Yue's expression turned fierce, and he took a few steps forward and shouted. Zhou Yun! Don't you know that this is my immortal bird's territory? Without my immortal bird's permission, how dare you step into Qingfeng Gorge? Zhou Yun chuckled and continued walking forward. Fang Yue became even angrier. Zhou Yun! This is my last warning to you. You don't have permission. If you step into Qingfeng Gorge, you will be an enemy of me, the Phoenix. When the time comes, don't blame us for being ruthless. Zhou Yun continued walking forward on his own. But in order to appease others, he explained in a low voice. Ignore him. If there were enough people leveling up here at Phoenix, he would have called them over long ago. Why would he have to speak so harshly behind our backs? Li Huaxiang and others suddenly realized and secretly gave Zhou Yun a thumbs up. When Fang Yue saw that Zhou Yun ignored his warning and went straight into Qingfeng Gorge, his face turned extremely dark. At the red maple base, Zhou Yun ignored his respect and scolded him in public, making him lose face. Today, he was simply ignored. This made him, as the deputy leader of the Phoenix, feel extremely humiliated. Zhou Yun! He gritted his teeth and took out his phone. Just wait. I'll let you know who is the big and small king right away. After entering Qingfeng Gorge, Zhou Yun did not immediately start looking for monsters to level up, but instead led everyone to walk along the mountain road. This road is said to be a mountain road, but in fact it is not a road at all. It can only be said to be barely passable and is only wide enough for one person to pass. Moreover, the road is full of weeds, bushes, and gravel. Sometimes you need to jump over deep ravines and climb huge rocks. If Zhou Yun hadn't led the way, no one would have known that people could actually walk here. Deputy Chief, where are we going? After walking for a while, Li Huaxiang couldn't help but ask. He Huaniang glanced down the mountain and deduced, we seem to be moving away from Qingfeng Gorge. Zhou Yun stopped and said, don't worry, we are still within the scope of Qingfeng Gorge. It's just that the location is a little off. A bit off. Li Huaxiang twitched her lips and muttered quietly, this is clearly a million miles off. Zhou Yun ignored him and continued on his journey with his men. About half an hour later, Bai Tiantian panted and said, Deputy Chief, how long will it take to get here? It's right in front of us. Just climb over the huge rock in front. Zhou Yun said as he climbed over first. When He Huaniang and others heard that they were just ahead, they also became excited. When they climbed over the boulder, they were surprised to find that they were in an open space about half the size of a basketball court. The open space was overgrown with weeds and shrubs and was surrounded by mountain walls. "Deputy Leader, aren't we here to level up? Why are we here?" Li Xingjun asked puzzledly. Zhou Yun smiled and said, "Our final destination is inside." As he spoke, he took 2 steps forward, pushed aside the weeds, and revealed the cave behind the weeds. When they saw the cave, everyone's eyes lit up. There is a cave in such a hard-to-find place. 2 big words immediately popped up in their minds: adventure. "Husband, how do you know this place?" Huanyang asked in a low voice. She suddenly found that she could no longer understand Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun patted her hands gently and said, "I'll tell you slowly when I have time." Huanyang nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Led by Zhou Yun, everyone entered the cave. They thought they would have some adventure in the cave and find some treasure, but it turned out to be bare and empty. Just when they were feeling disappointed, they followed Zhou Yun around several turns and suddenly saw a bright light ahead. After walking a little further in the direction of the light and arriving at the cave entrance, they were shocked to discover that there was a valley below. The valley is filled with green trees, singing birds, and fragrant flowers, which is a relaxing and pleasant place. "Wow! So beautiful!" Bai Tianation's exclamation came to an abrupt end. Because at the moment she made the sound, countless pairs of eyes suddenly appeared on the mountain wall that looked golden under the sunlight. "Ah!" Bai Tian was so scared that her legs went limp and she sat down on the ground. Several people followed her gaze and were also frightened. Where is the golden mountain wall? There were clearly countless King Kong bears lying on the mountain wall, absorbing the scorching sun. Now that they noticed the appearance of several people, they immediately cast their eyes over, with ferocity revealed in their dark red eyes. Roar! The King Kong bears roared in unison, shaking the earth, and then pounced on them. The King Kong bear is huge, with each one being more than 2 meters tall and as thick as 2 adults can hug together. Now hundreds of King Kong bears are rushing over, and the heavy footsteps stomping on the ground are so loud that it seems like the earth is shaking. "Run!" Li Huaxiang screamed and ran away. However, before she could run out, Zhou Yun pulled her back. "Don't panic, they can't get in." As soon as he finished speaking, the huge body of King Kong bear rushed forward and pounced. "The bloody mouth is right in front of you." Just when a few people were shocked and were about to swing their swords to resist, they heard a loud bang. When King Kong bear was about to pass through the cave, it seemed to hit something hard and could not move forward. Looking closely, they discovered that a thin, transparent barrier had appeared at the entrance of the cave at some point, rippling gently like water waves. This barrier looked fragile, but it blocked the King Kong bear on the other side, and no matter how it roared and bit, it could not break through. "What's this?" Huanyang was still in shock and asked, pointing at the barrier. "It's a one-way barrier." Zhou Yun explained, "You can pass through this side, but you can't pass through the other side." "Is this of any use?" Li Huaxiang asked, scratching his head. "Of course it's useful." Zhou Yun clenched his right hand, holding a long sword in his hand, walked forward and stabbed out with the sword. Puff! The sword penetrated the barrier and stabbed straight into the chest of the King Kong bear. At this moment, everyone's eyes lit up. Chapter 42. The sword can penetrate the barrier and stab the King Kong bear. But King Kong bear couldn't enter the barrier. What does this mean? Everyone present understood immediately. No wonder. Li Huaxiang looked at Zhou Yun, her eyes shining with admiration. No wonder the deputy leader brought us here. No wonder the deputy leader would rather offend the phoenix than enter Qingfeng Gorge. It turns out there is such a great place to level up here. No, Qingfeng Gorge is considered a treasure land for leveling up, so this is the best place for leveling up. Bai Yuan licked her lips and said, "King Kong bear, this is a level 40 monster. How much experience can this one provide?" Besides, there are so many of them here. We can't kill them all. If we kill them all, won't our level go up like a rocket? And you don't have to worry about getting injured when leveling up this way. It's totally safe. Bai Tiantian also said. It's an unfair victory. Lu Huizhong looked at the helpless and furious King Kong bear outside the barrier and said leisurely, but I like it. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then they couldn't help but burst into laughter. He Wanyang commanded, now that we have found the leveling point, let's get started. Good. Everyone agreed and started to attack King Kong bear. Because King Kong bear couldn't break through the barrier, everyone seemed to be at ease. Therefore, even though the King Kong bear was a level 40 monster with outstanding defense, it eventually died with hatred due to everyone's combined efforts. As a King Kong bear fell, a golden light immediately flashed on the bodies of Bai Tiantian and Bai Yuan, who were the lowest in level. Upgraded. Bai Tiantian was very surprised. The shared experience allowed me to directly upgrade to a higher level. What an incredible experience! Bai Yuan was also very happy. Seeing that the sisters had tasted the sweetness, He Wanyang, Li Huaxiang, and Lu Huizhong were all looking forward to it. In today's world, career hierarchy is very important. Many large-scale events, occasions, and organizations have certain level requirements if you want to join. After all, those who are strong are not necessarily of high level. But those with higher levels are definitely not that weak. Of course, the most important thing is that there is a level ranking list. If you can make it onto the ranking list, then no matter where you go, people will respect you. Come on. Let's continue. Li Huaxiang stepped forward impatiently. Because as soon as one King Kong bear fell down, the second King Kong bear pounced on it, which was a completely seamless connection. However, there was a hint of strangeness in the corners of Lu Huizhong and He Wanyang's eyes. Because they all discovered that the body of the King Kong bear that had just been killed turned into a golden light and flew to the center of the valley as it fell into the valley. Although the change was very rapid, they still noticed it. They all looked at Zhou Yun at the same time, only to find that the latter nodded to them, as if he was not surprised by this. They hesitated for a moment and did not choose to ask questions at this time, but joined the team attacking King Kong bear. Because they believed that if there was any need, Zhou Yun would definitely tell them. On the other side, Fang Yue brought a large group of people and came to Qingfeng Gorge in a menacing manner. Zhou Yun! Get out here! Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you hiding now? If you're a real man, don't be a coward! He shouted loudly while searching for Zhou Yun. However, no one answered him, only the monsters that sensed the intruder began to approach quietly. Fang Yue glanced at the monsters and ordered. You. And you. Your team will stay with me. The rest of the teams, search for Zhou Yun and his gang. Chief Fang, is there a possibility that they have already left Qingfeng Gorge? Asked a red-robed female mage. Impossible. Fang Yue rejected it immediately. From Zhongcheng to Qingfeng Gorge, there is only this one road. If they leave, we'll definitely run into them. What if we take the small road? The female mage asked again. What do you mean? Fang Yue narrowed his eyes and looked at the female mage. The female mage smiled slightly. It's not that I have any intention. It's that the leader asked me to follow you. You should know what the leader means. Humph! Fang Yue said angrily, the leader is too cowardly. The city lord just sent someone to warn us not to fight Yunyang easily. Is he so scared? And we are asked to avoid Yunyang as much as possible. It's a newly established organization, is it worthy of it? The Immortal Bird has become one of the 4 major organizations in Zhongcheng. Is it afraid of being exposed? The female wizard advised, Chief Fang, there must be a reason for the chief's decision. Besides, the city lord is a mysterious person. We have visited him many times over the years but have not been able to see him. This time, because of Yun Yang, someone was sent to deliver the message. Doesn't this explain something? That's nothing. Fang Yue was furious. You have to understand that it was Yun Yang who provoked the immortal bird first. As one of the 4 major organizations in Zhongcheng, the immortal bird was provoked by such a new organization. If we don't take any action, how can we survive in Zhongcheng in the future? In these 2 days, I don't know how many people are secretly laughing at me. Laughing at us. Do you understand? The female mage looked embarrassed. Chief Fang. All right. Stop talking. Fang Yue waved his hand. I know the leader sent you to supervise me. But I only ask you one question. If I ask you to find Yun Yang, will you go or not? The female mage was helpless. I will go. In Zhongcheng, on the west side of the central square, there is a stone tablet called the Celebrity Tablet. This stone tablet is engraved with the names of the top 100 professionals in Zhongcheng, and can be changed in real time. Every day, many people gather in front of the stone tablet. Yes, they want to see which people on the stone tablet they know. Some wanted to see the changes on the stone tablet in order to report the news. Some people also want to see if their names appear on the stone tablet after their level has been improved recently. Suddenly, a name on the stone tablet lit up, and at the same time the ranking rose by 2 places. It's Lu Hui's Hong, the Sword Saint. Someone noticed this change immediately. Sword Saint Lu is amazing. He has already upgraded right after arriving in Zhongcheng. He's still strong and healthy. He's 70 years old this year, and he's ranked 10th amazing. Tisk tisk, Sword Saint Lu has already reached level 25 at his age, 10 levels higher than me. He wants to die. Haha. He is a sword master after all. Just be positive, it's good enough for us to be at the end of the Monument of Fame. As soon as he finished speaking, the 100th name at the end of the stone tablet suddenly flashed with light and changed. 100 Huaniang, Warrior, Level 20. Chapter 43. Someone noticed the change immediately. Hey? There's a newcomer. Huaniang, why does this name sound familiar? I think I've heard it somewhere. I remember now. Isn't this the leader of the new organization, Yunyang? It turned out to be her. She defeated Hongfeng right after she founded the organization. She must be very powerful. Come to think of it, isn't Sword Saint Lu also from Yunyang? They won't level up together, right? Is there any need to ask this? If we don't level up together, can we level up one after the other? I'm so envious of being able to level up with Sword Saint Lu. Before I knew it, it was noon. The glory shines again on the monument of celebrities. The media worker who had been standing by the monument was surprised and said, it was just put up this morning, and it's upgraded so soon. Who is it? The leader of Yunyang, Huaniang. He just reached level 20 this morning and climbed to the end of the celebrity monument. It's only been half a day, and he has risen another level. He is now the 99th. Not really. Leveling up after level 20 is so slow. How long does it take to level up? How long does it take to level up in half a day? Tisk, forget it if you don't believe me. Do I have any need to lie to you? No matter if you lied to me or not, this kind of thing is simply impossible. While they were arguing, a golden light flashed by Huaniang's name again. Although still at level 21, the ranking has moved up 1 place. The media person immediately pointed at the celebrity monument and said, did you see that? What did I say? It's only been a few minutes. Her ranking has risen again. If I get promoted, I get promoted. It's just a rank. The difference in experience shouldn't be that much. That's it, make a fuss. Okay, okay. You want to argue, right? The media person asked. Let me ask you, if she moves up in the rankings within 10 minutes, what will you say? If your ranking goes up again, I'll give you 100. If not, you give me 100. Okay. It's settled. Count me in? I bet she won't be able to level up in 10 minutes. I also bet she can't get promoted. Me too. The media person waved his hand and said, okay, come on. I'll take as many as you can. The onlookers took a quick look and found that dozens of people had placed bets in a short period of time, all betting that Huaniang would not be able to move up in the rankings within 10 minutes. After placing their bets, they were confident of winning and waited for time to pass. After all, it's rare for a celebrity monument to move once a day, let alone change within 10 minutes. After reaching level 20, unless you kill monsters of a higher level, the experience gained will be greatly reduced, and it is definitely not possible to improve your ranking in a short period of time. 8 minutes passed quickly. There is no change on the monument to celebrities. Those who bet on Huaniang not to be promoted were in a very good mood. In 10 minutes, I picked up 100 yuan for free. It's so cool. Just when they were feeling proud, something happened on the monument to celebrities. Under their attention, the 3 words Huaniang moved up 1 place to 97th place. The dealer media person stood up and shouted, I admit defeat. Pay me. All of you. The person who lost the money reluctantly paid, muttering something to himself. Even if we are both at level 21, it's too fake to move up 1 place in less than 10 minutes. Weird. I haven't seen her before, why did she suddenly take off? The media person received the money and was in a good mood. If Lu Huizhong and Lu Jiansheng help her level up, how can she not fly? If he takes me with him, I can fly too. Damn it! There is such a thing. The group of people at noon were not the same as those in the morning, and they didn't know what happened in the morning, so they were all very surprised about the relationship between the two. After a little asking, I found out that they both belonged to the same organization, and I was immediately relieved. It's great to be in the same organization as the Sword Master. I also want to be helped by the boss to level up. Brother Meng, what do you think? If I go to join Uniang now, can the Sword Saint take me with him? Hearing this, the media people looked serious. Don't mention it. Given Sword Saint Lu's personality, if he really wants to bring someone, he definitely won't just bring one. If I remember correctly, there are currently 6 people in Uniang. Who knows, someone from Uniang might be on the monument soon. However, such speculation caused people to shake their heads. Although the Sword Saint is powerful, he is only human, not a god. There is no need to deify him. That's fair. After all, on the celebrity list, the Sword Saint is currently ranked 10th, and there are still 9 people ahead of him. Besides, the more people level up together, the more experience can be shared. Level 30 monster experience is enough, right? If it's shared by 6 people, how much will be left? As soon as he finished speaking, the 100th person on the celebrity monument had a new owner. 100 Li Huaxiang, warrior, level 20. Who is Li Huaxiang? Most of the people present were confused about this person. In their impression, those who can be included in the monument should at least be famous in Zhongcheng. And this Li Huaxiang? I've never heard of it. However, the eyes of a few media people were shining brightly. Li Huaxiang. Another one from Uniang. It seems that Uniang should all be leveling up outside the city. Today's news is out. The title is, Advancing at a Rapid Pace. Yun Yang enters the monument after defeating Hong Feng. Zhongcheng Television. The editor-in-chief received a call, half of the 6 people from Uniang have been included in the monument. Well, this is not bad. Xiao Li, go and arrange it. Half an hour later, another call came in. Hey? Another Uniang person is on the monument? Xiao Li, go and change the script. 5 minutes later, what? Another goal? 5 now? Xiao Li. Ah? Mr. Liu Huizhong has been promoted to 9th place? Xiao Li. Hey? He Wanyang got promoted too? Xiao Li. And the fragrance of Li Hua? Xiao Li. Bai Tian Tian and Bai Yuan Yuan too? Xiao Li. For the entire afternoon and evening, Xiao Li was either modifying the script or on his way to modify the script. Xiao Li, I have a sentence MMP, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. On the other side, more and more people gathered in front of the celebrity monument in the central square. Almost everyone focused their attention on the 5 names on the monument whose rankings kept rising. These 5 people have one thing in common, that is, they are all members of Yunyang. 3 Liu Huizhong, Warrior, level 27. 17 He Wanyang, Warrior, level 24. 83 Li Huaxiang, Warrior, level 22. 94 Bai Yuan Yuan, Warrior, level 21. 95 Bai Tian Tian, Warrior, level 21. Yunyang is so strong. 5 out of 6 people are included in the Monument of Fame. They are definitely potential stocks. Their ranking is still rising. It's only been 1 day and it's already like this. If we give Yunyang a few more days, they won't occupy the top 5 spots on the Monument of Fame, right? I think it's very possible. Is there anyone who knows Yunyang who can recommend me a place? I want to go to Yunyang. Me too. It's not because I want to be in the monument, it's just that I feel Yunyang has a unique charm that attracts me. At this time, Fang Yawei, who had searched Qingfeng Gorge for a day without success, returned to Zhongcheng and passed by the central square when he happened to hear these words. What potential stock? What Yunyang? What occupies the top 5? He frowned, pushed through the crowd and looked at the monument to the famous person. Chapter 44. Upon seeing this, Fang Yawei's eyebrows immediately raised. As he had already regarded Yunyang's CCTV as a thorn in his side, he certainly knew the level information of everyone in Yunyang. But now, in just 1 day, out of the total 6 people in Yunyang, 5 of them had been listed on the Monument to Fame. This made him feel puzzled and extremely angry at the same time. In such a short period of time, 5 people have been listed on the Monument of Fame. The leveling speed after level 20 is incredibly slow. How do they manage to level up so quickly? Qingfeng Gorge. It must be Qingfeng Gorge. Except for Qingfeng Gorge, there is no other place near Zhongcheng that can allow them to upgrade so quickly. A member of the Phoenix nearby whispered, "But Chief, we have been searching Qingfeng Gorge for a whole day and haven't seen any trace of them. That means he's hiding." Fang Yawei glared and growled. "I saw with my own eyes that they never came out after entering Qingfeng Gorge. They must be in Qingfeng Gorge, there is no mistake. They must have found a secret leveling spot." The members of the Phoenix organization who followed looked at each other, not knowing what to say. After all, they, the Phoenix, had occupied Qingfeng Gorge for so long and had not found any secret places. All I can say is that Fang Yawei has gone crazy in his attitude towards Yunyang. But given their identities, it's hard to say such things. "Chief Fang, let's look for him again tomorrow morning," someone echoed his words. Sure enough, Fang Yawei benefited greatly from listening to it. Just when his expression eased a little, the crowd who had been paying attention to the monument to the celebrity started a commotion. Up! Sword St. Lu's ranking has risen 1 more place. To 2nd place. Oh my god, looking at this posture, are they going to reach the top in one go? It's hard to say. Nan Tian, who ranks first, is now level 28, only 1 level higher than Liu Jiansheng. The gap is not that big. Hey, Nantian is the leader of the Phoenix. If he is surpassed in the list of celebrities, it will be a big blow to the reputation of the Phoenix. Bullshit. Fang Yue suddenly flew into a rage and yelled at passers-by, "How high are you all? You're just here to give orders. Are you qualified to comment on the phoenix? Don't you even take a PS and look at yourself? Do you think you are worthy? What? You're not convinced by my scolding? I'm Fang Yue, the deputy leader of the Phoenix. Are you brave enough to come up and tell me your name?" The passerby was suddenly scolded and was already angry. But after hearing Fang Yue's identity and the group of people following him, he could only suppress his anger, cursed a few times and walked away. Fang Yue was still not satisfied, so he turned around and said to the Phoenix members who followed him, "Go! Go back and find it immediately." "Where are you going?" someone asked weakly. "Go to Qingfeng Gorge." Fang Yue yelled, "Don't you see that their levels are still rising? They must be secretly leveling up there now. You don't even have a brain. Why would the Phoenix keep you around? Qingfeng Gorge. Well. Nice time. It smells so good. I want another bowl. The deputy chief's craftsmanship is amazing. The chief is so lucky. Haha. Tasting delicious food while increasing permanent attributes, if I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't even dare to imagine it. He Wanyang ate while listening to everyone's praise with a smile. Although everyone was praising Zhou Yun, to her, it made her happier than if they were praising herself. Zhou Yun was also in a good mood. Although he had not been in contact with everyone for a long time, he could see that whether it was Li Huaxiang, the sisters Bai Yuan Yuan and Bai Tian Tian, or Lu Huizhong, they were all genuine people. This was also the fundamental reason why he was willing to bring them here to level up and share meals. These people, having come across such a good leveling point, gained experience so quickly that they were unwilling to take a break at noon. It was late into the night and everyone was so exhausted that they couldn't play anymore, so they just remembered to find something to eat. However, even at this point, no one thought about returning to the city, but instead thought about looking for some wild fruits nearby to fill their stomachs. Zhou Yun was left in a state of confusion at the time. Fortunately, he had made preparations and prepared enough food in the professional space so that everyone could fill their stomachs. Ah! Outside the barrier, King Kong Bear kept roaring at everyone in the cave. "Don't worry, I'll chop you down right away." Li Huaxiang quickly shoveled the rice in the bowl into her mouth, said "I'm done," then took out her sword and stabbed at the King Kong Bear. Seeing this, the others quickly finished their meals and continued to level up. Zhou Yun, however, sat there, watching with a smile, without taking any action. As a life professional, he would not be able to gain experience even if he participated in the battle. Instead, some of the experience would be consumed out of thin air, which was completely counterproductive. The night passed like this. When Zhou Yun woke up, he saw that everyone was still chopping bears, and he couldn't help but admire them. "Mr. Lu, have you upgraded?" he asked. "Yes, it has been upgraded. It is now level 28. Lu Huizhong said without turning his head. Hearing the hidden excitement in Lu Huizhong's tone, Zhou Yun smiled slightly. At this rate, Lu Huizhong will be able to reach level 30 by tomorrow morning at the latest. As long as someone breaks through level 30, according to the game progress in the previous life, the next major version will appear. In the current version, life professions can only learn excellent level skills at best. But as long as the version is updated, life professions will be able to learn more advanced excellent skills. By then, Zhou Yun guessed that the excellent equipment he forged would most likely have 3 rare attributes. However, to create superior equipment, you need superior ore. Excellent grade ore, currently very rare. Even after the version update, there are not many places where you can collect excellent grade ores. This requires the support of an organization and the reliance on its strength to fight for it. Those professional people who were able to reach a certain level in their previous lives all had one or more powerful forces supporting them. If he wants to continue along the path of a spirit master, Yun Yang's support is indispensable. The entire Yun Yang team practiced leveling up in an unnamed cave in Qingfeng Gorge for a whole night. Fang Yawei was also not idle, and he led his men to search Qingfeng Gorge for a whole night. As the sun was rising, someone forced his eyelids open and said, "Boss, we've searched everywhere we should, but there's really no one here. Yet, if someone is leveling up, at least they should be able to hear the sounds of battle. We have been searching for a whole day and night. They are also human beings and need to rest. They can't possibly sleep in Qingfeng Gorge, right?" Chapter 45. This time, Fang Yawei just listened silently with a thoughtful look on his face. "We searched for a whole day and night, and searched the entire Qingfeng Gorge, but we really couldn't find any trace. And after searching for so long, he was really tired. Could it be that I am wrong?" He sat down on a rock nearby and fell into self-doubt. After a long time, he waved his hand and said, "You guys go back first." Everyone was overjoyed. "Where's Chief Fang? Won't you go back with us?" Fang Yawei stood up and said, "You guys go back to yours, I'm going to continue looking here." "But Chief Fang..." "No need to say more." Fang Yawei waved his hand, "My intuition tells me that they are hiding somewhere in Qingfeng Gorge. If you don't leave now, stay and continue looking with me." As soon as the words fell, everyone left without looking back. "Just kidding, I'm just being polite to you, who wants to stay?" 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Over the past 2 days, more and more people have gathered around the celebrity monument in the central square. Because, in just 3 days, the changes on the celebrity monument are greater than those in the past month. The fundamental reason for the change is the 5 people from Yun Yang organization. These 5 people have firmly occupied the top 5 positions on the Monument of Fame. 1 Lu Huizhong, Warrior, level 29. 2 Huaniang, Warrior, level 29. 3 Li Huaxiang, Warrior, level 28. 4 Bai Yuan, Warrior, level 28. 5 Bai Tian, Warrior, level 28. Precisely because such changes are so exaggerated, the topics surrounding them have never ceased. This is amazing. An organization with only 6 people in total actually has 5 people on the list, and they occupy the top 5 spots. How can this be called a dark horse? It's simply a black dragon. That's because Yun Yang's deputy leader is a blacksmith, otherwise he wouldn't be occupying the top 5, but the top 6. Hiss. According to what you said, if there are 100 people in Yun Yang, wouldn't they fill up the entire monument? Hey! It's not impossible. Any of the brothers here know Yun Yang? I really want to join. Come on. You don't want to do it like anyone else. That's right. If there was such an opportunity, we would have taken it long ago. How could it be your turn? While everyone was talking, they were all staring at the monument. And their attention is almost all focused on Lu Huizhong, who is currently ranked first. Level 29 is a very sensitive level. Now the highest level professionals in various countries are stuck at this level. Some experts speculate that if one can break through to level 30, the world will undergo new changes. Apart from speculation, countries are also competing secretly. After all, rank is also a reflection of a country's strength. Both are level 29, and nothing can be seen. But if a level 30 game is released at this time, it will be completely different and will undoubtedly attract global attention. Generally speaking, no one would keep an eye on level 29 professionals. After all, level 29 professionals have been around for a long time, and have never made any progress to the next level. But Lu Huizhong is different. His upgrade speed is obvious to everyone. In just 3 days, he rose from level 24 to level 29. Such a terrifying escalation speed has been reported countless times in various news in the past few days. Now, All major media are promoting that Liu Huizhong will be the first professional in the world to break through to level 30. Because of this, many people from nearby cities came here just to witness this historic moment. Of course, this also directly led to overcrowding in Zhongcheng Central Square. However, the 5 people who were in Qingfeng Gorge and focused on leveling up were unaware of what was happening. In order to focus on leveling up, they had already turned off their phones. As for Zhou Yun, although he learned the news through his mobile phone, he did not tell them because he was afraid that they would feel pressured after knowing it. Almost there. Liu Huizhong suddenly let out a low shout, his eyes flashed with a sharp light, and the speed of his sword drawing increased a little. Although he had been leveling up for 3 consecutive days, his spirits were becoming more and more excited. Seeing this, Zhou Yun quickly stood up. After staying in this place for 3 days, I am finally reaping the rewards. Because of the special circumstances during these 3 days, he temporarily entrusted Chengcheng to Li Jingzi. After not seeing her for 3 days, he couldn't wait to see his daughter. Wu. As countless King Kong bears died with hatred, a golden light passed through the cave and enveloped Liu Huizhong. Level 30. He Wanyang and others stopped at the same time and focused their eyes on Liu Huizhong. As professionals, they are of course very clear about what level 30 means. Suddenly, boom! A distant bell sounded, resounding through heaven and earth. Everyone in the world heard this bell. Just when everyone was surprised, the voice of heaven appeared. Leading the pack. Warrior Liu Huizhong has broken through level 30 and is now the world's top warrior. He is awarded the permanent title of leading the pack. Ace Rider, movement speed increased by 10%. Warning! The overall strength of the professionals has exceeded the threshold, alarming the Scourge Legion. Warning! The Scourge hates humans and is about to attack human cities indiscriminately. Once the Scourge destroys the city, they will use it as a new Scourge incubator, with disastrous consequences. Professionals, please work together to resist the attack of the Scourge. Ding! The merit store is open for a limited time. You can gain merit points by assisting or killing Scourge soldiers, and you can exchange them for various gems in the merit store. Leaving everyone far behind? The Scourge? Merit shop? The sudden change has caused heated discussions around the world. Qingfeng Gorge is an unnamed valley. How so? Zhou Yun was also very surprised. In previous games, the level cap for the first stage was level 35. Only when you reached level 35 would the version update be triggered and the expansion pack be entered. As a result, now it is triggered at level 30. He stood up suddenly and said, "Let's go back to the city." Ah! Li Huaxiang turned around and asked in the midst of her busy schedule, "Are we going back now?" "Go back now." Zhou Yun said solemnly, "If you are any later, you won't be able to go back." "What's going on?" He Wanyang asked. Zhou Yun looked at everyone and said, "The Scourge is about to appear and will soon surround the city. If we go back too late, the road will be blocked." The deputy leader is indeed very thoughtful. Li Huaxiang's tone was full of admiration. You can infer so much just from the information given by Tiandao. What a pity! Bai Tian reluctantly stabbed King Kong Bear with the last sword. The upgrades here are so fast, I wanted to stay a few more days. Zhou Yun shook his head and laughed, there is still a chance. In that case, let's hurry back to the city. He Wanyang was the first to put away his sword. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to follow, although they were reluctant to leave. Qingfeng Gorge. Fang Yue, who was sitting under a tree to rest, was shocked when he heard the reminder from heaven. Liu Huizhong is level 30. Yun Yang must have been leveling up all the time, he never stopped. But I searched for 3 days in a row and looked everywhere but couldn't find him. So, could it be that I was really wrong and they are not in Qingfeng Gorge? As the leader and others said, am I possessed by a demon? With dark circles under his eyes, he stood up shakily and prepared to return to the city. But at this moment, he vaguely saw a person walking out from the rocks at an angle. Zhou Yun. No, it must be because I haven't rested for too long and my eyes are blurry. He shook his head, wiped his eyes, squinted and looked again, only to find that the one person had turned into two people. Then 3, 4, 5, 6. Zhou Yun. He Wanyang. Lu Hui's Hong. He pointed his finger at them one by one, as if he had already memorized all 6 members of Yunyang in his mind. When he reached the end of the count, he was startled, then his eyes widened, he gnashed his teeth, his eyes were bloodshot. Zhou Yun. Chapter 46. You've always been here. You have been in Qingfeng Gorge the whole time. Fang Yawei yelled, his face showing a complicated expression of happiness, pain, sadness, and hatred. Zhou Yun was confused. Are you suffering from Alzheimer's? Didn't you see us enter Qingfeng Gorge with your own eyes? Fang Yawei was speechless, his face flushed red but he couldn't say anything. Zhou Yun shook his head and led everyone past him. Stop! You can't leave! Fang Yawei shouted behind them. Zhou Yun stopped and jokingly asked, You won't let us go? Do you want us to cut you into pieces and feed you to the monsters? Fang Yawei's Adam's apple rolled and his eyes suddenly became clear. He suddenly became alert. Free fighting is allowed in Qingfeng Gorge. Even if they really killed themselves, Zhang Cheng would not hold them accountable. Moreover, if a fight really breaks out, no matter who comes out of the other side, I will not be their match. Fortunately, what he worried about did not happen. Zhou Yun didn't argue with him, but continued to leave with his men after he finished speaking. His heart, which had just risen to his throat, slowly fell back. However, at this moment, he heard Zhou Yun and others talking about him from afar. He must be here to cause trouble for us. I think even if we don't kill him, we should at least give him a good beating to teach him a lesson. Forget it. He has Alzheimer's disease. Let's not worry about it. Well, it's really boring to bully the weak. Fang Yawei was so angry that smoke came out of his nostrils, and his fists were clenched so tightly that his nails pierced into his palms. Alzheimer's? Weak? He is the deputy leader of Phoenix, one of the 4 major organizations in Zhongcheng, and how could he be associated with such a term? Shame! Shame! Ugh! He roared to the sky. Zhou Yun and others who had already walked far away heard the roar and shook their heads again and again. Not only does he have dementia, but his mental state is also not normal. Pitiful! On the way back, Zhou Yun and his group saw people rushing towards the city. No wonder. Ever since the announcement from heaven, the entire land has started to emit black air, filled with ominous implications that make people feel creepy just by looking at it. The farther away from the city this black air is, the thicker it becomes. This is also the main reason why people return to the city without any prior arrangement. After returning to Zhongcheng safely, Zhou Yun found that the streets were crowded with people. This was partly due to the black gas that appeared outside the city and the panic caused by the impending scourge. The unknown often inspires fear. The other reason made Zhou Yun feel a little helpless. It was actually because of the merit store. The properties of the gems in the merit shop are really good. Indeed, I have my eyes on a wind orb. After it is embedded, the attack speed will increase by 30%. It is a perfect match for the evil wind attribute on my weapon. I prefer the Lingbo orb. After it is embedded, the movement speed increases by 30%. It can chase or run. It is perfect for us assassins. The wall orb is pretty good. After being embedded, it increases defense by 30%, making it easy to fight against bosses. I think you guys are overthinking it. Each orb costs 300 merit points. It's hard to say whether you can afford it. Is 300 merits a lot? Killing one will count as 10 merits. At worst, I can go all out and kill 30. Oh, what if killing one only gives 1 merit? Can you please stop attacking me, bro? Killing one person and getting 1 merit, are you going to let me live? It's meaningless to say this now. Judging from the situation, the scourge is about to come out. We will know the details soon. Hearing people's discussions, Huanyang and others immediately opened the merit store on the attribute panel to check. Li Huaxiang drooled after reading it, this attribute is too good. Bai Yuan agreed, it would be great if we could empty the store. Bai Tian tapped Bai Yuan's head gently, don't dream. Didn't you see that there are merit requirements for the amount of orbs you can exchange? Be content if you can get just one of these orbs, don't be too greedy. Lu Huizhong smiled and said, it's always good to have a goal. Let's try to get 2 more. Huanyang frowned slightly, the properties of the pearl are indeed good. But judging from the consistent style of the heavenly Dao, the rewards are proportional to the efforts. It won't be easy to get the orb. Considering the current momentum of the scourge, it may be quite dangerous. Lu Huizhong nodded slightly, the leader's analysis makes sense. Although the pearl is good, it needs life to survive. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of sisters Li Huaxiang and Bai Yuan became serious. Zhou Yun suggested, I think we should just stay at the back and not join in the fun, right? Lu Huizhong nodded slowly, I agree. Li Huaxiang followed up and said, Mr. Lu agrees, and I agree too. Okay then. Bai Yuan and Bai Tian looked at each other and said with regret. At this moment when everyone makes the decision. Boom boom boom. The ground suddenly began to tremble slightly. People immediately fell into panic. What happened? Is there an earthquake? Quick! Disperse! Don't gather together. No. It's not an earthquake. It's the scourge, someone shouted from the direction of the city wall. Soon, more and more people started shouting. The scourge. The scourge is about to attack the city. Skeletons. Lots of skeletons. Countless skeletons. Hearing the tense, urgent, and panicked shouts, people's hearts began to rise. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. On the ground, black smoke rose up, swaying straight up to the sky and connecting with the sky. Gusts of cold wind blew by, bringing with them a foul smell. The air became thick and stagnant, making people feel very uncomfortable. It was as if an invisible hand grabbed people's hearts and slowly contracted them. Woo! The loud military bugle call pierced the sky. A steady and powerful voice came from the radio. I am Qin Feng, commander of the Guardian Corps. The scourge is coming. The Guardians are fully prepared to resist to the death. Please rest assured, fellow citizens of the city, I will protect the entire legion and will not fail in my mission. As if in response to Qin Feng's words, countless soldiers on the 4 sides of the city wall shouted in unison. Protecting Zhongcheng is our mission. The Guardian Corps, immovable as a mountain. We will win. We will win. We will win. Sizzle. Live broadcast images appeared simultaneously on all the big screens on the streets and on televisions. On the city wall, rows of soldiers with tall postures were standing ready for battle. Behind the city gate, soldiers were also lined up and ready. Outside the city wall, on the ground filled with black air, countless skeleton soldiers, like a tide, were pouring towards Zhongcheng from all directions. Woo! The bugle sounded again. On the 4 city walls, the commanders issued orders simultaneously. The enemy is within range. All shooters, get ready. Exploding arrow. Shoot. Chapter 47. Collapse. At the commander's command, all the bowstrings vibrated at the same time. All of a sudden, thousands and thousands of arrows, dragging fiery tails, flew out like fish leaping into the dragon's gate, lighting up the sky red. After reaching the top, they paused for a moment, then swooped down towards the scourge below like peregrine falcons that had found their prey. How spectacular! Bai Yuan looked at the picture on the screen with her bright eyes, expressing what all the people in Zhongcheng were thinking. Zhou Yun nodded secretly. Although there are people like Zhao in the Guardian Corps, at present, at least the discipline and strength of the Guardian Corps are beyond doubt. However, when the arrows flew into the Dark Scourge army, people were shocked to find that only a handful of skeletons were knocked down by the arrows. Those arrows that seemed extremely sharp either penetrated through the gaps in the skeleton soldiers' bodies or simply broke a few of their bones, but they did not cause any fundamental damage to them. The few skeleton soldiers who fell had lost their combat effectiveness because they were hit by arrows and had blue flames burning in their eye sockets. This. How so? Explosive arrows can't do much damage to them at all. People started talking and began to worry. However, on the city wall, the commander's voice remained steady. Prepare for the second round. Split arrow. Preparation. Put. With a bang, the second round of arrows attacked the scourge again. This time, people looked more carefully. Because the arrow fired this time was a split arrow, when the arrow hit the skeleton, it split into several small arrows and shot in all directions. Compared with the previous round, this time because of the presence of small arrows, a large number of skeleton soldiers had their eye sockets injured by arrows. But to everyone's disappointment, even though the bullet hit the vital point, the skeleton soldier just shook his body and continued to move forward. Hey! That doesn't hurt enough. People expressed regret. Another round of split arrows should be able to cause effective damage. Li Huaxiang said with a clenched fist. No need, the distance has shortened. Lu Huizhong said, next, it's the turn of the mages to perform. Just as Lu Huizhong said. After a round of split arrows, the commander did not choose to let the archers continue to shoot a third round, but instead commanded. All mages, take your positions. Preparation. Explosive fireball. Put. After a short chant, the mages waved their staffs and the condensed fireballs smashed towards the scourge like cannonballs. Boom 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 boom. The mage's ability to fight against groups is far beyond that of a shooter. After a round of bombing, the skeleton soldiers were blown to pieces. Good. The people of Zhongcheng cheered in unison. The wizard is worthy of being a wizard, his group combat effectiveness is beyond reproach. The scourge isn't that great. Haha. With the mages of the Guardian Legion here, it's a question whether they can even reach the city wall. It's a pity that if this happens, there's no hope for merit. The safety of the city comes first. If it's gone, it's gone. However, before people could be happy for long, changes occurred on the battlefield. Those skeleton soldiers whose bones were blown to pieces did not die. Instead, they picked up the scattered bones on the ground, put them on the broken parts of their bodies, and stood up again. Although the reinstalled bones did not fit well, they did not care at all and continued to move towards the city wall in an extremely deformed posture. What the hell is this? What a scoundrel! Damn! What can I use to fight this? If you don't attack the eye socket directly, there will be no end, right? People started cursing. The commanders continued to issue orders in an orderly manner. Next, the mages of the Guardian Legion used all their methods. Ice magic, blizzard. Wind magic, tornado. Lightning magic, powerful as thunder. However, after trying all kinds of magic, the damage caused was not satisfactory. The skeleton soldiers' bones seemed to have incredibly high magic resistance. After so many rounds of destruction by magic, it was not turned into powder and could be resurrected and reused by the skeleton soldiers. Seeing that the scourge had already arrived at the city wall with ladders, the commander took a deep breath, drew his sword and pointed it to the sky. Everyone listen up. Knights, come forward. Warrior in the center. Assassins stand by. Mage, shooter, cover. Prepare for hand-to-hand combat. At this moment, the whole city became nervous. Because, on the big screen, the Scourge has already started setting up ladders and climbing the city. Once you successfully climb the city wall, the soldiers of the guarding corps on the city wall will be the last line of defense. Once the defense line is broken, countless ordinary people in Zhongcheng will be in danger of their lives. However, the skeletons climbed the ladder slowly and clumsily. After trying for a long time, not even one person could climb to half the height of the city wall. However, looking ahead, with the city wall as the boundary, the skeleton soldiers outside the city wall were overwhelming and there was no end in sight. "We're not going to die," someone said tremblingly. What nonsense!" Someone immediately refuted, "We are professionals. The darlings of heaven, how could we die at the hands of a bunch of skeletons?" Having said that, everyone could hear the lack of confidence in his voice. Zhou Yun glanced around, his eyes slightly gloomy. He found that people's spirits were more or less shaken. Obviously, the sudden arrival of the Scourge army left them at a loss as to what to do. As for exchanging orbs at the merit shop, they had even less energy to think about it. He shook his head slightly. In the game of the previous life, this section is considered a data sheet. In the expansion pack, humans suffered heavy casualties under the attack of the Scourge. There are many cities around the world that have completely fallen. The few cities that successfully resisted the Scourge's attacks were also severely damaged. If the Scourge invasion in this life was the same as the expansion pack in the previous life's game, he would have to take action. After all, unlike in games, this world has real people. There is also his wife, daughter, and friends. However, he did not choose to take action now. I took a look at the family affection value, and there are currently 632 points left. During this time with my wife and daughter, my family affection has been increasing rapidly. However, even so, based on the calculation that 100 points of family value can log in for 1 minute, 632 points are only enough to support 6 minutes. More importantly, the real culprit has not appeared yet. Zhou Yun remembers it very clearly. Before the real culprit appeared, there was an endless stream of skeleton soldiers and they could not be killed at all. "Zombie dragon, ossifies," he silently recited. "In the previous expansion pack, when you appeared, I was just a level 20 swordsman. I could only watch you commit atrocities and was powerless to do anything. But in this life, if you show up again, I won't mind pulling out your dragon bones and chopping off your head." Chapter 48. On the city wall, although the guarding corps had tried their best, the number of skeleton soldiers was too large, and they finally succeeded in climbing the city. From then on, the two sides came into close combat and officially entered into hand-to-hand combat. The skeleton soldiers' climb onto the city wall deepened the panic among the people of Zhongcheng. But soon everyone was pleasantly surprised to find that melee professions like warriors and assassins, due to their sufficient attack power and ability to hit vital points accurately, skeleton soldiers could be defeated almost one at a time. This calmed everyone down a lot. Perhaps not wanting to worry the people, Zhongcheng officials turned off all live broadcasts and called on everyone to go home and rest, leaving everything to the Guardian Corps. At the strong request of the inspectorate, the people gathered on the street slowly dispersed. But this is just a superficial phenomenon. The Scourge has already arrived at the door and is only one step away from entering the city. Even if people have confidence in the Guardian Corps, how can they feel at ease? As a result, internet cafes, restaurants, bars, mercenary clubs, organization bases, and even parks in the city became gathering places for people. At every gathering place, there are people reporting the battle situation in real time. Zhou Yun and his group also came to Nanshan Park, waiting for news at any time. 11 a.m. Everyone, rest assured. The current situation is good. The Guardian Corps is holding the line and has not allowed the Scourge Corps to advance even a single step. There is even a trend of pushing back. There was a sudden burst of cheers in Nanshan Park. This is obviously what they want to hear most. This situation lasted until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the situation had changed slightly. The Guardian Corps has been fighting for an entire afternoon and is a little tired. Now they have started to defend in waves, and the defense line shows no signs of collapse. It is also worth mentioning that, so far, no soldier has died in battle. Everyone cheered again. In their view, it is normal to be exhausted after a long battle. And the fact that they can still hold out in waves means that the Guardian Legion's combat effectiveness is far superior to that of the Scourge Legion, and there is no possibility of defeat. However, upon hearing the news, Zhou Yun turned his eyes to the sky. During the day, although the sky was overcast, there was still some sunlight shining through. But now, this faint light is shrinking and disappearing rapidly. The sun has set. When the sun truly sets, the strength of the Scourge will increase significantly. In addition, the Guardian Legion was exhausted both mentally and physically after a long battle, while the skeleton soldiers of the Scourge were tireless. As one side gains strength while the other loses strength, the balance of the battle will soon change. However, even though he knew this, he couldn't say it out loud. The defense force of Zhongcheng has already gone all out. What he said can only cause unnecessary psychological burden to the soldiers defending the city and even the people in the city. Well. He sighed and sincerely hoped that the zombie dragon Ophelia would appear sooner. In this way, not to mention the soldiers of the Guarding Corps or the people in the city, at least Huanyang would not be so worried. Zhou Yun has always known that Huanyang is a very kind and compassionate person. Ever since the Scourge appeared, Zhou Yun found herself becoming very nervous. Especially after the two sides engaged in hand-to-hand combat, she held his hand tightly, her palms full of sweat. After arriving at Nanshan Park, she continued to follow the battle situation in other cities through the internet. She suddenly covered her mouth and almost cried. What's wrong? Zhou Yun asked with concern. Huanyang didn't say anything, just handed the phone over. Zhou Yun took it and looked at it, and immediately frowned. Because in the real-time news, a small country called Albertan was destroyed by the attack of the Scourge. Although this small country is small in area, not even as big as Zhongcheng, its overall strength is not strong either. But, after all, there are many vibrant lives there. For a moment, Zhou Yun was overwhelmed with emotions. In the previous life, in the expansion pack, although the final battle was also very tragic, it was a game after all, and it was fundamentally different from today's reality. Huanyang tightly grasped his hand, tears in her eyes. Hubby, will we also? No. Zhou Yun answered quietly but firmly. As long as I'm here, we'll be fine. No one will be in trouble. Huanyang nodded silently and felt a little calmer. Lu Huizhong, who was sitting nearby, glanced at Zhou Yun with a slight flicker in his eyes, as if he had sensed something different from Zhou Yun's words. 6 o'clock in the evening. Just as Zhou Yun expected, the messenger brought bad news. Something is wrong. The Scourge seems to have suddenly become much stronger, and the Guardians are starting to struggle. The Survey Corps is gathering and should be joining the battle as well. This news made my heart, which had been a little relieved after an afternoon of silence, become tense again. How so? Didn't they say that the wave-style defense stabilized the situation? Will you be unable to bear it? Have all the Survey Corps been dispatched? This is our strongest force. I've played all my cards. What if I can't stop it? Every minute and every second that followed was on pins and needles. 10 minutes later, there was movement coming from the direction of the city wall. Survey Corps. Invasion like fire. Breaking into the enemy's formation and killing them. Who else but me? Brothers and sisters. Fight side by side with me. Kill. 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 Buzz buzz buzz. The 4 city gates in the southeast, northwest, and northeast opened at the same time with heavy sounds. The Survey Corps left the city. Just a few minutes after the Survey Corps entered the battle, the messenger came running back excitedly, shouting, "Good news! Good news!" After the Survey Corps left the city, they went straight to the Scourge Corps. They cut down the skeleton soldiers like cutting melons and vegetables. In just a short while, the skeleton soldiers on the city wall were cut off. Great! Great! After hearing the news, an old man with white hair stood up shakily with a cane. With the Survey Corps' intervention, our Zhongcheng is safe. Everyone nodded. Normally, the Survey Corps does the most dangerous work. Tasks such as exploring dangerous areas and killing boss-level monsters are all shared by them. Therefore, everyone in the Survey Corps is a top-notch master, and their overall quality is even higher than that of the Guardian Corps soldiers. Because of this, every member of the Survey Corps is Jiangqing's treasure. They will not be sent out unless the situation is crucial. Of course, once you appear on the scene, you will face the most dangerous situation. However, just when everyone was excited and thought everything was about to get better, the citywide broadcast sounded. The situation is urgent, please come to the City Lord's mansion as soon as possible, Mr. Zhou. The situation is urgent, please come to the City Lord's mansion as soon as possible, Mr. Zhou. The situation is urgent, please come to the City Lord's mansion as soon as possible, Mr. Zhou. Chapter 49. After hearing the broadcast, people in Nanshan Square looked at each other in confusion. Wang, who is that? I don't know. I still want to know who Mr. Zhou is. Baffling. But the citywide broadcast will not be used unless it is an important matter. Who is this Mr. Zhou? While everyone was discussing, sisters Lu Huizhong, Li Huaxiang, and Bai Tiantian all looked at Zhou Yun at the same time. They saw with their own eyes that there were many people named Mr. Zhou Yun. Especially Huaniang, her expression was even more strange. She already knew who the person was who could call himself Mr. Zhou and also call himself Mr. Wang. Zhou Yun smiled and said, "Why are you looking at me? I just happen to have the last name Zhou. You don't think you are looking for me, do you?" Li Huaxiang and the others smiled and no longer had any doubts. Huaniang moved her lips, but ultimately said nothing. She didn't know why Wang Taiji would look for Zhou Yun, but she guessed that it might be related to the natural disaster. She certainly hoped that Zhou Yun could help defend the city. But thinking about the overwhelming skeleton soldiers on the screen before, I was even more afraid that something might happen to Zhou Yun. When they weren't noticing, Zhou Yun looked up at the sky. He knew that Wang Taiji might have guessed something, so he went to such great lengths to find him. However, he knew very well that it would be useless to go now. Even if he logged into his character, he would not be able to deal with the endless number of skeleton soldiers. What's more, the login time can only last for 6 minutes at most. All he can do now is wait. Wait until the zombie dragon Ossifies appears. In this way, time slowly came to 8 o'clock in the evening. The messenger came again. This time, his expression was very ugly. Something bad is happening. After these 4 words were shouted, the people in Nanshan Park were suddenly shocked. The Survey Corps is alone in the depths of the enemy. They are alone and cannot sustain a long-term battle. After suffering some casualties, they have begun to retreat towards the city. After the news was announced, the whole audience was in an uproar. The Survey Corps retreats. This is absolutely news that couldn't be worse. Anyone who lives in Zhongcheng knows that the Survey Corps almost never retreats. In previous years, no matter how powerful the enemy was or how heavy the price was, the Survey Corps always fought to the end. Retreat is definitely not the Survey Corps' style. People quickly thought of only one possible reason for the pullback. That is, if the Survey Corps continues to fight, it will be completely wiped out. Only in this situation will the Survey Corps withdraw. Thinking of the indescribable expression on the messenger's face when he said at the cost of some casualties, everyone understood. Hey! The Survey Corps is too small after all. They are outnumbered. Don't blame them, we are too useless to help. The Survey Corps has withdrawn. Now all the pressure is on the Guardian Corps. Can the Guardian Corps still hold on? I don't know who asked this question, but it made everyone fall silent. A gloom hung over everyone's heart. Suddenly, a call came from a distance. Is Mr. Zhou here? Mr. Zhou. It's urgent. Please go to the city lord's mansion as soon as possible. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and discovered that it was a team from the inspection bureau, searching and shouting everywhere. This move once again aroused people's doubts. Who is this Mr. Zhou? The radio was just broadcasting a search, and now people from the inspection bureau are here. He must be an important person. Just as the Survey Corps retreated, the inspectorate began looking for someone. Is there a connection between the two? If I'm not mistaken, this Mr. Zhou will definitely be able to help a lot. Nonsense. Even a blind man can see that. Otherwise, why would we go to such lengths to find him? That's not the point. The point is, who is this Mr. Zhou and where is he? Maybe he's not in the city? Otherwise, since we've invited him like this, he should have responded long ago. Zhou Yun sighed and slowly stood up. Husband. Huanyang immediately grabbed his hand and shook her head at him, her eyes full of worry and pleading. Don't worry. Zhou Yun patted her hand gently and said softly, I'll be back soon. Nothing will happen. Pulling his hand away, he walked towards the inspection team that was looking for someone. I'm here, take me to the city lord's mansion. The inspection team was skeptical about Zhou Yun's identity at first. But after a few questions and confirming their identities, they were overjoyed and said respectfully, Mr. Zhou, please. Seeing Zhou Yun being taken away by the inspection team, people's curiosity reached its peak at this moment. Wow! So he is Mr. Zhou. Sister, Mr. Zhou is your husband, right? What does he do? Why is he so powerful? Yes, yes. Why did the radio announcement need him, and why did the inspectorate also need him? Huanyang and others who were sitting next to Zhou Yun were immediately bombarded with questions. However, whether it was Lu Huizhong, Li Huaxiang, or the Bai Yuan sisters, they all had bitter smiles on their faces. After all, they don't know much about Zhou Yun. As for Huanyang, she had even less desire to speak. At this moment, she was only worried about Zhou Yun. At the gate of the city lord's mansion, when Wang Taiji saw the inspection bureau's car arrive, he immediately called out to the officials behind him to come forward to greet them. When the officials saw Zhou Yun get off the car, they were all surprised. Because, although they had seen this face in the news in the past few days, they knew that he had many outstanding qualities. But, just because of this, Wang Taiji, the city lord, has to welcome him with such standards? This left them puzzled. Wang Taiji didn't care what they thought. He was overjoyed when he saw Zhou Yun appear, as if he had seen a savior, and he went to greet him and said, Mr. Zhou, you are finally here. I'm afraid you're the only one who can solve Jiangqing's current predicament. I know this is very presumptuous, but Mr. Zhou, please do it for the sake of the people of this city. After saying this, he bowed deeply. Behind him, the officials were shocked. Wang Taiji has been the city lord for a long time, and his abilities and skills are first class, which makes them all admire him. As for Wang Taiji, he never bowed to others, and he never even spoke in a humble voice. But now, he actually bowed deeply to the man named Zhou Yun in front of him in front of so many people. It seems that Zhongcheng is saved. This thought flashed through the officials' minds at the same time. Because they believe that Wang Taiji would never do anything without a purpose. There is only one possibility for doing this, that is, the person in front of you must have the ability to break the impasse. Mr. Zhou, please help for the sake of the people of this city. They shouted in unison. Chapter 50. What are you doing? Zhou Yun pretended to be flattered. Zhongcheng is everyone's Zhongcheng, and it's also my hometown. I will do whatever it takes to help Zhongcheng. I am so happy to hear Mr. Zhou say this. Wang Taiji was very excited. It's just that the current war situation is really not optimistic. Although the soldiers of the Survey Corps are brave, they are outnumbered and still unable to do their best. In order to ensure the survival of the force, the Survey Corps can only temporarily retreat back to the city. Now on the city wall, only the soldiers of the Guardian Corps are resisting the skeleton soldiers. But Mr. Zhou, you should know that the Guardian Corps has been fighting continuously for nearly 10 hours. Both mental and physical strength have been severely depleted. If they keep fighting like this, even if they are made of iron, they won't be able to hold on. So you... Wang Taiji hesitated to speak, but Zhou Yun was very understanding and answered immediately. Don't worry, City Lord. I have already contacted the Beast Taming Palace's Palace Master Li Jingzi to come to the rescue. Palace Master Li has also agreed. Palace Master Li should be on his way to Zhongcheng now, and he will probably be here soon. When the news came out, Wang Taiji did not make any comment, but the officials were all extremely surprised. Li Jingzi. Palace Master Li. The Beast Taming Palace. That's a holy place. With the help of the Beast Taming Palace, Zhongcheng is saved. No wonder the city lord insisted on inviting Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou's face is indeed the key to breaking the impasse. Ha ha ha. Don't you see who Mr. Zhou is? That's right. I am a forging master who can forge divine weapons, and my daughter is Palace Master Li's personal disciple. After hearing this, can the Beastmaster Palace just sit back and do nothing? Hey! Look at this! We worked so hard for a long time, but Mr. Zhou got it done with just one sentence. There's nothing to sigh about. There are differences between people. And the gap is really huge. Ha ha ha! The atmosphere, which was very serious just now, suddenly became relaxed when people learned that the Beast Taming Palace was coming. Immediately afterwards, the officials started to flatter Zhou Yun, one after another, and it was endless. Although Wang Taiji's words were full of praise, his expression seemed a little unnatural. It's good that the Beast Taming Palace can come to the rescue, but this is completely different from what he imagined. According to his idea, Zhou Yun should be related to the super strong man who appeared in the frozen snowfield at that time and whose energy level was as high as 700. If he had a choice, he would rather that super strong person come. Although the Beast Taming Palace is a holy place, it is far inferior to the super powerful ones with an energy level of 700. However, since Zhou Yun had already contacted the Beast Taming Palace, he was already very satisfied and didn't say anything more. No matter what, Zhou Yun's connection with that super powerful person is just his guess and there is no substantial evidence. Mr. Zhou. Please come in. Take a seat. Surrounded by the crowd, Zhou Yun climbed the steps and entered the city lord's mansion. Everyone was chatting and eating and drinking. When it was 9 o'clock in the evening, the signalman ran in hurriedly. City Lord. Commander Huang Fu called and said that the soldiers guarding the city walls have begun to suffer casualties. Please arrange for reinforcements as soon as possible. Got it. Wang Taiji waved his hand and smiled at Zhou Yun. This Huang Fu is also a veteran over 60 years old, but he is still so impatient. As soon as casualties started appearing, they actually started asking me for reinforcements. The officials smiled and nodded but didn't say a word. They knew clearly that under the current circumstances, it was perfectly normal for Huang Fu to ask for reinforcements. The soldiers of the Guardian Corps are all living people. However, the scourge that attacked the city were actually tireless skeleton soldiers. The two cannot be mentioned in the same breath. After such a long and fierce battle, any ordinary army would have collapsed long ago. The Guardian Corps has been able to hold out for so long, so its combat capability can be considered very strong. However, no matter how strong you are, there is a limit. If you defend for too long, you will lose. Even with the continuous treatment of the priest, the defense line will inevitably have flaws. As soon as a flaw appears, it is a very bad signal. This means that the balance between offense and defense has been broken. If left unchecked, this imbalance will become more and more serious. So at this time, reinforcements should be sent in time to relieve the pressure on the guard corps. But on the other hand, they also knew that Wang Taiji was now in a situation where he could not do anything without the necessary resources. Where can the reinforcements come from in Zhongcheng now? The only reinforcement, the Survey Corps. Such an elite force has already been involved in the battle and suffered heavy casualties. Without considering the Survey Corps, should we let the city's inspectorate take action? The people from the inspectorate are good at maintaining law and order, but if they really go to the battlefield, their performance will not be much better than that of ordinary professionals. They are simply courting their deaths. Therefore, he could only remind Zhou Yun secretly through words, the Guardian Corps is in a bad situation, are the reinforcements coming soon? Of course Zhou Yun was fully aware of Wang Taiji's subtext. But the problem is that he has never contacted Li Jingzi at all. It doesn't mean we can't contact each other. But it's useless even if Li Jingzi comes. Li Jingzi is currently at level 100 at best. Facing the endless stream of skeleton soldiers, the role he can play is quite limited. In addition, the beast taming palace has few people to begin with, and all of them combined are only a little over 100 people. Even if all the members of the beast taming palace go into battle, they can only quench the thirst temporarily, and they may also lose their lives. Not to mention, Cheng Cheng is still in the beast taming palace. No matter what, he didn't want Cheng Cheng to come back at this time. But in order to appease everyone, he had no choice but to continue telling this lie. He frowned and said, "What's wrong with this Li Jingzi? He's taking so long to come. I'll hurry him up." No, no. Wang Taiji hurriedly tried to stop them. Since Palace Master Li has agreed, he must be rushing here at full speed. Let's just wait patiently. Then? You won't urge me anymore. No hurry. No hurry. Wang Taiji and all the officials broke out in cold sweat. Who is Li Jingzi? That's the Lord of the Holy Land. He has a friendship with you, but not with us. He has already agreed to come, and if we continue to urge him, what if he becomes upset and gets angry at Zhongcheng, and he doesn't come out of anger? Having said that, the following time was extremely difficult. At 10:30 in the evening, Commander Huang Fu of the Guard Corps sent someone directly to request reinforcements. This time, Wang Taiji did not sit idly by anymore. He called all the presidents of the top 10 organizations in Zhongcheng, hoping that they could support the Guardian Corps. Although it was a request, the 10 presidents all knew that if one tooth is lost, the other will be in danger. Without hesitation, they immediately led their men into the battle. At 12 o'clock in the evening, General Huangfu sent people to ask for help for the third time, only because more than half of the members of the 10 major organizations who went to support had been killed or wounded in just 1.5 hours. Upon hearing this news, Wang Taiji stood up suddenly and said with a very serious expression, "Everyone! Even with the support of the 10 major organizations, we can't hold the line. Now, I have no soldiers to send. So, I'm afraid I can only ask the professionals in Zhongcheng to help defend the city." Wang Taiji's words made the officials present feel suffocated. Aren't Zhongcheng professionals just ordinary people of Zhongcheng? Let them help defend the city. This is the final moment of Jiangcheng's survival crisis. At this moment, a deafening dragon roar suddenly sounded. Roar! The deafening sound almost shattered people's eardrums. Everyone covered their ears at the same time. Only Zhou Yun stood up and looked out the door with burning eyes. Zombie dragon, Asif eyes. You finally showed up. Chapter 51. When the dragon roar stopped, everyone in Zhongcheng was shocked. What's that sound? What a horrible roar! Could it be the leader of the scourge? What? So many skeleton soldiers are already bad enough, but there's also a leader. So it seems that there are only skeleton warriors in the Scourge, but no skeleton mages, skeleton archers, etc. Could it be that this is just the appetizer, and the real horror is yet to come? The more people thought about it, the more terrifying it became, and they almost couldn't breathe. City Lord's Mansion. After the dragon roar ended, people looked at the sky outside the window. There, a huge figure made entirely of bones was flying in the air, looking down at the earth. The will-o'-the-wisp in his eye sockets flickered, as if he was thinking about something, which made people feel creepy. Roar! It opened its mouth wide, roared again, and dived down at the same time. This scene made everyone who saw it almost stop their heartbeat. When it was at a high altitude, people just thought that its body must be very huge. But when it swooped down and approached the sky above the city, people were shocked to find that its body was large enough to cover the entire sky above the city. Call. As its body passed over the city, a hurricane was set off across the entire river city. After the hurricane, the people who had managed to stabilize themselves were already pale. This is not something we can resist at all. Giant dragon. That's a skeleton dragon. Faced with such an existence, what should we do? What should we do? We can't fight, and we can't run away. We are dead. The atmosphere of despair swept across the entire Zhongcheng. Mr. Zhou. Wang Taiji quickly came to Zhou Yun and said urgently, "It's too late. Contact Palace Master Li of the Beast Taming Palace. If it's a few minutes later, the entire Zhongcheng would probably cease to exist." Mr. Zhou, the officials looked at Zhou Yun and shouted in unison. They only needed to use detection skills to take a look at the zombie dragon in the sky, and they knew that it was definitely not an opponent they could face. So far, they could at least see the name of the strongest forbidden area overlord they had explored. But just now, the results they obtained using the detection technique were a bunch of question marks. Not only are the attributes question marks, but even the name is a question mark. All information, nothing. Everyone, don't worry. Zhou Yun said slowly, we don't need to deal with the zombie dragon in the sky. It has someone else as its opponent. Wang Taiji was immediately anxious. Mr. Zhou, it's already this time, stop playing dumb. No, how do you know it's called a zombie dragon? As soon as he finished speaking, a clear voice cut through the darkness. Ophelia. Don't be so violent. Take my sword. Swish. A frosty sword energy spanning north and south swept from east to west like a brush, brushing towards the zombie dragon. Bloody. The zombie dragon was hit by this astonishing and exaggerated sword energy, and its entire body flew out sideways. The entire sky was also covered with frost from the sword energy, and snowflakes fell. So strong. People were all shocked by the sword energy. The appearance of the zombie dragon just now has refreshed their cognition, and they believe it to be the strongest existence known to them so far. But unexpectedly, such an existence was easily defeated with just one sword. Then how strong is the owner of this sword energy? As people were curious, a slender figure slowly descended from the sky to the top of the city wall. She was wearing a white long dress, holding an ice blue sword in her hand, with a lotus crown on her head, and her long black hair was like a waterfall, dancing in the wind. Immortal. Some people couldn't help themselves and blurted out the words with longing in their eyes. However, no one found such a name strange. Because everyone feels that only such a title can be worthy of such a peerless figure. People even dared not use the detection technique on her, thinking that doing so would be a blasphemy to her. However, she took the initiative to reveal her identity at this time. I saw her red lips slightly parted, and her voice as white as jade flowed out like a clear spring. The fourth of the holy words at the Divine Sword Villa, Frost, learned that the natural disaster was attacking the city, so he came to help. That zombie dragon took my frost-sealing heaven sword and its magic power has been imprisoned by me. It can no longer summon skeleton soldiers continuously, and the strength of the skeleton soldiers has also been weakened. However, Ophelia's own fighting power is still there, and she will still pose a serious threat to you. So, next, leave it to me. As for the skeleton soldiers on the ground, I can only leave them to you. Frost's words boosted the morale of the soldiers of the Guardian Legion. The reason why they fought with the skeleton soldiers for so long and were almost breached many times was because the skeleton soldiers had tenacious vitality and were endless. If the source of the skeleton soldiers is cut off, then they are not without the confidence to defeat the scourge. It turns out that we can never kill all the skeleton soldiers. It's that zombie dragon that's causing trouble. Now that the skeleton soldiers are no longer coming in an endless stream and the zombie dragon has been intercepted, our chance to turn the situation around has come. Cheer up! Kill all the skeleton soldiers! The soldiers of the Guardian Legion encouraged each other and their morale quickly rose. At the same time, professionals were gathering quickly in the city. We're here to help, too. We can't let the Guardian Corps fight alone. Although our strength is weak, it can always play a role. We don't want to hide behind and be turtles anymore, let us also do our part. City Lord's Mansion. The officials listened to the professionals outside the City Lord's Mansion shouting for war and their eyes turned to Wang Taiji. Lord of the Castle. Correct. Wang Taiji replied in a sonorous voice. The source of the skeleton soldiers has been cut off, their attributes have been weakened, and with the help of the Frost Sword Master of the Divine Sword Villa, this is our chance to turn the tide of the battle. Notify them. Open the city gates. Let the professionals in the city cooperate with the Guardian Corps to kill the enemy together. Then he issued one order after another and sent all the officials out. When the officials left, they all glanced at Zhou Yun intentionally or unintentionally, with some contempt in their eyes. After all the officials had left, Wang Taiji turned to look at Zhou Yun. Before he could speak, Zhou Yun said, "Since we have the Frost Sword Saint from the Divine Sword Villa to help us, this battle shouldn't be a foregone conclusion. In that case, I'll go back first." After saying this, he left on his own without caring about Wang Taiji's opinion. At this moment, a dragon roar was heard in the sky, and Ophelia, who was cut off by a sword, roared and rushed towards Frost. As for Frost, she quickly set up a sword formation and transferred Ophelia and herself to high altitude. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yun nodded secretly. The female swordsman Frost is crucial in this battle. If her frost seal hadn't sealed Ophelia's summoning circuit, the skeleton soldiers would still not have stopped even if Ophelia died. So, while Zhou Yun was waiting for Ophelia, he was also waiting for her. But she was no match for Ophelia. There is no problem in fighting for a short period of time, but if it lasts for a long time, you will be defeated. Especially after Ophelia's true form appeared, the Frost was unstoppable. In the previous expansion pack, Frost tried every possible means but was still no match for Ophelia, and ultimately sacrificed his life to barely seal it. After the expansion was released, countless players lamented the death of Frostbite. In this life, since Zhou Yun has the ability, he will certainly not watch Zhuanghan sacrifice his life again. So, he walked into an alley, looked up at the sky, and whispered, "Log in, Sword God." Chapter 52. Ding! Do you want to log in as the level 999 character, Sword God? Yes. In an instant, an invisible sharp edge shot up into the sky from the alley. A big hole appeared in the heavy dark clouds in an instant. The bright moonlight shines down to the earth. The people on the ground were attracted by the movement and couldn't help but look up. I saw a tall, moon-white figure, as if guided by the moonlight, slowly flying towards the full moon hanging high in the sky. The floating shadow of the banished immortal and the bright moonlight. On the ground, there are countless skeleton soldiers. There is a bright moon hanging high in the sky. People couldn't see the figure's face in the moonlight, or even its attire. But just one glance gives people a feeling of being elegant, outstanding, fearless, and invincible. There seemed to be no difficulty that could stop it. There is no enemy who is qualified to be his opponent. He is like a peerless sword that can easily crush all obstacles. Swordsman. He is definitely a swordsman. An invincible swordsman. Great minds think alike. He can only be a swordsman. No. It's the sword god. As a swordsman, I had lost confidence in my profession, but at this moment, I found the motivation and direction to move forward. Sword Saint Frost is already very strong, but he is definitely stronger than Frost. Frost is strong, but only strong. But in him, I see invincibility. Ha 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 ha. I'm really crazy. I actually think you are right. I consider myself a calm assassin, but I think exactly like you do. Just a figure can give people such a shock. What kind of existence is he? It would be nice if I could just talk to him. No, even just a glimpse of him from a distance would be fine. Countless people looked at the figure rising higher and higher in the moonlight with admiration. Even the battle between Ossifius and Frost on the other side was selectively ignored. Obviously, the battle over there was very fierce and earth-shaking, but it could not attract their attention at all. Nanshan Park. Sister Wang Yang. I regret it. What? The Frost Sword Saint is no longer my idol. He is my lifelong belief. Bai Tian looked at the figure in the moonlight and said as if in a dream. Although Bai Yuan didn't say anything, she also nodded. Li Huaxiang also looked up, her eyes burning and her spirits bright. It turns out that Kendo can be so powerful. Even though he didn't draw his sword, or even make any movements, he perfectly interpreted the true meaning of swordsmanship. Lu Huizhong said nothing, his thin right hand tightly gripping the hilt of the sword. Once upon a time, I thought that I had already reached the pinnacle in the way of the sword. Oh, there are mountains outside the mountains, and there is a frog in the well. Since there are pearls and jades before me, I will search for them up and down. Listening to everyone's sighs, Huanyang's eyes revealed a hint of doubt. Although her senses were very similar to theirs, for some reason, she felt vaguely that the figure seemed very familiar, as if it was one of her closest people. She shook her head and said self-deprecatingly, "How can you have such a weird idea? I'd better stop imagining it." The city lord's mansion. Wang Taiji looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with shock, yet revealing a hint of thought and hesitation from time to time. Zhou Yun just left. Such a peerless figure appeared at the back. Moreover, although the extremely sharp invisible sword intent appeared for a short time, he was able to sense that the location where it appeared was near the city lord's mansion. This exactly matches the time Zhou Yun left. There must be a connection between the two. He immediately came to this conclusion in his mind. But as soon as the conclusion came out, he wavered again. Because he knew that the mysterious man who appeared on the frozen snowfield at that time mobilized magical elements. The Tianxi department did not inform the general public of this. But as the city lord, he knew it clearly. Moreover, he was also present at that time, and he saw many signs of changes in the frozen snowfield, which were completely different from the current soaring sword intent. He was certain that the strong man in the frozen snowfield was definitely not the same person as the one now. So, Mr. Zhou is connected to both of these powerful people at the same time. No, that's almost impossible. But if this is not the case, then how do you explain the coincidence between the appearance of this powerful man and his departure? Heavy confusion lingered in his mind again. High in the sky, in a short period of time, Frost had already fought several rounds with the zombie dragon Ophelia. Bang! Frost used all his strength to strike the sword, but was once again broken by Ophelia's raised claws. When Chuanghan saw this, he frowned, stepped on the ground with his toes, and retreated several miles. Ha 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 ha! Ophelia laughed hoarsely, "Why don't you attack? Weren't you the one who teleported me here? Come on! Keep attacking me. Facing the ridicule, Shuanghan just frowned and said, impossible. With your strength, how could you possibly block my attack so easily? Unless... Her pupils suddenly shrank, and she pointed her sword at Ophelia, unless you have been promoted to the Zombie Dragon King. Ha 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 ha, Ophelia rolled over, laughing like a human. After fighting for so long, you just realized something's wrong. After saying that, her body stopped swinging, and the two huge balls of dark fire in her eye sockets stared straight at Shuanghan, and said sinisterly, congratulations, you got it right. As it spoke, a jade-like bone crown appeared above its head. Shuanghan was shocked. You actually got promoted. Last time you were just an ordinary zombie dragon. In such a short time. How is it possible? Ha 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 ha. Ophelia laughed again. It was not in a hurry to fight. Instead, it liked the change in Frost's expression very much. On the contrary, Shuanghan's heart sank. Wrong decision. Even if Ophelia is still a zombie dragon, she is only slightly better than it. However, now it has been promoted to the Zombie Dragon King, and its strength has increased by many times. This way, she would definitely not be a match. Oh no! She clenched her teeth, full of resentment. It doesn't matter if I die here. But, everyone in the city below will die because of my mistake. At this moment, the voice of heaven resounded throughout the heaven and earth. Ding! The end of the sword, the ultimate of the swordsman. The super strong man, the sword god, has arrived at this moment. Chapter 53. Sword God. Sword God. Sword God. Sword God. The announcement from the heaven made everyone suddenly realize. I see. That's the only way. Only in this way can it be explained. Sword God. Osifai slowly turned towards the figure rising up from the moonlight. Just now, it sensed a different aura appearing there, but it didn't care. It has been promoted to the Zombie Dragon King and is fearless. I want to see what level of swordsman is worthy of the title of God. Shuanghan also looked at the figure rising into the clouds, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. After all, although the name of Xingjun Villa contains the word God, the strong people in the villa, including the owner, only dare to call themselves saints and not gods. However, this being that suddenly appeared was recognized by the heavenly Dao as God. She was confused. Because the world is so big, she can count all the strong sword masters with her eyes closed. But no one is qualified to be called God. Under the gaze of the man and the dragon, Zhou Yun was already walking on the clouds with his hands behind his back. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. After taking 3 steps forward, Frost's expression suddenly changed. The doubt, dissatisfaction, and confusion in her eyes all disappeared, and were replaced by shock and admiration. At the same time, the look in the eyes of the Zombie Dragon King, Ophelia, changed from confident, arrogant, and scrutinizing to nervous, flustered, and even fearful. Senior. Shuanghan suddenly saluted with his sword in his arms. Leader of the scourge, the culprit of this natural disaster, the zombie dragon Ophelia, is here. I hope you can lend me a helping hand, senior. Despicable. Ophelia shuddered and yelled at Shuanghan, as the sword master of one of the holy places, the sword master of the Excalibur Villa, you actually invited others to join forces. You are simply unworthy of being a swordsman. After she finished scolding, she humbly lowered her head to Zhou Yun who was standing right next to her. Sword God, although you are a powerful human, there is no hatred between us. There is a saying in the human world, you go your way, I go mine. Why don't you just pretend you didn't see me, and I pretend you didn't see you, and we can each do our own thing, okay? If you need help in the future, I am the leader of the Scourge and now I have become the Zombie Dragon King. Maybe I can be of use to you. Oh. Zhou Yun raised the corner of his mouth slightly. You mean, you think you are no match for me, so you want me to let you go, in exchange for you working for me in the future, is that right? The will-o'-the-wisp in Ophelia's eyes rolled. Zhou Yun's words were so blunt that it felt very embarrassed. But the situation is stronger than people. From the other party's every move, she could tell that she was definitely no match for him and had no chance of resistance. Therefore, even though she felt uncomfortable, she could only continue to be humble and even said in a flattering manner, "Yes, sir." Zhou Yun nodded, seeming very satisfied with its attitude. Xuanghan was very anxious when he saw this. "Senior, don't listen to it. It feeds on humans and uses human life as nutrients to grow. It was originally a zombie dragon, and now it has been promoted to the zombie dragon king. I don't know how many human souls have died under its claws. If you let it go, I don't know how many people it and its scourge army will kill in the future." "Shut up!" Ophelia scolded. "Sword God knows what to do, it's not your turn to interrupt." After scolding him, he said to Zhou Yun with a big smile on his face, "Sir, don't you agree?" Zhou Yun laughed secretly. It also didn't expect to see such a human expression on a zombie dragon. "Well, what you said makes sense." He nodded. Ophelia was overjoyed, "So, the Lord allows me to leave." "Don't worry, sir. As long as you give the nod, I will immediately run as far away as I can and will definitely not damage a single brick or tile of the city below." "Of course you can," Zhou Yun said slowly, "but didn't you say that you could work for me in the future?" "That's right, sir. I swear." Ophelia nodded repeatedly. "I don't need you to swear an oath, nor do I need you to serve me in the future." Zhou Yun shook his head. "I like ready-made things. Do you understand what I mean?" "Ready-made?" The will-o'-the-wisp in Ophelia's eyes flickered, and then she suddenly realized, "I understand. Of course I understand." It flipped its bony claws, and a small crystal box appeared in its claws. The crystal box contains a bright red liquid that looks tempting. "My lord," Ophelia introduced, "this is the essence of the dragon blood of the dragon clan. It can be used to make medicine, to make weapons, or to be taken directly. It can also be used to soak the body. It has many uses, and the effect will definitely satisfy you, my lord." Zhou Yun raised his hand and grabbed the crystal box immediately. Although his face showed no expression, he was laughing inside. The blood of the devil dragon is a first-rate good thing. Just as Ophelia said, refining medicine, refining equipment, or even swallowing it directly, all have extremely strong effects. It can enhance properties while also increasing various resistances. It is an all-purpose treasure. In particular, one magic dragon can only extract 1 drop of essence blood. Only someone like Ophelia, who has slaughtered an entire clan of dragons, could come up with such a crystal box of dragon blood. Spending a little time logging in can get such benefits, which is definitely a good deal. "Then, sir," Ophelia asked cautiously, "can I go?" Zhou Yun snorted coldly, "Are you looking down on me, lizard? This little bit of blood may be a treasure to you. But do you think it's difficult for me to kill a few lizards?" As he spoke, he put the crystal box away. "What?" Ophelia was stunned. "This is a crystal box of dragon's blood. This is a treasure that only a traitor to the dragon clan like me can produce." He actually said, "This point of blood essence?" At this moment, it had a strong urge to fight to the death with the other party. However, the dragon had to bow its head under the eaves. After considering the difference in strength, it swallowed its anger and said with a forced smile, "Your Excellency is right. This little bit of blood and essence will naturally not be taken seriously by the adults. I have another treasure here, I hope you will be satisfied." As it spoke, it took out a black egg. "Dragon egg?" Xuanghan blurted out, then changed his words, "No. Ordinary dragon eggs don't have golden patterns on them. This is a Dragon King egg." Chapter 54. Ophelia glanced at Zhuanghan and said in a proud and complacent tone, "You have some knowledge. This is indeed the Demon Dragon King egg. To be precise, it's the egg of the previous generation of the Dragon King, Choreophe. I killed that BCH myself, dug it out of her belly. So this egg is congenitally defective," said Zhou Yun. "Your Excellency is truly amazing. You saw the problem right away." Ophelia's tone suddenly became flattering. "Yes, this egg does have some defects because I dug it out in advance. However, as long as it is kept warm for a period of time, it can still hatch normally." "Oh." Zhou Yun nodded noncommittally, "That means it's basically a useless egg." "Waste." Ophelia almost choked to death on her own breath. "Didn't you explain it very clearly? As long as you keep it warm for a period of time, it will hatch. Besides, this is the egg of the Demon Dragon King. How can I be called a useless person?" Looking at Ophelia's depressed look, Zhuanghan almost laughed out loud. She finally realized that Zhou Yun was just teasing Ophelia. But joking aside, she had fought with Ophelia several times and knew her character quite well. This zombie Dragon King is not a good-tempered person. The things that are brought out are belittled again and again, and they may suddenly go out of control at any time. So, her expression remained unchanged, but she held the sword in her hand even tighter. However, to her surprise, the will-o'-the-wisp in Ophelia's eyes jumped violently several times and then calmed down. "Your Excellency is right," it said obediently, "with congenital deficiencies, of course it is a useless egg. If you dislike it, then you can just make a poached egg." Zhou Yun took over the second half of the sentence and took the egg over. "Ah?" Ophelia was dumbfounded. "Aren't you disgusted? How did you take it away? Still moving so fast?" Zhuanghan held his forehead with his hand, trying hard to hold back his laughter. Although Zhou Yun's aura was stronger than all the senior masters she had met, his style of doing things was really beyond her expectations. "Sir, since you have collected the eggs, what about me?" Ophelia pointed in the direction of departure, and her meaning was obvious. Zhou Yun shook his head with great regret. "Is your math not that good?" "Ah? What?" Ophelia didn't react for a moment. "Do you think a box of blood and an egg can compare to your value?" Zhou Yun asked. Ophelia was even more confused. "Sir, I don't quite understand what you mean." "Then let me explain it more clearly," Zhou Yun said patiently. "Look, if I chop you up, how many tons of bone soup will I drink from your bones? But what about the blood and eggs you gave me? Is that enough for me to eat for a few meals? If I just let you go, wouldn't that be a bad deal? My lord, I..." The fire in Ophelia's eyes was beating violently, and she was already speaking incoherently. It never imagined that Zhou Yun actually treated it as a walking bone soup and compared it to essence, blood, and eggs. It's angry. How many years? No one has dared to insult it like this for many years. Last time a dragon of the same clan insulted it, it turned around and defeated the entire dragon clan. Since then, no one dared to tease it like this. After so many years, this familiar yet strange feeling appeared again. So annoying. So angry. Seeing this, Zhuanghan raised his vigilance to the highest level and agreed, "Senior, you are right. It would be a shame to let it go just because of such a small thing. Why don't you give me a helping hand, seniors? Once I kill it, I will make bone soup for you every day." She was very excited at this moment, and she wished that Ophelia would turn against Zhou Yun on the spot. In this case, Zhou Yun will definitely not let it go and will join her in killing this zombie dragon that has committed countless evil deeds. "Frost!" Ophelia suddenly shouted, "Don't try to sow discord between me and the adults. My respect for you is as hot as the midday sun. How could I only give you this little?" After saying that, it took out a piece of black crystal as dark as ink and handed it to Zhou Yun reluctantly. "Senior, this is..." Swish! Zhou Yun immediately took the black crystal in his hand. It's the demon dragon crystal. I know it's the inheritance crystal of the demon dragon clan. It carries the power and knowledge passed down from generation to generation by the dragon clan. It's a good thing. My lord, you are very knowledgeable. Ophelia praised reluctantly. Although Zhou Yun was finally satisfied with what he took out, he really wasn't happy at all. The demon dragon crystal is the most precious treasure of the demon dragon clan. With something like this, I can start from scratch again and create a clan of magic dragons. This is the core treasure that it gained when it returned to the dragon clan and became the ancestor of the dragon after its power reached a certain level. It took one last look at the demon dragon Yuan Jing, sighed, turned its head, and flew away quickly, as if it wanted to put an end to the idea with this action. When Xuanghan saw this, he became very anxious. We are so lucky to have a senior expert here. If we let it go, we will never have the chance to kill it again. After all, it has grown into the zombie dragon king. Forward. Just as she was about to remind him, Zhou Yun spoke calmly, his voice carrying thousands of miles away. Did I say you could go? Roar. Ophelia roared without even turning her head. I gave you all my treasures, and you don't keep your word. Zhou Yun sneered, I never promised to let you go after I got the treasure. I want the treasure. I want the bone soup too. Ha 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 ha. Ophelia laughed strangely, I've known for a long time that none of you humans are good. Fortunately, I didn't believe you at the beginning and chose to escape early. At this distance, what else can you do to me? Do you think you can catch up with this demon dragon king? Xuanghan quickly drew his sword and said as he drew a sword formation, Senior, please enter the formation. My flying frost sword formation may be able to help you close the distance. No need to go through so much trouble, Zhou Yun chuckled, and clenched his right hand. As light flowed, an ancient long sword appeared in his hand. He held the sword forward and gently pointed it forward, saying softly, 9 chapters of sword techniques, the 4th of the word empty, within a foot. Buzz. As his words fell, Xuanghan immediately felt a heart-pounding wave rising from Zhou Yun's body, and then quickly transmitted to the sword, to the tip of the sword, and burst out in a concentrated manner. Collapse. Following a very slight crisp sound, the entire space suddenly fluctuated and distorted, making Xuanghan feel dizzy for a moment. When she regained consciousness, she saw that Ophelia, who had run very far and looked only 1 finger long, suddenly paused, and then from the center of her body, it began to disintegrate and disappear like pieces of paper burned to ashes. Chapter 55. This horrifying scene made Xuanghan's pupils shrink suddenly. That's right, even for her, a sword master, such a scene was extremely terrifying. She glanced at Zhou Yun, then seemed to realize something and immediately looked away. The first time she saw Zhou Yun, she realized that Zhou Yun was very strong, much stronger than her. But I didn't expect that he would be so strong. You know, Ophelia is now the zombie dragon king. Before it was promoted to the zombie dragon king and was still a zombie dragon, she had asked the owner of the Divine Sword Villa to take action. But even the owner of the Excalibur Villa, who was recognized as one of the 10 most powerful men in the world, only seriously injured Ophelia after a fierce battle. Even later, due to a moment of negligence, Ophelia ran away. Compared to the last time the owner of the manor took action, Zhou Yun's action this time seemed much more terrifying to her. 1 sword. Just 1 sword. It shattered the body of Ophelia, the zombie dragon king's most proud body. Not to cut off, not to pierce, but to smash. To be more precise, it should be annihilation. What kind of powerful sword skill is this? She doubted very much that even if the Pope, who was known as the best master in the world, came, he would die on the spot under this sword. Recalling the domineering look of the Pope when he visited Excalibur Villa a year ago, she looked at Zhou Yun's back, wanting to say something but stopping herself. After a lot of mental preparation, she reluctantly said, Senior. Please be patient. Zhou Yun slowly sheathed the sword, it's not dead yet. After saying this, he walked slowly towards the place where Ophelia fell. Not dead? How is that possible? Shuanghan said subconsciously. She didn't believe it, but followed Zhou Yun. Soon, she found half of Ophelia's huge head in a dense forest. How is this possible? She was shocked. Because she clearly saw Zhou Yun's sword completely destroy its body. Nothing is impossible. Zhou Yun seemed to have expected this. The reason why it was willing to degenerate into a zombie dragon was not only because it wanted a longer life, but also because it was attracted by a near-death resurrection ability called rebirth. This capability can be used once a year. As long as this ability has not been used, no attack can kill it directly. If the damage received exceeds the upper limit, resurrection will be automatically triggered, causing it to enter a near-death state and quickly repair itself. How could such a strange ability exist? Shuanghan said he was amazed. Being in Excalibur Villa, she considered herself to be well informed. But she had never heard of this ability called resurrection. What she saw next completely confirmed the truth of what Zhou Yun said. Although there was no sign of life on Ophelia's half-head, grey particles continued to condense towards it. In just a few moments, this half-head became much more complete. She thanked and said, "Fortunately, Senior is here. Otherwise, if another strong man comes, even if he can kill it once, it will probably escape." As she spoke, she drew her sword, ready to deal a fatal blow to Ophelia. It was at this moment that with a whoosh, two balls of blue flame suddenly ignited from the dark eyes on Ophelia's already complete head. Shameless human! You actually lied to me. Because it was too angry, its entire head was shaking. Shameless! Zhou Yun narrowed his eyes, who are you talking about? Ophelia's head jerked, the flames in her eyes reflecting the shadow of frost. Of course it's her. That BCH. Shuanghan's eyes widened. Without waiting for Shuanghan to refute, Ophelia immediately pleaded with Zhou Yun. Sir, we have no grudges against each other, why do you want to kill me? Zhou Yun grinned, revealing a row of neat teeth, because I always feel that you are not honest and are keeping good things from me. When Ophelia heard this, she felt so aggrieved that she almost cried. Although it no longer has tears to shed after it degenerated into a zombie dragon. It's unfair, sir. Its voice became extremely sad. I swear by the ancestor of the devil dragon that the only 3 treasures I have been given to you, sir. I don't believe it. Zhou Yun rejected it flatly, and slowly drew his sword. Any creature will only tell the truth when it is on the verge of death. So I think you should take another blow from me. No, sir. Ophelia was so frightened that she almost died. I do have 1 treasure left. I'll take it out and present it to you now. There really is one. Shuanghan blinked and for the first time felt that he was a little naive. Then take it out. Zhou Yun pointed the sword at Ophelia and said. Okay, okay. Ophelia said as she stretched out her bone claws that had returned to shape. I saw it slowly clench its hands, and suddenly a darkness completely enveloped it. The sudden change caught Frost off guard. Moreover, this sudden gloom contained an extremely strong sense of ominousness and death. After only a moment of relief, it was extremely uncomfortable, with dizziness and weakness. She retreated several kilometers quickly before she was able to barely escape the influence of the dark power. When she stopped, she found Zhou Yun was right next to her. Senior. She looked at the darkness in front of her with fear. What exactly is this dark energy? I can feel that Ophelia's strength is increasing rapidly. Although I don't know what this dark force is, I can feel that its power is increasing rapidly. Zhou Yun said calmly, don't panic. In order to quickly improve its strength, it has split into many clones and traveled to various parts of the world. The only difference from your Frost avatar is that its clones can not only grow independently, but it can also recall all of them in a very short time to improve its own strength. Senior, you. Shuanghan's face was full of surprise. As the master of both the Frost Hall and the Cold Hall of the Divine Sword Villa, she knows about the incarnation of Frost and Cold, and only she and the villa owner know about it. The reason why she came to Excalibur Villa to resist Ophelia this time was precisely because her Frost incarnation could also split into clones and go to fight against Ophelia's clones one by one. But unexpectedly, such a top-secret matter was revealed by Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun ignored her probing gaze and said to the darkness. Not ready yet? I can't wait any longer. Waka-ka-ka-ka-ka. With Ophelia's strange cry, the darkness that enveloped it quickly shrank, revealing its new body. Compared with before, its body is larger and its momentum is stronger. The originally pale bones on its body had turned jade-like, with faint golden lines appearing on them. The crown on her head made Shuanghan even more shocked. Because, the white jade crown that originally represented the zombie demon Dragon King has now turned into a golden crown. Zombie Demon Dragon King, she screamed. Chapter 56. Luoyang City. After struggling to fight with Ophelia for a long time, Frost, who was wounded all over, suddenly felt the pressure relieved. Ophelia, who had completely suppressed her and had the upper hand just now, disappeared before her eyes out of thin air. Her first reaction was that Ophelia was hiding on purpose, intending to launch a sneak attack and give her a fatal blow. But after careful investigation, she found nothing. Ophelia, it seems like she really disappeared into thin air. At the same time, the guarding corps on Luoyang City also shouted. The skeleton soldiers' power has been weakened. Hold on. They can't last. Let's do it all at once. Kill them all. The power of the skeleton soldiers has weakened. Frost whispered to himself, looking down through the clouds, only to see countless grey-black smoke rising and dissipating from the skeleton soldiers. After this change occurred, she clearly discovered that the bones of the skeleton soldiers became much darker. Their movements also slowed down. Moreover, many skeleton soldiers that were made up of other bones seemed to have lost their supporting strength and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of broken bones. Seeing this scene, Shuanghan suddenly understood, this is Ophelia taking back the power she had invested in them. I don't know what happened though. But, she should have really left. Vatican City. New York City. Tokyo City. This change has occurred in every city in every country around the world. The cities that were still able to hold on found that the scourge had weakened, and their morale was boosted, and they took advantage of the situation to launch a counterattack. And in those cities that were almost crushed by the scourge, the soldiers and people in them cried for joy and shouted for God's protection. River City. The Guardian Legions also discovered that the skeleton soldiers had suddenly become much weaker. They were about to cheer when they saw an extremely huge figure suddenly appear in the sky. The reason why it is called halfway is because only half of its abdomen and half of its tail are under the clouds and can be seen by everyone. Although they only saw a small half of its body, people still felt extremely frightened. After all, just the small half that has been exposed is estimated to be larger than the entire Zhongcheng city. What kind of monster is this? After all the effort to weaken the skeleton soldiers, an enemy that we can't defeat appears. Is this God's will to destroy Zhongcheng? Despair, helplessness, sadness. For a moment, all kinds of negative emotions broke out in the hearts of the people in Zhongcheng. After a day and night siege by the scourge, which had already placed a huge strain on their spirits, this outburst of negative emotions almost caused their spirits to collapse. City Lord's Mansion. Wang Taiji looked up at Ophelia, whose half-body was exposed in the sky, with his fists clenched and his face pale. Sword Saint Frost has not made any movement for such a long time, it seems that he has met with an accident. The sword god who was guided to ascend by the moonlight has also stopped moving. However, the leader of the scourge has not only not been weakened, but has become even stronger. Could it be that today is the end of Zhongcheng? Roar! A deafening roar came from the clouds, as if hundreds of thunders were roaring at the same time. He 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 he. Little swordsman. Didn't expect that I could become so powerful. Tell you. I was just stalling for time before. Two idiots. Are you worthy enough to fight this emperor? The people of Zhongcheng, the officials of the city lord's mansion, and Wang Taiji all showed expressions of surprise. The Frost Sword Master is still alive. She hasn't lost yet. We still have hope. Frost Sword Saint. Come on. You must win. Please. When people mistakenly thought that Ophelia was talking to Frost and praying for her victory, Ophelia's body rolled in the clouds and revealed a huge head. The two balls of will-o'-the-wisp in its eye sockets pierced Zhou Yun below, grinning. Come on. Little swordsman. Now. To the Emperor. Draw your sword. Let me see if you have the guts to act arrogantly in front of me. Below, where no one except Zhuanghan could see, Zhou Yun smiled. As a reborn person who had experienced the New Territories expansion pack in his previous life, how could he not know that Ophelia was delaying time? However, if she is not allowed to delay time, how can she become the Zombie Demon Dragon King? If he doesn't become the Zombie Demon Dragon King, how can he get the Zombie Demon Dragon King's spine? How can one obtain a huge amount of merit in one go that can clear out the merit store? Now that the time is ripe, it is naturally time to harvest. He smiled slightly, held the hilt of the sword with his right hand, and spoke calmly. 9 Chapter Sword Technique. Fang. First. His voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for everyone in this world to hear. Everyone who heard his voice felt as if their spirits were soothed and became calmer and more stable. People were amazed at the magical sound effect, but at the same time they couldn't help but feel confused. Because this voice is clearly a male voice. At the same time, Zhuanghan, who was standing behind Zhou Yun, opened his eyes wider and wider. Her attention was all attracted by Zhou Yun's right hand holding the hilt of the sword. Swordsmanship. The answer came to her mind immediately. Because at this moment Zhou Yun's sword moves and sword postures were exactly the same as the sword drawing technique she knew. But what puzzled her was that the sword intent Zhou Yun was brewing was so terrifying. It's so terrifying that just by looking at it, one feels as if one will be torn into pieces by the sharpness of it. She knew very well that this was just an illusion caused by the power reaching a certain level. But she was still shocked by Zhou Yun's strength. Because, in her estimation, the power of this sword is at least 10 times stronger than the previous within a chi. No wonder Senior was so calm from beginning to end. No wonder he was able to sit back and watch Ophelia become the Zombie Demon Dragon King without any hesitation. It turns out that he has always been sure of winning. In just a short moment, she had thought a lot. High in the sky, Ophelia sensed the terrifying fluctuations in Zhou Yun's body. Instead of being afraid, she seemed even more excited. Layer upon layer of grey-black transparent barriers continued to stack up in front of it, protecting it firmly behind them. Come! Kill me! It widened its eyes and shouted impatiently. At the same time it shouted the words "kill me." After a second of preparation, Zhou Yun was already ready and uttered the last 3 words like a sigh. Divide into yin and yang. The sword comes out. Hiss. Everyone heard a slight tearing sound. Then they saw that, with Ophelia's body as the dividing line, the sky and the earth were divided into 2 sides by a white line. Chapter 57. At this moment, the time of this world seemed to have frozen for a moment. A moment later. Roar. A shrill, painful, unwilling, and hateful roar came out of Ophelia's mouth. Its huge body began to fall through the clouds. Then, it split into 2 halves. The white line that seemed to cut the world apart also began to shrink and disappear rapidly. However, the people in Zhongcheng remained silent, staring blankly at the giant bone dragon falling from the sky, the shock in their hearts taking a long time to subside. Such a powerful bone dragon was actually killed by a single sword? How powerful should the existence of the sword be? Compared to them, Xuanghan, who was closest to Zhou Yun, was even more shocked. Before Zhou Yun drew her sword, in her perception, the power of this sword called dividing yin and yang was only 10 times that of within a feet. Who would have thought that the moment the sword was unsheathed, its power suddenly increased, and the intensity of the wave increased by more than 10 times. It is equivalent to the yin-yang sword, and its power is at least 100 times more powerful. However, even with such a terrifying sword, after Zhou Yun performed it, his face was not red and he was not out of breath, as if he had no burden at all. Horrible! The frost made my hair stand on end and I shivered. Luckily he is a friend, not an enemy. Otherwise, who in this world is worthy of being his opponent? In the air, Ophelia was falling rapidly, still screaming and struggling. It tried hard to piece its body together, but there was an invisible force that prevented it from completing this task, which should have been extremely simple. Moreover, it discovered to its horror that its spirit was rapidly weakening. This makes it creepy. For dead creatures such as skeletons, zombies, and undead, the body is just a shell that carries the spirit. At a certain level, the body will no longer be a constraint on the spirit. By that time, it won't matter if the body is completely unusable. As long as the spirit is still there, it can just occupy another body and continue to survive. It's Ophelia even more so. It has become the zombie demon dragon king. Not only is its body extremely powerful, but its spirit is also indestructible. But now, not only has the body been cut into pieces and cannot be put back together, but even the spirit is rapidly disintegrating and heading towards destruction. The moment the spirit completely dissipates, that is true death for it. No. No. I don't want to die. I won't die. I have become the great zombie demon dragon king. Who can punish me? Who can kill me? How can I die? It tried its best again to maintain its spirit, but to no avail. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't slow down the speed at which its spirit dissipated. Boom! The huge body finally fell to the ground, flattening several mountain ranges and causing the earth to shake. Before it died, it saw Zhou Yun appear in front of it. A faint flame flickered in its eye sockets, and its speech became weak. Why, even though I have advanced to the level of zombie demon dragon king, I still can't block your sword. I wasn't careless. I already defended with all my strength. Tell me why. Otherwise, I will die with regrets. Xuanghan, who was following closely behind Zhou Yun, also pricked up his ears. She also wanted to know why Zhou Yun was so strong. Zhou Yun just smiled and asked, "Why should I let my enemies die? You dying in depression will make me happier." You. The flame in Ophelia's eyes seemed to be hit by a hurricane. It shook violently for a while and was almost extinguished. "Before I die, can I ask you one more question?" it asked again. Zhou Yun glanced at the login time and saw that there were still 20 seconds left before 5 minutes. He agreed, "You ask. Can you please let me go? I think I can still be saved." Zhou Yun was silent for a moment. "I also want to ask you a question." "You say it." The flames in Ophelia's eyes grew a little stronger. "You really don't have any other treasures? It's really gone?" Ophelia cried, "Except for the few things I gave you, the others were all used to improve my strength." "I really..." Puff! Zhou Yun stabbed Ophelia's head with a sword, cutting off her words. "Why didn't you tell me earlier that you don't have the treasure? You're wasting my time." He muttered as he jumped onto Ophelia's spine, pulled out the second vertebra, and then turned into a sword light and disappeared. The whole process was done in one go, leaving Xuanghan completely unable to react. She looked at Ophelia's body, which was beginning to turn into ashes, and then looked at the direction where Zhou Yun disappeared. She suddenly put her hands on her head, feeling very upset. "Frost, oh Frost, what are you doing? The person is gone, and you don't even know his last name. You are so stupid." On the other side, Zhou Yun had returned to the alley in Zhongcheng and logged out in seconds. Ding! Logged out. This time I logged in as the Sword God. The total time was 4 minutes and 59.98 seconds, and the family value consumed was 500 points. Current remaining family affection value, 132 points. Ding! You successfully killed the leader of the Scourge, the final stage, the zombie demon Dragon King, and obtained 100 million merits. Call. After receiving the hint from heaven, he heaved a sigh of relief and felt extremely happy. Although he consumed 500 points of family affection this time, his gains were also huge. Not only did he gain 100 million merits, he also got 3 treasures from Ophelia, and successfully drew the second vertebra in its final form. He glanced at the spine in his right hand. The second vertebra of the dragon clan is very special. It is the essence of the entire dragon bone and has the ability to change size. Using it to forge weapons can not only change their size as desired, but also possess some of the power of the dragon clan. It is a very powerful forging material. This is also one of the important reasons why he would rather spend 500 family points to force Ophelia to her final form. As for the other, as one of the cooking ingredients recognized by heaven, the dragon egg was thrown into the cooking space by it. There was also a piece of demon dragon crystal and a box of demon dragon blood in his arms. To be honest, being able to obtain the demon dragon crystal was really beyond his expectations. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as it is used well, it is not impossible to use it to create another dragon clan. But at the moment, he hasn't figured out how to use it specifically. The remaining dragon's blood essence is what he cares about most at the moment. Although this thing has a wide range of uses, to maximize its effectiveness, it still needs to be used to make medicine. The problem is that refining medicine is the skill of the pharmacist. In the previous life, the alchemist profession only appeared after the expansion pack. In other words, it was only after this natural disaster that he could find a guide to the profession of alchemist and learn the skills of alchemy. Refine the medicine. He murmured to himself, looking forward to it. He currently has 2 life skills. One was cooking, the other was refining equipment, both brought him great help. So what kind of miraculous changes can alchemy produce under the influence of his spirit master? He is very much looking forward to it. Just as he was looking forward to the future, Shuanghan's ethereal voice came from behind him, which startled him. Senior. It's you. Right. Chapter 58. How did she find here? Zhou Yun pretended not to hear, quickly put away the things in his hands and started walking forward, trying to get away with it. However, before she took 2 steps, Frost appeared in front of her along with the falling snow. Senior, she said happily, it is you. Sword. Sword Saint. Zhou Yun was stunned for a moment and then said happily, Frost Sword Saint. It's really you. That evil dragon was extremely powerful, but you killed it with just 1 sword. You are so amazing. I've loved kendo since I was a kid. And you are my guiding light on the path of swordsmanship. Looking at Zhou Yun, who was talking incessantly and praising him constantly, Shuanghan couldn't help but reveal a hint of doubt in his eyes. Could it be that I made a mistake? But it shouldn't be like this. Although the senior has been surrounded by a thin layer of sword energy since he appeared, making it impossible to see clearly. But no matter the figure, voice, or temperament, the person in front of me is exactly the same as the predecessor. She was even more amused when she saw Zhou Yun pull out a can of ketchup and a dipping brush and ask her for an autograph. As a senior, it is absolutely impossible for me to do such a thing. It seems that I really recognized the wrong person. After making this judgment in her mind, the eagerness in her eyes when she looked at Zhou Yun immediately disappeared, and was replaced by politeness and humility. Just as she was about to take the brush and sign her name on Zhou Yun's clothes, another person came into the alley. Mr. Zhou. Sword Saint? Frost Sword Saint? The person who came was the lord of Zhongcheng, Wang Taiji. Seeing him appear, Zhou Yun suddenly felt a headache again. Sure enough, Wang Taiji's eyes moved between Zhuanghan and Zhou Yun, and his eyes quickly changed from surprise to thought, then from thought to understanding, and finally from understanding to joy. Ha ha! He walked towards Zhou Yun with a big laugh. Mr. Zhou! I knew you would never sit back and watch Zhongcheng suffer. If nothing unexpected happens, the Frost Sword Saint is the one you invited, right? Also, the sword god who was guided to ascend by the moonlight must have been invited by you. Am I right? As soon as he finished talking, he came in front of Zhou Yun and Zhuanghan, and bowed to Zhuanghan. Lord of Zhong City, Wang Taiji, greets the Sword Saint. Frost blinked. She looked at Wang Taiji, then at Zhou Yun, and the conclusion she had just made in her heart began to waver. Zhou Yun held his forehead with his hand, feeling overwhelmed. He never expected that Wang Taiji would appear at this time. Moreover, his imagination is so amazing. He hurriedly explained, the city lord misunderstood. I just happened to meet the sword master. The sword saint is a noble person, and I am just an ordinary civilian. How can I invite her? As for the ascended sword god you mentioned, that has nothing to do with me. Unexpectedly, after all the explanation, Wang Taiji didn't believe it at all, and instead showed a very ambiguous expression. Look at what you said. If you didn't invite the sword master, how could it be such a coincidence that you and the sword master met by chance in such a remote place with no one else present after the fall of the evil dragon? If it wasn't you who invited the sword god, how come he suddenly appeared right after you left the city lord's mansion? Moreover, the sharp edge when the sword god appeared happened to come from this alley. When he spoke, he deliberately emphasized the word Jiao, which made Zhuanghan nod repeatedly. But don't worry. I understand. What happened here is known to heaven, earth, you, and us. I promise to keep it a secret and no one else will know about it. Seeing Zhuanghan's eyes becoming increasingly strange, Zhou Yun smiled bitterly and opened his mouth to say something, but felt that the more he explained, the worse the situation would be. Just when he didn't know what to do, someone suddenly shouted from outside the alley. The dragon is dead, and the skeleton soldiers have become much weaker. Brothers! It's time to earn merits. The heroes of the Guardian Legion have held out long enough, it's time for us to take the stage. The 4 city gates in the east, south, west and north are all open. Brothers, kill! Great! Zhou Yun was excited and said with full of enthusiasm, the city gate is open, I can finally kill the skeleton soldiers. Earning merit is more important. I'll be leaving you two now. After saying that, he left without looking back. Seeing Zhou Yun leave, Zhuanghan also said, although the evil dragon is dead, there are still many skeleton soldiers left. We still cannot be careless. City Lord Wang, I'm sorry. After Zhuanghan left, Wang Taiji stood there, stroking his chin with an intriguing smile. Not only are they connected, but the relationship is extraordinary. Just like what Zhuanghan said. Even though Ophelia is dead and the attributes of the skeleton soldiers are weakened again, Zhongcheng still has a hard time dealing with them due to their large numbers. However, with the help of Zhuanghan, Zhongcheng gathered the strength of the entire city and spent nearly 2 days, and there were only a few remaining skeleton soldiers. Of course, this is based on the premise that Zhuanghan does not want to steal the credit. If she used all her strength, she could wipe out all the skeleton soldiers in less than half an hour. In any case, the natural disaster that Zhongcheng encountered this time is finally coming to an end. After sending away the last skeleton soldier, Tiandao's voice rang out. Ding! The Scourge Legion that attacked Zhongcheng has been completely wiped out. The power of death in Zhongcheng has been greatly weakened, and the spiritual power has been greatly enhanced. Ding! Due to the increase in spiritual power, some monsters in the Zhongcheng area will become stronger rapidly in a short period of time. Ding! Due to the increase in spiritual power, the quality of some ores and herbs in Zhongcheng will be improved in a short period of time. Ding! Affected by the increase in spiritual power, professionals in the Zhongcheng area will gain experience amplification effects in a short period of time. Ding! Due to the increase in spiritual power, a space treasure and a guild order will appear in Zhongcheng. With the guild order, the Zhongcheng organization can be promoted to a guild, and open up a guild station in another space, own a guild store, etc. Ding! Affected by the increase in spiritual power, the actions of Zhongcheng professionals will trigger the ranking list after reaching milestones. A large amount of resources will be distributed after the ranking list is settled. Ding! The spiritual power in Zhongcheng has increased, attracting the demons to covet it. Zhongcheng professionals, please be careful. So many changes happened at once that it was hard for people to digest them all at once. However, there is one thing that is imminent for all the people in Zhongcheng. That's celebration, carnival. The Scourge Legion that attacked Zhongcheng was completely wiped out. All the people of Zhongcheng survived the disaster and were filled with excitement. They needed a grand ceremony to vent their emotions. Thus, under the leadership of the city lord's mansion, a grand celebration began. The wealthy contributed money, the strong contributed their strength, and the whole city of Zhong was centered on the central square with singing and dancing, and a lively party. Central Square. Everyone organized by Yun Yang sat around a table. Huanyang looked at Han Shuang, who was sitting on the center stage, being the center of attention and being toasted one after another, her eyes full of admiration. I wish I could be as good as her one day, she said. Ah! Li Huaxiang asked in surprise, why her? Isn't the moon sword god more powerful? Huanyang smiled and said, the moon sword god is out of reach, but this frost sword saint seems more real. That's true. Li Huaxiang agreed with this statement, and the others also nodded slightly. Hubby, Huanyang turned to Zhou Yun and asked softly, don't you know the city lord? Can you ask the city lord to introduce me to the frost sword saint? You want to see her? Zhou Yun looked at Huanyang, then looked at Zhuanghan in the distance, a little surprised. From her tone and expression, he clearly sensed that Huanyang had developed a kind of idol-chasing feeling towards Zhuanghan. But before he could answer, Zhuanghan seemed to notice his gaze, smiled at him, and then walked towards him with a glass of wine in hand. Chapter 59. Is the frost sword saint coming towards us? It shouldn't be. I don't think so either, but she seems to be walking towards this side. As the frost got closer, Lu Huizhong was fine, but the sisters Bai Tiantian and Bai Yuan, as well as Li Huaxiang and Huanyang, all felt their heartbeats quicken dramatically. After the natural disaster, almost all the women in Zhongcheng regarded the powerful female swordsman Frost as their idol and admired her very much. They are no exception. Under their gaze, Frost actually came before them. This surprised them greatly. Being able to face their idol up close and personal undoubtedly made them extremely excited. At the same time, other people in the square also noticed Huanyang and others because of the frost. Who are they? Why did the sword master suddenly go there? An acquaintance. Will the sword master come to our side later? The discussions among the crowd made Huanyang and others even more nervous. However, with their idols in front of them, the opportunity cannot be missed, and they are still prepared to face it bravely. Just as they grabbed the wine glasses and were about to stand up to toast, they saw Zhuanghan holding the wine glasses with both hands and toasting Zhou Yun, who was facing her with the back of his head. Zhuanghan, respect to the senior. This sudden scene caused everyone present to freeze in their brains. Respect, senior. Sword saint, and senior. Oh my god! What kind of expert is that? That's not right. Isn't that the forging master who appeared in the news before? His name is Zhou Yun. Yes. I recognize him. A few days ago, he represented the new organization Yun Yang and single-handedly challenged Hong Feng. Outrageous! Isn't this a local of Zhongcheng? How did he become the predecessor of the Sword Saint? Could it be that everyone has their own expertise, and the Sword Master wants to ask him for advice on forging techniques? You don't have to point the back of your head at someone. That's too rude. Is it so great that he's handsome? That's right. It's true that you forged a divine weapon, but the Sword Saint is the hero who saved the entire Zhongcheng. Seeing that Zhou Yun seemed not to have heard it, He Wanyang couldn't help but nudge him with her elbow. Zhou Yun groaned inwardly. Until this time there was no escape, so he could only turn around, and then stood up overwhelmed. It's the Sword Master who is toasting me. I was distracted for a moment and didn't pay attention. Excuse me, excuse me. I'll drink 3 cups as punishment. As he said this, he picked up the wine glass on the table and was about to pour the wine. Shuanghan hurriedly stopped him and said, "How dare I ask you to drink a penalty? I came here just to say goodbye to you, senior." Say goodbye? He Wanyang couldn't help but ask, "Is the Sword Saint leaving?" Shuanghan smiled at He Wanyang and said, "Not bad." This time, Shuanghan came to Zhongcheng to help on the orders of the manor owner. Now that the scourge has been destroyed, it is natural for Frost to return to the village to report. Ah! Hearing these words, people felt reluctant to leave. Can't the Sword Master stay a few more days? Let's do our best to be good hosts. Our warrior association would like to invite the Sword Master to be our guest. Facing everyone's requests to stay, Shuanghan shook his head and declined politely. Although the Divine Sword Villa is small, I am in charge of the Frost Hall and the Cold Hall, so I have quite a lot of things to do. It took a while to leave the village this time, and it's time to go back. But mountains and rivers meet each other, and Zhongcheng and I are destined to meet again one day. Shuanghan said the last sentence while looking at Zhou Yun. After saying this, she drank the wine in her glass. Zhou Yun heaved a sigh of relief. It's better to leave. If I leave, no one will chase me and suspect me of this and that. My family affection value is not enough. If my identity is exposed, I don't know how much trouble it will bring to my wife and daughter. Just when he thought the matter was about to be exposed, He Wanyang suddenly clasped his fists towards Shuanghan and said, "I have admired you since I first saw you. Now that I hear you are leaving, I have a bold request. I wonder if you can agree to it." Shuanghan was obviously also very surprised by this, but still smiled and said, "What is your request? Tell me. If I can do that, I will be satisfied." When He Wanyang heard this answer, the light in her eyes became even brighter. She took a deep breath, mustered up her courage and said, "Please Sword Master, accept me as your apprentice." After saying this, she bowed. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Wow! So cunning! Oh my God! Why didn't I think of doing this? If I could become the Sword Master's apprentice, it would be like ascending to heaven in one step. Who says he's not? He's the disciple of the Sword Master. If you tell anyone about him, he'll scare people to death. It's like entering the Divine Sword Villa directly. Maybe I can switch to a rare profession. Hi! Really high! This. Shuanghan hesitated and did not answer for a long time. This also made He Wanyang's face quickly turn from red to white. Zhou Yun, who was standing by, noticed this change and something suddenly occurred to him. He knew that He Wanyang likes swords, so he changed his job to a warrior and became a swordsman. He also knew how much He Wanyang loved the profession of swordsman. As she acquires new skills. When she saw the sword he forged. When she got the ancient jade of Frost Sky Sword Slash. Her excitement and joy were so passionate, genuine, and contagious. So, he understood very well why she admired Frost, who was also a woman. She now publicly asked Shuanghan to accept her as his disciple, which was unexpected but also reasonable. I was negligent. He laughed at himself inwardly. But since Wang Yang has done this, how can I, as her husband, not help? Sword Master, he said softly, refilling his glass and raising it, promise her. I'm Zhou Yun, grateful. After saying that, he drank the wine in the glass. Frost's pupils trembled slightly, and after his eyes changed several times, he made a decision. For personal reasons, I cannot accept you as my apprentice. But, if you are willing, I can accept a disciple on your behalf. I don't know, what do you think? Ah? Huanyang was stunned. She had thought of all the possibilities beforehand, but she had never expected such a result. The people in the square were also dumbfounded. What's the matter? After this, I didn't become the Sword Saint's apprentice, but became his junior sister? Don't be too outrageous. Seeing that Huanyang was still in a daze, Zhou Yun quickly reminded her, why don't you thank the Sword Saint? Huanyang finally reacted and said excitedly, thank you Sword Saint for your help. Ding! Family value plus 100. Shuanghan smiled and said, don't call me Sword Saint. My real name is Shuanghan Kingli. Now that I am accepting you as my disciple, you are my junior sister. Just call me senior sister Shuanghan. Huanyang was even more excited, thank you, senior sister Shuanghan. After successfully becoming his apprentice, Shuanghan gave Huanyang a few instructions and then left. Looking at Frosthand's departing figure, everyone in the square felt lost. Many people even beat their chests and stamped their feet, thinking that if they went up to become Shuanghan's apprentice, they might be able to become Shuanghan's junior brothers or sisters. The frost has gone, but the celebration continues. Wang Taiji, the host, was about to say something when suddenly a woman rushed into the square and shouted at him. Boss! Something bad has happened. The lady's whole body suddenly caught fire and could not be put out. You should go back and have a look. Chapter 60. What? Wang Taiji, who was smiling a second ago, suddenly changed color, threw down the microphone and ran away. People in the square looked at each other. What's going on? It seems like something happened at the host's home. I thought I heard the lady is on fire. Pfft! It must be some exaggerated statement made by his wife that she wants him to come home immediately. Isn't it obvious? How can a living person catch fire and be impossible to put out? Everyone was talking casually, not taking this little episode seriously at all. And because Wang Taiji only regarded himself as the host from beginning to end, no one knew that he was the Lord of Zhongcheng. Among all the people present, only a very few knew Wang Taiji's identity and realized that something might be wrong. These people naturally include Zhou Yun and his wife. Huanyang asked quietly, husband, does his wife have a bad temper? Bad temper? Zhou Yun was puzzled. Saying that his wife is on fire and the fire can't be put out, doesn't that mean she's angry and can't be appeased? Huanyang expressed her understanding. Zhou Yun was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. For people who don't know Wang Taiji, it is normal to understand it this way. However, he had had several contacts with Wang Taiji and had some understanding of him. He knew that Wang Taiji would never lose his temper just because his wife got angry, and he would never leave so many people alone and go home. And the body is on fire, and the fire cannot be put out. Such characteristics, no matter how you think about it, are very consistent with the special punishment suffered by a special ethnic group in the previous life. Suddenly had an idea, and he stood up and said to the others, I have something urgent to do, so I'll have to excuse myself first. The backyard of the city lord's mansion. A fireman was rolling on the ground, howling, and seemed to be in great pain. The fire on him was obviously not ordinary fire. Once the fire touches the ground, the vegetation will be reduced to ashes in an instant. Even the land that its body touched was charred. Not far from it, a girl in a long skirt knelt on the ground, crying out in despair. "Miss, it's Huoner who is useless. Huoner's medical skills are low and he can't save you." Behind her, more than a dozen people with different skin colors and styles looked reluctant and sighed repeatedly. "Boss Wang promised me 300 million yuan in compensation, but I didn't use any of it. I don't have the face to stay any longer. Mrs. Wang's illness is really strange, beyond my ability to handle. I am ashamed. As a doctor, I can only watch my patients die in pain. Boss Wang is a good person, and so is Mrs. Wang. Fate is so unfair to them." Just as they were blaming themselves, Wang Taiji rushed in. When he saw the figure rolling on the ground, he was suddenly overwhelmed with grief and his eyes were bloodshot. "Lingling!" He let out a sad cry, like a cuckoo crying blood, and staggered towards the fireman. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly stopped him. "Boss Wang! You can't go through there. Madame Wang is now burning with terrifying flames. If you get close, you will be burned to ashes in an instant. Mrs. Wang's illness has broken out and it's irreversible. Boss Wang can't get involved. Let me go." Wang Taiji struggled like crazy. "If Lingling dies, what's the point of me living?" Although Wang Taiji is the city lord, he is an ordinary person without any professional qualifications. However, even though he was just an ordinary person, the professionals around him almost failed to stop him. "Old Wang, don't, come over here." The fireman suddenly stopped struggling, lay on the ground, and called out weakly to Wang Taiji. "I am very happy to have met you in this life. No regrets anymore. Don't feel sad. Live well once again." "No." Wang Taiji burst into tears and roared. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he broke free from everyone in an instant and rushed to the fireman. "Don't." He stretched out his hand to the fireman with trembling hands. His palms were burned by the scorching flames and turned red and black in an instant, but he seemed unaware. "Lingling, don't go, don't leave me," he said almost pleadingly. "You said that as long as I listen to you, you will always stay by my side. I asked me to take you out of the valley, and I did it. You asked me to keep my name secret and not reveal my identity easily, and I did it. You asked me to be a good city lord, and I have been trying my best to do so. I will listen to you in everything. So, you can't go back on your word. I'm sorry. Old Wang." The fireman actually smiled. "This is the first and last time. I broke my promise. Forgive me." "Woo." Wang Taiji cried out loudly. Suddenly, he stopped crying, as if possessed by a demon, and muttered to himself. "No, it's not time to despair yet. We can't give up yet. There is another way. There must be a way. There is definitely a way. Where is the solution? Where is it? Think about it quickly. Mr. Zhou." "Yes. And Mr. Zhou? Mr. Zhou knows the Sword God and the Frost Sword Saint. He has a wide network of connections and must have many ideas. He must have a way." He stood up suddenly and shouted to everyone, "Go find Mr. Zhou and invite him over, quickly." A doctor looked at the dying fireman and said reluctantly, "Boss Wang, it's too late." "What do you mean by too late?" Wang Taiji roared like a madman, "If I say it's in time, then it's in time." Having said that, he rushed out of the yard on his own. Just as he was about to rush out of the backyard, he stopped. Because a person appeared in front of him. "Mr. Zhou." He spoke as if in a dream, then knelt down in front of Zhou Yun and kowtowed repeatedly. "Please Mr. Zhou, save Lingling. Please Mr. Zhou, save Lingling. Please Mr. Zhou, save Lingling." Zhou Yun quickly supported him and asked, "Do you need the frozen snow lotus?" "I brought it." "Frozen snow lotus?" Wang Taiji's eyes suddenly burst with hope, and he turned to Huoner and shouted, "Quick! Frozen snow lotus! There's frozen snow lotus. Lingling, save her. Hearing the shout, Huaner's expression remained gloomy. It's too late. In Mrs. current situation, ordinary frozen snow lotus will no longer be effective. Unless there is the frozen snow lotus king. As soon as she finished speaking, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Then a blooming, sparkling ice lotus emitting an astonishing chill appeared before her. Frozen snow lotus king, take it. Save people. Chapter 61. Frozen snow lotus king. Huaner was stunned. Wang Taiji was also stunned. Doctors from all over the world were also stunned. In the past few years, because of Lingling's strange disease, their ears have calluses from listening to frozen snow lotus so much. Every time Lingling's illness flared up, she would just use a little frozen snow lotus as a medicine to make medicine, and the condition would be suppressed quickly. But later, no matter how sparingly it was used, the frozen snow lotus was exhausted. After that, Lingling's illness recurred, and they had to try their best to suppress it. Because of this, Wang Taiji spent a large sum of money to buy the frozen snow lotus everywhere. As doctors, they used all their connections to help with the search, but unfortunately to no avail. Today, we thought Lingling's condition could no longer be suppressed and her life was about to come to an end. Who knew that the frozen snow lotus would miraculously appear? And it's not just an ordinary frozen snow lotus, it's the frozen snow lotus king. An ordinary frozen snow lotus is so precious that it is worth a fortune. So what kind of amazing value does this frozen snow lotus king in front of us have? What kind of person can take out such a rare treasure and use it to treat people? For a moment, all eyes looking at Zhou Yun changed. It was Huaner who reacted the fastest. The frozen snow lotus king is indeed extremely precious. But Lingling, as her master, is irreplaceable by anything. Fearing that Zhou Yun would go back on his word, she immediately took over the frozen snow lotus king and began to cast a spell on Lingling, who had fallen into a coma and was on the verge of death. She turned toward Lingling and gently threw the frozen snow lotus king in her hand into the air. Then she closed her eyes and clasped her hands together. Hide your ingenuity in clumsiness, use obscurity to achieve clarity, conceal clarity in turbidity, and use bending to achieve stretching. As she whispered, complex runes rose from her body. When the runes were gathered, she suddenly opened her eyes and pointed her sword at the frozen snow lotus king with her right hand. Heaven and earth are one, discard the dross and retain the truth. Refine. With a whoosh sound, all the runes, under her guidance, surrounded the frozen snow lotus king, faintly forming the shape of a medicine furnace. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yun's eyes flashed. He recognized it at a glance, it was the alchemist's heaven and earth heart refining technique. He had originally planned to find a pharmacist to guide him as soon as possible after the celebration and learn the skills of alchemy. Unexpectedly, I searched everywhere for the right place but couldn't find it. The girl in front of me named Huaner is actually an alchemist. Now that the alchemist has appeared, how far can the alchemist's leader be? Under Huaner's spell, the rune alchemy furnace that was hanging upside down soon began to move. A drop of ice blue liquid slowly took shape and then dripped downwards. It's strange to say, the fire on Lingling's body was extremely overbearing and burned everything, but when it touched the drop of medicine, it seemed to have life and made way for it. The moment the ice blue liquid successfully merged into Lingling's body, the flames quickly weakened and the effect was immediate. Then, the second drop of medicine fell, and the flame was completely extinguished. At the same time, Lingling's body was covered with a thick layer of ice blue frost. Finally, the third drop of medicine fell, and the frost on Lingling's body turned into thick blue ice, like an ice coffin. At this time, Huaner's medicine refining had also been completed. As the rune alchemy furnace dissipated, the frozen snow lotus king inside it also disappeared, leaving only a small amount of ash falling. Huaner, what happened? Wang Taiji asked the first time. It's all right now. Huaner said happily, thanks to this Lord's frozen snow lotus king, the master is saved. Really? Wang Taiji was overjoyed. Suddenly, with a bang, the ice coffin shattered. A woman in a white palace dress walked out. She was not extremely beautiful, but she had an indescribable gentleness that made people feel comfortable when they looked at her. Seeing her come back to life, the doctors were all amazed at the miracle. Not to mention Wang Taiji, he rushed over immediately and the two of them cried for joy. The inner courtyard of the city lord's mansion. Zhou Yun sat at the same table with Wang Taiji and Lingling, and Huaner served them on the side. After a brief conversation, Zhou Yun learned the whole story. It turns out that Qin Lingling is the daughter of the Qin tribe's leader. 3 years ago, when Wang Taiji was traveling, the world changed dramatically and he stepped into the territory of the demon clan. At that time, Qin Lingling also fell in love with Wang Taiji at first sight. In order to be with Wang Taiji, Qin Lingling forced herself to transform even though she knew her cultivation was not enough. The price of transformation is that one will be burned by heavenly fire every once in a while. Moreover, as time goes by, the intervals between the burning of the body by heavenly fire will become shorter and shorter, and the power will become stronger and stronger. When the heavenly fire burns your body 9,981 times, its power will reach its peak and the person will surely die. But the fact is, Qin Lingling couldn't even last until the 81st time. Even with the help of the most precious treasure of the ministry, the frozen snow lotus, she could only barely withstand the burning of the heavenly fire 43 times. This time, it was the 44th time that she was burned by the heavenly fire. If it weren't for the frozen snow lotus king who reshaped her ice lotus body, she would have surely died. After surviving the disaster, Qin Lingling and Wang Taiji and his wife were extremely grateful to Zhou Yun. Mr. Zhou. Wang Taiji raised his glass again, my wife's life was given by you. You saved my wife, which is equivalent to saving me. I don't need to thank you for your kindness. If you need anything in the future, just say a word. My husband and I will go through fire and water and never refuse. After saying that, Wang Taiji and Qin Lingling raised their glasses and drank them all. Zhou Yun smiled and shook his head. The city lord is too kind. Although the frozen snow lotus king is precious, it is of no use to me. But I do have something that I need your help with. Upon seeing this, Wang Taiji immediately patted his chest and said, Mr. Zhou, please tell me what you want. As long as my wife and I can do it, we will definitely do it. Zhou Yun looked at Huaner and said straight to the point, if possible, I want to learn alchemy from Huaner. Ah! Zhou Yun's request obviously surprised Wang Taiji and his wife. Even Huaner herself was very surprised. She asked, pointing at herself. That's right, Zhou Yun stood up and bowed solemnly, I hope Miss Huaner can help me. When Huaner was at a loss, Wang Taiji and Qin Lingling exchanged glances. Qin Lingling smiled and said, Mr. Zhou has good eyesight. Although Huaner is nominally my maid, she is actually like a sister to me. She has loved alchemy since she was young. She became an alchemist at the age of 5. She is definitely a genius in alchemy. Before we left the ministry, she was already a top-notch alchemist in the entire demon race. It is definitely a good choice for Mr. Zhou to learn alchemy from Huaner. However, Mr. Zhou is our benefactor. Huaner wants to teach us the art of alchemy, but there are some problems with his identity. So, she turned to Huaner and said, I know that you love to refine medicine, and you even want to establish a school in the field of refining medicine and make a name for yourself. It's my illness that has held you back for so many years. Now that the root of my illness has been cured, it's time for you to have your own life. From now on, Huaner, you are just my sister, not my maid anymore. Chapter 62. Ah! Huaner was completely at a loss because of Qin Lingling's sudden decision. There was a mixture of happiness and confusion in her eyes. After hesitating for a while, her eyes became firm, and she bowed to Qin Lingling, Huaner, Thank you for your help, master. Still calling you master? Qin Lingling teased. Huan bit her lip and bowed again. Sister. That's right. Qin Lingling and Wang Taiji looked at each other and smiled. With their help, and Zhou Yun saving Qin Lingling, which indirectly helped Huan, he learned the art of alchemy very smoothly. Ding! You have successfully mastered the art of alchemy. Ding! Affected by the Spirit Master's occupation effect, your alchemy skills have been upgraded to balance alchemy skills. Balance alchemy, alchemy will definitely succeed. The effect of the refined medicine will definitely receive the blessing of the balance, and the efficacy will be randomly increased by 1 to 100 times. The duration of the efficacy will be extended or shortened according to the different effects of the medicine. Ding! You have mastered the recipe for the lucky pill. Ding! You have mastered the recipe for refining medicine, small blue bottle. Ding! You have mastered the recipe for refining medicine, little red bottle. Ding! You have mastered the recipe for refining medicine, dolly pills. Having successfully learned the art of alchemy, especially advancing to the balance alchemy technique, Zhou Yun was of course very eager to try it out. However, compared to this, there is one thing that has a much higher priority. That is, pick up orange. Because of the leveling issue, Zhou Yun has not taken Cheng back. Later, when the scourge attacked the city, Zhou Yun was afraid that the scourge would scare Cheng. But now it's over. Zhou Yun contacted Li Jingzi when the celebration just started. Judging from the time, Cheng should be home soon. He rushed home and called Huaniang on the way. Fortunately, they were not late. When they got home, Li Jingzi hadn't arrived yet. During this period of time, he told Huaniang about going to the city lord's mansion to rescue people, which caused her to sigh. Boom boom boom. There was a sudden knock on the door. Zhou Yun rushed over and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, a small figure jumped into his arms. Dad! Cheng misses you so much. Mother! Cheng misses you too. Master said you guys have something to do these few days, so I can't go home. I was so scared. I thought you didn't want Cheng anymore. Woo. Zhou Yun's heart broke when she heard Cheng crying. He hugged Cheng tightly and blamed himself. Dad is wrong. Dad is not good enough. Dad shouldn't have not gone to pick up Cheng. Huaniang also kept comforting and apologizing. When Li Jingzi saw this scene, she smiled knowingly, nodded to Zhou Yun, and left silently. It took a long time for Cheng to calm down. With tears on her face, she said pitifully, Mom and Dad, please don't abandon me again, okay? No. Definitely not. Absolutely not. Zhou Yun and Huaniang assured repeatedly. Only then did Cheng smile. Dad. I'm so hungry. I want to eat the sweet and sour pork ribs that my dad made. No problem. Zhou Yun agreed immediately, Dad will do it right away. Very quickly. The next day, after Zhou Yun and Huaniang repeatedly assured her that they would pick Cheng up in the afternoon, Cheng was willing to go to the beast-taming palace with Li Jingzi. As soon as Cheng left, Zhou Yun and Huaniang also started a new busy day. Unlike the previous few days, Zhou Yun did not act with Huaniang this time. Firstly, the levels of Yuniang's members are now among the best in Zhongcheng, and with the added benefit of shared weapons, their combat power is considerable. Whether it's leveling up, looking for guild tokens, or doing other things, Zhou Yun doesn't need to follow. Secondly, Zhou Yun also wanted to try out the Tianping alchemy technique as soon as possible. Although he seemed to have killed Ophelia very easily during the Scourge's siege, he still felt a strong sense of urgency in his heart. To kill Ophelia, one must rely on the affection value and the maximum level game character that was logged in the previous life. However, the family affection value is not infinite, and the maximum level game character is not omnipotent. There is always a loophole, and he may still fail to protect his wife and daughter. Although, the possibility of this is very small, very small. On the other hand, professionals will continue to become stronger over time. The strength of Warcraft, major sects, holy places, and other forces will continue to increase. At a certain point, even if he logs in as a max-level character, he won't be able to handle things with ease. Especially for the phased expansion packs, their intensity will become higher and higher. In comparison, this natural disaster is nothing compared to the big ones and is not worth mentioning. Therefore, improving permanent combat effectiveness has become a top priority. Not only do you need to improve, but you also need to raise your strength to a level that can surpass the maximum level character in your previous life in the shortest possible time. In this way, he will have the confidence to deal with everything. The source of his confidence is the only profession of Spirit Master. He had a vague premonition. In this life, thanks to his profession as a Spirit Master, his combat power can reach 10 or even 100 times that of a full-level character in his previous life. Even, one can break through the final limit and achieve godhood. Come to the forge. Zhou Yun took out 3 kinds of herbs bought from the auction house. They are, the little blue grass used to refine the little blue bottle, the little red grass used to refine the little red bottle, the strong grass used to refine the strong pill, and the 4-leaf clover used to refine the lucky pill. Looking at the 4 kinds of herbs on the forging table, Zhou Yun felt a little melancholy. At his current level, he can only use these 4 herbs. For other herbs, the new ones have not been discovered yet because the version has just been updated. Even if it was discovered and circulated on the market, he still wouldn't be able to use it. Because the level is not high enough, I am temporarily unable to learn the corresponding alchemy recipe. I can't be lazy. I have to upgrade quickly. After encouraging himself, Zhou Yun started to make medicine for the first time. The process of refining medicine was simpler than he thought. It also takes much less time than forging. In just 10 minutes, the first round of medicine refining was completed. Ding! The medicine was successfully refined. You get a small red bottle *1. Affected by the Heavenly Destiny alchemy technique, the efficacy of the little red bottle is increased 10 times, and the duration of the effect is reduced to 1/10. Ding! You get 10 times the small red bottle *1. 10 times the little red bottle. Zhou Yun immediately checked its effects. Name 10 times small red bottle. Effect: gain 20% life recovery per second, the effect lasts for 1 second. The effects of the same type of medicine cannot be superimposed. Zhou Yun's eyes suddenly widened. He remembered that the effect of the ordinary little red bottle was 2% life recovery per second, and the effect lasted for 10 seconds. The 10x little red bottle he refined has a 10-fold improvement in single-time recovery effect compared to the ordinary little red bottle, and the continuous effect is reduced to 1/10 of the original. So this is an instant reply. If that's the case, then what will be the effect if I refine the power pill? Chapter 63. The little red bottle is used as a recovery medicine, and the continuous recovery is converted into instant recovery. The total amount of recovery remains unchanged, but its practicality is much stronger. Especially when your vital state is weak and you are about to be attacked with high intensity, if you take the ordinary little red bottle, you may die suddenly on the spot because of its slow recovery speed. But by taking the little red bottle that can restore health 10 times in seconds, the chances of survival can be greatly increased. By this calculation, it is not an exaggeration to say that the 10-fold little red bottle is a life-saving medicine. However, compared to this kind of defensive potion, Zhou Yun has always preferred offensive potions such as Daliwan. The effect of a normal strength pill is to increase strength by 5 points, and the effect lasts for 1 minute. If the effect is 10 times greater after refining the medicine, it should increase strength by 50 points, and the effect should last for 6 seconds. Zhou Yun did a quick calculation and was slightly shocked. With the current strength of professionals, increasing strength by 10 points will not have much impact. But increasing strength by 50 points is different. Nowadays, many professionals who make a living by strength have a strength attribute that has not even broken through the 100 mark. For them, the increase of 50 points of strength is a leap forward in improving their combat effectiveness. Even for those masters whose strength attribute has exceeded 120 points, a 50-point increase in strength is still significant. Although 6 seconds does not seem to be a long time. But with combat effectiveness greatly improved, how long can a battle last? While Zhou Yun was thinking, he started refining. After 10 minutes, the powerful pills were successfully refined. Ding! The medicine was refined successfully. You get one powerful pill. Affected by the Heavenly Destiny Alchemy technique, the efficacy of the power pill is increased by 60 times, and the duration of the effect is reduced to 1/60. Ding! You get 60 times the power pill *1. Name 60 times powerful pill. Effect, strength plus 300, effect lasts for 1 second, effects of similar drugs cannot be superimposed. This is a bit too much. Zhou Yun looked at the grey-brown pill in his hand and silently wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Strength increased by 300 points. If any professional eats it, I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand a punch from him. No, this powerful pill must not be leaked out. He solemnly put the powerful pill into the alchemy space and gained a clearer understanding of the skill of alchemy. This is the lowest level pill made from the lowest level alchemy recipe, and it's already so terrifying. What would happen if I could refine advanced medicine in the future and it produced 100 times the effect? Pervert, it's really perverted. But, I like it. After a brief shock, Zhou Yun continued with a new round of medicine refining. If such a perverted alchemy technique of the balance was in the hands of others, it would certainly be extremely troublesome. But now it is in his own hands, and because of the uniqueness of the Spirit Master, the Tianping alchemy technique is also unique. That's very comfortable. Next, he began to make medicine frantically. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye, and he was so busy refining medicine that he even forgot to eat lunch. When the alarm on his cell phone rang at 3:30, he was about to finish making the lucky pill. 100 times. Give me 100 times. He murmured quietly, his eyes full of excitement. Ding! The medicine was successfully refined. You get a lucky pill *1. Affected by the Heavenly Destiny Alchemy technique, the efficacy of the lucky pill is increased 100 times, and the duration of the effect is reduced to 1%. Ding! You get 100 times the lucky pill *1. Name 100 times lucky pill. Effect, luck plus 100, effect lasts for 14.4 seconds, effects of similar drugs cannot be superimposed. Ding! Your Spirit Master level has been raised to level 8. After reading the properties of the 100x lucky pill, Zhou Yun fell into deep thought. After spending most of the day refining the medicine, he finally achieved a 100-fold effect. Logically, he should be happy. In fact, he was somewhat happy. But in comparison, he was more entangled. How great would it be if this 100-fold effect could be applied to the Dali pill? If all else fails, I can just use the little red bottle. Why did it happen to the lucky little pill? He shook his head and put the pill away. Don't blame him. The attribute of luck has always been mysterious. It's so mysterious that it can't even be displayed on the panel. In the previous life, there was a group of players who were obsessed with luck. They used all kinds of equipment, props, and skills to stack up their luck values, hoping that a miracle would happen. In the end, I got nothing and wasted my time. Forget it, it's better than nothing. What if it comes in handy someday? He comforted himself and closed the shop. It's almost time to go buy some groceries and then go home to wait for Cheng Cheng. On the way home, the streets were full of news that 95% of the world's scourge had been wiped out. Zhou Yun took a few quick glances and felt nothing in his heart. Once Ophelia died, the remaining skeleton soldiers were experienced babies and merit babies, and with the help of Frost's clone, there was no suspense about the outcome. As for the remaining 5% of the scourge, we have to mention those cities that were destroyed by the scourge. Not only was the city destroyed, but the city itself became an incubator for natural disasters, so the cleanup had to take a lot of time. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Li Jingzi delivered Cheng Cheng to her doorstep on time. After Zhou Yun said goodbye to Li Jingzi and brought Cheng Cheng home, he heard someone running over in the hallway and shouting, "Deputy Chief! It's bad! The chief and his men are being blocked in Qingfeng Gorge by the Phoenix's men." "What?" Zhou Yun turned around suddenly and found that the person coming was Li Huaxiang. Perhaps because of the frantic rush, she was sweating profusely and was out of breath when she spoke. "Deputy Chief, think of a solution quickly." Li Huaxiang said anxiously, "When I came, the leader and his men were confronting the Phoenix. If you go too late, I'm afraid it will be too late." "Right away." Zhou Yun stopped talking halfway, looked down at Cheng Cheng, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Cheng Cheng seemed to see what Zhou Yun was thinking from his eyes and immediately said, "Dad, don't abandon me. I want to help Mom too." Zhou Yun's brain began to quickly weigh the pros and cons. About 0.01 seconds later, he came to his conclusion. Although Cheng Cheng is young, he has the Archangel's staff and the frozen white bear following him, so his self-protection ability is not weak. What he is facing is the Phoenix organization, not Ophelia's powerful enemy. As long as he doesn't distract, no one can hurt Cheng Cheng. The most important thing is that since Cheng Cheng has entered the beast taming palace and become a beast tamer, we cannot selfishly let her become a greenhouse flower. With this thought in mind, he picked up Cheng Cheng and said, "Xiao Li, let's go." Chapter 64. The three of them rushed all the way to Qingfeng Gorge at the fastest speed. When Zhou Yun arrived, he found that there was no fight between the two sides and they were still in a standoff. However, at the entrance of Qingfeng Gorge, He Wanyang and others were surrounded by the Phoenix's people. Seeing Zhou Yun coming, Fang Yue, the deputy leader of Phoenix, seemed to have been waiting for a long time and took the initiative to greet him. "You're finally here. Are you waiting for me?" Zhou Yun frowned slightly. "Of course." Fang Yue rolled his glasses, looking like he had mastered the matter. "Do you think that with so many people in my Phoenix, we can't even keep an eye on one person?" As he spoke, his eyes swept over Li Huaxiang. Zhou Yun suddenly realized, "So your target is me." "That's right," Fang Yue smiled, "I know that although you are only the deputy leader of Yunyang, the leader is your wife, and you are the one who can really make the decisions in Yunyang. I also know that you have a good relationship with the city lord. It is not a wise choice to discuss things in the city. Besides that, your daughter is also a direct disciple of the beast taming palace. Although there has been no precedent of the Holy Land intervening in worldly disputes, we do not want to use force unless it is absolutely necessary. Peace is the most precious thing. It's just that we all live in Zhongcheng and level up in the same area. We'll see each other if we look up or down. You don't want to be disturbed when you are out leveling, do you?" Zhou Yun raised his eyebrows. "So you chose to hold my wife and my organization's companions in the free combat zone of Qingfeng Gorge, and wanted to use this as a threat to get something from me." "Ha ha ha," Fang Yue laughed, "blackmail? Not really. The Phoenix is not the kind of organization that does despicable things. But it's true that I want to change something. To be precise, it's a change of truth. Please tell me, where in Qingfeng Gorge were you leveling up? Don't try to fool me. I'm very familiar with Qingfeng Gorge. Leveling up in ordinary places won't be that efficient. So that's what you wanted to ask." Zhou Yun laughed, "Didn't you see us show up that morning? Why are you still asking? No way, still haven't found it. Fang Yaowei's expression froze for a moment, looking for. Of course I found it. But for the sake of accuracy, I still want to hear you say it again. No problem. Zhou Yun agreed without thinking, if you release the person, I will personally take you there. Ah! Fang Yaowei was stunned. He had already prepared for a series of operations including inducement and threats and repeated pulling and real action, but he never expected that Zhou Yun would be so easy to talk to. If I had known it was so simple, why would I have made such a fuss? For a moment, he even felt that he seemed to be judging others by his own standards. But thinking about how Hongfeng had cried to him on the bed many times after the organization was picked, his eyes turned cold again. In that case, please lead the way. He immediately ordered his men, release the man. He Wanyang came to Zhou Yun's side and blamed herself, I was careless. I didn't expect the Phoenix would send out so many people at once. Lu Huizhong also sighed, I discovered it too late. If I had discovered it earlier, maybe I could have gotten away. Although Bai Tiantian and Bai Yuan didn't say anything, they lowered their heads, twisted their hands, and looked as if they were blaming themselves for not daring to look at Zhou Yun. Li Huaxiang, however, was not lenient with the two sisters at all and cursed them, are you embarrassed now? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Mr. Lu and the leader guessed that the Phoenix might be guarding us, so they wanted to take us to other places to level up. You guys are so good. You want to level up quickly here, so you act cute and adorable, just to come to Qingfeng Gorge. Now that things have turned out like this, the deputy leader has no choice but to give up the leveling point. Are you satisfied? Bai Yuan and Bai Tianation's ears turned red from being scolded, but they dared not say a word, only tears as big as beans kept dripping. Okay. Zhou Yun stopped Li Huaxiang. Yuan and Tian are still young after all. I believe they will learn from this lesson. Besides, a blessing in disguise. Losing this leveling point may not be a bad thing. Then he said to Huanyang, wait for me here, I'll be there soon. Although Huanyang and Lu Huizhong were worried, they noticed the look Zhou Yun gave them and agreed. Entering Qingfeng Gorge, Zhou Yun led the way, with a large group of Phoenix people following closely behind. Fang Yaowei was very cautious at first, fearing that Zhou Yun would do something weird and trick him. Especially when Zhou Yun was climbing and scrambling along the way, going around in circles on the mountain and not taking the usual route, he reminded him many times and his eyes became more and more strange. If Zhou Yun really fooled him, he wouldn't mind killing Zhou Yun. However, when Zhou Yun finally brought them to the mysterious cave, Fang Yaowei looked at the helpless and furious King Kong bear behind the yellow barrier and smiled sincerely. So that's how it is. No wonder. No wonder you guys leveled up so quickly. There are so many level 40 King Kong bears here. With so many boss level monsters, I can only take the beatings and not fight back. How can I not level up quickly? Zhou Yun, you are such a talent. You actually found such a secret place. Okay, now that we've found the place. He waved his hand, you can go now. Zhou Yun nodded, turned around and left without saying anything more. As soon as he left, a member of the Phoenix came up to Fang Yaowei and reminded him. Chief, didn't you say that after we find the place, we will take him? Hey! Fang Yaowei waved his hand. His current relationship is too difficult. Don't do anything to him unless it's absolutely necessary. But... He looked at the roaring King Kong bear behind the barrier again and said meaningfully, for a leveling treasure land like this, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Seeing Zhou Yun coming out of Qingfeng Gorge, Huanyang, Lu Huizhong and others immediately went to meet him. Honey, are you okay? Huanyang kept looking at Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun smiled and said, I'm just leading the way, how could there be any problem? I'm glad you're okay. He Huanyang felt relieved when she saw that Zhou Yun was safe and sound. Li Huaxiang asked cautiously, Deputy Chief, you're not really taking them with you, are you? Of course. Zhou Yun said seriously, if you say something, you must do it. Do I look like someone who is sneaky and cunning? That's not the case, Li Huaxiang said with regret, it's just a pity that such a good leveling point is gone just like that. It's gone, so what? The worst that can happen is that the upgrade will be slower. He Huanyang was very open-minded, it's getting late today, let's go back to the city first. No rush, Zhou Yun said, let's just wait here. What are you waiting for? He Huanyang was puzzled. Others also cast doubtful looks at Zhou Yun. Wait for the King Kong bear to riot. Zhou Yun grinned, revealing a row of white and neat teeth. Chapter 65. The King Kong bears are rioting. Li Huaxiang was even more confused. So what if they are rioting? With that barrier blocking them, they can't threaten the Phoenix people at all. That's hard to say. Zhou Yun walked to a nearby tree and sat down. That barrier is under constant attack from the King Kong bear. I don't know how long it can last. Ah! That barrier will disappear. Li Huaxiang was surprised. Of course. Zhou Yun smiled. Maintaining the barrier also requires energy. If the energy is exhausted, won't it disappear? Haha! Li Huaxiang was overjoyed. No wonder the deputy leader took them there so readily. You must have calculated that the barrier wouldn't last long, so you just went with the flow, right? Once the barrier disappears, there will still be so many Kong bears inside. So many level 40 bosses were held back for so long. Once they rushed out, they found a group of phoenixes in a small cave. Tisk tisk, it's so miserable. Hey! Zhou Yun held up his hand and denied, I didn't take them there on purpose. You can see that they really want to go, and they are using you to threaten me. I had no choice but to take them there, and I was very reluctant to do so. Li Huaxiang nodded repeatedly, I understand. They are the ones who don't know how to live or die, it's not our fault. As she spoke, she also sat down under the tree with great anticipation, facing the exit of Qingfeng Gorge, as if she was waiting to watch a good show. Although He Huanyang, Lu Huizhong and Bai Yuan sisters didn't say anything, they all sat down under the tree. Just now they were surrounded by hundreds of phoenixes and threatened in various ways, so they were very angry. An hour passed quickly while we waited. It's time for dinner. However, with her cooking skills, Zhou Yun certainly wouldn't let everyone go hungry. We took out the food and tableware from the cooking space and had a meal together outdoors. Although it was Cheng Cheng's first time having dinner with strangers, perhaps because Zhou Yun and He Huanyang were there, she was not shy at all and quickly became familiar with everyone. Sister Xiang, let's eat sweet and sour pork ribs. The sweet and sour pork ribs made by my dad are so delicious. Sister Yuan, you are too thin. You need to eat more meat. Grandpa Lu. After the meal, everyone fell in love with the cute and clever Cheng Cheng. Just after I finished packing up, I suddenly heard a series of loud bang 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 noises in Qingfeng Gorge. This change immediately attracted everyone's attention. Sure enough, after a while, everyone saw someone running down the mountain in a panic. Behind them, a group of burly King Kong bears were chasing them relentlessly. It's them. Bai Yuan recognized the identity of this group of people at a glance. Phoenix members are easily recognizable by their red uniforms. Haha! You deserve it. Li Huaxiang laughed, you were greedy. Let you steal our leveling points. Is this retribution? Don't you think about it? Are our Yunyang's things so easy to take? Everyone felt relieved when they saw the Phoenix's people fleeing in panic and pg their pants. All the depression in my heart was swept away. After watching it for a while like watching a monkey show, Li Huaxiang said with emotion. What a pity. What a pity! He Wanyang asked. It's a pity that the King Kong bear is too big and can't move on the mountain road, otherwise these phoenix people would be torn into pieces. After she finished speaking, everyone silently gave her a thumbs up. You are the most cruel one. Having said that, the phoenix's people were also in a miserable state when being chased by the brutal King Kong bear. After all, it is a level 40 boss monster, and the destructive power of its every move is extraordinary. The phoenix people can't stand the slightest scratch. Some had broken arms, some had lame legs, and some had half of their stomachs dug out. After struggling desperately, they finally escaped from Qingfeng Gorge. King Kong bear seemed to be restrained by some mysterious force and stopped chasing them, which allowed the phoenix's people to survive. Looking at Zhou Yun and others who were watching the show not far away, Fang Yawei was so angry that his liver was about to explode. I finally found a first-rate leveling spot, but before I could enjoy it for a moment, a bunch of bosses rushed out. The sudden fright almost paralyzed him. After the wound on his right arm was healed by the priest, he immediately went to Zhou Yun angrily. You knew that a long time ago, right? You did it on purpose. What do you mean by intentional? Zhou Yun looked puzzled. I intentionally let you force me to give up the leveling point. Would you please be reasonable? From the beginning to the end, you have been the ones who took the initiative. You. Fang Yawei gritted his teeth, but was unable to refute. Let's go. He waved to the Phoenix people and left without looking back. After such a huge embarrassment, he was too embarrassed to stay any longer. After the Phoenix's people left, He Wanyang and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was really funny to see him so angry but unable to speak. You're shooting yourself in the foot, that's what happens. Let him mess with us, humph. Even Cheng didn't quite understand what was said. Mom and Dad, why did that uncle just now look a little silly? The innocent words made everyone laugh. After all the Phoenix people had left, Zhou Yun stood up and walked towards Qingfeng Gorge. It's so late, do you still want to level up? He Wanyang followed. Why am I going there to level up? Zhou Yun laughed and said, I'm just going to pick up something. Get something. Li Huaxiang and the others also caught up. Did the deputy leader leave something in there? Zhou Yun smiled and did not explain. He just entered Qingfeng Gorge, avoided the monsters along the way, and started climbing the mountain. After climbing for a while, everyone knew Zhou Yun's goal. Because this road leads to the mysterious cave. Although they had doubts in their minds, seeing that Zhou Yun didn't want to talk, everyone didn't ask any more questions and just followed silently. When I came to the cave again, the yellow barrier had indeed disappeared. In the valley at the end of the cave, the Kong beasts that were originally densely packed had all run away, leaving only the corpses of the Kong bears at the bottom of the valley that were full of holes stabbed by swords. Zhou Yun took a quick look and jumped down, then came to the center of the valley with ease and quickly climbed up the small hill in the middle. Everyone didn't know what he wanted to do, so they could only watch him dig the soil at the top of the hillside. After a while, he dug out a round brown plate. Indeed there is. Zhou Yun returned to everyone excitedly, holding the brown plate. Deputy Chief, what is this? Is it a treasure? He Wanyang also asked. Of course it's a treasure. At least for now, it's a very rare treasure. Zhou Yun brushed off the dirt on the plate and introduced it. It is a formation plate engraved with the Xiaowu Hui Tian formation, so it can be called the Xiaowu Hui Tian formation plate. You have seen half of its use. Once activated, living creatures can be locked in the array, and they can enter but not leave. And if we just reverse it, we can exert the other half of its effect, keeping living things out. They can leave but not come in. To put it simply, it is a defensive treasure that can lock down the enemy when advancing and protect you when retreating. After hearing the introduction, everyone was amazed. That sounds amazing. It turns out that what blocked so many King Kong bears for so long was just a small plate like this. With such strong defense in our hands, we are going to be invincible. If you see someone you don't like, just trap him in the formation and stab him with your sword. It's so cool. At this moment, Zhou Yun's expression changed slightly, and he looked towards the corner of the cave behind him, Lu Huizhong realized something was wrong almost at the same time as Zhou Yun and immediately chased after him. But after a while, he came back. It's the Phoenix Assassin, he's very fast, I can't catch up. Chapter 66. They are from the Phoenix? They didn't leave, and they secretly sent people to follow us. Stealing and cheating is disgusting. Whether it's disgusting or not is secondary. Now that they know we found the treasure here, I'm afraid we'll be in trouble. Well, maybe he'll be waiting for us at the foot of the mountain now. Then fight. You can't give up the treasure again, right? Okay, Lu Huizhong pressed his hand, listened to the leader and deputy leader. He Wanyang pondered and said, the Phoenix had conflicts with us before, and today, in order to know the leveling point, it even went to great lengths to threaten us. So this treasure must not fall into their hands under any circumstances. If they don't block us at the bottom of the mountain, we will return to the city as soon as possible. If so, we will rush out of Qingfeng Gorge with all our strength. Once they are outside Qingfeng Gorge, it is no longer a free combat zone. They dare not take action casually. Honey, what do you think? Zhou Yun smiled and said, I think this is a good arrangement, let's do it. Although what he actually thought was different from what he Wanyang said, but the wife has the final say. The plan was completed, and everyone was ready for battle and started to go down the mountain. However, when they went down the mountain, they did not find any people from the Phoenix. No accidents happened until we left Qingfeng Gorge. This obviously caught everyone by surprise. Zhongcheng, the headquarters of the Phoenix organization. Xiaowuji Huishan formation plate? There is such a treasure in the cave. Nantian, the leader of the Phoenix, who was sitting at the top, frowned after listening to Fang Yaowei's report. From your description, this treasure is quite useful and of great value. How come you didn't find it when you were leading the team in the cave? How could I know there was such a treasure inside? Fang Yaowei complained. Besides, the King Kong bears were rioting inside, and we didn't even have time to run away, so how could we have thought of these things? Why? It's just that I didn't bring enough priests this time. My condition was too bad at the time, otherwise I would have robbed him. Then let's rob them. According to the time, they should be some distance away from Zhongcheng. We still have a chance, said Hong Feng, who was standing next to Nantian. That's right. I'll take people out now. Fang Yaowei nodded heavily and turned around to take action. Wait! Nantian shouted, they have already left Qingfeng Gorge and are in the protected area. You are taking people to rob now. Do you think the Survey Corps patrolling outside are just for show? Hey! Fang Yaowei slapped his thigh fiercely, but this is too frustrating. The leveling point I finally found out went wrong, and I didn't get the treasure inside. I think Zhou Yun and I have a conflicting fate. Everything has gone wrong for me since I met him. Even your ranking on the Monument of Fame, Chief. At this point, his voice stopped abruptly. At this time, Nantian's face had turned dark. Hong Feng, who was standing next to him, waved to Yaowei secretly, signaling him to leave quickly. But she knew how much Nantian valued the ranking on the monument. Nantian has always been crowned as the #1 celebrity. Many members of Phoenix joined because of this. In the hearts of many ordinary people in Zhongcheng, the Phoenix organization, led by Nantian, the #1 celebrity, is the leader of the 4 major organizations in Zhongcheng. However, not long ago, this halo was shattered. Yunyang's people stepped on him once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and 5 times. From the 1st place, he was stepped down to the 6th place. She still remembers how bad Nantian looked during those 2 days. Especially after the leaders of the other 3 organizations called with malicious intent to consolation. Okay, don't blame Yahweh, she comforted him, you know what kind of person he is. He didn't do it on purpose. Nantian shook his head. I don't mean to blame him. It's just that he always lacks a bit of steadiness when doing things. Well, starting tomorrow, I will give you a team of elites, and you will keep an eye on Yunyang's people. Me? Bring elites? Keep an eye on them. Hong Feng pointed at himself in surprise, not understanding what Nantian meant. That's right. Nantian narrowed his eyes and said, for the time being, I have no way to regain my place on the Monument of Fame. But I have a feeling they will find the guild token soon. When it comes to establishing a guild, we must not let other organizations take the lead, especially Yunyang. Hong Feng, who understood what was going on, licked his lips and asked tentatively, what if Yunyang really finds the guild token first? Nantian turned his head and stared at her, and said meaningfully, why are you asking me? You are not from the Phoenix. The next day, when Zhou Yun was about to leave, he asked casually. Are you still leading the team to level up today? Huanyang replied while putting on her coat, no, Mr. Lu is leading the team today, I have to go to the Urban Construction Bureau again. Urban Construction Department. Well, the application for the organization's resident base has been rejected many times. I will go and ask about the situation. Okay. Zhou Yun nodded without comment. On the way to the forge, he felt something was not right. Because in theory, a formal organization does not need too much materials to apply for an organizational location, and there is no reason to be rejected. If there is no organization base, then even if there is a guild token and a guild is established, it cannot be upgraded to a guild base. Someone is deliberately making trouble. This thought came to his mind, and he immediately changed direction and headed towards the city lord's mansion. Arriving at the city lord's mansion, Zhou Yun had just briefly explained the situation, and Wang Taiji understood it immediately. The director of the Urban Construction Bureau is Nan Lianggui. Yes, he has the same last name as Nan Tian, the leader of the Phoenix organization. Nan Lianggui is Nan Tian's father. So, your organization's application for a base was blocked. It's most likely Nantian's doing. But rest assured, Mr. Zhou, now that I know about this matter, I will go there in person immediately. Qin Lingling was a little angry and said, this Nan Lianggui is really outrageous for using his power for personal gain. You dare to trip up our benefactor, husband, you must not be soft-hearted. Wang Taiji laughed, are you still unsure about my work? No matter what, this matter will definitely be handled properly for our benefactor. Since the matter has been handed over to Wang Taiji, Zhou Yun feels relieved. Next, he came to the forge and started leveling for the day. However, he didn't plan to make medicine today. He already had some reserves of the 4 types of medicine that he could refine, so there was little point in continuing. In particular, Yunyang is likely to have a head-on conflict with the Phoenix in the future. So, today he planned to forge a complete set of equipment for Huanyang to protect her safety. He took out the forging materials and took a deep breath. Well, let's start with the excellent armor. Chapter 67. Zhou Yun was already very skilled at forging long swords, but he felt very awkward when forging armor. The first time I forged the armor, it took more than half an hour to complete. Fortunately, the forging did not fail. Ding! Forging successful. You get excellent armor *1. Ding! Influenced by the craftsman god talent, excellent armor gains a rare effect, endurance. Ding! Influenced by the craftsman god talent, excellent armor gains a rare effect, curse. Ding! Affected by the craftsman god talent, your life equipment ordinary hammer will gain attribute upgrades at the same time. Name, excellent armor. Durability, 100/100. Attribute, Stamina +5. Rare Attribute 1, Endurance, reduces damage received by 10%. Rare Attribute 2, Curse, after being attacked, there is a 5% chance to randomly inflict one of the following effects on the attacker: dizziness, vomiting, cramps, diarrhea, or clothes explosion. Different effects can only overlap, not be stacked. Evaluation, a unique piece of armor, destined to have a coquettish life. After reading the attributes, Zhou Yun's mouth twitched. The attribute of endurance is average and appears very frequently on armor equipment. But the curse attribute is extremely rare. Although it is far less powerful than super rare attributes, it is definitely unique in terms of disgusting people. The 5% triggering chance cannot be said to be high, but if it is triggered, you will be unlucky. The first 3 items, dizziness, vomiting, and cramps are okay, but the last 2 items are not so healthy. Whether it is diarrhea or clothes bursting, it is a kind of mental damage that most people cannot bear. If anyone is so desperate as to attack Wang Yang, then he can only wish for the best. Zhou Yun smiled evilly and continued to create the next one, an excellent helmet. After 4 failures, the helmet was forged. Ding! Forging successful. You get an excellent helmet *1. Ding! Influenced by the craftsman god talent, excellent helmets gain a rare effect, endurance. Ding! Influenced by the craftsman god talent, excellent helmets gain a rare effect, endurance. Ding! Affected by the craftsman god talent, your life equipment ordinary hammer will gain attribute upgrades at the same time. Name, excellent helmet. Durability, 80/80. Attributes, Stamina +4. Rare Attribute 1, Endurance, reduces damage received by 10%. Rare Attribute 2, Endurance, reduces damage received by 10%. Evaluation, a unique helmet, destined to have a solid helmet life. 2 patience. Zhou Yun pulled the corner of his mouth, counting the 1 on the armor. The total damage reduction is 30%, that's okay. Although he was not very satisfied with these 2 attributes, 4 consecutive failures had made his mentality somewhat unbalanced. So he decided to forge the boots first. Once you are satisfied with the forging of the boots, go back and continue forging the helmet. However, the fact is that the luck with forging boots seems to be worse than that with forging helmets. Ding! Forging failed. Ding! Forging failed. Ding! Forging failed. Ding! Forging failed. He failed 5 times in a row, breaking the helmet's failure record. But at this time Zhou Yun's stubborn temper also came out. Come again. I just want to see how many times you can fail. Then. Ding! Forging failed. Ding! Forging failed. Ding! Forging failed. Another 5 consecutive failures. Including the previous 5 times, Zhou Yun has failed in forging short boots 10 times in a row. It's against the will of heaven. Zhou Yun gritted his teeth, picked up the hammer and continued forging. Do you have the guts to fail me again? Ding! Forging failed. Are you poisonous? Ding! Forging failed. I have a 16.2% success rate now, can you be more scientific? Ding! Forging failed. Okay, I give in. Let me succeed this time. Ding! Forging failed. After failing 14 times in a row in forging short boots, Zhou Yun was exhausted and his mentality was on the verge of exploding. I looked at the time and it didn't take long for Cheng Cheng to go home. His reason told him that there would be no good results if he continued, so he should give up as soon as possible. But his obsessive-compulsive disorder kicked in. Now for Huanyang, the long sword is in hand, and the armor and helmet have also been forged. The only thing left is a pair of short boots. Without ankle boots, an outfit is incomplete. Uncomfortable. One last time. He stood up again. Whether we succeed or fail, today ends here. The 15th forging of short boots begins. About 20 minutes later, a bolt of thunder suddenly pierced through the roof and struck the boots that were about to be completed. Ding! Forging successful. You get one excellent short boot. Ding! Influenced by the craftsman god talent, excellent short boots gain a rare effect, lightness. Ding! Influenced by the craftsman god talent, excellent short boots gain a super rare effect, blessing of the wind spirit. Ding! Affected by the craftsman god talent, your life equipment ordinary hammer will gain attribute upgrades at the same time. Ding! The short boots you made are extraordinary. As its forger, please name it. Wind Spirit Boots. Zhou Yun said while suppressing his excitement. Ding! Naming successful. Name Wind Spirit Boots. Durability, 40/40ths. Attributes, Strength +3. Rare attribute, Lightness, movement speed increased by 10%. Super rare attribute, Blessing of the Wind Spirit. After equipping, the equipment weight will be ignored, the speed will be increased by 100%, and you can move freely in any windy environment. Evaluation: a pair of unique short boots, destined to have a free life. It's worth it. Zhou Yun was very excited when he saw the Fengling boots engraved with the Laihuo mark on the forging table. Super rare attribute, the Blessing of the Wind Elf. Because of the rarity of the super rare attribute, he had never seen this attribute in his previous life. However, this does not prevent him from judging the value of this attribute. Just the fact that he ignored the weight had greatly increased his speed of movement. On this basis, the speed is increased by another 100%. Because there is no special instructions, the speed here includes attack speed, casting speed, and movement speed. Plus the ability to move freely in any windy environment. This is simply an advanced version of the rare attribute flying. No, it's the super advanced version. Before the world merged, people often said that the only martial arts that cannot be defeated is speed. This statement is still the same today. The advantage of speed not only represents the initiative in attack, but also represents the ability to dodge attacks. With this pair of Wind Spirit Boots, Wang Yang's combat power will be more than improved by one level. It's hard for others to meet her. Just when he was thinking about when to give Huanyang a surprise, there was a violent knock on the door. What would it look like if a store didn't do business properly and kept its doors closed all day? Chen Chong, an inner sect disciple of Wushan Mountain, has arrived. Why don't you open the door quickly? Chapter 68. Zhou Yun frowned. He knew that the thunder and fire falling from the sky would cause a huge noise and would definitely attract many people. But no matter how anxious you are, just knock on the door properly. With such a loud noise, those who know you might think you are knocking on the door, while those who don't think you are trying to demolish the house. Although he was unhappy, he still walked over and prepared to open the door. Just as he was holding the door handle, he suddenly felt a warning and quickly stepped aside. Boom! The entire door was kicked in. Zhou Yun stood aside and witnessed this scene, his face immediately darkened. If he hadn't dodged quickly just now, he would have been in trouble along with the door. At the door, a dark-skinned, muscular man with short hair pulled his legs back with a look of disdain, cursing. I've been shouting for a long time but you still won't open the door. You don't know any rules at all. After saying this, he squinted his eyes at Zhou Yun, his expression became playful. You hid pretty quickly. Are you the owner of this store? Why didn't you open the door just now? Zhou Yun asked back, are you Chen Chong? A disciple of Wushan Mountain. Hearing Zhou Yun's question, the muscular man raised his eyebrows and scolded, you have no vision. Can't you see the obvious priorities? Listen carefully. I am Zhang Lei, an outer disciple of Wushan Mountain who is about to become an inner disciple. The handsome and imposing man next to me is the inner disciple of Wushan Mountain, Chen Chong. After listening to his introduction, Zhou Yun looked at Chen Chong next to Zhang Lei. This person is called Chen Chong, she is in her early 20s. Although she is not handsome, she is pretty good looking. However, he looked arrogant, with his eyes looking up to the sky, as if nothing mattered to him. He acted like he was the boss and Zhou Yun felt uncomfortable seeing him. Are you Chen Chong? Zhou Yun said coldly, control your dog and stop it from barking. Also, compensate me for the door. Having said that, he walked outside. Cheng Cheng is going home, and he has to go home quickly to cook. When they passed by, Zhang Lei opened his hands like claws and grabbed Zhou Yun's shoulders, his face fierce. You shameless BD, who are you calling a dog? Zhou Yun felt a huge force on his shoulder that was enough to crush his bones, and a dagger transformed from his life hammer immediately appeared in his left hand. With the dagger in hand, the properties of the natal hammer take effect immediately. He put the dagger at his waist with his left hand, grasped Zhang Lei's wrist with his right hand and turned it outward, while his right foot swept Zhang Lei's feet. The moment Zhang Lei's feet left the ground, Zhou Yun's right elbow had already hit his heart, and then he raised his right foot, stepped on his face and kicked him to the ground. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Zhang Lei's huge body was lying on the ground. His head was embedded in the ground because of Zhou Yun's kick. Zhang Lei groaned, his whole body went limp, and he fainted. Good. Well done. It's so refreshing. The people watching nearby applauded and cheered. Chen Chong still folded her hands, but her eyes narrowed. Your strength. You are not the forger of this shop. Is there someone else who forged the divine weapon? You don't have to worry about that. Zhou Yun retracted his right foot. Since he was slightly injured, you don't have to pay for the door. Take him to get treatment. Chen Chong shook his head and said, it seems that you really don't know what it means to be an inner disciple of Wushan Mountain. As soon as he uttered the last word, he suddenly moved violently, rushed forward, changed his right hand into a fist, and punched Zhou Yun in the face. What a fast speed! Zhou Yun was slightly startled. But he remained alert and reacted, dodged sideways, and went out of the store. Chen Chong was slightly surprised when her move was dodged. He does have some strength. No wonder you dare to talk to me like that. Zhou Yun looked calm as he looked at Chen Chong again. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that his natal hammer copied the ultra-rare attribute Blessing of the Wind Spirit, with his current attributes, he would not be able to avoid Chen Chong's attack just now. But because of this, a question arose in his mind. He didn't know much about Wushan Mountain, this sect, in his previous life. Because even though the word martial saint is included in its name, it is actually just a small sect and there are no powerful masters at all. For such a small sect, at this point in time, an inner disciple should not have such strength. But this Chen Chong. While he was thinking, Chen Chong rushed up again. Collapse! 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 The golden aura lingered around Chen Chong's fists, making each of his punches extremely powerful, with great force and strength, and each punch could break the wind. Zhou Yun managed to dodge 4 punches with his speed, but he had no chance to fight back. Seeing Chen Chong was going to punch him in the abdomen again, he thought that he would lose if he defended too long, and he deliberately slowed down a little. People only heard a crisp pop sound, and Zhou Yun flew backwards. The onlookers immediately cried out in surprise. Chen Chong succeeded in her attack, but she did not feel happy at all. Instead, there was a hint of doubt in her eyes. Because the punch he just threw clearly didn't land real hard. At most, it just scratched the surface of the skin. Why did the other party fly so far? He finally landed a punch, but only scratched the skin, which made him even angrier. He immediately chased after him and attacked even more fiercely. Zhou Yun used the same old trick again. Whenever Chen Chong throws a punch, it's bound to hit. But after being hit, Zhou Yun will use the force to fly backwards. The result was that Chen Chong only threw 3 or 4 punches, but Zhou Yun flew across the street, and he chased her across the street. The feeling of punching the air with all her might made Chen Chong even more angry. A-hole! Don't be like a loach. Give me a fair fight. Zhou Yun rolled his eyes. If I could beat you, I would have pinned you to the ground. Isn't this impossible to win? He was a bit irritable when he said that. Because Chen Chong's strength is indeed stronger than his, but not too strong. It is very difficult to fight such a character with the current strength. But logging into the character seems like an overkill. Before he could catch his breath, Chen Chong, who seemed to have hyperthyroidism, rushed up again and punched him without saying a word. Zhou Yun caught the punch again lightly and flew backwards using the force. But this time, there was a change. The moment Chen Chong hit Zhou Yun, there was a sudden puff sound, and the clothes on his buttocks were immediately stained yellow. At the same time, a pungent and foul smell quickly spread around. It stinks. What is that? It smells so bad. Whose child threw shit from a high place? Eat shit. Chapter 69. Chen Chong immediately tensed up and closed the door, but the flood was so fast and so fierce that it was impossible to resist. After struggling for 0.0324 seconds, he could no longer hold on and a torrent of energy roared out. The entire pair of pants was quickly dyed yellow. How could it be? An infinite sense of shame and indignation filled his heart. He squeezed his thighs together and immediately tried to cover it with the hem of his clothes. But, the truth will eventually come out. The people's sharp eyes immediately discovered the truth. It's him. He's the one spraying shit. Wow! That's disgusting. It's polluting the environment. Do you have any sense of public morality? Don't do strenuous activities when you have a stomachache. If you exert too much force, it will burst out. You don't even understand this. Hey! Facing the criticism from thousands of people, he quickly waved his hands to explain, I'm not. I didn't. But in the face of facts, his excuses seemed so pale and powerless. Instead of trying to understand him, people became even more disgusted with him. You. He came to his senses and pointed at Zhou Yun's departing back, his eyes blazing with fire. It must be you who did this. You played a dirty trick on me. Don't go. He became anxious and moved his feet. Immediately, another torrent of fluid burst out and filled his boots in the blink of an eye. Ugh! As an inner sect disciple of Wushan Mountain, although he was not second to none, he considered himself a very respectable person. In the past 20 years or so, when had he ever made such a fool of himself? Or in front of a group of ordinary people? His eyes turned fierce and he simply stopped paying attention to the door. He decided to go for broke, leaving yellow marks with each kick, and rushed forward quickly, grabbing Zhou Yun's back. If I make a fool of myself, you won't feel good either. With a pop, he touched Zhou Yun's shoulder as he wished. But, just like before, it was just a coincidence. The moment they touched, Zhou Yun floated 10 meters away like a light balloon. It happens again. It happens again. Chen Chong was so angry that her liver was about to burst. Although he was clearly stronger than his opponent, he was still unable to inflict any effective damage. He felt as if ants were crawling all over his body. Just when he was about to continue attacking, there was a loud bang. His clothes exploded. It exploded into a pile of pieces. Zhou Yun? Isn't it 5%? Isn't it triggered so frequently? Passerby? Exhibitionist? Psychopath? Joan Chen? Exploded. After a brief silence, screams broke out among passers-by. There's a pervert. Where is the Guardian Corps? Capture him quickly. My eyes. My eyes. A gust of wind blew in the middle of the street. A slight chill touched Chen Chong's skin, making his heart tremble. I was completely taken aback. Still in the state of venting. With a flash of light on his body, he immediately took off his equipment and put on a set of ordinary iron armor that could wrap himself as tightly as possible. Although the previous equipment had strong attributes, it had too many hollow parts. Although the properties of iron armor are much worse, at least it can cover more than 80% of the body. After putting on the armor, his sense of security was restored a lot. He had never been so grateful for the equipment as he was today. When clothes explode, what explode are just ordinary clothes, not equipment. Therefore, it is precisely because of the existence of the equipment that his body is not presented to the world at its 100%. However, his anger and hatred towards Zhou Yun also reached its peak at the same time. You give. I die. Each word popped out from between his teeth like steel balls. His face was twisted and tangled together due to excessive hatred, and it was very scary. However, Zhou Yun ignored him. Because the soldiers of the Guardian Legion arrived. Who are you? How dare you commit violence in the streets of Zhongcheng? Come with us. The appearance of the Guardian Corps made all the people in Zhongcheng breathe a sigh of relief. Even Chen Chong felt a chill in her heart and her mind became much clearer. Although he is an inner sect disciple of Wushan Mountain, he also knows the significance of the Guardian Legion. He believed that with his current strength, he could not compete with the Guardian Army of a city. But he refused to accept. He pointed at Zhou Yun and said, "He was fighting with me, why didn't you arrest him? It's none of your business." The captain looked solemn. "You assaulted and injured people in the street, urinated and defecated in public, destroyed public health, and exposed your body to our other people's eyes. This is immoral. In the name of the Zhongcheng Guard Corps, I will immediately arrest you and take you back to the Guard Corps to be punished." After saying this, he ordered the soldiers, "Take him away." Yes. 4 soldiers pinched Chen Chong's nose and handcuffed her. Although the contact was brief, she was smoked so much that she rolled her eyes repeatedly. "I have been in the Guardian Corps for so many years and have captured many people, but this is the first time I have caught such a disgusting person." After the captain had controlled Chen Chong, he came to Zhou Yun and said respectfully, "Mr. Zhou, we are late and we frightened you." Zhou Yun smiled and said, "No problem. We can get there in less than a minute." "That's fast. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Zhou." The captain bowed his head slightly, then, "If you have no other instructions, we will return to the Legion first." What's your name, sir?" Zhou Yun asked. The captain's eyes lit up slightly, and he said in an unusually clear and powerful voice, "The captain of the 3rd team of the Guardian Corps Patrol Group, Zhenzi, is Cao Bin." "It's Captain Cao." Zhou Yun nodded and reminded, "This guy named Chen Chong is quite powerful. Captain Cao should be careful." "Don't worry, Mr. Zhou." Zhou Yun then left. Even from a distance away, he could still hear Chen Chong's howling of dissatisfaction. "You are shielding him. You are not fair. Let me go. I'm going to kill you." Number 1 Beacon Street is a luxurious residence. This is also Nantian's home. At this time, Nantian's father, Nan Lianggui, was furious and kept scolding Nantian who was sitting on the sofa. "I told you a long time ago, there are some things you can do and some things you can't do. You insist on having your own way. It's all right now. I've been dismissed. Are you satisfied? Do you want me to join your phoenix, follow others and call you the leader, and beg you for food?" After Nantian listened silently, he slowly said, "Dad, don't worry. I can't imagine why that Wang would be so partial to Yun Yang and dismiss you for such a small matter. But don't worry. As an outer disciple of Wushan Mountain, I have already contacted my fellow disciples in the sect to come to Zhongcheng to support us. Traveling with him is the beloved daughter of our Wushan sect's leader. As long as they open their mouths, that Wang guy won't dare to deny them face. By then, it is not impossible for you to be reinstated or even promoted to a higher position. Is there such a thing? Nan Lianggui's expression became much better. Just as Nantian said, if there was the support of the Wushan sect, it would be a different situation. Ring, ring, ring. The phone at home suddenly rang. Nantian's eyes lit up. It must be my senior brother who has arrived. He quickly picked up the phone. Hello? What did you say? My senior brother was detained by the Guardian Corps? Because of violence, urination, and nudity in the street. Chapter 70. On the side, Nan Lianggui also vaguely heard the voice coming from the phone. He could barely understand violence in the street. After all, he is from Wushan Mountain and an inner sect disciple at that. It is normal for him to have a bad temper. But urinating and defecating anywhere. Still naked? What is going on? Is this person a pervert? When Nantian hung up the phone, he immediately expressed his dissatisfaction with Nantian. Why would you want to get in touch with a pervert when there are so many other people you can get in touch with? You're counting on someone like this to help you. Dad, don't think too much about it. There must be a misunderstanding here. Nantian stood up and walked towards the door. No matter what, I will go to the Guardian Corps first and get the person out first. Half an hour later. Nantian is back. Nan Lianggui looked behind him. Where are the people? He couldn't be rescued. Nantian said in a muffled voice. What? Nan Lianggui asked incredulously. They don't know you, the leader of the Phoenix. I know him, but it's useless. The Legion Commander Qin Feng personally ordered that this person cannot be protected. Lao Qin. Nan Lianggui nodded. I have some friendship with him. I'll give him a call. No need to fight. Nan Tian advised. Later I found Captain Qin and mentioned your name to him, but it was useless. What? Nan Lianggui said angrily. You can't even give me this little bit of face. Well. He's just been fired and now he can't even protect himself. He huffed and puffed for a while, then suddenly his expression changed. No, Lao Qin is not the kind of person who doesn't remember the old friendship. He didn't let anyone bail him out, there must be other reasons. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and made several calls. After the call, he looked enlightened. What's going on? Nantian asked. Nan Lianggui sneered and said, why do you think Lao Qin didn't give me face and let me be a guarantor? Why? Because the person who had a conflict with your senior brother is called Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun. Nan Tian's eyes suddenly turned cold and fierce. You are such a jerk, Zhou Yun. I haven't even bothered you yet, but you come to me first. Over and over again. I have tolerated you many times because of your relationship with the City Lord and the Beast Taming Palace. I never thought you would push your luck. Then don't blame me. I want to see, in this small piece of land of Zhongcheng, is your relationship with the City Lord and the Beast Taming Palace stronger, or is my immortal bird's fist stronger? From the time she got home to the time she finished her meal, Zhou Yun noticed that Huanyang was smiling the whole time, and couldn't help but ask. What happened? Why are you so happy? Mom, is there any good news? Cheng also asked. Hehe, Huanyang smiled and said, since you are asking sincerely, I will be merciful and tell you. That's it. Yunyang's application for an organization's base has been approved. The address is number 101, Zhongcheng North Road. I went to see it before I went home. It's a very large and magnificent villa. And it has a very beautiful yard. Well, do you want to go and have a look? I want to. Cheng immediately jumped up happily. Huanyang pinched Cheng's cheek lovingly and said with a hint of doubt. I've been to the Urban Construction Bureau many times before, but it was useless. I don't know what happened today. When I went there this morning, the people at the Urban Construction Bureau all had cold faces. As a result, someone contacted me in the afternoon and said that my application for the residency had been approved. They even took me to see the place in person. Their attitude was extremely nice. Hubby, you must have asked the city lord for help, right? Zhou Yun understood this clearly, but he did not say it, and just smiled and said, "How could that be? Your persistence and excellence must have impressed them." What nonsense! Huan Yang glanced at Zhou Yun with a slightly blushing face, full of charm. Zhou Yun took Huan Yang in his arms and asked, "Since the application for the organization's base has been approved, are we going to take care of the base tomorrow?" "There's no rush for this." Huan Yang shook her head. "I've discussed this with Mr. Liu. Now that the level limit of 30 has been broken, everyone's leveling speed has become faster. Our top priorities right now are, first, to maintain our level advantage, and second, to find the guild token as soon as possible. So tomorrow we are going to Crescent Bay to level up. The Warcraft experience there is high, and few people have explored it, so the chances of finding a guild token are greater. As for the guild headquarters, it won't be too late to take care of it later." Zhou Yun nodded. "That's a good plan. It's just that the monsters in Crescent Bay are taller than those in Qingfeng Gorge. It's also a free combat area, so it's quite dangerous. Come, take these pieces of equipment with you." As he spoke, he took out the 3 pieces of equipment he had made during the day. "Thank you, husband." Huan Yang hugged Zhou Yun and kissed him on the face, then quickly put the equipment into her professional space. Zhou Yun blinked. "Don't you want to take a look at the attributes of these 3 pieces of equipment?" Huan Yang said proudly, "Is there any need to see this? My husband is a master blacksmith who can forge divine weapons. How can the equipment he personally made for me be bad?" "That's true." Zhou Yun nodded heavily, very pleased. "Here." He took out 2 more porcelain bottles. The big bottle contains ordinary lucky pills, the effect is average. The vial contains a pill that brings you 100 times more luck. There's only one of them, and maybe it can come in handy. As for the small blue bottle and the small red bottle, he had already given them to Huan Yang before. "My husband is so good to me." Huan Yang gave him another sweet kiss after receiving the porcelain bottle. Seeing this, Cheng also came over and said, "Mom and Dad, I want equipment too, I want lucky pills, and I want a kiss too." Zhou Yun and Huan Yang smiled knowingly. Amidst the laughter, a hint of thought flashed across Zhou Yun's eyes. As a warrior, Huan Yang needs armor that can be easily obtained at this stage. But Cheng is a beast master, and what he needs is cloth armor. As for cloth armor, in addition to being obtained by opening treasure chests in the wild, it is mainly made by tailors, a life profession. The problem is that in the current version, the tailor's career guide has not yet appeared. So, should we go to some sex treasure house and take a look? Now that Cheng has the equipment, he can often act together with Huan Yang. For the next 3 days, Huan Yang led the team to level up in Crescent Bay. Zhou Yun, on the other hand, has been practicing his professional skills in the forge. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. What they didn't know was that Chen Chong also spent 3 full days in the Guardian Corps prison, a total of 72 hours. Another day passed. Ding! Your Spirit Master level has been raised to level 10. Ding! Your forging success rate plus 0.1%. Finally reached level 10. In front of the forging table, Zhou Yun was extremely excited. The hierarchy of life professions is different from that of combat professions. With the latest version breakthroughs, combat professions can be upgraded to level 999. As for life professions, every 5 levels up is a new level. Just like him now, after reaching level 10 as a spirit master, he will be able to learn excellent cooking skills, excellent forging skills, and excellent alchemy skills. In this way, the dragon's essence and blood can be used. Ophelia's spine can finally be used to forge weapons. Moreover, the large number of gems exchanged from the merit shop are finally ready to be inlaid. Chapter 71. Crescent Bay. A group of moon foxes were launching a fierce attack on He Wanyang and his companions. The moon fox is a level 55 monster. Although it is not a boss level, its combat power is also extraordinary. Although because it is daytime and there is a lack of moonlight, they cannot transform and exert more powerful combat power. But even so, their speed is extraordinary. If ordinary professionals encounter them, they will almost certainly be beaten. Not to mention, moon foxes are social creatures and they come in groups. This is also an important reason why few professionals come to Crescent Bay to level up. At this time, Lu Huizhong, Li Huaxiang, Bai Yuan, and Bai Tian were fighting hard against many moon foxes. Although their level was far ahead on the celebrity monument and they had the long sword made by Zhou Yun in their hands, it was still very difficult to deal with so many moon foxes at the same time. Compared with them, He Wanyang has it much easier. Mr. Lu. Xiang. Hold on a little longer, I'll be quick. As she spoke, her figure was as fast as the wind, shuttling back and forth among the group of moon foxes with her sword. The moon fox, which was famous for its speed among the level 55 monsters, was completely unable to do anything to her. It could only watch helplessly as the sharp blade pierced its body, and then died miserably. After hesitating for a while, He Wanyang suddenly jumped 10 meters high. Because of the deaths and injuries of their companions, most of the moon foxes regarded her as the first target of hatred and immediately jumped up and followed. However, what faced them was He Wanyang's frost sky sword that had just cooled down. Swish! She swung out a fan-shaped icy blue sword energy, and all the moon foxes that flew into the air were immediately turned into ice sculptures after being hit, fell to the ground and turned into powder. I'll go there. Not far away, Fang Yue, who was hiding behind a tree, shuddered and his right hand twitched involuntarily, which happened to hit the face of a younger brother next to him. The younger brother covered his face, looking aggrieved. Fang Yue was completely unaware and kept complaining. No wonder the leader didn't let me participate in the operation against Yun Yang. Before, I thought the leader didn't trust me anymore, so he gave the task to Hong Feng. I only now realize that this is the leader's protection for me. What the hell, is this He Wanyang still a human being? With this sword, so many level 55 moon foxes were killed instantly. If we go up, we will just be asking for trouble. Behind him, his younger brothers nodded in agreement and hid themselves even more secretly. He Wanyang dealt with most of the moon foxes, and with everyone's joint efforts, the remaining few were quickly eliminated. Chief, the equipment forged for you by the deputy chief is too powerful. Even the moon fox can't catch up with you. And that frost sky sword slash. Wow! So cool! I'm so shocked every time I see it. Hee. Don't you know? That's the trick I learned from the ancient jade given by the deputy leader. Ah! The inherited ancient jade. The deputy leader is so rich. Wow, I suddenly want to get married. Hee. I see you don't want to get married. You want to find a husband like the deputy chief, right? He Wanyang shook her head and laughed. In fact, it's more than just them. Even I was shocked when I saw the attributes of the equipment. Helmets and armor are fine. That pair of short boots has the super rare attribute Blessing of the Wind Elf. He was wearing artifact boots on his feet, and holding in his hand was also an artifact, the Sunshine Sword. If he still can't break into Crescent Bay even with 2 magical weapons, then let alone other organizations. Leader, Lu Huizhong walked over and said, as we go deeper, the number of moon foxes has obviously increased. Why don't we stay in this area? By the way, look for the guild token. Okay. He Wanyang agreed readily and took out the 100 times lucky pill. These days, she has been following the news about the guild token on the internet. She discovered that the 6 guild tokens that had been announced in the news so far all had one thing in common. That is, they are all found in the activity areas of high-level monsters. So, when she was leveling up in Crescent Bay these days, she would use the lucky pill on CD in order to find the guild token. Unfortunately, nothing has been achieved so far. The 100x lucky pill in my hand is the last one. I hope this time it really brings good luck. She prayed silently and crushed the pill in her hand. Ding! You used 100 times the lucky pill, luck plus 100, the effect lasts for 14.4 seconds. As soon as Tiandeo finished his reminder, he heard a bang from the left rear. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and discovered that it was a little moon fox that either lost its way or did something stupid and bumped into a towering tree. The moon fox hit a tree and was obviously a little dazed, but when it noticed several pairs of eyes staring at it, it immediately ran away. Just as everyone was about to look away, they noticed a round object falling from the tree. Beiji! The object made a dent in the ground. Everyone looked closely. It's a monster egg! Li Huaxiang immediately shouted in surprise. Looking at the pattern, it looks like a Spiro's egg. Lu Huizhong added. Spiro. Fang Yue, who was hiding behind the tree, felt a shudder in his heart. The Spiro is also one of the magical beasts that will appear in Crescent Bay, but its number is relatively small. But that's not the point is. Spiro is a level 60 monster. Level 60 World of Warcraft, Spiro's egg. The Spiro can be tamed as a pet. Its eggs can be said to be in short supply. Didn't you see that at Rizao Peak, Xia Bingbing couldn't get a Thunderwolf with a maximum level of 50 no matter how much money she spent? Not to mention the level 60 Spiro. Rob. Still not robbing. Fang Yue was in a fierce struggle. The previous fear of Huaniang's fighting power also disappeared without a trace with the appearance of the slaying sparrow egg. After all, as long as there is enough benefit, why not risk your life for a chance? However, in just a few seconds, the situation changed again. Huaniang took 2 steps forward and wanted to pick up the egg. But after she took 2 steps, she kicked a stone that was slightly exposed on the surface. This is actually a very normal thing. But the special thing is that after the stone was kicked away, a faint golden light was revealed. There's a treasure chest down there. Li Huaxiang pointed at Huaniang's feet and shouted. Treasure chest. Huaniang looked down and a look of delight appeared on her face. In the wild, treasure chests are indeed rare. But precisely because of its rarity, people are very sensitive to the light of the treasure chest. Oink! She swung her sword a few times, and the treasure chest immediately appeared before everyone. It is only about the size of an ordinary elementary school student's school bag, but it is engraved with intricate and mysterious patterns all over, and emits a faint golden light from time to time. It's actually a golden treasure chest. Everyone was very surprised. From the lowest level peachwood treasure chest, to the slightly higher level bronze treasure chest, to the very rare silver treasure chest. Going further up is the highest level treasure chest that can be found so far, the golden treasure chest. What comes out of the golden treasure chest must be the top-notch treasure. Huaniang opened it easily. After opening it, I saw a golden token lying quietly inside. Guild token! Li Huaxiang shouted, her eyes full of surprise and disbelief. Just at this sound, a group of people suddenly rushed out from the bushes not far away. Huaniang! Hand over the guild token and I will spare your life. Chapter 72. Phoenix. The Bai Yuan sisters were horrified. There are too many people like Phoenix. At a rough glance, there are at least hundreds. With so many of them, how did they hide without being discovered? Li Huaxiang took a defensive posture, looked around at the Phoenix members who surrounded them, and asked the questions in her mind. It should be something that can block the breath. Lu Huizhong said in a deep voice. He Wanyang silently put away the guild token and looked directly at Hong En with no fear in her eyes. Before this, she and Lu Huizhong had sensed that there were people hiding around them, so they were already on guard. But I didn't expect that the people hiding would be Phoenix's people, and there were quite a lot of them. But she wasn't panicked at all. Things are different now. Compared to when she was in Hongfeng, her level, skills, and equipment have greatly improved. In her opinion, dealing with this group of people would not be much more difficult than dealing with those moon foxes just now. Hongfeng seemed to see what she was thinking, and said with some jealousy, "I know you have a powerful sword move, so I am not afraid of it. But if I'm not mistaken, that sword move is so powerful, so the cooldown shouldn't be short, right? I'll count down to 5. If you still don't hand over your guild token after 5 counts, don't blame me for being ruthless." "Mr. Lu," He Wanyang said in a low voice. "I'm here." Lu Huizhong immediately understood what she meant and moved closer to sisters Li Huaxiang and Bai Yuan. At the same time Lu Huizhong reacted, He Wanyang had already drawn his sword and rushed towards Hongfeng. Just from the look in Hongfeng's eyes just now, He Wanyang already knew that the other party had no intention of letting them go today. If it was before she became the leader, she would probably be hesitant and hesitate to move forward because of the friendship she had with Hongfeng when they worked together before. But now that she has become the leader, she understands very well that any hesitation on her part could very likely lead to the death of Lu Huizhong, Li Huaxiang, and the Bai Yuan sisters. She is the strongest person among the few people now. In times of crisis, only she can protect everyone. She must make the best choice. Charge! She muttered something in her heart, and her whole body turned into a stream of light and came in front of Hongfeng. Swish! A white light flashed, and the long sword was already on Hongfeng's neck. "I'll also count down to 5 for you and let them go." Everyone in the Phoenix was shocked. They are already the elites of the Phoenix organization, and they believe that their strength is already top-notch in Zhongcheng. But just now, they didn't react until He Wanyang put the sword on Hongfeng's neck. What a terrifying speed! While hiding in the bushes and watching the battle, they felt that He Wanyang's speed was extraordinary. Now that I feel it up close, it's even more terrifying. A wave of coolness rises from the soles of your feet straight up to your head. They knew very well that even if Hongfeng was replaced by them, they would still not be able to block this sword. Hongfeng rolled his eyes and glanced at the long sword that was so close to him. After a brief moment of fear, what followed was jealousy. Especially after she saw He Wanyang's calm eyes, the jealousy in her heart almost turned into tangible flames that burst out of her eyes. "He Wanyang, you must be very proud of yourself, right? A month ago, I was the leader of the organization, and you were just a captain under me. You lived on my salary. In such a short time, you climbed over my head. I picked out the organization I worked so hard to build and climbed to the 2nd place on the Monument of Fame. Now, you can even put a sword on my neck and control my life. But what are you so proud of? Don't think I don't know that the only reason you can reach this point is because you have a good husband. Without your husband, what are you?" Swish! He Wanyang raised his sword, and Hongfeng's left arm flew off. "1 second left," she said coldly. "Ah!" Because He Wanyang's sword was drawn very quickly, Hongfeng felt the pain only at this time and screamed. However, to He Wanyang's surprise, Hongfeng did not choose to compromise, but instead his face turned fierce and he shouted. "What are you still standing there for? Let's go together. Kill her for me." After saying that, she took the initiative to cut her neck with the sword blade and fell to the ground. "What?" Hongfeng's sudden action stunned everyone. He Wanyang looked down at Hongfeng's body, feeling extremely puzzled. Cutting off the right arm was just to force Hongfeng to compromise. Moreover, if the right arm is broken, you can pay some money to ask a priest to help regenerate the broken limb. She never expected that Hong Feng would be so strong-willed that he would choose to commit suicide. Brothers. Hong Feng is dead. If we go back empty-handed, we won't be able to report back. While her skills are still on cooldown, let's all go together and kill her. Explode the guild order of her professional space. Following a shout from an unknown Phoenix member, all the Phoenix members reacted and launched an attack at the same time. Most of them attacked Huanyang. A small number of people chose to deal with Liu Huizhong and his companions. Things had already gone in the worst direction, and Huanyang immediately took action. Although the Phoenix has more people, she has an absolute advantage in speed. There was clearly a group of people surrounding her, but she was only seen rushing left and right in the crowd, with blood spurting out with every strike of her sword, like a tiger among a flock of sheep, and no one could pose a threat to her at all. She cut off the long-range professions at the first opportunity. Even if an assassin in close combat could occasionally sneak attack her, it wouldn't have much effect. The difference in endurance, coupled with the damage reduction of the equipment on the body, can't cause much damage at all. After finally losing some blood, I took a small red bottle and it was immediately filled up. Such super combat power made the Phoenix people complain bitterly. In just a short while, dozens of people fell to the ground screaming and lost their fighting ability. On the other hand, Liu Huizhong was the sword master before the world fusion, and his swordsmanship was extraordinary. Although he did not have an overwhelming advantage in hard attributes, he was able to completely suppress the besieging Phoenix members with his exquisite sword skills in cooperation with Li Huaxiang and others. Even if Huanyang does not intervene later, judging from the situation, it is only a matter of time before the battle ends. On the other side, Nantian, who was also leveling up in the wild, received a call from Fang Yue. After just 2 words, Nantian's eyebrows stood up. What did you say? The guild token is out. Hong Feng died trying to snatch the token. The elite of the Phoenix were defeated. Mad. He hung up the phone and yelled through gritted teeth. Brothers. All attack. Target Crescent Bay, kill Yunyang for me. Chapter 73. Upon hearing the order, the Phoenix members immediately conveyed it to each other. Soon, nearly 1,000 members of the Phoenix began to move towards Crescent Bay at full speed. During the march, many Phoenix members looked hesitant and whispered to each other. Is the boss crazy? Are you really going to attack Yunyang? Yunyang has the City Lord and the Beast Taming Palace as its backers. Haha. Isn't it all for Hong Feng? This BCH is a well-known socialite. She has affairs with many leaders of large organizations. I heard that she has connections with our president and vice president as well. Big brother, what is internal communication? Go away. Don't ask so many questions, kid. No wonder. No wonder the president got so angry when he heard that Hong Feng was in trouble. If you ask me, he is just obsessed with S**X. He doesn't even think about it. If Yunyang is really dead, let alone whether the Beastmaster Palace will pursue the matter, even if the City Lord pursues it, we won't be able to withstand it. Hey! I don't care about that. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Chen Chong looked at the large group of Phoenix members and asked Nantian. This Yunyang, is he the enemy organization you mentioned before? That's right. Nantian said with hatred, it's this one, opposing us everywhere. Zhou Yun, who caused you to be captured by the Guardian Corps 3 days ago, is the deputy leader of Yunyang. Chen Chong, who had been indifferent to the matter, suddenly became distorted after hearing this. Zhou Yun. So that's the organization he belongs to. Don't interfere in this matter. I want to personally destroy everyone in this organization. Nantian was delighted, but his expression remained serious. Brother, don't be careless. According to reports from my subordinates, its leader is extremely powerful. Even if hundreds of elites in my organization attack her together, they are no match for her. Humph. Nan Tian said disdainfully, that only shows that your subordinates are a bunch of rubbish. Once we find the people, don't make any move. Just wait and see how I kill them. Brother, you'd better be careful. Nantian reminded again, the leader of Yunyang, Huanyang, is Zhou Yun's wife. She might have some strange equipment on her. Zhou Yun's wife? Chen Chong was suddenly shocked. You reminded me, is Zhou Yun in Bay? No. That's good. Chen Chong's ferocious expression returned to its original state. Wait until I kill his wife and let him know what happens when he offends me. After he finished speaking, he found that Nantian was looking at him in surprise. He hurriedly explained, I'm not afraid of Zhou Yun. It's just that the equipment he's wearing has a weird effect, and I don't want to lose my composure again. I understand. I completely understand. Nantian nodded repeatedly. Crescent Bay. When the remaining members of Phoenix saw that the situation was not going well, they immediately chose to run away. Huanyang did not chase after them, but instead ordered everyone to leave Crescent Bay immediately and retreat to a safe area. However, on the way of retreat, they were surrounded by a large Phoenix army led by Nan Tian. Seeing the aggressive and murderous Phoenix army, Huanyang's mood instantly became heavy. Turn around. Go back to Crescent Bay. She responded immediately. No matter how strong her personal fighting ability is, she is powerless against so many people. At this moment, only by returning to Crescent Bay and relying on the Moon Fox can we have a chance to deal with the Phoenix. However, just as they were about to turn back, Fang Yawei and a group of people blocked their way. Want to run? Fang Yawei walked out with a sneer, taking steps. Can you run away? I have been following you for so long, waiting for this moment. The appearance of Fang Yawei completely disrupted Huanyang's plan. What surprised her even more was that Hong Feng actually walked out from behind Fang Yawei. Look at your expression. Are you surprised? She narrowed her eyes and said with a fake smile, you are quite capable to force me to fake my death and escape. Compared to when you were in Red Maple, you have indeed made some progress. But, she suddenly frowned, you're still too young. Hand over the guild token immediately. Otherwise, this is a free combat zone, don't seek your own death. If we hand over the guild token, we can leave safely. Huanyang looked at Hong Feng, then at Nantian. Nantian Yayao and Hong Feng looked at each other, then replied without comment. Hand over the guild token first, and then we can talk about other things. What the hell are you talking about? Stop wasting time. Chen Chong came out impatiently, you are Zhou Yun's wife, right? Today is the day you die. After saying that, he turned into a ray of golden light, rushed in front of Huanyang, and punched him. Huanyang's pupils shrank slightly, and he subconsciously raised his sword to block. Bang! Huanyang vomited blood and flew backwards. Leader. Lu Huizhong and others all changed color. Chen Chong's strength, which enabled her to injure Huanyang with just one punch, greatly shocked them. FKU. After a brief moment of shock, Li Huaxiang became angry instead of fear, with veins popping out on her forehead. Did you ask me before you hurt my boss? After saying that, she rushed forward, raised her sword and chopped down at Chen Chong's head. Get out of here, UBD. Chen Chong kicked Li Huaxiang with disdain, sending her flying more than 10 meters away. After landing, Li Huaxiang vomited blood and struggled for a few times, but was unable to stand up and fainted. Sister Xiang Xiang. Bai Yuan Yuan and Bai Tian Tian, who were in a state of shock, looked at Chen Chong with hatred when they saw this scene. Bad guy. I'll beat you to death. As they spoke, they surrounded the enemy from both sides, charged at the same time, and drew their swords at the same time. But it's too slow. Chen Chong arrived first and grabbed their necks with one hand each. Just as he was about to exert force to break it, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a sharp edge below. He immediately threw the two women away and started to block. When the fist and sword collided, there was actually a sound of metal clashing. After blocking 3 swords, Chen Chong held the sword with one hand and said in a low voice, "You old man, you are quite capable. If it weren't for my high level of cultivation, I would have really been hurt by you. But now..." He smiled and kicked out, "Go to hell." Seeing Lu Huizhong vomiting blood and falling to the ground, the Phoenix members including Nantian looked reluctant. Unlike others, Lu Huizhong was one of the 3 sword masters of Daxia before the worlds merged. He had both virtue and strength and was deeply loved by the people. Mr. Lu. After drinking the little red bottle, He Wanyang forced herself to stand up and walked to Lu Huizhong, handing him the little red bottle. Lu Huizhong just looked anxiously at the Bai Yuan sisters and Li Huaxiang. "Don't worry about me, save them first. You want to drink medicine to recover in front of me." Chen Chong sneered and turned into a golden light and rushed forward again. However, with a bang, a golden barrier suddenly appeared and knocked him out. What the hell? Chen Chong staggered 2 steps to steady herself, confused and uncertain. This should be the Xiaowuji Huitian formation plate that I mentioned to my senior brother before. Nan Tian said, "They used despicable means to snatch it from us." Small Wuji Huitian formation plate. Chen Chong frowned, "I have heard of this thing in the section. It can protect against both inside and outside, it's a pretty good treasure." "What a pity, baby, it depends on who uses it. Without sufficient cultivation support, no matter how powerful the formation is, how long can you maintain it?" Nantian immediately understood and waved his hand, saying, "Everyone, attack the golden barrier together." River City. Zhou Yun, who was forging equipment, was interrupted by a rapid knock on the door. "Zhou Yun. All phoenixes, go out and surround your wife. Go save them." Chapter 74. What? Zhou Yun hurriedly opened the door, only to see Zhao Lin standing outside. Moreover, he was wearing the uniform of the Phoenix organization. Seeing Zhou Yun's slightly puzzled look, Zhao Lin panted and said, "I know you have questions to ask, but there is no time. Trust me. Go to Crescent Bay and save your wife. It's too late to come." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly realized that Zhou Yun in front of him had disappeared out of thin air. Crescent Bay. At Nantian's command, all members of the Phoenix began to attack the golden barrier cast by Xiaowuji's Hushan formation. Under the attack of so many people, the golden barrier shook violently like water waves. At this time, with the help of the little red bottle, Lu Huizhong and Li Huaxiang's conditions both recovered quickly. Although they were seriously injured, fortunately their lives were not in danger. This made He Wanyang feel temporarily relieved. After confirming everyone's safety, she stood up, raised the sword in her hand, and suddenly slashed towards Chen Chong with the Frost Sky Sword. She knew very well that with the power of the Frost Sky Sword, the melee professionals of the Phoenix who were attacking in front of the golden barrier would be killed instantly. But she couldn't care less. She has a clear understanding of the current situation. Either you die or I live. If we show mercy at this time, we will be playing with the lives of all our people. Swish! The ice-blue fan-shaped sword energy passed through the golden barrier unhindered. Just when it was about to hit the Phoenix members, 2 huge golden hands appeared, with 5 fingers forming claws, tightly grasping the fan-shaped sword energy. Sizzle! When the two collided, the ice-blue sword energy was like a sharp blade, constantly cutting the golden hand, making an extremely harsh sound. The powerful thrust forced Chen Chong's legs to sink continuously, and she had to dig deep into the mud to keep moving forward. Bang! After a few seconds of stalemate, the ice-blue sword energy suddenly shattered. Chen Chong put her bleeding hands behind her back, and her face slowly recovered from its red state. What a trick! He stared at He Wanyang with a gloomy face and said. You are just an ordinary swordsman, but you have the means to hurt me. You are so proud of yourself. But that's why you really pd me off. I originally wanted to wait until this barrier was broken before I could properly deal with you, but now I can't wait any longer. He suddenly waved his right hand. Nantian understood and immediately ordered, everyone retreat. The Phoenix members besieging the barrier immediately retreated. Especially those people who were almost hit by the ice blue sword energy just now, they retreated faster than anyone else. Others didn't know, but they could feel the biting coldness and sharpness of the ice blue sword energy up close. If they are caught, they will surely die. After the Phoenix people retreated, Chen Chong suddenly clenched his fists, and a golden light began to rise from his body. Ha! As he roared with angry eyes, countless golden lights shot towards the golden barrier. Ding 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 ding! These streams of light were blocked by the golden barrier. Seeing this scene, He Wanyang and others felt a little relieved. I thought there was some special means, but this is it. Li Huaxiang couldn't help but sneer. The punch that Chen Chong threw at her just now not only did not scare her, but made her even more hostile towards Chen Chong. Unfortunately, we are all warriors. Lu Huizhong said, except for the leader, we all lack long-range attack methods. Otherwise, with the characteristics of the Golden Barrier, we can definitely launch a powerful counterattack. Are we lagging behind again? Bai Yuan and Bai Tian lowered their heads, looking very frustrated. Li Huaxiang suddenly laughed, if I can go back alive, I must find a way to learn a long-range skill. You still want to go back alive? Chen Chong sneered, you are just wishful thinking. As he spoke, he roared again, and the golden light on his body became even stronger. The golden light shooting towards the golden barrier also became more dense. Don't waste your energy. Li Huaxiang mocked, you think you are so great, but in front of this formation, you are nothing. Really? Chen Chong's mouth curled up in a cruel and weird arc. Just as he spoke, Li Huaxiang suddenly widened her eyes. Because, the golden light that had been completely blocked just now actually passed through the barrier and shot towards them. Caught off guard, He Wanyang and others were hit one after another. Seeing this scene, Chen Chong felt extremely proud. This is his master's secret technique, called refining the energy into silk. As long as the qi is condensed and small enough, it can theoretically penetrate all obstacles, including formation barriers. Of course, there are also disadvantages to refining the gang into silk, and that is that the lethality will be greatly reduced as the gang silk becomes thinner. If it weren't for the overwhelming strength, this move would basically not be used. He Wanyang and others also noticed this. They found that although these golden lights hit them, they did not cause much harm to them. Trouble. Lu Huizhong immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Although the lethality of these streams of light is weak, they can penetrate the barrier and have a very wide range. We have no way to avoid them. If this continues for just a little longer, we'll all be dead. Ha 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 ha. Chen Chong laughed triumphantly while maintaining the scattering of the light. Old man, you react pretty quickly. But it's no use reacting quickly. Even if you realize the problem, how can you resolve it? Ha ha ha. Hong Feng also started laughing. Seeing that He Wanyang was about to be killed, even though she didn't do it herself, she still felt extremely relieved. Faced with the current critical situation, He Wanyang forced herself to calm down, her brain working quickly, and distributed the small red bottles to everyone so that everyone could stay alive. Chief, keep the little red bottle for yourself. Lu Huizhong pushed the little red bottle back. I am old and childless. I will die if I die. Mr. Lu, please don't say such discouraging words. He Wanyang was tough for once and forced the little red bottle to Lu Huizhong. I just called my husband for help. He should be on his way to rescue with his men now. Before that, we must not give up. When everyone heard this, their spirits immediately lifted. Although they did not think Zhou Yun was stronger than Chen Chong, for some reason, they always had considerable trust in Zhou Yun. However, they did not notice the flash of sadness in He Wanyang's eyes. She did make calls and send messages on the way, but for some reason, she was unsuccessful. There is only one possible explanation for this situation, that is, the Phoenix used a signal jammer. In today's siege, the other side had no intention of letting their people return alive. Hong Feng seemed to see what He Wanyang was thinking and laughed. Stop having unrealistic fantasies. I've long known that the city lord takes special care of you. So in order to prevent the city lord from sending people to rescue you, we have already blocked all the signals around here. Just wait to die. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Chen Chong suddenly cover his head with one hand, seeming to be in some pain. Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Nantian, who also noticed this, asked hurriedly. Chen Chong shook her head vigorously, I'm fine. For some reason, he suddenly felt dizzy. Chapter 75. Fine? Nantian was a little confused. Why would you suddenly cover your head for no reason? But since Chen Chong said so, he didn't ask any more questions. He knew that Chen Chong was a person who cared a lot about her reputation. But after a while, he saw Chen Chong's left leg suddenly go weak and she staggered. Brother. He spoke again carefully. I told you it's okay. Chen Chong said angrily, shut your mouth. All right. Nantian smacked his lips, feeling a little bored. In fact, if Chen Chong was not so powerful and an inner sect disciple, he would not have bothered to ask more questions. Chen Chong also felt something was wrong at this time. He suddenly felt dizzy, and he could understand that it was caused by mental fatigue as he had not slept well in prison in the past few days. But what does it mean when my left leg cramps? He is a warrior. And he is a warrior from Wushan Mountain. He is an inner disciple of Wushan Mountain with a high level of cultivation. This body has been tempered countless times. Not to mention cramps, even a slight itching is impossible. However, this impossible thing happened. This feeling was extremely unfamiliar to him. He vaguely remembered that the last time he had a cramp was on that day. It was a snowy night. Vomit. His stomach suddenly churned and he vomited all the fish-flavored pork and oatmeal he had eaten in the morning. Cough, cough, cough. The sudden vomiting made him cough continuously. What's going on? Why did you vomit suddenly? Pregnant. They say he has vomiting and diarrhea. Will he have diarrhea next? This time Nantian didn't say anything, but the Phoenix members who were watching started talking in a low voice. Nantian has a black face. I didn't even dare to say a word, how dare you guys say anything? Don't you know that a powerful warrior has sharp 5 senses? Sure enough, after vomiting, Chen Chong turned her head away with a very scary look in her eyes. The members of Phoenix immediately shut their mouths and looked determined as if they were determined to join the party. Because of the chaos of voices just now, Chen Chong couldn't accurately determine who was talking about him. So he looked towards Nantian and asked threateningly. Is this how I look to your men? No, 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 Nantian hurriedly explained, brother, please don't misunderstand me, I... Puff. A muffled sound of breathing interrupted Nantian's words. At the same time, a foul smell, guided by the wind, quickly reached the nasal cavity of everyone present. Ugh! It stinks! What a disgusting smell! Ugh! Who went to the toilet without wiping his butt? Oh my god! I'm suffocating! The Phoenix members covered their noses and angrily looked for the source of the stench. Soon, all their eyes were focused on Chen Chong. The air froze at this moment. What are you looking at? Nantian tried to smooth things over. Are you even going to doubt my senior brother? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a bang. Chen Chong exploded. No, to be precise, it was his clothes that exploded. That's right, in order to maintain his elegant, handsome, and stylish image, he wore casual clothes today. The advantage of casual clothes is that they are light and easy to move around in, which is very similar to cloth armor. But wearing cloth armor for a long time will reduce its durability. The more valuable the cloth armor is, the more it costs to repair. Therefore, for warriors, unless they have a sturdy opponent, they will deal with it in ordinary clothes. However, casual clothes also have their disadvantages, which is that they are easily damaged. Just like now, it exploded easily. 2 semicircles covered with yellow viscous liquid were exposed to everyone. Ah! The people of the Phoenix were stunned at first, and then greatly frightened. They turned around hurriedly, pretending that they saw nothing. Every failure is a learning experience. The discussion just now almost caused a disaster. Now I can't do it again no matter what. However, some things are not so easy to endure. It's like, they keep shrugging and shaking their shoulders. Chen Chong exploded. His clothes exploded, and so did his mentality. In his opinion, those shrugging shoulders were naked mockery of him. Moreover, this kind of ridicule is thousands or even tens of thousands times more lethal than simple words. He could even hear their inner subtexts through their backs. You still said it wasn't you, now you have nothing to say, right? A grown man, how shameless. I didn't expect the leader's senior brother to be such a perverted exhibitionist. Ah! He armed himself with cloth armor and roared to the sky. It's him! It's him! It's him! Zhou Yun! He clenched his teeth so hard that blood came out. At this moment, his hatred for Zhou Yun could not be increased any more. He firmly believed that his idea was correct. This familiar feeling. Familiar taste. First the diarrhea breaks out, then the clothes burst. Passers-by kept shouting to sell ma pai. I should have thought of it earlier. He retracted the golden light, his eyes like cones, staring at Huanyang. You are Zhou Yun's wife. Then of course his equipment might be available to you. I was careless. So, now, I want to let you see the consequences of offending me to this extent. He suddenly thrust his right hand into his heart, causing blood to splatter everywhere. But when he pulled his hand out, not only did he not die, his aura instead increased wildly. A hurricane appeared out of nowhere and swirled around him. The people of the Phoenix were unable to open their eyes due to the strong wind pressure, and they had to try their best to keep their bodies steady. The surrounding grass and trees began to sway wildly and could fall off the ground at any time. Seeing this, Li Huaxiang knew that there was no escape from this, so she just threw the jar in the air and said, "Kill if you want. Even if you kill us, it won't change the fact that you are short." Swish! Chen Chong's eyes suddenly turned golden, full of oppression. "Girl! I'm going to smash your mouth right now." Bang! He punched out suddenly. Just one punch caused the golden barrier to shake violently. Also shaking with it were the hearts of Huanyang and others. However, this punch was just the beginning. Next, Chen Chong started punching wildly. Because the punch was thrown too fast, an afterimage was left. Boom boom boom. A series of loud noises echoed in Crescent Bay. Even the Moon Fox, the master of Crescent Bay, sensed the danger and hid away. This attack lasted only 3 seconds before the golden barrier was broken. Ah! Bai Tian and Bai Yuan screamed in fright. Huanyang and Lu Huizhong had already prepared for defense, ready to fight to the death. Li Huaxiang was fearless and took the initiative, rushing towards Chen Chong. Die! Chen Chong, who had been patient for a long time, did not hesitate at all. The moment the barrier shattered, she punched out. The golden fist whined, like a mountain, pressed towards Huanyang and others. Just at this moment, nothing in the world can enter my heart. All I have to rely on are my fists. The super strong man, the martial saint, has arrived at this moment. Chapter 76. Super Strong. Martial Saint. Everyone present was shocked. Not long ago, they had heard a similar announcement from heaven. However, the super powerful person announced last time was the Sword God. They had never experienced how powerful the Sword God was up close. However, at the celebration, the Frost Sword Master had stated many times that it was a Sword Master, not her, who finally killed the zombie dragon Ophelia. The last sword that seemed to split the whole world in half was swung by that senior. Although Shuanghan did not explicitly say which senior it was, nor did he say the senior's name. But everyone had the same answer in their hearts. Sword God. It must be the Sword God who ascended in the moonlight. Because the peerless sharpness that the Sword God showed when he first appeared is in the same vein as the sharpness of the sword that finally divided the heaven and earth. So the problem arises. Having both been notified by the heavenly Dao, could the martial saint be weaker than the Sword God? Just as doubts arose in their minds, a powerful pressure came from above. Bang! Except for He Wanyang and others, all the others, including Chen Chong, felt their knees go weak and they fell to the ground. This kind of pressure is not only physical, but also spiritual. The physical pressure is secondary. What is more important is that the mind has been subdued. It is the most primitive and instinctive obedience of the weak to the strong. This instinct is so strong that most people can't even muster the urge to resist or stand up. Only a few with slightly stronger wills can barely think. Why? Nan Tian thought hard, why would such a strong man appear at this time? Could it be that this strong man is also here to help Yun Yang? No, there is no doubt about it, it must be like this. Otherwise, why did this strong man appear just when Yun Yang was about to die at the hands of senior brother, not earlier or later? But why? Why? Yun Yang is just a small organization that was established not long ago. How can he come into contact with such an existence? And receive its protection? Ah! Hong Feng struggled frantically, trying to raise his head to see the situation in front of him and the face of the strong man who suddenly appeared. See clearly whether He Wanyang was killed. She thought of the same thing that Nantian thought of. That's why she felt unwilling. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. He Wanyang would have died in front of her. But she couldn't lift her head. Although she tried her best and gave her all, she just couldn't complete a very simple action, which was to raise her head. My body is shaking, I am sweating, my blood is rushing. But her head remained lowered, not moving at all. It was as if being nailed into the void by countless nails. Ha ha ha! Chen Chong knelt on the ground, trembling all over, and her pupils had shrunk to a dot. My whole body is soaked with sweat. Only the ignorant can be fearless. Compared to the people of the Phoenix, with his strength, he can feel the horror of the newcomer more. Super strong, the martial saint. Although he was also called the martial saint like the leader of their sect, he knew in his heart that the two were not on the same level at all. No, it should be said that they are not in the same dimension at all. It's not like he hasn't felt the pressure from their sect leader before, but at most it just brought him some heavy pressure. But now the pressure from this person was so strong that he had no intention of resisting. He had no doubt at all that as long as the other party said one word, or even had one thought, asking him to die, he would do it immediately without hesitation. Because of this, his desire to survive instantly reached its peak. He knew very well that in front of such a super strong man, even if he was an inner disciple of Wushan Mountain, he was just like an ant and was not worthy of being in the other party's eyes at all. The reason why he suddenly showed up and exerted his power was definitely because he had done something that made the other party unhappy. As for what it is, unimportant. No need to ask. There is only one thing he can do now. He tried his best, crushing his potential, and finally managed to open his teeth and make an indistinct sound. I was wrong, ran. Bang. Before he could finish his words, his entire body exploded into a ball of bloody mist without any warning. Ah! Huanyang and others who witnessed all this were obviously shocked. This way of death is too direct, too abrupt, and too cruel. However, when they thought about how they almost died at the hands of Chen Chong, the slight bit of pity that had just risen in their hearts immediately disappeared without a trace. "Thank you for saving my life, old man." Lu Huizhong was the first to thank the figure in front of him, who was very close but whose face could not be seen clearly and whose whole body was shrouded in golden light. "Thank you, senior. Thank you." Wu. Having just been on the brink of death, the Bai Yuan sisters who survived the disaster are obviously not yet recovered. "Thank you for your help, senior. Li Huaxiang will never forget it." Li Huaxiang knelt down very quickly and kowtowed 3 times. She knew very well that if it weren't for the super strong man who appeared in front of her, she would have been a corpse by now. Only Huanyang looked hesitant. "You." She stretched out her hand hesitantly, as if wanting to touch the figure in front of her. Because for some reason, she felt that the super strong man in front of her should be someone very, very close to her. Although this speculation is groundless and without basis, it is so certain. "Chief." Lu Huizhong was shocked and reminded. "Such a super strong person saved your life, and not only did you not express your gratitude immediately, but you even wanted to attack him? This is simply blasphemy. What should I do if the other person gets angry?" Fortunately, Huanyang did not continue the action of reaching out to touch her, but withdrew her hand halfway through. "Thank you, senior, for saving my life. I'm glad you're okay." Zhou Yun forced himself to calm down and spoke in a calm tone. Although he arrived in time, he still feels frightened until now. If Shaolin hadn't reported it in time. If I hadn't logged into the martial saint character and rushed to the rescue. Now, we may not see Huanyang anymore. In this life, the fundamental meaning of his existence is his wife and daughter. If anything happened to any of them, he really didn't know how to face it. Zhou Yun. You have so many cards in your hand, but you let your wife's life be in such danger. You deserve to die." While repeatedly cursing himself in his heart, he raised his right palm and pointed it at the people of the Phoenix. Huanyang encountered such danger, and each and every one of these people cannot escape responsibility. So, all die. Chapter 77. Don't want. As if they had telepathic connection, Huanyang understood Zhou Yun's intention the moment Zhou Yun raised his hand and immediately spoke out to stop him. At this moment, if it were someone else, it would be impossible to retract the moves that had already been made. But when Zhou Yun reached the level of martial saint, his martial arts skills had reached the peak and he could control them freely. So he withdrew his hand. However, he felt somewhat disappointed in his heart. Disappointed at Huanyang's kindness and leniency. Killing only the main culprit and leaving the others behind would certainly make the survivors grateful. But what's the point? However, he also understood that Huanyang had always been kind and tolerant, and it would be difficult for her to accept seeing so many people die for her. Even though, she is now the leader of Yunyang. However, Huanyang's next words greatly surprised Zhou Yun. "Senior, can you let me do it myself?" Zhou Yun was slightly stunned, then laughed out loud in his heart. He could tell from Huanyang's voice that she was very conflicted and reluctant, even her voice was trembling. But she still made such a decision. This shows that she has already made up her mind. Of course. Zhou Yun agreed readily and pointed out. And then, nothing seemed to happen. Only a golden spot appeared on the foreheads of the Phoenix people. At this moment, the pressure dissipated, and the people of the Phoenix immediately kowtowed to Zhou Yun to thank him for not killing them. They had no doubt that Zhou Yun was capable of killing them all with one blow. The terrifying fluctuations just now almost made them see the end of their lives. I just don't know why this super strong man in front of me suddenly changed his mind. Thank you for not killing me, senior. Thank you, Chief Yunyang, for pleading for us. Thank you. I was just following orders before. I didn't really want to be an enemy of Yunyang. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. The few people who were still alive burst into tears and thanked Huanyang repeatedly, celebrating their survival. But most of the people, including Nantian, Hongfeng, and Fang Yawei, suddenly showed resentment on their faces, stood up and cursed at Huanyang loudly. Is a martial saint so great? Just because you are so powerful you can kill people at will? Just wait and see. One day I will take revenge. Huanyang, you stinky BCH. You hook up with strong men everywhere. Your husband must not know how many cuckolds you have made him, right? Ha 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 ha. You're lucky this time. When I come back, I won't give you any chance to fight back. Every word these people said was like a sharp blade, piercing Huanyang's heart and making her face turn pale. This made the decision that she had made reluctantly become much easier to accept. She resolutely raised her sword and killed the people in front of her. Everyone wanted to resist, but found themselves unable to move and could only be slaughtered. Huanyang, just like slaughtering pigs and dogs, one by one with his sword, one pair of swords, one piece by one sword, and then he started to sweep across. Whether they admit their mistakes and express gratitude or curse them, we treat them all equally and draw our swords against them all. Every time someone fell under her sword, she would feel extremely uncomfortable. But she forced herself to suppress the discomfort in her heart and drew her sword again and again. Because she knew very well that if it weren't for this mysterious man's help this time, not only herself, but also everyone who followed her would die. At the same time, the golden spots on the foreheads of every person who was killed began to shine. Dense golden lines instantly covered their entire bodies. Then, their bodies collapsed like rocks. In just a blink of an eye, it turned into wisps of dust. At the same time, in various places in Zhongcheng, people who were related to these people within 5 generations also died in the same way. They all died from the Xingjun temple's secret technique, the Xingjun finger. After being tricked, not only will they involuntarily reveal the truth, but their life and death will also depend on Zhou Yun's decision. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Its accompanying effect of exterminating 9 generations of a clan can minimize the risk of future troubles. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhou Yun didn't feel the slightest bit of emotion. Although, no matter in his past life or this life, this was the first time he had truly killed someone. Still killed so many people. But so what? Huanyang and Cheng Cheng are his only 2 relatives in this world. Nothing can be more important than them. Seeing that the dust had settled, Zhou Yun prepared to leave and logged out. But when I looked at the time, I felt a little regretful. Because, so far, only 48 seconds have passed since the login time. If you log out now, 12 seconds will be wasted. However, because the incident happened so suddenly, he didn't figure out how to use the remaining time. Take Huanyang and the others to upgrade? Obviously unrealistic. The experience gained from killing monsters is determined based on the damage ratio. I helped them kill, so almost all the experience was mine, and they couldn't get much of it. Teach martial arts? There are a few special martial arts that can be taught across professions, but the problem is that they are quite time-consuming. Not to mention 112 seconds, even 112 seconds would not be enough. So, go find some treasures? For example, robbing a sect? There is still time. The key point is that there is no grudge between us, so I feel embarrassed to do it. Wushan sect? It's possible. Although Chen Chong is dead now. Wrong. Zhou Yun's expression suddenly changed. Where is Zhang Lei? What about Zhang Lei, who was so arrogant in the forge shop but was knocked down by me with one move? Why isn't he here? He immediately closed his eyes, and golden light rolled and rose all over his body like mist. On a whim, he was using his powerful sixth sense to sense where Zhang Lei was and why he didn't appear here. Almost instantly, he got the result. This result surprised him greatly. I didn't expect that he had a backup plan. His eyes flashed with coldness. It's a pity that he met me. If someone else had come, you would have gotten away with it. As he spoke, he had disappeared from the spot. Base Heppo is 50 kilometers away from Crescent Bay. Under Zhang Lei's nervous and anxious gaze, a small sapling grew rapidly, sprouting branches, leaves, and bearing fruit. Then the fruit ripened and fell to the ground, the skin cracked open, and a baby appeared. The baby grew in the wind and soon reached adult size. And his appearance is exactly the same as Chen Chong. When Chen Chong opened her eyes, Zhang Lei finally let go of the heavy burden in his heart. Brother! What happened? Just now, the blood jade branch suddenly became hot. I was almost scared to death. If anything happens to my brother, I really don't know how to explain it to my sister. Luckily you reacted in time. Chen Chong put on her clothes and said in fear, the blood jade branch can only be effective in resurrecting me within 1 minute of my death. If you were just a little slower, I would have confessed. Brother, what happened? How could you do this? Zhang Lei was very puzzled. In his opinion, no one in this mortal world could threaten Chen Chong, let alone kill him. Where is my senior sister? Chen Chong asked instead of answering. He was with me just now, so he should be nearby. What's wrong, brother? Don't wait for her. Chen Chong ran away, shouting with lingering fear, right now, return to the clan as fast as possible. However, before he could take 2 steps, a voice that was enough to scare him to death appeared in his ears. Run? Can you run? A huge fist mark as big as a mountain fell from the sky. Chapter 78. Ah! Although Chen Chong did not see the fist mark covering the sky above his head, the terrifying aura emanating from the fist mark almost shattered his soul. His originally very light body sank suddenly due to the sudden pressure, and 1 foot sank into the ground. Under normal circumstances, if he suddenly lost his balance, even if he didn't fall, he would stagger a few times and be in a very embarrassing state. However, now, stimulated by the extreme sense of crisis, his desire to survive is unprecedentedly high, and his control over his body has reached an unprecedented level. Therefore, not only did he not fall, but he just shook his body slightly and continued running very smoothly. 1 kick. 2 feet. Tripod. After taking 3 steps, most of his body was buried in the ground, but it did not affect his running posture. Stay alive. Stay alive. I must survive. I am the sect's most promising inner disciple, and I will soon be promoted to a true disciple. After being promoted to a true disciple, you will be eligible to marry a senior sister and become the heir of the sect. My future is bright. I still have endless possibilities. I absolutely cannot die here. However, the fist fell in an instant and reached his head, without changing at all according to his will. As if he had seen death, his eyes were bloodshot and he cried out in a mournful voice, "Senior sister, save me." Just as he finished speaking, a fierce voice came from a distance, "Who dares to touch my little darling? You're looking for death." Boom! The fist landed, causing dust to fly, sand and rocks to fly, and the earth to shake. At the end of her life, Chen Chong only had time to see that bright red, familiar and huge figure once before she turned into dust. Ah! A shrill scream resounded through the sky. The huge figure, which was as wide as 3 ordinary people, felt the disappearance of Chen Chong's life force. Tears and blood flowed from his eyes. He seemed to be crazy and transformed into hundreds of clones, all attacking Zhou Yun. "Give me back my little darling's life." Compared with Chen Chong, her offensive power is even more fierce and her martial arts are more sophisticated. However, it still does not pose any threat to Zhou Yun. He didn't even frown, he just clenched one hand, and all the attacks against him instantly became invisible. At the same time, senior sister Chen Chong suddenly felt her whole body tighten, as if she was restrained by a terrifying force and rapidly shrinking. Martial Saint body! Break it for me! A dazzling golden light burst out from her whole body, and even her skin instantly turned golden. What she displayed was the secret skill of Wushan Mountain, Wushan body. Once performed, it can greatly increase the body's toughness and strength. Her reaction was quick and correct. However, she was facing Zhou Yun. Bang! The so-called martial saint body couldn't even survive a tenth of a breath at Zhou Yun's hands, and was crushed into a bloody mist along with her body. Just when Zhou Yun thought that the matter had come to an end, a gold medal fell from the blood mist. Then, the gold medal shone brightly, and an old but extremely angry voice came out of it. Who is it? To take the life of my precious daughter. You have committed such a heinous crime. No one in heaven or on earth can save you. Die! A huge golden hand emerged from the gold medal, quickly grew larger, and soon covered half of the sky, covering Zhou Yun. One after another. What a trouble! Zhou Yun frowned slightly and closed his eyes. At the same time, he clenched his right hand and slapped out with a loud bang. The secret teachings of the true ancestor temple, the most powerful and fierce secret technique. True ancestor great hand seal. Boom! The entire space shook violently. The golden handprint that was so powerful and majestic just a moment ago instantly turned into golden light mist and dissipated. The gold medal also turned into powder with a crisp bang. Wushan Mountain. The Hall of the Martial Saint. A strong old man sitting on a mat suddenly felt blood all over his body, and then he vomited blood with a puff sound. Metropolitan. Master, what's wrong with you? What happened? Inside the hall, many elders, hall masters, and peak masters were horrified. Because just now, their sect leader was discussing with them how the next 6 sects martial arts conference should be held. While the topic was going on, the clan leader suddenly flew into a rage and attacked in mid-air. Then, they saw the sect leader vomiting blood. Not good. We have encountered a terrifying enemy. The great elder said in horror. In just a split second, the sect master was seriously injured. This is the result of a fight in the void. If we face this enemy head-on, we will definitely not be their match. Quickly activate the mountain protection formation. What? The incident happened suddenly and everyone seemed caught off guard. But the great elder has always been known for his wisdom, and his judgment has never been wrong. Therefore, even if they had doubts in their hearts, they immediately activated the authority in their hands. Layer upon layer of golden barriers immediately enveloped the entire Wushan Mountain. At this time, the clan leader reluctantly spoke, the enemy's terror is unprecedented. He killed our daughter, but even with all our strength, we were no match for him. So, activate the mountain protection formation and seal the mountain. We will take revenge on them when we are strong enough. Before everyone could react, they heard a loud bang and the entire Wushan Mountain began to shake violently. It's him. He's here. The clan leader's eyes were full of hatred, but deep in his eyes there was horror. He never expected that the other party could find his location so quickly and come to him. Boom! There was another loud bang, and all the elders in the hall vomited blood and their faces turned pale. The mountain protection formation not only uses the earth veins as the core of the formation, but is also connected to all the elders. The formation was broken, which was equivalent to the destruction of the earth veins, and the elders were about to die. In just one breath, the 33-layer mountain protection formation was completely broken. The great elder covered his chest with his hands and looked towards the entrance of the hall, his eyes full of disbelief and fear. Sect Master, Secret Master, what kind of existence have you provoked? He shouted as if questioning, venting, or unwillingly. Above Wushan Mountain. Zhou Yun raised his hand, a hint of impatience flashing between his brows. Although he found the owner of the Golden Hand in Wushan Mountain on a whim. However, the little remaining time was further consumed. With the 2 punches that broke the formation, there were only 2 seconds left before 1 minute. It's always this extreme, really. He sighed in his heart and slowly pressed down his right palm. With 1 stroke, all souls are destroyed. The immortal slaying god palm. Boom! 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 The majestic Wushan mountain was lowering step by step, as if it was being pressed into the ground. Inside the temple of Martial Saint, the leader sensed the unprecedented disaster in Wushan mountain, and resolutely took out a yellow crystal, activated it with all his might, and shouted. The 4 sects of the Holy Way are of the same origin. Ancestors, please protect me and help me overcome this disaster. Chapter 79. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, there were bursts of slight buzzing sounds in the whole sky. 3 pillars of light, white, green and red, rose from behind Zhou Yun's left, right and directly behind him respectively. In addition, a yellow beam of light quickly rose from the Wushan mountain that was about to sink into the ground. After rising to a certain height, the 4-color light beams quickly diverged into dense silk threads, intersecting and connecting with each other, forming a large net, like a curtain, blocking Zhou Yun from below. Its appearance immediately took over all the pressure that Zhou Yun had exerted on Wushan mountain. 4 sacred formations. Zhou Yun frowned, anger suddenly rising in his heart. Even if it was the real 4 sacred formation, he could easily break it with the current version. Not to mention, the 4 sacred formations before them were only a roughly simplified version, and their power was far inferior to that of the real 4 sacred formations. But that wasn't what really made him angry. What made him angry was that the login time he had calculated just right was exceeded because of this clumsy 4 sacred formation. More than 1 minute. As long as it exceeds 1 minute, even if it only exceeds 0.0000001 seconds, heaven will calculate it as 2 minutes. This is the difference between a family affection value of 100 and a family affection value of 200. The loss is too great. Martial Saints sect. Good. Great job. He was smiling, but his eyes were cold. I originally just wanted to kill you to serve as a warning to others, but you insisted on dragging a few more scapegoats. Then I can only help you. Temple of the Martial Saint. At the moment when the 4 sacred formation was activated, the voices of the other 3 sect leaders immediately came out from the yellow crystal. What happened? Why is it that even the 4 sacred formations have been activated? Is the Wushan sect in trouble? At this time, the 4 saints formation had successfully blocked Zhou Yun's attack, but the leader of Wushan Mountain did not relax at all, and immediately said, "This is an urgent matter. There is no time to explain further. Please, for the sake of our nearly 1,000-year friendship, please help me overcome this difficult time and defeat this powerful enemy." On the yellow crystal, the other 3 sect leaders responded immediately. The 4 sects of the Holy Way are of the same origin, so it's easy to talk. That's the young man above your Wushan mountain, right? Humph. What's the point of talking about repelling him? Let's work together to kill him. That's right. The 4 saintly sects cannot be insulted. How dare he dare to tamper with the Tai Sui? I think he is tired of living. The words of the 3 sect leaders gave the Wushan Mountain sect leader a huge boost of confidence. Good. The 4 saints formation is an integrated attack and defense. With the support of the 4 saints formation, this thief will never return. 3 of you, please follow me. After saying this, he immediately clasped his hands together, and a huge golden shadow with the same face as him appeared on Wushan Mountain. Similar to him, 3 huge shadows appeared in the other 3 directions, white, green and red. Each of them is 100 feet tall, with angry eyes like a diamond, extremely powerful, sacred and solemn. And because the 4 sects are located in the 4 directions of Zhongcheng respectively, plus there is a four-colored net in the sky that spans the sky and the earth. All these strange phenomena attracted the attention of more and more people in Zhongcheng. Oh my god! What is that? The law of heaven and earth in mythology. That's not right. Isn't the location of the red shadow the Fire Saint Tower? What happened there? The location where the white shadow appeared is the Hidden Saint Pavilion. That's my master's sect. The place where the green shadow appeared is very familiar to me. It must be the Arrow Valley. I know where the golden shadow is. It's Wushan Mountain. The four holy sects showed strange phenomena at the same time. This is going to be a big deal. Before people could think about it, the four shadows moved at the same time. Thief, do you recognize the sunset dragon arrow from my arrow sacred valley? Following a loud shout. The green shadow was the first to draw the bow and draw the arrow. A green arrow, accompanied by a strong wind, whistled towards Zhou Yun. As it flew, the arrow quickly turned into a green dragon, opening its mouth and roaring. To be the enemy of Wushan Mountain is to be the enemy of my Fire Saint Tower. Take it. Phoenix bird flying. Oh! A huge phoenix condensed with fire elements rushed out with a blazing tail. The white shadow is the fastest and most agile. It bent its body slightly and whispered, "Hidden kill." The body flashed and was already behind Zhou Yun. The huge dagger had completely covered Zhou Yun. Heavenly punishment. The golden shadow was not willing to be left behind. It folded its fists under its ribs and squatted down in a horse stance. All the gold on its body quickly gathered on its right fist. The dazzling golden light was even brighter than the sun. Then he punched out fiercely with his right fist, Heaven and Earth Overlord Fist. 4 phantoms and 4 attacks appeared in 4 directions of Zhou Yun almost at the same time, completely blocking his escape space. It was at this time that Zhou Yun was ready. Law. Sky. Elephant. Land. 4 words, each one is as majestic and sacred as the voice of heaven. Every word made everyone's soul tremble slightly. Immediately afterwards, people saw a gigantic monster 1,000 feet tall standing between heaven and earth. 2 golden beams of light shot out from its eyes, as if a god was patrolling the world, sacred and majestic. And, it is different from the 4 phantoms of different colors. Its golden body seems real. Although the golden shadow of Wushanzong is also golden, it is as different as heaven and earth compared to the gold on its body. In the eyes of people in Zhongcheng, it is the difference between yellow plastic and gold. Then, it moved. It stretched out its right hand and grabbed the green dragon that was transformed from an arrow and was attacking from the right rear. He clenched his right hand and grabbed the body of the white shadow. Whether it was the fire phoenix or the white shadow, they both looked enormous in people's eyes. But, in front of this 1,000-foot-tall body, it seemed so small and powerless. It was easy to be controlled, with no way to resist. But at the same time, the golden fist and the fiery red phoenix hit its chest and back from the front and back respectively. However, what surprised the 4 sacred sects was that, although 2 attacks had hit the target, there was no effect at all. The golden fist mark of the Tiandi Bawang fist was spinning at high speed, but failed to imprint into the giant's body. The fiery red phoenix also could not make any progress. Although it chirped repeatedly and the flames on its body burned fiercely. They just stay on the giant's skin. There wasn't even the slightest dent in the epidermis. At the same time, the pinched green dragon was struggling hard while roaring. The white shadow raised a dagger and tried to scratch the giant's fingers, but only the sound of metal clashing was heard, and not even a white mark appeared. At this moment, it seemed as if time had stopped. The leader of the 4 sacred sect was dumbfounded. The dreamlike voices of the other 3 sect leaders could be heard from the crystal stones in their hands. This seems to be an opponent that we cannot contend with at all. Martial Saints sect. What kind of monster have you brought upon us? I seem to be dying. Chapter 80. As soon as they finished speaking, Zhou Yun took action. He just stretched his muscles, and the fist and dragon arrow were immediately knocked back. Where you come from, where you go, and the speed is increased several times. In the blink of an eye, the golden shadow transformed by the leader of Wushan Mountain was counterattacked by the fist. The huge fist mark could not be imprinted into Zhou Yun's body no matter what, but it easily destroyed the golden shadow of the leader of Wushan Mountain. With a bang sound, the golden shadow shattered like glass, and the fragments dyed half the sky golden. Puff! Inside the Martial Saint Hall, the leader of Martial Saint Mountain vomited blood and fell to the ground with a loud bang. The great elder rushed forward to check, but his face changed drastically and he cried out in grief, "Sect Master! He's dead!" What? The voice of the great elder was transmitted to the ears of the other 3 sect leaders through the yellow crystal. The 3 sect leaders were all shocked at the same time. The leader of the Wushan sect was actually killed by the attack he launched. Among them, the master of the Arrow Saint Valley who shot the Sunset Dragon arrow was extremely panicked. Because, the Sunset Dragon arrow that was bounced back by Zhou Yun has arrived in front of him. Calm down! Calm down! He kept reminding himself that his brain was working fast. The reason why the leader of the Wushan sect was killed by his own attack must be because the distance was too close and he had no time to defend himself. I'm different. I have enough reaction time to dodge. But I can't dodge. The Arrow Saint Valley is right behind me. If I avoid it, the Arrow Saint Valley will suffer heavy losses, and most of the disciples in the valley will be killed or injured. Auntie! We must hold on. I was the one who shot the Sunset Dragon arrow. I know its power very well. As long as I'm prepared, I can handle it. As his brain made a quick decision, he clenched his fists and green air currents began to swirl rapidly around the huge shadow, forming dense small cyclones. The moment he was ready, the return Sunset Dragon arrow had already arrived in front of him. He clasped his hands together and shot towards the Sunset Dragon arrow. Bang! The touch from his hands made him happy. Caught! However, the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Because the Sunset Dragon arrow actually carried a terrifying force that made it completely impossible for him to control it. Almost at the moment he touched the Sunset Dragon arrow, his hands were instantly shattered by the terrifying force. Then, it penetrated his body as if nothing happened and shot into the Arrow Saint Valley. Boom! 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 There were more than 10 consecutive loud roars, each one becoming duller than the last. Especially the last time, it sounded as if it came from an unknown depth underground. Defense! Defense! The fact that 2 sect leaders met with accidents in succession made the Fire Saint Tower's master's hair stand on end in fear. As he spoke, layers of fire shields had already unfolded in front of him, stretching for several kilometers before stopping. This made the leader of the Hidden Saint Pavilion dumbfounded. Each of you should be able to defend yourself at least. What about me? Have you considered my feelings? I'm being pinched so tightly that I can't move. How can I defend myself? Ah! Zhou Yun didn't know what he was thinking. After killing the leaders of the 2 sects with his fists and dragon arrows respectively, he grabbed the phoenix with his left hand, gathered his strength, and threw it towards the Fire Saint Tower. Then he grabbed the white shadow with his right hand and slammed it to the ground. Then he raised his right foot and stomped it down. Collapse! The white shadow didn't even have a chance to resist before being stomped into pieces. At this time, the phoenix also easily penetrated all the fire shields, shot through the red shadow, shot through the Fire Saint Tower, and flew into the sky. 4 sects. The 4 giant phantoms were all defeated in just 2 or 3 seconds under the Fei Xingjiang. Such super strong combat power not only makes the people of Zhongcheng feel frightened. The disciples of the 4 sacred sects were even more frightened. They are members of the sect, people who have merged from the gaming world. Compared with the native earthlings in Zhongcheng, they understand the horror of Zhou Yun better. With the support of the 4 saints' formation, the four saints' phantoms have become the ultimate means that the four sects can use. Moreover, the opponent's strength was also restricted and weakened by the four sacred formations. But even in this situation, the opponent killed all the four saints' phantoms with one strike. Such strength can no longer be described by just the word strong. This is an existence that is impossible to defeat. Run! Run quickly! We, the four holy sects, have joined forces to deal with him. In his eyes, we are all his enemies. If we don't run away, we will all die here. This is definitely not an opponent we can handle. For the continuation of the sect and for the glory of the four sacred sects, someone from us must survive. Do everything you can to escape. When I become strong enough, I will avenge the master and the sect. In the four sacred sects, all the disciples, guests, and elders immediately began to flee after realizing that something was wrong. As for the sect protection formation? Stop kidding. Even the shadows of the four saints could not stop others for a moment. The sect protection formation was like paper in front of him. Run, run, run. At this moment, this was the only thought in their minds. However, just as their escape attempt began, they felt two extremely thick golden beams of light sweeping past them. These two golden beams of light are majestic and powerful. When it swept past, everyone felt exposed, as if all the secrets in their hearts had been seen through. Oh no! He found out. The disciples of the four sacred sects immediately became alert. They realized that this was not an ordinary golden beam of light. These are clearly the two gazes of the towering golden giant. It delayed my precious login time and made me waste 100 points of family affection for nothing. You still want to run? You like to interfere, don't you? Then take the lives of all of you in exchange. All of you die. He roared in his heart, his body spun like lightning, and he slapped out in the direction of the four major sects respectively. He himself is over 1,000 feet tall and of enormous size. The palm print created by this palm strike also covered the sky and the sun. Huff, huff, huff. Before the palm seals were concentrated at the four sects' headquarters, the disciples of the four sects had already felt the suffocating wind pressure and the soul-shaking sense of oppression. Ah! They screamed, but were oppressed and unable to move. They could only watch the giant palm coming towards them. Boom 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 boom. The four sects were hit by the giant palm at the same time, and nearly 1,000 years of inheritance was almost destroyed in an instant. The giant palm's momentum was not exhausted as it continued to push forward, until it had flattened countless mountains before it finally dissipated. At this time, the four major sects had completely disappeared from the southeast, northwest, northeast, and southwest of Zhongcheng. Only four bottomless ravines were left, starting from the four major sects. In each of the four gullies, there was a little light, flickering faintly. This caught Zhou Yun's attention. He was about to raise his hand to capture the 4 points of light, but he saw the sky suddenly crack open. An old but majestic voice that sounded extremely contradictory resounded through the heavens and earth. Fool! How dare you destroy the four sects and undermine the foundation of my holy way? No one in this world can protect you.